Chapter 475, Soaring Cultivation. The 90% primeval sea in the aperture surged with high waves, and true gold primeval essence shone brightly on the aperture walls. The aperture walls were also extraordinary, sparkling and clear like crystals, containing life force in them. This was the crystal membrane of rank 4 peak stage realm. Waves continually surged, reaching towards the sky. Then, they crashed towards the crystal membrane wave after waves. At first, the crystal membrane was like the reef of a sea, being unmovable. But it gradually became unable to endure the fierce waves and cracks started appearing. As time passed, bigger cracks appeared. The primeval sea slowly reduced, while the crystal membrane was full of cracks and appeared extremely fragile. However, there was still a little distance left from breakthrough. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on the bed with both his eyes closed, and almost all his attention was on the aperture. He possessed 90% aptitude, which was classified as a grade, and also had very deep accumulation. He could break through to rank 5 realm just by relying on his own strength. Right now, there was about 20% left of the primeval sea. The sea waves had also weakened and was getting to the point of being tranquil. But suddenly, as if it was accumulating its strength, a huge wave erupted out of the true gold primeval sea. This wave was fierce and majestic, surpassing any of the waves from before. It was like a tsunami, soaring up and then fiercely smashing towards the aperture walls. A soft sound echoed, and the aperture walls were finally unable to bear the pressure. They were smashed into pieces by this enormous wave. The shattered fragments of the crystal aperture walls were like a broken ice mountain, and as they fell into the sea they turned into pure essence before slowly melting down. After a while, the fragments on the crystal walls had all fallen down, leaving behind a light membrane that covered everything. The light membrane was dazzling with very powerful aura, far surpassing the rank 4 peak stage crystal wall. This was the appearance of a true rank 5 initial stage. Following it, a trace of light purple primeval essence appeared in the depths of the sea. Rank 1 GU masters had green copper primeval essence, rank 2 had red iron primeval essence, rank 3 had white silver primeval essence, rank 4 had yellow gold primeval essence, and rank 5 was purple crystal primeval essence. Although it was only a thread of light purple, it was a qualitative difference. From now on, Fang Yuan's primeval essence would be light purple primeval essence. Since my rebirth, I have wandered around everywhere, drifting miserably. Yet now I am finally a rank 5 GU master. Inside Dang Hun Palace, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and sighed with joy. Rank 5 GU masters were the lords in this mortal world, the true peak stage. Those who could cultivate to this stage were not even 1 in 10,000. If it were others, they might have already become wild with joy. However, Fang Yuan had already experienced this in his previous life. Right now, rather than ecstasy, what he felt was joy towards his future prospects. Compared to my previous life, being able to enter rank 5 at such a young age is truly a success. Fang Yuan was only 30 and so at present, cultivating to rank 5 at this age was a performance that would only be seen in the absolute top geniuses of the 5 great regions. But rank 5 is not my end point, it is only a starting point. Next, I need to once again advance to GU Immortal. Those genius GU masters would feel some hesitation when they talked about charging to GU Immortal realm. However, Fang Yuan had his previous life's experiences, thus he had plenty of confidence in advancing to GU Immortal realm. After becoming a GU Immortal, the deadly crisis from Spring-Autumn Cicada can be completely resolved. Fang Yuan looked at Spring-Autumn Cicada. Since this rebirth, Spring-Autumn Cicada had fallen into deep hibernation, continually absorbing the water from River of Time and recuperating. Right now, it had already mostly recovered and a faint pressure was filling Fang Yuan's aperture. For a long time now, Spring-Autumn Cicada was like a guillotine hovering above Fang Yuan's neck. As time passed, this enormous guillotine would move closer towards his neck. Spring-Autumn Cicada gave Fang Yuan an enormous death threat, forcing him to risk dangers and do everything he could to advance his cultivation. Only by reaching the rank 6 GU Immortal realm, could Fang Yuan's aperture be able to store Spring-Autumn Cicada. At that time, Fang Yuan would have more freedom and leisure, and not be so repressed like now. Light purple primeval essence continually appeared in the aperture, settling down below the remaining gold primeval essence. Fang Yuan gathered his concentration and slowly stood up, walking out of this secret room and into another room. There were several large vats in this room. There was green liquid in the vats and a purple crystal relic GU was floating on each liquid. There were 6 purple crystal relic GU. Most of them had been purchased by Fang Yuan or Little Hu Immortal from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Purple crystal relic GU could raise a rank 5 GU master's cultivation. Fang Yuan had paid a considerable price for them. Fang Yuan only required 3 purple crystal relic GU to raise his cultivation to the peak stage. But right now, he looked at the vats with various liquids. One vat had muddy green liquid, another had a mixture of green and yellow, and the purple crystal relic GU on 2 of the vats had tiny purple-black hair growing out of them. The remaining 2 vats had clear green liquid with no change. Fang Yuan snorted. Most of these 6 purple crystal relic GU had been tampered with. With his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan was able to conjecture something wrong with these relic GU. Among the purple crystal relic GU in these 6 vats of green liquid, only 2 could be used. Fang Yuan immediately took out the 2 purple crystal relic GU from the clear green liquid and used them. Using 2 relic GU, Fang Yuan's cultivation immediately rose to rank 5 upper stage realm. Fang Yuan again took out 2 purple crystal relic GU whose bodies were filled with tiny hairs, and repeatedly used them. The 2 relic GU's strength combined and was able to raise his cultivation to rank 5 peak stage. In a short period of time, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 peak stage, completing an enormous jump. Moreover, relic GU had no side effects and would not cause his foundation to weaken. GU Master's cultivation was extremely focused on resources. As long as there were enough resources, cultivation could make rapid progress. Theoretically, as long as one had sufficient relic GU, a GU Master's cultivation could advance in a lightning speed. But in reality, extremely few GU Masters did this. One reason was that relic GU could only raise a GU Master's cultivation by a small realm. Every great realm required the GU Masters to break through by themselves. It was extremely easy to raise cultivation with enough relic GU, but this would instead cause normal GU Masters to be reliant on them, and breaking through a great realm would become much harder. Second, higher realm did not represent everything. To survive in this cruel world, one still needed planning, wisdom, opportunity, experience and training. A sudden increase in strength without the knowledge to control it was like an infant brandishing a broadsword. They could injure somebody and injure themselves. Third, relic GU were extremely expensive. Few GU Masters could enjoy advancing so lavishly. Even if a GU Immortal's descendants could enjoy such treatment, their elders would not allow them to be so spoiled. Finally, there was an even more important point, and that was aptitude. Without good aptitude, relic GU would have no use even if there were more of it. Fang Yuan could smoothly advance to rank 5 because of his experience and also the great help from a great aptitude. Fang Yuan might be the only one who could use relic GU like this repeatedly to sharply raise his cultivation. If it were other rank 5 GU Masters, even if they were geniuses from the Shang House clan, they would still have to follow the prescribed order. After all, a GU Master's cultivation still required long training of GU worms. High cultivation could not directly indicate the battle strength. It was no more than making oneself look like a fat target. Previous life experiences were Fang Yuan's great wealth that allowed him to smoothly control this burst of strength. Unknowingly, a night had already passed while dashing through the cultivation levels. Fang Yuan walked out of Dang Hun Palace and onto Dang Han Mountain. Just like he expected, many guts GU had grown on the mountain rocks. He walked a few steps and crouched, casually kneading one, but it was only a pile of yellow mud. Even since Dang Hun Mountain was struck by immortal GU gruel mud, it gradually began to die and a part of the guts GU created on it would become yellow paste. Fang Yuan's expression did not change as he had already expected this. He again pinched 7 to 8 guts GU. But in this process, he only got 2 good guts GU. Using their strength, his Wolfman soul slightly strengthened once more. The immortal GU gruel mud's strength has already invaded deep. I remember that 4 to 5 guts GU would be intact out of 10. Now, only 3 or 4 are good. Fang Yuan sighed. Although these yellow mud were all gruel mud and could be sold at Treasure Yellow Heaven, but compared to the guts GU, the difference in worth was as different as night and day, and was an enormous loss. Fortunately, all these guts GU belonged to Fang Yuan alone. Although 6 or 7 out of 10 guts GU were useless, with their enormous numbers it was still enough for Fang Yuan's soul to progress greatly. Now, I am at rank 5 peak stage, and the next step would be to attack the GU Immortal realm. But this matter is quite difficult and I need many preparations and attempt it slowly. Fang Yuan inwardly planned. With rank 5 peak stage aperture, spring-autumn cicada's pressure had greatly resolved. The urgent matter was to rescue Dang Hun Mountain. Though Dang Hun Mountain was dying, saving it would be a great help to Fang Yuan's future cultivation, even after he advanced to GU Immortal realm. After completely cleaning off all the guts GU on the mountain, Fang Yuan entered Dang Hun Palace again and collaborated with Little Hu Immortal to activate Connecting Heaven GU. Wave after waves of divine sense were mutually tangling up in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Just after they opened Connecting Heaven GU, a large divine sense rush was transmitted to Little Hu Immortal, asking about the price of gruel mud. Fang Yuan had sold great amounts of gruel mud and this attracted many GU Immortals' interest. Using these gruel mud for the Immortal GU recipe, one could refine the Immortal GU gruel mud. Although this GU could only be used once, it was a genuine Immortal GU. In this environment where Immortal GU were scarce, GU Immortals scrabbled madly for Fang Yuan's gruel mud. As for these gruel mud, Fang Yuan's price was Immortal GU gruel mud's recipe. Originally, these GU Immortals brought incomparably damaged remnant recipes that did not have even 10 feet of treasure light. But after a few days, the recipes these GU Immortals brought out had already reached a treasure light of 30 to 40 feet. Fang Yuan still kept on disregarding them. He had large amounts of gruel mud to sell. In fact, none of the gruel mud recipes that appeared nowadays could satisfy him. Chapter 476, Air Bubble Fish. Connecting Heaven GU inlaid itself in the air, figures of wolves flashed past one after another in the mirror. Suddenly, the scene fixed itself on a turtleback myriad wolf king. Turtleback wolves possessed broad physique, their whole body was dark green and they had dark blue eyes. Every turtleback wolf had shell like that of a turtle. This species had the strongest defense among the wolves. And the myriad beast wolf king that showed on Connecting Heaven GU was no doubt even more enormous, being 10 times larger than ordinary turtleback wolves. Its turtle back was towering high, the strong shell shone with bronze color, giving a feeling of abundant strength and power. The scale of the wolf group I have is close to 30,000. They can mainly be divided into 3 wolf groups: turtleback wolves, night wolves and wind wolves. There are around 10,000 wolves in each group. Besides them, there are also few poison-beard wolves which were obtained from the poisonous grassland. There are also over 100 water wolves which I bought because of White Eyes Wolf. Originally, Fang Yuan had over 30,000 wolves. But after several battles, the loss accumulated and now he only had around 27,000. After he sent the old, weak and injured wolves sent to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the number of wolves left was less than 25,000. Thus, they needed to be replenished. If ordinary enslavement path GU masters wanted to replenish their beast group, they would need to organize a group to hunt, requiring much effort and time. Moreover, they could not take in too big of a beast group. Fang Yuan, however, after possessing Connecting Heaven GU, was like standing on a GU Immortal's shoulder. He had one more option than ordinary GU masters, that is to purchase the beast groups in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Most blessed lands would breed wild beasts. However, when the beast population increased a lot, they would influence the ecology of the blessed lands, and the GU Immortals that controlled the blessed lands would put them for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Like this, not only could it reduce the pressure on the blessed land, it could also provide some revenue. Similarly, many GU Immortals who wanted to nurture the blessed land and replenish the ecology, would purchase some beasts to breed in their blessed lands. Thus, transactions of beast groups was extremely common in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There were many dazzling lineups of wolf groups put for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Northern Plains night wolves, wind wolves, water wolves, poison-beard wolves, turtleback wolves, southern borders lightning wolves, azure wolves, blood wolves, two-headed wolves, western deserts silk wolves, pearl wolves, sand wolves, tyrant wolves, eastern seas ink wolves, greed wolves, red wolves, goldback wolves, central continents white eyes wolves, star wolves, color wolves, blood wolves. The wolves put for sale were not only common wild beasts, but also mutated beasts like white eyes wolves, tyrant wolves and greed wolves. Of course, there were no desolate beast-level wolves which had battle strength comparable to GU Immortals. But Fang Yuan knew there was a desolate beast peach wolf in Langya Blessed Land. Among the 3 greatest wolf groups I have, only Night Wolf group has a myriad beast king. If my wind wolves and turtleback wolves also had myriad beast kings to unite them, I would not need to control the 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings. It will greatly reduce the burden when I command them. By reducing the burden on my soul, I can then take in even more wolf groups. Fang Yuan did not intend to replace the wolf groups, that would be a superfluous move. He decided to strengthen the wolf group on him. Little Hu Immortal sent the divine sense for him and inquired the price of this turtleback myriad wolf king. The GU Immortal who put it for sale called himself South Sea Turtle Immortal. He wanted 10,000 stalks of blowpipe grass. Blowpipe grass was the specialty of northern plains. Every grass looked like an erect long pipe. When wind blew, the wind would enter the small holes on the grass and produce pleasant pipe sounds. Blowpipe grass was a common material used in GU refinement. At the same time, a large expanse of blowpipe grass would slowly give birth to some sound path and wood path GU worms. Fang Yuan did not have any blowpipe grass, and although he knew their location, this season was not the time for them to grow and they were all just seeds buried under the earth. Fang Yuan knew this situation, but did not give up and made Little Hu Immortal ask and see if he accepts immortal essence stones. Little Hu Immortal conveyed with her divine sense and after communicating for a moment, she reported, "Master, he says he can sell 20,000 turtleback wolves, but he is asking for 2 immortal essence stones." Fang Yuan scoffed, this was a very expensive price. Immortal essence stones were very precious, turtleback wolves were no more than ordinary wild beasts but transactions required the process of bargaining. After some haggling, Fang Yuan used an immortal essence stones to buy 30,000 turtleback wolves and 1 turtleback myriad wolf king from South Sea Turtle Immortal. After the transaction was finished, Fang Yuan bought another 18,000 wind wolves and 1 wind wolf myriad beast king. He replenished 20,000 night wolves, 5,000 poison beard wolves and 6,000 water wolves. Altogether, he spent 2.5 immortal essence stones. It was not over yet. The wolf groups entered Hu Immortal blessed land, bringing a grim ordeal to the original ecology and causing many effects. To say the least, Fang Yuan needed to provide enough food to these wolf groups, otherwise these wolves would starve to death because of insufficient food. Hu Immortal blessed land also had many wild beasts like rabbits, pheasants and so on. But these animals were the food sources of fox groups. Hu Immortal had cultivated large numbers of foxes in the blessed land. There were red foxes, gold foxes, cloud foxes, wind foxes, autumn water foxes, flowing light foxes and so on. These fox groups had suffered disastrous damage in the 6th earthly calamity, but a number were still preserved. After many years of recuperation, they would also gradually grow into a large scale and recover some of their strength. If there were insufficient food, the wolf groups and fox groups were bound to hunt each other and create an extremely severe internal friction. The losses would be more than profits. Fang Yuan bought food for these fox groups and wolf groups. Golden koi, blue jade carp, fat mudfish, which would be good, There are actually fish rows of air bubble fish. Just as Fang Yuan was about to choose one, he accidentally discovered a GU Immortal was selling fish rows of air bubble fish. He immediately decided to buy it. However, air bubble fish's fish rows had attracted some GU Immortals' attention, causing there to be a price competition. Fang Yuan made prompt decision and raised the price to 1 immortal essence stone. There are just over 20,000 fish rows, someone is actually paying 1 immortal essence stone. This person is mad. Even if they are bred, there would only be around 3,000 air bubble fish. Although they are precious but they are only worth less than 1 immortal essence stone. GU Immortals transmitted divine sense containing their ridicule and contempt. Air bubble fish were difficult to incubate, with only around 30% chance of survival rate. To them, the price Fang Yuan was paying was too high. If my memory is not wrong, 2 GU Immortals would fight over the air bubble sea at the end of this year. The intense poison would invade into the whole air bubble sea and turn it into a death zone. At that time, air bubble fish's price would sharply rise to over 10 folds. Fang Yuan sneered after obtaining these fish rows. Those able to become GU Immortals were no doubt giants among men and great geniuses. Excluding some ignorant and incompetent second-generation Immortals, most of the GU Immortals were those with great experiences and wisdom. If Fang Yuan had not started out with such a high price, it would be extremely difficult for him to get these fish rows. In future, when the Battle of 5 Regions break out, this air bubble fish's price would increase to 100 folds of now. Air bubble fish were the specialty of Eastern Sea. they were quite peculiar with translucent and round belly, like a round and glossy air bubble. 2 dark sesame seeds seemed to be sewed in front of the air bubble, they were its eyes. The fins and tail were very small, giving it very weak movement power. Air bubble fish were different from other fishes, its movement style was to move by rising and falling. When they were in danger, they would often float out of the surface of the water to the air, to hide from their enemies. Some mature air bubble fish could even keep staying at the air throughout the year without needing to enter the water, eating the tiny insects in the air as their food. The greatest use of the air bubble fish was to increase the production of GU worms. The worms air bubble fish devoured would be protected and nourished in its belly, gradually evolving into a GU, then they would pierce out of the belly and fly away. Because it could increase the rate of GU worms creation, air bubble fish became a product sought out by all GU immortals during the Battle of the 5 Regions. These air bubble fish needs to be slowly raised, although they only have 30% survival rate, they just need to be carefully tended to. Dozens of years later, they would reach a scale where they can be self-sufficient. 100 years later, they would reach at least 50,000 in numbers. And same as starlight firefly GU, it will be a highly demanded good in the Battle of 5 Regions. The fish rows of air bubble fish were an unexpected harvest, and could be considered a small pleasant surprise. With air bubble fish, I can't choose fat mudfish. Although fat mudfish are the easiest to raise, but they will eat the fish rows of air bubble fish, they can even eat mud to fill their stomach when they are hungry. Comparatively speaking, between gold koi and blue jade carps, one eats gold as food and another eats gemstones. Both have no interest towards the fish rows of air bubble fish. Fang Yuan did not lack gold and gemstones because there was a large group of rockmen in who Immortal blessed land. These rockmen lived underground and ate soil as their food. After a long time, all kinds of gold, gemstones and so on would form on their body. However, gold has a harmful influence on the reproduction of air bubble fish and can decrease the reproduction rate. The mild gemstones, however, have no such disadvantages, so I shall choose blue jade carps. Fang Yuan pondered and finally decided upon the fish species. In his previous life of 500 years, he had also managed a blessed land. And because of many setbacks he had experienced then, he could now make the most sensible choices. After obtaining blue jade carps, the water wolves' food problem was solved. Fang Yuan then bought a large numbers of pink rabbit and iron shell flowers as food for night wolves, winged wolves and turtleback wolves. And because of poison beard wolves, Fang Yuan also chose some earth skin pigs. These pigs had a high reproduction rate and could eat both meat and grass. They were also put in the eastern part of the blessed land. Finally, Fang Yuan bought many GU worms and large numbers of GU refinement materials. He spent altogether 8 immortal essence stones and hundreds of thousands of primeval stones. At once, 8 immortal essence stones have been spent. Fang Yuan would not feel any heartache at common primeval stones, but he still cared about immortal essence stones. Previously, he had sold many remnant recipes and obtained 28 immortal essence stones, now only 20 remained. I can still sell the remnant recipes with me, but the more they are sold, the cheaper they will get. I lack means for getting profits. As for the investment in air bubble fish and starlight firefly GU, they would only show results after 100 years. I need to use these remaining immortal essence stones carefully. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. He handed connecting heaven GU to Little Hu Immortal and let her be in charge of dealing with the residents and various other works regarding wolf groups, fish groups, iron shell flowers and air bubble fish rows. Fang Yuan entered Dang Hun Palace and used the materials he bought to refine GU. Chapter 477, Rank 5 Breath Concealment GU. After 1 day and 1 night, Fang Yuan walked out of Dang Hun Palace with an exhausted expression. He came to Dang Hun Mountain. Many guts GU had been created again during this period of time. But the quantity was half of the first time. Fang Yuan pinched some of them, most were of no use because of immortal GU Gruel Mud's powers. But Fang Yuan had slaughtered Yan tribe. After collecting many souls, there were a lot of guts GU. Relying on this enormous number, Fang Yuan's soul managed to advance by a lot. My current soul strength is over 5 times stronger than before. Unfortunately, there is still a large gap to 1,000-man soul. Fang Yuan closed his eyes for a while before opening them again with a slightly happy expression. This progress was quite big. If it were normal GU masters, they would require 10 years or more to accumulate such results. But because of Guts Gu's help, Fang Yuan could easily accomplish this feat in less than half a day. No wonder Dang Hun Mountain was called one of the sacred lands of Soul Path by thieving heaven demon venerable. Among the things in my possession, Dang Hun Mountain's value is only lower to spring autumn cicada. No matter what, I can't let it die. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once commented that Soul Path GU Masters had two great sacred lands in this world. One was Dang Hun Mountain to strengthen the soul, another was Luopo Valley to refine soul. Soul needed to be strengthened and also required to be refined. Fang Yuan used Guts GU to rapidly strengthen his soul. But he did not have Luopo Valley to refine his soul, thus he could only use Wolf Soul GU instead. Wolf Soul GU could transform a GU Master's soul into Wolfman soul, having the effect of refining soul. Guts GU's production continued to drop. By the third time, Fang Yuan only used 1 hour to pluck them all. Most of the Guts GU had become mud paste, and relying on the small portion of intact Guts GU, Fang Yuan strengthened his soul to 6 times. Little Hu Immortal was busy with her work. The Stargate GU was once again activated and Fang Yuan returned to Northern Plains. The moment he stepped out of the Stargate, Fang Yuan's first sight was the loyal guarding wolf group that surrounded the area. The Stargate was connected to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan sent poison-beard wolves and water wolves to the Blessed Land while bringing Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King and Turtleback Myriad Wolf King to Northern Plains. At the same time, he replenished the 3 wolf groups, raising the scale of the wolf group to 60,000. Fang Yuan did not immediately return to Zhe tribe, instead he picked up a half-finished product and began to refine GU. After spending a long while, when the first rays of sunlight shone on Crescent Lake, he obtained rank 5 breath concealment GU. The heaven and earth of the 5 regions were different, whether it were GU worms or GU masters. Once they went into other regions, they would be suppressed. But different from GU worms, human is the spirit of all living beings and had great intelligence and adaptability. As long as a few years went by, GU masters could completely adapt to the environment and obtain the recognition of the region, no longer facing suppression. And for the GU worms to not be suppressed, Fang Yuan refined the GU at Northern Plains. No matter where the materials were from or whatever GU worms were used, the moment the GU refinement was completed, the new rank 5 breath concealment GU was born in Northern Plains and obtained Northern Plains recognition, not suffering from the suppression. Back then, Fang Yuan had obtained rank 2 breath concealment GU in Ziyu Mountain. By refining and ranking up this GU worm, the rank 5 breath concealment GU was finally formed. At rank 5, breath concealment GU did not have any huge changes, was still like a purple exquisite tree leaf. It was just that the purple was deeper in color and even had a slight metallic luster. After using the breath concealment GU to hide his cultivation back to rank 4 middle stage, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He was now at rank 5 peak stage, and even after suffering the suppression in Northern Plains, he still had rank 5 initial stage aura. If he returned to Zhe tribe like this, it was sure to attract suspicion. At the same time, if one day, a portion of the suppression lifts and his cultivation suddenly rose, it would result in conjectures and doubts. Breath concealment GU could prevent such an accident. Fang Yuan returned to Zhe tribe with the wolf group. As expected, the Zhe tribesmen were shocked and pleasantly surprised. But there were many wolf groups in Northern Plains. Crescent Lake was also a place filled with spirituality and many beast groups gathered around it. It was not difficult to explain how Fang Yuan gained such a bountiful harvest. Fang Yuan placed a part of the wolf group inside the camp and another group outside, letting them move about. When he returned to the giant lizard house GU, Zhe tribe leader Zhe Guang immediately came over to pay respects, bringing 2 letters with him. Congratulations to Lord for gaining a huge increase in strength after this hunt. Zhe Guang had 2 dark circles under his eyes, his face however had a joyous expression. Throughout this day and night, he had been cleaning up the battlefield with Zhe tribe elders, gathering the goods and dealing with those who surrendered. He was so busy that he had no time to sleep. Looking at Zhe tribe's strength expand in his hands, Zhe Guang was very excited, causing his respect towards Chongshan Yin to deepen by another layer. He understood clearly that without Chongshan Yin, this day would not have come for Zhe tribe. My luck was quite good and I had some gains. Fang Yuan sat on the seat and lightly nodded at Zhe Guang. His strength increase did not end with the wolf groups. His cultivation and soul also had huge advancement. Zhe Guang and the rest would be terrified if they knew. At Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had used up one chance to refine Immortal GU, and obtained Stargate GU, thus causing his inactive chessboard to become alive again. Fang Yuan's strength progressed at an unimaginable speed every time he entered Hu Immortal blessed land. Everyone would find it hard to believe such rapid progress. However, it was also very reasonable when one carefully looked. Fang Yuan possessed a blessed land, he was growing using the foundation of a Gu Immortal. The difference between immortals and mortals were as different as night and day, adding in his 500 years of experience that allowed him to absorb the rapid increase in strength, he could grow smoothly without facing any issues. Fang Yuan had been risking his life, like walking on a tightrope in between cliffs to obtain these enormous wealth that changed into deep accumulation. Finally, the accumulation was changing into explosive growth in strength. Lord, by devouring Yan tribe we have obtained a total of over 634,000 primeval stones, 1 rank 5 GU, 27 rank 4 GU and many rank 3, rank 2 and rank 1 GU. Besides them, there are over 2,000 GU refinement recipes, 300 hump wolves and many big stomach horses. Lizard house GU numbers to thousands, hundreds of mushroom GU, and the number of captives are over 7,000, Zhe Guang excitedly reported. Fang Yuan quietly listened, because he had taken down Yan tribe's higher-ups in one move and also due to the surprise attack, Zhe tribe was able to receive huge benefits. Especially the amount of captives, it was unexpectedly over 7,000. Among them were large numbers of rank 2 and rank 1 GU masters who wanted to surrender. After Zhe tribe incorporated them, the tribe's strength had increased by over twofold. Lord, this is the inventory list after calculating, please take a look. You can take anything you want. Zhe Guang respectfully handed Fang Yuan a list. To Fang Yuan, these resources were instead not essential. He had Hu Immortal blessed land now, the appeal of primeval stones to him had fallen down to the abyss. The days where he had to scheme for 1 or 2 primeval stones on Qingmao Mountain had already left him. He lacked immortal essence stones, the more he had the better. Unfortunately, Yan tribe did not have a Gu Immortal, so how could they have immortal essence stones? The reason why Fang Yuan assisted Zhe tribe was to have a chess piece, to act as a shield for him so that he could meddle in the heroes' assembly. If possible, he did not want to give up the identity of Chongshan Yin prematurely. The longer he managed the tribe, the more use it would have for him in the Battle of 5 Regions. According to the rules of the grassland, the half of these spoils are all mine. But these things are not suited for me, so I shall leave them with Zhe tribe. Fang Yuan gave back the list to Zhe Guang. Yes, Lord, Zhe Guang promptly replied, my wolf groups will be fed by your tribe. Account for the expenses using my share of the spoils. Fang Yuan added. Zhe Guang, however, shook his head and said with sincerity, Lord, the reason our Zhe tribe can have this day is all because of you. How could I, Zhe Guang, be a person who doesn't know favors? Feeding the wolf groups is our Zhe tribe's responsibility, there is no need for Lord to spend your wealth. I understand deeply that my abilities are not enough to manage the whole Zhe tribe. I hope Senior can guide and give me pointers in the coming days. He. Fang Yuan laughed and took a deep glance at Zhe Guang. This young man before him could be considered to have some experience now. Although he had only held the tribe leader position for a short time, he had experienced trials and wandered in between life and death, he took risks, and thus progressed rapidly. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in troubled times. This Gu Master world had a cruel environment and it was not easy to live. And precisely so, heroes emerged in large numbers and endlessly. Zhe Guang, you are pretty good. In that case, I shall become Zhe tribe's external elder. Zhe Guang's whole body shook before wild joy emerged in his face. He promptly kneeled on the ground. Junior is presumptuous and sincerely requests Senior to become the supreme elder of Zhe tribe. Supreme elder, Fang Yuan muttered. Zhe Guang raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan sincerely. He knew Zhe tribe's current great situation was closely related to Chongshan Yin, that is the only way they can move stably and far, while obtaining the most benefits. If Chongshan Yin was not around, just relying on his rank 3 cultivation would not be enough to suppress the expanding Zhe tribe. Alright, I shall accept it. Fang Yuan agreed. By this point, Zhe tribe's circumstances was also part of his plan. Zhe Guang was only a rank 3 Gu master and had just taken the tribe leader position. Fang Yuan made Zhe tribe take over Yan tribe, it allowed him to have greater control of this person. By controlling this person, he controlled Zhe tribe. What? Yan tribe was exterminated by Zhe tribe. At another place beside Crescent Lake, Wang tribe leader listened to the news and looked at Bei tribe's envoy with shock. Bei tribe's envoy was an old rank 3 GU master, his face filled with wrinkles, gray hair, sunken and dark eyes. He was an enslavement path expert with some reputation in northern plains, named Bei Sao Sheng. That is precisely so. Many tribes already know of this. Not long later, the news will spread to the whole northern plains. Your tribe is in a remote location and has many large beast groups in the surroundings, thus you were not able to get this news immediately. Bei Sao Sheng continued. I have come here to represent the alliance of Bei, Zheng and Pei tribe to request Wang tribe to join the alliance and punish Zhe tribe together. Chapter 478, Main Pillar. Hearing Bei tribe, Zheng tribe and Pei tribe had already allied, Wang tribe leader slightly furrowed his brows. In northern plains, it was not strange for tribes to form an alliance. The struggle for the imperial court was arriving soon, the appearance of alliances also increased. I have a doubt. Zhe tribe was originally weaker than Yan tribe, how could such a small existence swallow a bigger force? Wang tribe leader questioned. Bei Sao Sheng laughed. Zhe tribe could absorb Yan tribe all because of one person. I wonder if Lord Wang tribe leader has ever heard of Xianxia Yin. Xianxia Yin. Wang tribe leader slightly frowned. This name brought a familiar feeling in the depths of his heart as if he had heard it somewhere. Soon after, his furrowed brows relaxed and an astonished look appeared on his face. Xianxia Yin, could it be the Wolf King who had killed Ha Tu Gu? He. I am in admiration of tribe leader's knowledge. Bei Sao Sheng cupped his fists. Yes, it is because of this person's meddling. That led to Zhe tribe's victory. Who would have expected that the hero of northern plains would still alive after all this time? No one knows what happened in all these years. He appeared with low profile and with his lone strength, made Zhe tribe, a small existence, swallow the big Yan tribe. Of course, this is also because Yan tribe's higher-ups were schemed against by Xianxia Yin and were taken down collectively. This allowed Zhe tribe to have dominance when they attacked Yan tribe camp. Bei Sao Sheng spoke with assurance. He was actually very clear of this inside story. In truth, after Yan tribe was exterminated, there were naturally some who were able to escape alive and went to Bei tribe to request protection. With such informants, Bei tribe was naturally very clear of the situation. Wang tribe leader's brows furrowed deeper. Back in those days, Wolf King with his lone strength could bypass realms and kill rank 5 GU master Ha Tu Gu along with his bandit group. Such strength truly intimidates people. How can we deal with such expert with our strength? Rank 4 GU masters were already the leaders of small mid-scale tribes. Rank 5 GU masters were at the peak of the mortal world. Long ago, the news of Xianxia Yin killing Ha Tu Gu had created an uproar in the whole northern plains. Reputation, whether good or bad, follows closely like a shadow. Xianxia Yin's deeds had spread throughout northern plains for so many years, it was natural for Wang tribe leader to have some apprehension. Bei Sao Sheng laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it is natural for Lord tribe leader to have worries. Wolf King was indeed an amazing character. But times have changed, today's Wolf King is no longer as valiant as before. I would like to hear the details. Everyone knows the strength of enslavement path GU masters is determined by their troops. Wolf King has just come back, his wolf group is no longer of the same scale as before, with not even a single mutated beast. There are only ordinary wind wolves, night wolves and turtleback wolves with him. And in the battle with Yan tribe, they already suffered huge losses. His battle strength is not so mighty. Bei Sao Sheng continued. Moreover, Wolf King attacked Yan tribe without rhyme or reason. This is the conduct of the demonic path. Slaughtering ordinary mortals goes against northern plains rules. He is no longer the hero of our northern plains, but a demon everyone needs to hunt. The one we are punishing this time is a sinner who creates conflicts, an evildoer who invades at will. We have righteousness with us while Zhe tribe is at the side of injustice and evil. The heroes' assembly has not begun yet, the struggle for imperial court has not started yet, but they dared to openly wage a war with another tribe. This is unforgivable. Looking at the history of northern plains, which of the people that violated the bottom line like this has ever had a good ending? Bei Sao Sheng's words were full of passion. Indeed, as the political advisor of Bei tribe, his words had the power to incite people's hearts. But Wang tribe leader also was a seasoned character and not someone who could be easily influenced. His gaze flashed and said with hesitation, although it is so, Wolf King is after all the Wolf King. In the battle between giants, there will definitely be injuries. After the battle ends, there is bound to be enormous losses. Bei Cao Sheng shook his head and smiled without concern, he. Wolf King might be strong, but 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. Zhe tribe has just absorbed Yan tribe, they have eaten too much this time and inflated very quickly, they will not be stable for a long time. As long as Wang tribe joins us, why would our 4 tribes alliance be afraid of a puny Zhe tribe? Wang tribe leader muttered irresolutely for a while and said, I am not afraid of Zhe tribe, but Wolf King is the Wolf King. He mysteriously disappeared for so many years, who knows what happened, he might have even had fortuitous encounter. He definitely has some plan in making his appearance now. Such a character is sure to have trump cards that he has not shown yet. Bei Cao Sheng scoffed. Reputation usually comes from exaggeration. Wang tribe leader, why should we puff up the enemy and lower our morale? Why are you so afraid of the Wolf King? He is already past his prime, even if he has trump cards, he is no more than an enslavement path GU master in the end. Since he is an enslavement path GU master, we have ways to deal with him. Truthfully speaking, our Bei tribe also has enslavement path GU masters, our tribe's forest soldier corps which has made its name in northern plains, it can completely face Chongshan Yin. Besides them, Zheng tribe has the renowned lightning spear battle formation while Pei tribe leader Lord Pei Yanfei is a famous expert in northern plains and has already advanced to rank 4 peak stage. Even if Wolf King has much more troops, Lord Pei Yanfei can move past the troops and directly attack and kill the Wolf King. It was common knowledge that enslavement path GU masters feared beheading the leader tactics. As long as this tactic succeeded, even a huge army of millions would immediately fall into chaos and flee in disorder. Wang tribe leader, however, was still hesitating, and evaded it saying he needed a few days to consider as it was a serious matter. Disappointment flashed past Bei Cao Sheng's eyes. This is a serious matter, it makes sense for Wang tribe leader to consider it carefully. However, this matter cannot be delayed. If we allow the Zhe tribe to recover their senses and digest the spoils of the war, our losses when we fight will be much more larger. Please take note of this, Lord tribe leader. Wang tribe leader nodded. At most 3 days, during this period, you can stay in our tribe and receive our warmest welcome. Bei Cao Sheng could only take the initiative to say his farewell after hearing these words. When he had just left the hall, a person entered. This person was thin with a yellowish face, there were 3 strands of beard on his chin and a pair of sharp and bright eyes. He was Wang tribe leader's competent assistant, Wang tribe elder Wang Dadao, an experienced strategist. Lord tribe leader, are we really going to agree to Bei tribe and join this alliance? Wang Dadao asked with some worries. He, of course not, you don't need to worry. Wang tribe leader laughed. Wang Dadao let out a breath of relief. Tribe leader is wise to not be bewitched by others. The power struggle for imperial court is arriving, and years of battle will follow it. Preserving strength is our main priority. The thoughts of Bei, Pei and Zheng tribe, these 3 mid-scale tribes, are very clear. Yan tribe is in-laws of Lu tribe, Yan Kui is Lu tribe young master's fiancé. They are thinking of becoming dogs of Lu tribe, to curry favor with Lord Lu Wenwu, but they want to involve my tribe to share the risks. Yes, Wang tribe leader nodded. Our Wang tribe is a large-scale tribe, we need to make our moves very carefully. The struggle for the imperial court is like a battle of dragons and snakes, in the end, who can become the final winner? We need to observe carefully and choose the side we are siding with. Every 10 years in northern plains, there would be a terrifying and shocking blizzard. Only by entering the imperial court, could one have protection to not be affected by the blizzard. But the quota in imperial court was limited, there were too many that wanted to enter, thus they would go through bitter battle, and after eliminating the weak, the master of the imperial court would be decided. Wang tribe might be a large-scale tribe but was classified as those tribes with superficial foundation, having no intents to vie for the throne. They only wanted to side with the correct force and become the one with the greatest contribution, thus entering the imperial court and avoiding the disaster. If we can't enter the imperial court, our tribe will definitely suffer disastrous damage during the blizzard. We will fall from our current large-scale force to mid-scale, small-scale or even complete extermination with a high probability. But if we can enter imperial court, through the support of the resources of imperial court, we can recuperate, and if our luck is good, we can have the qualifications to vie for the next rulership of imperial court. Wang Dadao said with a grave expression. This matter concerned the survival and prosperity of the whole Wang tribe. Every Wang tribesman was cautious and careful. Then, how should we deal with Bei Sao Sheng? Wang tribe leader asked. Wang Dadao stroked his beard and said after a while, we should properly entertain this person, and 3 days later, we can tactfully decline their alliance invitation. At the same time, we will send a letter to Zhe tribe behind their back, to express our goodwill to the Wolf King and tell them of this matter. Let them fight each other while we will watch safely from the sideline. If there is an opportunity, we can have no worries in benefiting from their conflict. Ha ha ha, your words deeply resonates with my heart. Wang tribe leader could not help laughing heartily. Gazing at the letter in his hand, Zhe tribe leader Zhe Guang had a worried expression. All the Zhe tribe elders beside him were also silent. The atmosphere had become so heavy in the main tent that it was almost suffocating. Bei, Pei and Zheng tribe have allied to combine their strength and pass judgment to our tribe. They are wantonly attracting more allies now. Wang tribe leader has sent this information secretly. I am afraid not long later, the allied army would make their move. Elders, do you have any good plans? Zhe Guang asked. This matter is not looking good. Our tribe has just absorbed Yan tribe. Although our morale is high, we have yet to digest the spoils of the war. If the enemy invades us, it is hard to say if the Yan tribe captives we have won't rise up in rebellion. At that time, with both external and internal threats, our Zhe tribe won't be far from extermination. Then should we retreat? Retreat? Where? We have a camp now and can defend our positions. But if we retreat, there will be nothing to protect us. Do we just wait for those tribes to surround us then? The elders started discussing. Zhe Guang looked at them with a disappointed gaze. The elders were just making random comments with no one giving reasonable suggestion. This instead caused the atmosphere in the tent to become more repressing and was vaguely shaking up their battle will. All right, no need to say any more. He raised his hand and put an end to the discussion. I won't hide this from you. Few days ago, Lord Wolf King Changshan Yin has agreed to become our tribe's supreme elder. We need to invite him to discuss this matter. Zhe Guang revealed the news. He had kept this news hidden. Now that he said it out, it was like a cardiac stimulant that caused the elders to feel a rush of morale. Lord Wolf King has become our tribe's supreme elder. Great, great, this is a cause for celebration. With Lord Wolf King with us, we have a chance of survival. The suppressing atmosphere in the tent was immediately swept clean and the fallen morale rapidly soared. This was the effect of an expert. In times of crisis, they were the main pillar that could hold up the sky and earth. Seeing this, Zhe Guang realized why only GU masters with high cultivation could become the ones in power in tribes. Chapter 479, Good Weather to Kill. Fang Yuan was invited into Zhe tribe's main tent. Oh, 3 tribes are allying to deal with us. Fang Yuan heard this and his eyes shone, asking, which 3? An elder immediately replied. Reporting to Lord Supreme Elder, it is Pei tribe, Bei tribe, and Zheng tribe. Pausing for a second, this elder continued. Pei tribe's Pei Yan Fei has rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He is a fierce general famous in northern plains. Although Bei tribe is only a middle-sized tribe, it has 2 enslavement path GU masters. As for Zheng tribe, although they were created not too long ago, their lightning spear battle formation is nothing to be trifled with. Fang Yuan nodded. He had heard a familiar name, that was Pei Yan Fei. This person was truly a fierce general in northern plains. After joining Lu Wenwu, he became Lu tribe's 3rd general. In the future battles, he often fought his way into enemy formations alone, assaulting and disrupting their battle formations. As he charged through unstoppably, he aimed for the leader's head. As for Bei tribe and Zheng tribe, although Fang Yuan had no memories of them, it did not obstruct him from estimating their strength. Either of these 2 tribes were equal to Zhe tribe back in Hongyan Valley. Bei tribe had 2 enslavement path GU masters. This meant that they could resist Fang Yuan's wolf group head-on. As for Zheng tribe, it seemed that they grew to power using the lightning spear battle formation. This was Zheng tribe's trump card, it could not be underestimated. However, I need large numbers of souls to feed Dang Hun Mountain and strengthen my own soul. The alliance of the 3 tribes will allow me to kill many people, right? He. Thinking so, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Right now, the 3 tribes have allied. The situation is precarious. Uncle Changshan Yin, what should Zhe tribe do? Zhe Guang was yearning for an answer. Fang Yuan raised his brows, his words oozing with killing intent. What can we do? Since they want to kill us anyway, we will strike first and attack them immediately. You have to know, the best defense is offense. What? Attack? Hearing this, Jay tribe higher-ups were shocked. In their earlier discussions, some people suggested retreating, some suggested defending, but no one had suggested attacking. This idea was too aggressive and risky. After all, the power of the three allied tribes greatly surpassed Jay tribe. Now that Jay tribe had just assimilated Yan tribe's captives, they had internal woes as well. Is it too crazy to just attack them now? The elders looked at each other, sensing each other's worry from their expressions. But because of Fang Yuan's attitude, they did not dare to speak out. At once, everyone went silent. Zhe Guang hesitated for a while, before meekly saying, "Uncle Chong Shan Yin, the enemy is strong while we are weak, but we are going to strike first and give up on defending the camp." Fang Yuan snorted. "If you are thinking like this, so are our enemies." "Precisely so, we have to initiate the attack and catch them off guard. Tonight, we shall gather our forces and assault them in the dark." "Which tribe is the closest to us?" "The closest is Bei tribe, following by Zheng tribe and then Pei tribe who are the furthest." Zhe Guang replied. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. "Very good, then we shall wipe out Bei tribe first, before slaughtering Zheng tribe and then find a chance to finish off Pei tribe. This battle will be tragic, be mentally prepared, but we cannot make progress without sacrifices. After we devour the three tribes, our Zhe tribe will strengthen even further." The tribe elders looked at each other, tongue-tied, shocked by Fang Yuan's ambition. With Zhe tribe's current situation, he still wanted to devour the allied enemies who were 2 to 3 times stronger than them. This was unimaginable. Seeing the hesitant gang, Fang Yuan waved his hand. "Then that will be the plan, go and prepare for it." "Yes," the higher-ups replied. That night, the night winds blew and the moon was high in the sky. Zhe tribe camp opened its gates as the wolves ran out like a flowing river. Countless GU masters were mixed in with them, as they charged forward with strong killing intent. "What a good weather, this is a perfect weather to kill people." Fang Yuan sat on a mutated beast as he laughed. This mutated beast was that White Eyes wolf. It was an infant earlier, but after Fang Yuan used the time path GU worm to accelerate its growth, it rapidly aged. Now, this White Eyes wolf was several times its original size. Having a body of white snow-like fur, its body shape was slim and smooth like water, only slightly smaller than a hump wolf. But its current battle strength was only comparable to an ordinary 100-wolf king. There were no wild GU inside its body. Time was needed for wild GU to live in a beast king. During a beast king's long period of growth, multiple wild GU worms would come to seek refuge with them. But this White Eyes wolf grew too fast, it lacked the foundation built with time, and because it was always by Fang Yuan's side, there were no GU on it. Because of that, Fang Yuan used it as his steed and let it accompany him. Sometimes, using its vision, he could scout areas quickly. The army moved quickly towards Bei tribe. Bei tribe camp was situated on a mound. There were originally many trees on the mound, but now they were all removed and a tall wall was erected all around Bei tribe camp. On the wall, there were observational towers that were giving off a bright light, lighting up the dark camp. On the surface of the wall, there were wooden spikes and several Bei tribe GU masters were standing at set intervals, giving off a strong impregnable aura. "Lord, are we really attacking?" The army stealthily got closer as Zhe Guang observed the wall. His heart jumped as he had the urge to retreat. Fang Yuan laughed. "We will definitely win." "What does Lord Supreme Elder mean?" An elder did not understand and asked. Fang Yuan pointed at the wall. "Precise because of the sturdy wall, these Bei tribe GU masters are complacent, sending only a few GU masters to guard it. The fact that we could get too near to them is proof of this. Furthermore, this light is too bright, it shows Bei tribe's intention to scare off the weak." Such a false bravado, while attempting to show that they were a stronghold, revealed all their little secrets. Hearing this, Zhe tribesmen were assured. Fang Yuan instructed again. "Later, I will send the wolves to crush the wall, you will send the Yan tribe captives to charge and lead the way, while Zhe tribe GU masters watch them. If anyone tries to rebel or run away, kill them on the spot." His icy cold voice made everyone shudder. The moment he said that, before waiting for the elders to react, Fang Yuan waved his hand as 2 myriad wolf kings led their wolf groups and rushed out. In a few breaths' time, they got into the lighted area. "Wolves, why are there so many wolves?" Bei tribe GU masters rubbed their eyes, finding it unbelievable. Enemy assault, enemy assault. Some people reacted and shouted loudly, using their GU worms to send signals. Block them, reinforcements are coming. The GU masters shouted with all their strength, but Fang Yuan's attack was ferocious and overwhelming. It was like two iron fists that had been storing energy for a day. The battle strength of a myriad wolf king was not to be underestimated. Often, a rank 4 GU master and multiple rank 3 experts were needed to deal with 1-2 myriad wolf kings. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, unleashed their strongest attacks without hesitation. Every impact was soul-shaking. The study wall swayed in the wind like a flimsy paper. Especially the turtleback myriad wolf king, it had a thick skin and a strong body, it caused the most damage to the wall. Bei tribe GU masters were busy retaliating, but their scattered attacks were blocked by the myriad wolf king's defensive GU. When Bei tribe's reinforcements arrived in a hurry, they saw the collapse of an entire segment of the wall. 2 myriad wolf kings led their endless wolf armies as they charged into the camp. Night wolf myriad beast king. Turtleback myriad wolf king. Bei tribe leader saw this sight and he was shocked out of his wits. These were two types of wolves. As wild wolf groups, they will never work together. This situation only meant one thing: there was someone controlling them. Who was the culprit? Bei tribe leader did not need to think twice before a name appeared in his heart: Wolf King Xianxia Yin. Xianxia Yin. Bei tribe leader gritted his teeth and fire almost spewed out of his eyes. But his fury could not stop the attack of the wolf group. So be it if they were ordinary wolves, but under Fang Yuan's control, strength and knowledge became the best companions. Bei tribe tried resisting, and formed many defensive formations, but the wolf group charged without worry for casualties. It was an all-out attack. The Zhe tribe GU masters behind the wolf group were like spectators. Rank 4, Grass Puppet GU. Bei tribe leader injected his primeval essence into the grass below his feet. The grass grew to the size of a person, turning into a grass puppet, holding a green leaf-long sword. This was the Grass Sword Elite Soldier. Large numbers of Grass Sword Elite soldiers charged towards the wolf group. The Grass Sword Elite soldiers successfully resisted the wolf group's attack. They formed a formation near the main tent and blocked the wolves like a green monolith. But this situation was only temporary. When Bei tribe leader's primeval essence was used up, the Grass Sword Elite soldiers were out of steam and the monolith became smaller, submerged by the wolves. Retreat. We will retreat to Zheng tribe. As long we are alive, Bei tribe will have the hopes of returning one day. Bei tribe leader saw that the defeat was set in stone and resolutely decided to retreat. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan rode the white eyes wolf as he looked at the escaping Bei tribesmen, laughing loudly. Lord, we won, Zhe Guang said excitedly. We've only won the first out of 3 battles. Leave some people behind to clean up the battlefield, we will chase them. Fang Yuan waved and the tens of thousands of wolves howled and changed directions towards Zheng tribe. They are chasing us. The Bei tribe GU masters who were escaping saw such a grand army and were scared till their souls trembled. No wait, Xianxia Yin's next target is Zheng tribe. Someone understood. Not only did he take down our tribe, he also wants to take down Zheng tribe. Someone furiously screamed. Tribe leader, what do we do? My primeval essence is almost used up. Soon, they will catch up. Someone shouted frantically. Bei tribe leader hesitated for a moment. He did not have much primeval essence left. He could only change directions and enter the forest near him. Fang Yuan led the army and ignored these people, charging straight for Zheng tribe. He did not chase us, he went to Zheng tribe after all. Bei tribe's higher-ups breathed roughly. Standing in the forest, they watched the stampede of over 10,000 wolves. Bei tribe leader's expression was solemn. The veins on his fists were about to burst. The hatred in his heart and the flames of fury almost incinerated him, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 480. Go die, go die. Prepare the lightning spears. Zheng tribe leader shouted furiously as he went to the front line. After crushing Bei tribe, Fang Yuan led his army without stopping towards Zheng tribe camp. A bitter battle erupted instantly. Fang Yuan commanded 2 myriad beast kings to attack together, breaking through Zheng tribe's 2 defensive lines in moments. However, at the 3rd line, they were finally stopped. The ones who stopped the wolf tide was Zheng tribe's renowned trump card, the lightning spear corps. These rank 2 GU masters stood in a row on the walls, emitting strong elite aura, forging a wall made of flesh and blood. Hearing the tribe leaders shout, These GU masters immediately pushed forward their right hand and poured their primeval essence into the lightning imprint on their right palm. This was the imprint of the lightning spear GU. Next, Zhe tribesmen saw lightning emitting out of these GU masters' palms before forming into silverish blue-colored spears. These spears were 4 feet long and were completely condensed from lightning. Lightning flickered and emitted a soft sizzling sound. "Shoot!" Zheng tribe leader shouted. In an instant, 580 lightning spears flew together and drew a dense arc in the sky. The shining lightning illuminated the battlefield for a moment. The blue light shone on everyone's faces. The difference was Zhe Guang and his group had ashen expressions, while Zheng tribe leader had a proud smile. Lightning spears rained down upon the charging wolf group. Even though turtleback wolves had strong shells, they were still pierced by the lightning spears. Let alone the wind wolves and night wolves who were weak in defense. The volley of lightning spears showed an extraordinary might, instantly clearing up a large area of the battlefield. The densely packed wolf group also became thinner. Over 500 wolves fell, dead. The offense of the wolf group had slowed down. Ha ha ha, look, this is our tribe's lightning spear corps. With such strong troops, who dares to look down on our tribe? This is the strongest blood and flesh wall of our tribe. What could happen to us even if there were more wolves? Zheng tribe's GU masters shouted in excitement at this sight, their morale increasing rapidly. In contrast, Zhe tribesmen had grave expressions. Chong Shan Yin, Zheng tribe leader, used sound amplification GU to amplify his voice, suppressing all the chaotic noises of the battlefield. You invaded my tribe without rhyme or reason. The heroes' assembly has not started yet, but you are recklessly starting a war with no care for law and order. Your brutal massacre will be punished by all the tribes of Northern Plains. You have not made a great mistake yet, you still have a chance at redemption. Retreat quickly. Otherwise, I shall let the world know of your evil nature. You and the Zhe tribe behind you shall be called rats by all Northern Plainsmen. Zheng tribe leader berated and warned. Lord Supreme Elder, Zhe tribe's elders looked towards Fang Yuan with hesitation on their faces. Fang Yuan's mad war campaign was indeed violating the rules. Although the 3 tribes allied to deal with Zhe tribe, they had yet to act. Just relying on the evidence gathered by Zhe tribe, they could not prove anything. Northern Plains GU masters liked to battle, but they did not battle recklessly, and everything was based on proper reasons. The more sensible and grand the reasons were, the better it was. Moreover, the struggle for the imperial court had not begun yet, so the tribes were mutually restraining each other. Back when Zhe tribe was at Hongyan Valley, Man tribe clearly had more strength than Zhe tribe, but they still did not make a direct move. Instead, they used schemes to create a wolf tide. This was because Man tribe did not have a proper reason to swallow Zhe tribe. This was the rule of the righteous path, the game rule between the tribes of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan leading Zhe tribe to invade the 3 tribes alliance was clearly breaking this rule. They were attacking without appropriate reasons, which meant their actions lacked righteousness. Zhe tribe's invasive conduct, which reeked of demonic nature, would cause them to be isolated. Other tribes might be vigilant towards them or even attack them. Thus, Zhe tribe's higher-ups were worried. But because of Chongshan Yin's strength and prestige, they did not openly oppose him. Right now, the wolf group's offense was obstructed and the Zhe tribesmen were starting to show the first signs of worries. Fang Yuan sat indifferently on the mutated beast White Eyes Wolf, gazing at those GU masters on the wall. The lightning spear corps are indeed extraordinary. His gaze continued to flash as he saw the ingenuity behind this. In the entire lightning spear corps, there were over 500 offensive GU masters, but the truly important characters were the 100 or so support GU masters who were hiding in the corner and were strictly defended. These GU masters used their GU worms to strengthen the power of the lightning spears or condense the force of the lightning spears into an even stronger attack. Fang Yuan then looked at the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King as well as Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. These 2 Wolf Kings were obstructed by Zheng tribe leader personally along with the Lightning Spear Corps' combined strength, so they had no choice but to retreat. Their bodies were riddled with wounds. Turtleback Myriad Wolf King was slightly better, but the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's defense GU was killed. Its entire body was covered with blood and some wounds were so deep, one could even see the bone. Even though Fang Yuan used Wolf Smoke GU to heal most of these wounds, the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's strength had dropped by a level. Retreat. Does retreating mean that the others won't pursue? Fang Yuan sneered. Retreating was the fastest way to die. Only by advancing without stopping, charging forward, defeating the three-tribe alliance, annihilating the survivors, could the bad influence of breaking Northern Plains rules be reduced to the minimum. Right now, Jie tribe was like a drawn bow, there was no other option but to press on. Jie tribe's higher-ups were short-sighted, so they could not see the situation clearly. But Fang Yuan, with his 500 years of experience, naturally was a seasoned veteran and could clearly see the situation. Everyone, we are at the most crucial moment now. Jie tribesmen, charge forward, fight to the death, whoever dares to retreat a step shall be killed without question. Fang Yuan shouted coldly while actively mobilizing all the remaining forces with him. Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King lead the Wind Wolf group and rushed to the battlefield. Fang Yuan had been intentionally hiding this Myriad Wolf King outside. He had not brought it to Jie tribe camp and did not use it even when attacking Bei tribe. The third Myriad Wolf King. Jie tribe and Zheng tribe's GU masters changed expression at the sight of this Wind Wolf King. Jie tribe's higher-ups revealed joy, while Zheng tribe's GU masters felt like a heavy stone had landed on their hearts. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cruel killing intent. He waved his hand and the three Wolf Kings rushed forward together. Seeing three Myriad Wolf Kings charge together, Zheng tribe leader's expression paled and furiously attacked. Killer move, Thunderbird. The primeval sea level in his aperture violently dropped as three GU worms were activated together, forming an enormous lightning bird in the air. The giant bird flew towards the turtleback Myriad Wolf King and obstructed it. Lightning Spear Core, shoot together. Zheng tribe leader hastily shouted. Hundreds of lightning spears were shot to the sky. Support GU masters acted together, converging the flying lightning spears together. In the blink of an eye, the lightning spears combined to form into a lightning snake. Eagle Claw GU, a rank 3 elder suddenly activated his GU at the lightning snake. The lightning snake immediately grew out two sharp and steel-like claws. Rhino Horn GU, another Zheng tribe elder activated his GU, a sharp golden horn grew out of the lightning snake's head. Silver Scales GU, another elder added bright silver-colored, firm scale armor on the lightning snake's body. This completely armed lightning spear made a circle in the air, looking like a divine dragon descending into the world. Next, it charged down valiantly towards the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King. This move again. Fang Yuan's eyes twitched. Previously, the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King had been obstructed by this killer move and suffered serious injuries. This was the killer move, Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon. GU masters nurtured, used and refined GU, each aspect was a deep field of study. There was the killer move in the aspect of using GU. Some GU master experts would exquisitely activate many GU worms, abilities consecutively in a very short period and fuse them into an even stronger attack. This was a killer move. Normal killer moves were activated by one GU master. Like Zheng tribe leader's killer move Thunderbird. The Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon, however, was a killer move formed from the cooperation of hundreds of GU masters. It condensed the strength of hundreds of GU masters as well as rank 3 experts into an extremely terrifying attack. As it was obstructed by Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon, the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King had no hopes of advancing further temporarily. However, Fang Yuan was not discouraged. He still had a Myriad Wolf King. Night Wolf Myriad Beast King began a crazed assault under his control. Block it, hold it back even if you die. Tribesmen, our parents, wives, children, brothers and sisters are behind us, we absolutely cannot lose. This Myriad Beast King no longer has its defense GU, we still have hope. Zheng tribe's GU masters raised their morale and attacked fiercely. Countless attacks shone brilliantly like fireworks as they landed on the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's body. This Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's defense GU had already died. The attacks easily caused its flesh to lacerate, causing it to howl bitterly in pain. The intense pain agitated the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King, its eyes reddened, its killing intent burst out and its offense became fiercer. Damn it! Seeing the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King kill the Lightning Spear Core, destroying Zheng tribe's most precious trump card, Zheng tribe leader almost spurted out blood in anger. However, he could not go to stop it, as right now, he was using all his strength to pin down Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. To protect their home and family, Zheng tribe's GU masters burst out with much greater strength. Die Beast, a rank 3 elder dashed out without a thought for his safety and flew towards the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's eyes, fiercely piercing forwarding with his hands. The Night Wolf King had no time to dodge and its eyes were pierced. Amidst the incomparable pain, it opened its mouth and bit this rank 3 elder apart. The rank 3 elder's body was split into two, but he had a smile on his face before dying. He used his final trace of primeval essence to inflict heavy injuries on the Night Wolf King. Such a situation was not rare. To block the Night Wolf King, many Zheng tribes' GU masters chose to sacrifice themselves and protect their home. Truly brave warriors, Fang Yuan praised while laughing coldly. In his mind, Fang Yuan sensed the Night Wolf King's intense desire to retreat. But he did not allow that and forcibly made it continue attacking. Lightning Spear Corps suffered serious losses in the intense fight with the Night Wolf King, not even 10% survived. With there being no decent resistance, Zhe tribe's GU masters charged out and created an opening rapidly. The scales of victory tilted towards Fang Yuan. Time passed, gold and silver lightning dragon dissipated in the air and the Wind Wolf King became free. Under Fang Yuan's control, it started killing Zheng tribe elders. Next, the wolf group charged inside Zheng tribe camp like a tide, mercilessly killing the old, the weak, women and children. Wretched screams, despairing shouts and shrieks resounded throughout the battlefield. Die, go and die, the more deaths there are, the more souls I can obtain. Fang Yuan looked expressionlessly at this living hell, as he secretly used his storage GU. Chapter 481, Bei Sao Chuan. In a distant dark corner, close to 10 people were gazing at the battlefield. They were the higher-ups of Bei tribe who had escaped. Zheng tribe is done for. Bei tribe leader Bei Sao Chuan sighed. Who would have thought Xianxia Yin had a third myriad wolf king? An elder exclaimed in shock, expressing everyone's inner thoughts. They had never expected Fang Yuan to be hiding his strength. In the attack against Bei clan, this myriad wolf king had been hidden all along and never made its appearance. With 3 myriad wolf kings, it is normal for Zheng tribe, a mid-scale tribe, to be defeated even if they have the Lightning Spear Corps. However, Xianxia Yin is really sinister. He could actually wait so patiently to this degree. Such temperament is terrifying. Hee, so what? Zheng tribe leader killed Night Wolf Myriad Beast King before his death. Now, Xianxia Yin only has 2 myriad wolf kings left. Some of the remnant Bei tribe elders sighed with sorrow while some sneered. Capturing a myriad beast king was not an easy matter. Fang Yuan's loss appeared to be very disastrous to them. But in fact, replenishing the myriad wolf king was only a thought away for Fang Yuan, who could connect to treasure yellow heaven. This Xianxia Yin is crazy and cruel. He could have made the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King retreat temporarily, but he kept on pushing it firmly, leading to its death. An elder said with a chill in his heart. Bei tribe leader narrowed his eyes, recalling the battlefield that was vivid in his mind. If he had not pushed this strongly, they might not have been able to settle the battle so quickly. Zhe tribe is unable to sustain a battle of attrition when attacking a large group with their small group. Xianxia Yin's move was very wise. It is a pity Zheng tribe leader also died. He was a rank 4 upper stage expert. If he could have lived, Bei tribe elders sighed. The reason for this was also because Zheng tribe leader was overly fond of battles, using all his strength to fight with the enemy. After a long battle, his primeval essence was greatly consumed, but when he wanted to escape, his path was cut off by Night Wolf Myriad Beast King and in the end, did not manage to escape. And Zheng tribe's Lightning Spear Corps were almost completely exterminated with only 2 to 3 small fry remaining. These 2 matters were fatal strikes to Zheng tribe's morale. Their tribe leader sacrificed himself and the Corps was exterminated. Zheng tribe lost resistance and was utterly destroyed. Zhe tribesmen charged into the camp and unfolded an unrestrained massacre. Zheng tribe showed no intent to battle and did their best to escape. Cries of agony and pleading could be heard endlessly. There even appeared scenes where a rank 1 GU master chased after 2 to 3 rank 2 GU masters. It was not that these rank 2 GU masters did not want to fight, but their primeval essence had been severely consumed in the battle with the wolf group. Without primeval essence, a GU master's battle strength would fall to the abyss. The remnant Bei tribesmen fell into silence as they saw Zheng tribe's miserable state. They could not help thinking back to the scene where their own camp was attacked. Every one of them gnashed their teeth and clenched their fists, their heart filled with fury and also a bleak feeling. Chaos was descending. Every 10 years in northern plains, a disastrous blizzard would appear, causing great unrest where heroes rose and vied for supremacy. At that time, the unrest would spread to the entire northern plains. This situation was no more than a prelude of it. Human lives would be cheap as grass as tribes wandered around without a home. Small or mid-scale tribes would be like duckweed, being involuntarily swept up by the whirlpool of the battle. They could be crushed if they were in the slightest bit careless. Even large-scale tribes had to be extremely cautious and careful. Only those super tribes who had GU immortals and possessed blessed lands had the foundation to remain standing for ages. Lord Tribe Leader, our primeval essence is already recovered. Originally, we wanted to rescue Zheng Tribe, but they are already defeated now. Why don't we go back and take down the Zhe tribesmen at our camp and save our tribesmen? At this moment, an elder suggested. Right, Xianxia Yin's appetite is too big. He broke through our camp, then went on to destroy Zheng Tribe. According to his crazy momentum, he might even be going to Pei Tribe. We need to take the opportunity to go back and kill them. The people Zhe Tribe left behind there might be more in number, but they are all rank 1 and rank 2 GU masters, with only one rank 3 elder. The elders could not help being agitated as they looked at their tribe leader. Although they had fewer numbers, all of them had rank 3 cultivation while their tribe leader was at rank 4 realm. With such strength they had a huge chance to go back and save their tribe. However, the young Bei tribe leader shook his head and resolutely refused. We cannot. Although Zhe tribe left behind very few people and we can go to seize back our camp, but what happens after that? We are too few in numbers, information about our return will definitely leak. After Xianxia Yin obtains the news and if he returns, would we be able to defend? Can we escape safely with our tribesmen? The group of elders went mute. Bei Sao Chuan was correct. When they had been defending before, they were at full strength, yet they were still broken by the wolf tide, let alone now. Let them become captives. Relax, you saw that after the battle ended, Zhe tribe bound the tribesmen and did not kill them. They want to expand their strength, HMPH, their appetite is too big. Bei Sao Chuan snorted and continued, we will leave our tribesmen with them for the moment. In a short period of time, this will cause their rations to be consumed and they will have to use more manpower and divide more energy. An elder's eyes suddenly brightened. Then why don't we directly attack their nest? Zhe tribe is only a mid-sized tribe now and they have brought out almost all their forces. Their camp definitely has poor defenses right now. We will kill and loot, empty their rations and increase the burden on them, and let them have a taste of being attacked. Good idea, right, this is a good way. I will definitely let Zhe tribe taste the pain of being homeless. The elders discussed in excitement. Fools. Bei tribe leader slammed the suggestion and looked at everyone with a chilly and sharp gaze. Do you all have pig brains? If we destroy their rations, the ones who would suffer would be our tribesmen. You think they won't kill the captives to reduce the consumption? If someone recognized us, what will we do if they kill the captives to vent their anger? Bei Sao Chuan let out a breath of turbid air, his eyes shining with wisdom as he said in a heavy voice, true revenge is not indulging in quick pleasure. Attacking Zhe tribe camp is a small thing, we can't hurt their foundation with it. Only by killing Xianxia Yin, removing Zhe tribe's main source of power, can we overturn the situation. We need to fight. These words enlightened all the elders. Lord Tribe Leader is wise. With Lord Tribe Leader with us, our tribe has hope. We will listen to Tribe Leader's arrangements. The elders looked at Bei Tribe Leader with respect and admiration. Bei Tribe Leader Bei Sao Chuan was also an outstanding person. He had been pushed aside by his siblings when he was young, the most unlikely candidate to the young master position. He took less actions, disguised his strength and showed a low cultivation, thus he would be taunted and ridiculed by his siblings in banquets and gatherings. Bei Sao Chuan was an expert at enduring silently, he restrained himself from making a move. His brothers had internal conflicts while he silently accumulated his strength. When the old Bei tribe leader was critically ill, he finally got the opportunity. The old Bei tribe leader was injured because of a backlash from a GU worm and required a specific GU to heal. However, the tribe found that this GU was residing in a spirit rhino myriad beast king. The spirit rhino beast group had about 80,000 in numbers. The tribe could do nothing and gave up all hope, but Bei Sao Chuan infiltrated the beast group's dwelling by himself. After several days of observation, he discovered this spirit rhino myriad beast king would occasionally leave his group to roll and play in a mud swamp. After it played to its fill, it would sleep soundly. The mud was as smelly as dung and many maggots lived in it. Bei Sao Chuan buried himself in the mud for 7 days and 7 nights without moving. Hard work paid off. The spirit rhino myriad beast king finally came again to play. However, Spirit Rhino Myriad Beast King was huge, and when it rolled about, it stepped on Bei Sao Chuan's leg, crushing it immediately. Bei Sao Chuan silently endured the pain and did not even let out a groan. When the Myriad Beast King played to its fill and was sleeping soundly, he quietly stole that wild Gu worm from the Myriad Beast King's body. Bei Sao Chuan obtained the wild Gu worm, and he narrowly escaped this dangerous place, moving without stopping, hopping back to the tribe with his one leg, and saved the old tribe leader. The whole tribe was in an uproar. Bei Sao Chuan's actions contained shocking filial piety, outstanding courage and meticulous planning, causing the whole tribe to look at him in a new light. His siblings were also extremely surprised when he revealed his rank 3 peak stage cultivation. After the old tribe leader survived, he emotionally shed tears. The number of times I have cried in my life can be counted by my fingers. Today, I am crying not because I managed to escape from death's door, but because I have a son like this. As a father, I am moved by his filial piety, and as the tribe leader, I am happy for the future of my tribe. On the spot, Bei Sao Chuan was appointed as young tribe leader. Bei Sao Chuan did not conceal himself anymore. He started to deal with all the tribe affairs and fought for everyone's approval. On another hand, he suppressed his siblings and fortified his position, not giving any opportunity to his competitors. In the end, he became the tribe leader and made vigorous efforts to gradually expand Bei tribe. After repeatedly overcoming several difficulties, he had finally walked to this day. Although Bei Sao Chuan was only about 30 or so, he had established deep prestige within the tribe and was trusted by all the elders. Lord Supreme Elder, Lord Tribe Leader and Elders, we have already finished controlling Zheng Tribe Camp and have gained a lot of resources. The elder who was in charge of cleaning the battlefield reported excitedly. From our initial estimations, we have obtained at least 8 million primeval stones. We have obtained thousands of Gu worms with 100 rank 3 Gu among them. There is also a Gu house secret room which we are opening right now. Listening to such spoils of war, Zhe tribesmen had extreme joy in their face. The gains from Zheng tribe was much more than from Bei tribe. Zheng tribe was a mid-sized tribe, but was a tribe with deep foundation. Even though there were much losses in the battle, the resources that were preserved were still enormous. Lord Supreme Elder, Lord Tribe Leader, what should be our next course of action? This elder asked after he finished reporting. All the Zhe tribesmen looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said expressionlessly, continue attacking, our next target, Pei tribe. Chapter 482, Pei Yanfei. The night wind whistled and the wolf group howled. Pei tribe and Zhe tribe were fighting an intense battle around the walls. Flames, golden light, lightning, vines, all kinds of attacks converged to become a scene of brilliant fireworks, lifting the veil of the night. Kill, break the walls, then we can destroy the Pei tribe. Fight them, kill these Zhe tribe thieves. The two sides roared with all their might to boost up their morale. Thick blood smell was lingering around the battlefield. Large numbers of cut limbs and bodies were everywhere. The normally respected Gu masters had lives as cheap as grass here. Of course, there were even more corpses of wolves. Seeing the turtleback myriad wolf king being repelled back again, Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Because they had charged through Bei and Zheng tribe one after another, information was inevitably leaked. When Fang Yuan led Zhe tribesmen to attack Pei tribe, the other side had already made tight defensive preparations. After losing the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King, Fang Yuan only had 2 Myriad Wolf Kings left, Turtleback Myriad Wolf King and Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King. Originally, the attacks from both kings would pose threat to Pei tribe's defensive formations. But because of one person, Fang Yuan could only send 1 Myriad Beast King to attack. This person was Pei tribe leader Pei Yanfei. He was the focus point of this battlefield, being in even more limelight than Fang Yuan's 2 Myriad Beast Kings. Pei Yanfei was 8 feet tall with a stately appearance. His eyes were sharp and full of power, his back wide and his waist thin. Right now, he was charging through the wolf group, sweeping everything in his path and revealing the demeanor of an unparalleled general. The characteristic that was the most focused on was his black eyebrows that shone with a dark luster. The eyebrows were thick in the middle and sharp in their 2 ends with the tip raised slightly, like a swallow's wings. This was not a natural characteristic but the imprint of 2 rank 4 swallow wings Gu. It was precisely because of this person rampaging around the battlefield with no one able to hold him down that Fang Yuan had to make 1 Myriad Wolf King stay for protection to defend against Pei Yanfei's sudden attack. With this, only Turtleback Myriad Wolf King went to battle in the frontline, causing the charge towards Pei tribe to decrease by a lot. One J tribe elder let out a bitter scream before death. Following his scream, his head flew to the air, cut by Pei Yanfei. Another elder died under Pei Yanfei's hands. J tribesmen's eyes twitched at this scene. Pei Yanfei did not directly attack Fang Yuan, but instead rampaged in the wolf group and had already killed 3 J tribes elders. With this way, he was not entangled by the Myriad Wolf King and had his hands free. He was also indirectly restricting Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King from fighting. One could see his wisdom along with his bravery. Is there anyone else? Pei Yanfei used Swallow Wings GU to fly in the air and shouted majestically. His voice suppressed the wolf howls, and spread clearly to all parts of the battlefield. J tribe was silent while Pei tribe's GU master's morale was greatly increased. Truly a fierce general, Fang Yuan lightly praised. Pei Yanfei possessed extremely strong flying techniques, being an expert in low-altitude flying. Although he was not at master level, he was not too far from it. He was a Metal Path GU master. His attacks were very sharp and ordinary GU masters would find it hard to block them, and he also possessed outstanding movement ability. He was moving all over the battlefield with a very fast speed, like a celestial horse going wherever it wanted. Usually, those that were stronger than him did not have a movement ability like his, while those that could catch up to him did not have a battle strength that could match his. Several times Fang Yuan tried to mobilize Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King towards the frontline, but Pei Yanfei would detour and charge towards him. J tribesmen were unable to block him, so Fang Yuan could only make Wind Wolf King return. This Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King was slightly stronger than Pei Yanfei, but it was a wild beast after all and did not have enough intelligence. Even if it was controlled by Fang Yuan, its flexibility could not match with Pei Yanfei. I have very few Myriad Beast Kings, it is getting so difficult just to deal with one Pei Yanfei. The wolf group's scale is also not big. A truly mature beast group would have at least 100,000 beasts. The current 3 enslavement masters of Northern Plains, Ma Zun, Yang Po Ying and Zhang Bao Ya, have beast groups of hundreds of thousands of beasts. They even have a small group of mutated beasts as their trump card. Fang Yuan's mind was on expanding the beast group as he observed the battlefield. His beast group might have had taken shape, but its strength had clearly weakened after repeatedly fighting 3 battles. Most of all, the main battle strength was not powerful enough. The ones that truly decided the war in the GU Master world were still the high-ranked GU Masters. Fang Yuan pondered while mobilizing 1,000 Wolf Kings and 100 Wolf Kings to lead the wolf group to form a wave of concentrated attack towards the Pei tribe camp. The wolves howled and charged forward aggressively like a tsunami, causing the GU Masters on the walls to tense up and hurriedly mobilize everything. The attack this time is really fierce, bring the reserve troops here quickly to defend. Earth Path GU Masters, restore the walls fast. Hold on, we must hold on, don't stint on your primeval essence. Boom boom boom, large amount of flames shot down and exploded towards the wolf group. Golden spears and arrows flew like dense school of fish, striking down on the wolf group, causing massive casualties. Several elders joined hands and created 2-3 small-scale tornado that sent the wolves flying 50-60 feet high. The wolves fell to their death. Let's attack. J tribesmen also started their offense. Ghost Flame GU. 2-3 balls of eerie blue ghost fire smashed towards the wall, hitting a group of GU Masters. The GU Masters' whole bodies were covered with the chilly ghost fire. They let out the most tragic shouts. The ghost fire did not injure their body, but directly burned their souls. Such pain was extremely intense. Fist Stone GU. An enormous stone that looked like a clenched fist whizzed through the sky, producing a rumbling sound like that of a lion or tiger, then it heavily smashed on the wall. A deep crater immediately formed on the wall and the cracks quickly spread towards all directions. The GU Masters on the wall could not maintain their balance and fell down. Lightning Net GU. A large net formed from lightning current flew towards the sky and fell down towards a part of the wall. The GU Masters on that part of the wall were paralyzed by the lightning, some stubbornly resisted with their defensive GU, while some were scorched like coal, dead. Ellipsis. The fierce explosions caused huge numbers of casualties within a short period of time, and also quickly consumed the GU Masters' primeval essence. Thus, after a while, they had to stop. Pei tribes and J tribes GU Masters stopped attacking and retreated. Some directly sat down on their spot and grasped every second to recover their primeval essence. Now is the time. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened as he saw this while sitting on the white-eye wolf. When the two sides were gasping for breath, he made his move. Wolf smoke surged, covering the battlefield and quickly healing the wolf group's wounds and recovering their battle strength. Fang Yuan let out a long howl towards the sky, and after the mournful howl, the wolf group also roared, their battle strength raising rapidly. Another portion of wolf group rushed to the battlefield, joining with the remaining wolf group in the battlefield, forming a new wave of attack. This offensive was directed towards a specific part of the wall. This part was already on the verge of collapse after being smashed by the giant fist stone. The turtleback myriad wolf king also rushed forward. The GU masters on the wall struggled to stand up and used all kinds of attacks, but turtleback myriad wolf king forcibly resisted the attack and smashed the wall into pieces. The wall collapsed. A hole appeared in the defensive line. Countless wolves rushed through the hole and started killing Pei tribe's GU masters. Pei Yanfei immediately activated Swallow Wings GU to quickly go back. Rank 4 Golden Coat GU. His whole body shone with a golden light which then dimmed down and formed an armor. Rank 4 Swallow Wings GU. Another pair of swallow wings grew out from his back, and with 2 pair of wings, his speed was doubled. Rank 4 Rainbow Transformation GU. Clap, he put his 2 palms together and raised them above his head, his whole body like a straight pencil, then like a golden arrow, he made an arc through the air. With the activation of the Rainbow Transformation GU, his 2 pairs of wings and his whole body gradually turned into a golden halo. 3 Rank 4 GU activated together to form into a killer move. Pei Yanfei's killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike. Like a rainbow, his whole body turned into a golden meteor, letting out dazzling light like a fragment of the sun, forcing people to narrow their eyes. Golden Rainbow carved out a stunning arc through the air before instantly striking Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. Under Fang Yuan's control, in the moment of imminent crisis, Turtleback Myriad Wolf King turned its body and faced Pei Yanfei with its shell. The golden rainbow struck the turtleback, producing a huge sound and also giving off infinite golden light. For a moment, the GU masters on the battlefield had no choice but to close their eyes, but even so, the dazzling light caused their eyes to tear up. The golden rays of light dimmed down, and the GU masters slowly opened their blurred eyes. The Turtleback Myriad Wolf King's shell was unexpectedly pierced through by Pei Yanfei, creating a hole from where one could see the right side of the Wolf King from its left. The Turtleback Myriad Wolf King let out a mournful howl. With such injuries, its battle strength had fallen to the bottom. Meanwhile, Pei Yanfei's expression paled as he hovered in the air. Many shocked sounds echoed at this moment. Zhe tribe's GU masters looked stifled, while Pei tribe's morale soared, shouting the might of their tribe leader. Lord, Pei Yanfei has battled intensely for so long and now has used his killer move to injure Myriad Wolf King. His primeval essence should be exhausted. Now is the time to go in for the kill. Zhe Guang excitedly shouted. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Zhe Guang was right. Pei Yanfei had battled for so long, he should not have much primeval essence left. Fang Yuan naturally knew this clearly. But with his 500 years of memories, Fang Yuan knew Pei Yanfei had a mysterious GU called Do or Die GU. This GU was a rank 5 GU that could provide the GU master with large amounts of primeval essence instantly, but its after effect was a decrease in their cultivation stage. Of course, just this point was not enough for Fang Yuan to give up. But, is there any bad news from our camp, Zheng tribe camp and Bei tribe camp? Fang Yuan asked. Zhe Guang promptly replied, not yet. Fang Yuan immediately knew something was up and sneered. Before sending the command, our tribe's battle strength has fallen and Pei tribe has suffered even more casualties. We shall retreat. Chapter 483, Safely Retreat. Bei Sao Chuan had been observing the development of the battle situation. Beside him, there were 11 GU masters. Other than the Bei tribe elders, there were also several Zheng tribe elders. They are all summoned by Bei Sao Chuan. Their only motive was to kill Chong Shan Yin, to reverse the outcome of this battle. Zhe tribe is nothing but scattered sand, we do not have to worry about them. The only problem is Wolf King Chong Shan Yin. As long as we kill him, victory is ours. We can still win. Bei Sao Chuan's eyes shone brilliantly as he observed the battle while raising the morale of the people around him. Zheng tribe elders were all convinced by him. Bei tribe leader is right, but when do we attack? Bei Sao Chuan squinted his eyes. we have to wait. Wolf King is very vigilant, he only sent the turtleback myriad Wolf King to lead the attack, while the wind wolf myriad Beast King was always near him. He has ample defensive forces around him, although we are strong, there is only one chance for us to attack him. Once we fail, we can only force our way through. By then, we would be in a hopeless situation, being surrounded by the wolf group, there will be little chance of killing Xianxia Yin. At this moment, the most intense clash happened on the battlefield. All sorts of attacks, in all shapes and colors, filled the battlefield. The loud sound of explosions occurred continually. Seeing this, everyone's hearts shuddered. In such a battlefield, even a rank 3 GU master was cannon fodder. Only rank 4 or 5 GU masters were the main force. Lord, now is the best time to attack, an elder suggested. No hurry. Bei Sao Chuan waved his hand. After the attack persisted and eventually ended, an elder could not stand it anymore. Lord Tribe Leader, now is the time. While Jie Tribe GU masters are recovering their primeval essence, we can charge in and catch them unguarded. No, our target is only Xianxia Yin. Although they had an intense battle, the number of wolves near Xianxia Yin had increased in numbers instead. Bei Sao Chuan rejected solemnly. Next, Fang Yuan struck and made good use of his timing to destroy a portion of the defensive wall. This was a crucial development. Pei Tribe's defenses were finally broken, large number of wolves charged in as the turtleback myriad Wolf King also arrived. This is bad. Once the defensive line is broken, the wolf group would carry out a full frontal assault, Pei Tribe would not be able to handle it, this is an emergency. Lord, we have to attack. If not, Pei Tribe is finished. If we strike now, we can still salvage this situation. No, Bei Sao Chuan stood up, his eyes were flashing as he was filled with joy, the long-awaited chance had arrived. As long as Pei Tribe's defenses were broken, Xianxia Yin would need to mobilize the wolf group and attack Pei Tribe camp. This way, his defenses would be greatly weakened, it would give Bei Sao Chuan a good chance to kill him. If we strike now, it would only alert Xianxia Yin and he would recall his wolves, causing the battle to turn into a stalemate again. After we expose ourselves, we would lose the precious chance to kill him. Our three tribes are allied, why was Pei Tribe's losses so much less than ours? The Wolf King is so vigilant, he is not easy to deal with. Only with Pei Tribe as the bait, allowing him to taste the sweetness of victory, can we kill him at the moment when he lets his guard down. In an instant, Bei Sao Chuan's brain worked intensely as he had several thoughts. But he could not say that out loud, instead he said, wait a bit longer, we cannot be anxious. Believe in Pei Yanfei. He is a famous general in Northern Plains, do you think he is so weak? The rank 3 GU masters heard this and stopped their charging momentum. Bei Sao Chuan had just said that when Pei Yanfei unleashed his killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike, the intense explosion forced everyone to raise their arms to shield their eyes from the bright light. After the light dispersed, Turtleback Myriad Wolf King suffered heavy injuries while Pei Yanfei floated above the rubbles of the defensive wall, his expression was pale. So strong, with just one strike, he heavily injured the Myriad Beast King. This is Pei Yanfei's famous killer move, it is truly formidable. Bei Tribe leader is amazing, he understood the battlefield so well, I have learned much. The elders expressed their amazement at Pei Yanfei's battle strength, while praising Bei Sao Chuan's judgment. Bei Sao Chuan's lips twitched, he would rather see Pei Yanfei fail in guarding his camp. There is still hope, we have to wait a bit longer. Pei Yanfei definitely used up a lot of his primeval essence for such a strong move. Looking at his expression, he must be at his wit's end. As long as Wind Wolf King is near Xianxia Yin, he is near invincible. Pei Tribe still had the lower hand, if the wolf group attacks Pei Tribe camp again, I will continue my plan from earlier. If Pei Yanfei has the advantage, I will make use of the opportunity and cooperate with him, dealing the fatal blow to Xianxia Yin. Sparks were flying in Bei Sao Chuan's head, he blinked as he modified his plan. I have a chance, there is still hope. I cannot fluster at this moment, I have to calm down and endure. As long as we kill Xianxia Yin, not only will we turn this around, I will also gain fame. After I become Lu Wenwu's subordinate, I can gain important roles and fight for more opportunities for my tribe. Bei Sao Chuan cheered for himself in his heart. But at this moment, his pupils shrunk as he swore, oh my god, what the fuck? The elders sent him a peculiar gaze. All along, even though the battle was tense, Bei Cao Chuan was extremely confident and had the situation in his grasp. Why was he losing his nerves now? Bei Cao Chuan could not care less about the gazes. He stared at the battlefield as he spoke out uncontrollably. Why is this Xianxia Yin retreating now of all times? The Wolf King was in an advantageous situation. Although the turtleback myriad Wolf King was heavily injured, it was not dead. He still had another Wind Wolf myriad Beast King. In contrast, Pei Yanfei was at his wit's end. Most importantly, Pei tribe camp's defenses were broken. As long as he attacked following this weakness, Pei tribe's pressure in defending would be many times of before. Most likely, they would not able to hold on. Once the wolf group invades Pei tribe camp, Bei Cao Chuan would have the chance to attack, dealing Wolf King the fatal blow from behind. But now, he was retreating. Why was Xianxia Yin retreating? Bei Cao Chuan had no time to think about this already. He was extremely nervous now. His confident face started to show some anxiety. Wolf King still had much strength now. Once he retreated, the assault that he had painstaking waited for would be ruined. The worst thing was, Bei tribe camp and Zheng tribe camp were in Zhe tribe's control. Once the wolves retreated, they would bring all these captives and resources away. Bei Cao Chuan would lose his tribe completely. Without even a tribe, only left with several elders, Bei Cao Chuan's tribe leader status would become the biggest laughingstock. Just look at the current situation. Once he goes to Lu Wenwu, he would definitely not receive an important position. No, I cannot let Xianxia Yin retreat so easily. Once he leaves, we have no hopes of succeeding. Bei Cao Chuan screamed in his heart. He stood up abruptly, shouting, "Everyone, we cannot wait any longer. Xianxia Yin is out of steam, they are trying to retreat, now is the time we attack and kill the Wolf King. Everyone, it is time to take back our tribe." The elders near him could see the battle situation too. Bei Cao Chuan's words made them energized as their battle intent surged. "Xianxia Yin, don't think of leaving. Wolf King, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts." A group of rank 3 GU masters left their hiding spot and started attacking Zhe tribe's army from the back under Bei Cao Chuan's lead. HMPH, they appeared as expected. Fang Yuan foresaw this. He did not fluster upon seeing these people. He understood clearly, Bei Cao Chuan and gang did not go back to reinforce their tribes, thus there were only two possibilities. One was that they were attacking Zhe tribe's main camp to exact revenge. The other was that they were reinforcing Pei tribe. Since the three tribes and their camps were intact, these people were definitely hiding nearby. If Fang Yuan continued attacking Pei tribe camp and fought with Pei Yanfei with all his strength, during the crucial moment, he would definitely face an assassination. Thus, retreating was the wisest choice. But these people were really good at waiting. They appeared now after I forced them. It seems they have deep motives. Fang Yuan rode on the White Eyes Wolf as he thought calmly. Zhe tribesmen were anxious. Bei Cao Chuan and the other 11 people were experts. They were unstoppable in their attack. It brought a huge mental pressure to the Zhe tribesmen. "Lord Supreme Elder, what do we do?" Zhe Guang asked. "Why are you panicking? Listen to my command and retreat." Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Retreating in the battlefield was extremely risky. Often, when retreating, enemies would chase after them and cause them to fail in getting away. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had participated in many battles. He knew that these wolves were good for covering them when retreating. He had the ability to face pressure from two sides and escape. He moved the turtleback myriad Wolf King near him and recalled his wolf group, making the 100 Wolf Kings, 1,000 Wolf Kings gather towards the center of the army. As for those ordinary wild wolves, they were left behind to expend the enemy's primeval essence. As expected, after a moment, Bei Cao Chuan and gang lost their momentum, starting to use the primeval essence in their aperture sparingly. "Damn it, do we just watch Xianxia Yin retreat like this?" Bei Cao Chuan bit his lips, his eyes had turned red from killing, he was extremely indignant in his heart. "Pei Yanfei, why are you not attacking? If we cannot take the Wolf King's life today, how will we have the face to participate in the heroes' assembly?" Bei Cao Chuan screamed. Pei Yanfei snorted. He was not a brute. He knew that Bei Cao Chuan's sudden assault was after he threw Pei tribe under the bus. He wanted to use them as bait. But Wolf King Xianxia Yin could not be let off. During this battle, Zhe tribe fought three tribes at one go. If they retreated successfully, they would shoot to fame, and these three tribes would become their stepping stones. Moreover, Pei tribe suffered huge losses. How could he not take revenge for such deep hatred? Thinking of this, Pei Yanfei resolved himself. Rank 5, do or die GU. Pei Yanfei's heart felt hollow as large amounts of primeval essence appeared from thin air, filling up his dry aperture. Chong Shan Yin, hand over your life. He howled, rushing over. Zhe tribesmen were flustered. Fang Yuan laughed, asking around, who is this? Zhe Guang admired Fang Yuan's calmness and the anxiety in his heart vanished, answering solemnly, Bei tribe leader Bei Sao Chuan. Bei Sao Chuan, Pei Yanfei, he, heroes emerge in chaotic times, very good, very good. Fang Yuan praised them loudly as his voice resounded in the air. Next, he jumped down from the White Eyes Wolf, changing his steed to a hump wolf. White Eyes Wolf took a few quick steps, standing together with Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King and Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. That is, Bei Sao Chuan's momentum froze, his pupils shrunk. Pei Yanfei's expression was grim, he was extremely bitter. White Eyes Wolf was a mutated beast with strength equaling a Myriad Beast King. Earlier, they were too focused on Fang Yuan, thus ignoring his White Eyes Wolf. Now that the White Eyes Wolf stood out, its identity was immediately exposed. Damn it! Pei Yanfei gritted his teeth, stopping his attack helplessly. If Fang Yuan only had the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King left, that would be fine, but with a White Eyes Wolf, he had enough strength to resist their attacks and even fight back. Pei Yanfei did not dare to take the risk and place Pei tribe in danger again. He chose to give up. On the other end, Bei Sao Chuan had no choice but to stop his steps. He looked at the army retreating, he not only felt dejection in his heart but also a strong chill. Wolf King Chong Shan Yin, just how many trump cards do you have? If only he knew. Chapter 484, Influence. The noisy night winds gradually stopped, thick mist started to form near the wild grass on the ground. Zhe tribe army retreated along Crescent Lake, moving slowly. Having successfully retreated, these people still had battle intent left in them. Even though they did not take down Pei tribe in the end, they had made a name for themselves in this battle. Zhe tribesmen were excitedly talking about it. This battle was amazing. That dogshit 3 tribe alliance, they dared to find trouble with us Zhe tribe, they were simply courting death. HMPH, what Zheng tribe, Bei tribe, or Pei tribe, they were merely so. Now, Bei tribe and Zheng tribe camps have been taken down by us, and Pei tribe suffered huge losses. After this battle tonight, Zhe tribe is going to become famous throughout northern plains. Using the strength of one tribe to challenge 3, such an accomplishment and bravery made the Zhe tribe GU masters feel proud and confident of themselves. It was all thanks to Lord Wolf King Chong Shan Yin. A GU master exclaimed. The words immediately caused a huge commotion. That is right. If not for the wolves charging ahead and paving the way for us, we would definitely suffer great losses and face many casualties. This is the power of an enslavement path GU master. No wonder so many tribes want to nurture 1 or 2 enslavement path GU masters even if they had to curb their spending. Lord Wolf King is our tribe's supreme elder. We are one family. It is really our honor to have Lord Wolf King by our side. After this battle, Fang Yuan's prestige in Zhe tribe rose to an absurd level. Fang Yuan rode the White Eyes Wolf again, as Zhe tribe leader and the band of elders accompanied him. As the supreme elder, Fang Yuan had the authority to forcefully remove the tribe leader Zhe Guang. Of course, Zhe Guang was an obedient chess piece. Fang Yuan had no intention to remove him. The Grand Army first returned to Zheng tribe camp. The GU masters left behind had already gathered the resources and placed them on the 30 Blue Farm slug transportation troops. These slugs were known as mucus GU worms. They were like snails without shells. They were rank 3 with a body larger than elephants. They were blue and had blue water crystals growing on their bodies. These Blue Farm slug GU were easy to use. They expended little primeval essence and GU masters only needed to stuff the items into their bodies. Blue Farm slug GU did not have any attacking capabilities. After swallowing the items, their bodies would expand. These 30 Blue Farm slug GU were now 5 times their original size. Even a Myriad Beast King was not half of their size. But even so, there was still a small portion of the resources in Zheng tribe that could not be carried, and could only be left behind in the camp. The elder that stayed behind handed over the list of gains after calculation. Fang Yuan browsed through it. The profits were huge. We are rich. Zhe Guang saw this and was elated. This is a huge fortune. And we obtained so many captives as well. our Jie tribe can quickly become a large-sized tribe. We have to be alert these few days, we have to strengthen our defenses, and prevent the surrounding tribes from eyeing our goods. But what do we do with the GU masters who surrendered? According to the norm, they will become slave GU masters. But we do not have so many slavery GU. Jie tribesmen started to feel a headache. Jie tribe was only a middle-sized tribe, they had a weak foundation. If they were a large tribe, they would be able to better digest these gains. They left behind a group of people to defend the place, and instructed them to retreat if Pei tribe's army came over, to preserve their strength. Jie tribe's army brought the 30 blue farm slug GU and large numbers of captives and continued on their journey. When they reached Bei tribe camp, the troops stopped. When they set off again, the size of the group had expanded by several times again. When they finally reached their Jie tribe camp, the returning warriors received a warm welcome from all the Jie tribesmen. The cheers were extremely loud as the first rays of dawn shone on their faces. In contrast, those captives were all either numb or in despair. It was like the two sides lived in different worlds. Fang Yuan lightly let out a breath of turbid air. On the way back, he was afraid of Pei tribe's assault. It seems that Pei Yanfei was concerned with his tribe's safety and wanted to preserve his forces, thus he did not attack. Otherwise, we will face much greater obstacles on the way. Of course, the main reason for this was because I showed them the White Eyes Wolf, displaying a facade that it had the strength of a myriad beast king. But the truth was, Fang Yuan's White Eyes Wolf had grown because of Third Watch GU. There was not a single wild GU worm on it. This was the world of GU. Without a single wild GU, White Eyes Wolf could not even defeat 1,000 Beast King. If they really fought, White Eyes Wolf was only a giant wild wolf. But if Pei Yanfei and Bei Sao Chuan were not deterred and continued attacking, Fang Yuan would be in trouble. He had already exerted 120% of his wolf group's strength. In terms of strength path, he had just started, having only 30 jun of strength. In terms of soul, he had not reached 1,000-man soul yet. My current strength is still too weak. After 3 battles in one night, I can vividly feel all my weaknesses. Now that they were safe, Fang Yuan looked at the wolf group. The 60,000 wolf group had suffered great losses, only less than half survived. But his greatest loss was his myriad beast kings. Fang Yuan had 3 myriad beast kings, but after this battle, Night Wolf myriad beast king died in battle, and Turtleback myriad wolf king suffered heavy injuries. Although it has started receiving treatment, it was still unconscious. Wind Wolf myriad beast king was full of injuries. It had lost a lot of the GU worms on it and its battle strength fell greatly. But Fang Yuan felt no regrets. Compared to his gains, these losses were nothing. Not to say his immense loot from the 2 camps, Fang Yuan had achieved all his goals from this battle. Taking the initiative to attack and fighting 3 tribes alone, the name of Wolf King Chongshan Yin would spread in northern plains again, becoming a widely known topic. This was a testament to Fang Yuan's strength. It would be a great help to his future plans of participating in the Heroes' Assembly and dealing with Tai Bai Yunsheng. Furthermore, these dead wolves served a greater purpose. Their souls were kept by Fang Yuan and were used to fertilize Danghun Mountain. After this battle, I have created a name for myself, as well as displaying my ferocity. I'm sure this will deter the nearby forces. With this, Jie tribe can recuperate and regroup, while I can also take some time to expand my wolf group and cultivate my wolfman soul, at the same time, preparing my rank 5 enslavement path GU worms. Lying on his bed, Fang Yuan's thoughts spanned out and slowly faded. Outside the GU house, the cheers were getting louder as the Jie tribesmen celebrated like no tomorrow. Fang Yuan gradually closed his eyes. He felt tired. 3 battles in one night, controlling so many wolves to participate in intense battle, it expended his mental energy. A form of fatigue originating from his soul spread throughout his body. Just when he was sleeping soundly, a great commotion had expanded all over Crescent Lake. In the morning, almost every tribe leader nearby or their strategist received the information regarding this battle. There were suspicious people, threatened people, fearful people, or furious people. But regardless of their feelings, at once, Jie tribe and Wolf King Chongshan Yin became the hottest topic of every tribe. I thought he was just a cat, but he turned out to be a leopard. Wang tribe leader was staring intently at the paper describing this battle. After a long while, he sighed as he was filled with lamentation. He wanted to watch from the sidelines. If the situation permitted it, he would reap some rewards from this conflict. But to think that Jie tribe challenged 3 tribes in one night under Fang Yuan's lead, dealing a huge blow to Bei tribe. Bei tribe leader Bei Sao Chuan became a vagabond, and Pei Yanfei, a fierce general in northern plains, lost a small realm of his cultivation. He is simply too daring and ferocious, he is overly ruthless. Even Wang tribe leader strategist Wang Dadao looked at this information and exclaimed as his expression changed. Jie tribe attacked without warning, striking first and catching the 3 tribes unguarded. 2 were destroyed while 1 was half ruined. This is overstepping the line. They broke our unspoken rule. Aren't they afraid of being blamed by all of us? Wang Dadao said furiously. Jie tribe's rampant invasion made him feel uneasy. At this time, the GU master outside brought in another letter. This was a letter from Jie tribe. It was sent to all the forces near Crescent Lake. The letter was written by Jie Guang personally. It detailed how the 3 tribes had ill intentions. In order for Jie tribe to defend itself, they had to retaliate. The letter talked about Yan tribe and all the reasons and justifications they had, including Chongshan Yin's grudges from many years ago. The truth is, back then, Chongshan Yin was a victim. This was why he had to face Ha Tu Gu and the bandits alone. Now that he is back, he wants to exact revenge on his tribe. Meanwhile, Chong tribe was already part of young master Lu Wenwu's forces. Yan tribe was Lu Wenwu's family-in-law, but they did not know about his grudges and asked Chongshan Yin for help. This is how everything started. Wang Dadao looked at this letter and his expression was uncertain. He became more furious. Chongshan Yin is involving the innocent with his personal grudges. What kind of Northern Plains hero is this? Wang tribe leader was calm. He got to the point immediately. But this way, Jie tribe has a reason to attack. Although this reason is so forced, they can at least cover themselves with a proper explanation. Jie tribe has Chongshan Yin's protection. After defeating 3 tribes, their strength would definitely increase and they would expand. There is little hope of the other tribes gathering to deal with Chongshan Yin after seeing the sorry states of these 3 tribes. Wang Dadao nodded. Then what do we do next? Wolf King's actions were too quick. Now that it had already happened, we cannot interfere anymore. Sigh, I underestimated the Wolf King, Wang tribe leader sighed. At this time, someone outside informed him that Bei tribe leader Bei Sao Chuan has brought his band of elders to meet Wang tribe leader. Bei Sao Chuan, why is he here? Wang tribe leader frowned. Wang Dadao reminded him, Lord tribe leader, did you forget, Bei tribe had sent an elder to invite us to join his alliance earlier. That elder is still staying with us. Wang tribe leader patted his forehead. Oh, I nearly forgot. I said I would host him for 3 days, today is the 3rd day. No way, I should not meet this Bei Sao Chuan. Go and meet him, tell him I have an important GU to refine today. I cannot leave my closed cultivation. Bei Sao Sheng had been well treated by Wang tribe these few days, but he did not forget his mission. During this time, he had requested to meet with Wang tribe leader several times but was rejected. Seeing Bei Sao Chuan, he was very surprised. Lord tribe leader, and all the other elders, why are you here personally? Before he got a reply, Bei Sao Sheng said with an expression of guilt, everyone, I have disappointed you. That Wang tribe leader keeps rejecting my offer, not agreeing to join the alliance. But no worry, with the strength of our 3 tribes, we can easily deal with Jie tribe. Bei tribe elders heard this and some of their eyebrows trembled, while the others' expressions turned grim. Bei Sao Chuan felt bitter in his heart. At once, he did not know what to say, or how to explain the situation to this elder. Chapter 485, Plotting Against the Land Spirit. 8 days later, at night, the stars shone in the sky as the night winds blew. Fang Yuan rode on the White Eyes Wolf's back, ready to move out. Jie Guang stood by his side, reporting the situation of the last few days. During these last 8 days, large numbers of small to mid-sized tribes have started on their journey to attend the Heroes' Assembly. Right now, only several large-sized tribes are left in Crescent Lake. Bei Sao Chuan, Pei Yanfei and the others were the first to leave. Fang Yuan adjusted his posture. Earlier when we took the initiative to challenge the 3 tribes, it made many tribes apprehensive. Since the Heroes' Assembly was nearing, it is normal that they decided to leave. But for those large tribes, they have a lot of stuff to settle due to their many enterprises. Thus, they usually attend the second half of the Heroes' Assembly. Supreme Elder is wise, that is indeed so. Jie Guang started bootlicking. Fang Yuan chuckled. Crescent Lake's aquatic plants are beautiful, we will stay here for the time being. we should be internalizing our gains from the battles now instead of traveling. Yes, Lord. Zhe Guang heaved a sigh of relief. They had such intentions in their earlier discussions. Zhe tribe was now like a fat man who had eaten too much, they could not walk. These 8 days, they had been expanding the campgrounds day and night, recruiting those captives. After calculating their resources, the strength of the tribe was growing day by day. Those water wolves, are they still there? Fang Yuan asked. Yes, I sent investigative GU masters there many times to check them out. These water wolves amount to about 5,000, at night, they will enter that water den to rest. Lord, do you really not need guards? Fang Yuan snorted, replying arrogantly, any place with wolves will have me Chong Shan Yin. Why would I need guards? Zhe Guang could hear his unhappiness, thus he quickly bowed and gave way. I wish Lord Supreme Elder all the best in your recruitment of the water wolves. You will have to be careful of the matters in the tribe. Without me around, you have to take note of those GU masters who surrendered. Yes, Lord. Fang Yuan left behind the Wind Wolf King, bringing the weakened turtleback Myriad Wolf King and 18,000 wolves, leaving the campsite and starting on their hunt. He first followed the map that Zhe tribe investigators had drawn, getting close to the water den. Water wolves lived in the water, they ate fish as food. Often, when they were hungry, they would also come ashore to eat some rabbits or rats. With the arrival of the wolf group, these water wolves were immediately alerted. To defend their homes, the water wolves formed into a tight formation as they left the water den, staring at Fang Yuan vigilantly. Fang Yuan expressionlessly sat on his white eyes wolf's back, he waved with his hand and countless wild wolves howled as they attacked the water wolves. The water wolves resisted as the two sides engaged in fierce combat. Wolf howl GU. Wolf smoke GU. Fang Yuan made his move from the back several times, firming grasping control of the battle in his hands. His wolf group was larger to begin with, soon, they started killing water wolves. More than 1,000 water wolf corpses were left on the ground, as Fang Yuan used wolf enslavement GU to subdue more than 2,000 of them, the remaining 1,000 escaped to the deep parts of Crescent Lake. Fang Yuan did not chase them, instead he destroyed this water den and obtained several hundred water wolf cubs. Next, he went to the next location. After destroying several wolf dens, by night time, Fang Yuan subdued over 6,000 water wolves, 2,000 turtleback wolves, and 1,000 night wolves. Crescent Lake had the most water wolves, but there were also some turtleback wolves, night wolves, and wind wolves. But the wind wolves were too fast, they were hard to catch. They often retreated at the slightest danger. Fang Yuan targeted a pack of wind wolves but they escaped quickly amidst battle. Wolf groups were very crafty. In order to capture them, Fang Yuan had to pay a price as well. If the cost was too high, and was greater than the benefits, he would give up on them. Some large water wolf groups had myriad wolf kings. Fang Yuan did not dare to attack them abruptly. But this time, his expedition of hunting wolves was only a cover. Now that he had acted enough, he searched for a secluded spot and surrounded himself with wolves. Next, he activated Moving Perspective Cup GU and contacted Little Who Immortal. Little Who Immortal got the news and immediately summoned a group of Starlight Firefly GU, using the Starlight and Green Grape Immortal Essence to activate Stargate GU. Stargate GU came in pairs, using the power of Black Heaven, they could traverse regions. Fang Yuan waited for a while, seeing the starlight in the night sky descending and gathering on his Stargate GU. The Stargate GU was like a blue gemstone as it flew towards the sky. When it reached midair, the starlight exploded as a door was formed. This time, Fang Yuan did not enter the Stargate anxiously. Instead, he sent the weak and heavily injured turtleback Myriad Wolf King in first, as well as large numbers of injured wolves. The large number of wolves entered the Stargate like flowing river water, disappearing. This way, Fang Yuan only had strong and elite wolves left with him. This greatly reduced his pressure of feeding them. As for those injured wolves, they would reproduce and grow in the blessed land, giving birth to healthy cubs. As time in Who Immortal blessed land was faster, they would grow quickly and become Fang Yuan's new source of wolves. After sending these wolves into Who Immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan also entered the door. Master, you asked me to check on connecting Heaven GU daily. I was very obedient and did as you said. That Xianxia Old Immortal really appeared again and bought lots of materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Little Who Immortal was very happy upon seeing Fang Yuan, hugging his leg as she used her face to rub it. talking about the things that happened while Fang Yuan was gone. Oh, is that so? What did he buy? Fang Yuan heard this and was energized, quickly asking. Little Hu Immortal took out a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked and browsed through it. These GU worms and materials were very familiar. They were used to refine second aperture GU. What did this mean? Langya Old Immortal was Langya Land Spirit. He was going to refine second aperture GU, thus, he definitely survived the second wave of attacks and had the urge to refine second aperture GU. At the same time, that divine travel GU was definitely in his hands. Otherwise, why would he purchase ingredients so urgently right after the second wave of attacks? Langya Land Spirit was plotted against by Old Man Yan Shi. He should be defending Langya Blessed Land now. Although this land spirit is intelligent, he is rigid, and does not possess the ability to scheme. What am I waiting for? Fang Yuan thought of this and his heart was palpitating. He immediately left to Immortal Blessed Land, returning to Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Next, he led the wolf group as he charged to that stone forest without rest. Using Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's entry point again, he entered Langya Blessed Land. There were many new changes to Langya Blessed Land. The 12 cloud buildings were attacked, there were much rubble and broken structures, scars from burning flames, lighting strikes, or results of frost. These were traces of a huge battle. Especially outside the buildings, on the pure white cloud soil, they were tainted with blood traces. A deer-like desolate beast with the size of a mountain was lying on the cloud soil, dead. Even though it lost its life, the skin was still shiny and smooth, glowing with a rainbow-like luster. It gave off a holy feeling. Why are you here? Langya Land Spirit welcomed Fang Yuan grumpily. What happened? Fang Yuan did not answer him, instead he asked and expressed his shock. HMPH, a bunch of daring scoundrels, they set their claws on this blessed land, they have all been killed. Langya Land Spirit's expression was grim as his killing intent surged. Fang Yuan curiously looked at the land spirit. Isn't Langya Blessed Land very secretive? How did they get in? Unless you opened the doors yourself. Get lost. Am I so stupid? The land spirit howled. These goddamn scoundrels plotted against me. They did something to the stuff I bought. I originally bought Divine Travel GU to refine second aperture GU, but during the refinement process, a passage formed and these little rats came in. The land spirit called them rats, but as Fang Yuan looked at the state of the 12 cloud buildings, he could guess the intensity of the battle. But Langya Blessed Land was after all, Long Hair Ancestors' old home. As the #1 refinement immortal of all time, someone who was on equal status with two venerables, he definitely had deep foundations and many trump cards. The second wave of attacks could not take down this deep foundation so easily. At least, Fang Yuan knew there were 12 desolate beasts in Langya Blessed Land, now only one had died. However, Old Man Yan Shi was still alive. The second wave of attacks was not the last, but the beginning. The show has just begun. Fang Yuan laughed. I guessed right, you are that Langya Old Immortal, you bought Divine Travel GU in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It seems you managed to protect Divine Travel GU. Langya Land Spirit laughed smugly, of course. Otherwise, that 9-color spirit deer would not have died. Suddenly, his expression changed, as he thought of something, staring vigilantly at Fang Yuan. Why are you here, lad? Fang Yuan bowed to the land spirit, replying as a matter of fact, what else? I am obviously here to ask you to refine the second aperture GU for me. What? Land spirit shouted, staring at Fang Yuan furiously, his eyes about to spew fire. Long Hair Ancestor had failed to refine an important immortal GU for thieving. Heaven Demon Venerable back then, thus he made a promise to refine 9 GU worms for him without any costs, regardless of mortal or immortal GU. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used 6 chances to receive 6 immortal GU. With 3 chances left, he sealed it into his inheritances to leave it to a fated person. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this chance was taken by Ma Hongyun. But now, Fang Yuan came here earlier and snatched this immortal opportunity. Earlier, he had used one of the chances to ask Langya Land Spirit to refine Stargate GU. Now that he was here again, he was going to use the second chance to refine second aperture GU. Langya Land Spirit was formed from Long Hair Ancestors' obsessions, he could not reject such a request. But in order to protect Divine Travel GU, he had paid a huge choice. Seeing that the second aperture GU was about to be successfully refined, the result was that Fang Yuan came to take it from him. Langya land spirit was furious as he stared angrily, using a grim tone to ask Fang Yuan, "Don't tell me you are the mastermind who planned the attack on my blessed land." Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, saying innocently, "Do you think that I, Immortal, could mobilize those GU Immortals? I only knew you had the second aperture goose recipe after you bought divine travel GU, and now that you bought a second set of materials, I came over." Langya blessed land gritted his teeth angrily, pointing at Fang Yuan, "You humans are all devious and scheming. I killed those GU Immortal, but to think that it was all for naught, I still ended up being scammed by you, this little lad." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "This is not a scam, but a promise that you gave thieving heaven demon venerable back then. So, are you going to refine the second aperture GU for me now?" Land spirit was angry and wanted to chop Fang Yuan into a million pieces, but he had no choice but to refine the GU for him. Chapter 486. 2 Immortal GU obtained. "I want to see you refine the GU personally." Fang Yuan had a thought as he asked the question to probe the land spirit. The refinement process of GU masters were secretive. If someone saw them, the recipe might leak out or even expose the GU master's unique methods. Of course, this was one of the agreements. Langya land spirit agreed immediately, out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan raised his brows, having a slight understanding. Back then, when long-hair ancestor failed in refining space escape GU, he wasted all of the materials that thieving heaven demon venerable had collected for his entire life. Among them, many GU materials were extremely rare and thieving heaven demon venerable only managed to get them out of pure luck. Thieving heaven demon venerable was a rank 9 demon venerable. To repay his losses, as well as saving his reputation, long-hair ancestor agreed to refine GU for him. Allowing thieving heaven demon venerable to view the entire refinement process was not only to expose the recipe to pay back the demon venerable, it also proved his innocence. "You saw the whole process. If the refinement fails, it has nothing to do with me." But now there were no such concerns left. Land spirits were formed from the blessed land's heavenly power, the obsessions of the GU Immortals before death. They did not have vile thoughts, they were candid and straightforward. However, Langya land spirit was formed from the number 1 refinement immortal, long-hair ancestor. Even though he lost most of his memories, he retained most of long-hair ancestor's refinement talent and attainments. Observing the land spirit refining GU was a huge benefit to Fang Yuan. "I had refined second aperture GU before. This time, I will observe the land spirit's techniques and gain some experience to improve myself. Maybe, I would get to see a trace of long-hair ancestors' glamour back in ancient times." Fang Yuan was looking forward to this GU refinement. Langya land spirit waved his hand and teleported him to a huge hall. This hall was really big. The diameter of it was at least 10 li. There were all sorts of equipment. There were green copper cauldrons, red steel furnaces, rainbow water tanks, and even cave houses. When GU masters refine GU, they need the help of their equipment as well. The equipment in this hall was like a comprehensive exhibition. It was a huge eye-opener to Fang Yuan. Although he had 500 years of experience due to rebirth, he spent about 300 years wandering and fighting his way up to the top. He only managed to hold his own and freely roam the world to achieve his grand aspirations in his last 200 years. During that period, although he explored many other GU paths, he had to resist the earthly calamities as well as manage his forces, all while gathering his immortal GU refinement materials. He was very busy and overwhelmed. Although his foundation in refinement path could surpass the mortal realm, among GU immortals, he was only second or third rate. There was no comparison to a legend like long-hair ancestor. "This is my Earth-grade room CGU refinement hall," Langya land spirit introduced, as Fang Yuan's expression changed upon hearing it. The land spirit would not lie, such a grand hall was only one of the many GU refinement halls in Langya blessed land. Earth-grade room C, how many of such halls did this blessed land have? At this moment, the land spirit waved. At an instant, a few thousand hairy men appeared in the hall. These hairy men were teleported over with a stunned expression, but they soon kneeled on the ground, shouting, "The hairy men greets Langya old immortal." They spoke at the same time, as their voices echoed in the hall. Langya land spirit's face showed some affection as he said, "Children, you may get up." He then waved his hand, and sent the GU refinement materials over to them. "Today, we are refining an immortal GU, use the GU recipe that I gave you to do it." The hairy men were obviously experienced in such matters. Upon hearing that they were refining an immortal GU, the hairy men were stirred as they showed an excited expression. But immediately after, they calmed down and started researching the recipe in their hands before starting the GU refinement. Several thousand hairy men refining GU at once, this was not the first time Fang Yuan had seen this. Among the variant men, hairy men were most skilled at refining GU, they were born with the talent for it. According to the records back in the immemorial era, the hairy men started to refine GU, even tying up Renzu's first son Verdant Great Son, attempting to use him to refine eternal GU. Hairy men refined GU using their talent and inspiration, they worked casually and did not have the trace of toolwork left by human GU masters. At GU Immortal stage, having already surpassed mortals, to aid them in refining GU, they would raise a number of hairy men. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had kept some of them in his blessed land as well. But that was Blood Sea blessed land, the environment was harsh and many batches of hairy men died, causing his interest in raising them to disappear. After Fang Yuan became a GU Immortal, he had gathered a large number of hairy men to refine GU in bulk for his demonic sect. Precisely because of his own experiences, he could tell that the hairy men here were not ordinary. These hairy men were simply too well raised. Look at their hair and skin, they were clear and shiny, their eyes had spirit and their faces were energetic, it showed that they lived in a good environment and had never been tortured by Lang Ya land spirit. Most importantly, these hairy men were very agile and moved quickly, each of them were great experts in GU refinement. During the GU refinement process, a few old hairy men even gave their suggestions to tweak the recipe. Looking at their casual movements, Fang Yuan's heart was pounding. Such a group of hairy men, if they were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they would be the elite of elite slaves. There would be at least 21 meters of treasure light, those GU immortals would fight for them. These hairy men had shocking attainments, most of them were refinement masters. Several of the old hairy men who could suggest the tweaking of the recipe were already refinement grandmasters. Right now, Fang Yuan was still barely a refinement master. With such skilled subordinates, the refinement process was faster than Fang Yuan's refinement on Sancha Mountain by more than 10 times. These hairy men made the half-done product and handed it over to the old hairy men for inspection before giving it to Lang Ya land spirit. Lang Ya land spirit quickly collected the half-done products, and after checking them, destroyed a few pieces and made the hairy men refine them again. After several tries, Lang Ya land spirit was finally satisfied and started doing it himself, easily getting the half-done product of second aperture GU. This was the same as the half-done version that Fang Yuan had right now. But Fang Yuan knew that the one in Lang Ya land spirit's hands was way higher in quality. Eventually, Lang Ya land spirit took out divine travel GU. This divine travel GU's surface was damaged, it was filled with injuries and Fang Yuan's heart jumped upon seeing that. Lad, it is still not too late to change your mind. Lang Ya land spirit stopped his actions, urging Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned. After thinking through it, he laughed. No, please continue. Scheming fellow, I couldn't hide it from you. Lang Ya land spirit cursed, pinching his nose as he teleported several GU worms over along with some precious materials. Fang Yuan stared with wide-opened eyes, he only recognized 2 of them, they were precious items that increased the chances of success in GU refinement. If they were placed in Treasure Yellow Heaven, the treasure light would hit 18 meters. Lang Ya land spirit's every movement attracted countless gazes. The hairy men were watching in awe as their bodies shivered, their eyes were full of extreme reverence. Fang Yuan watched with great anticipation. When Lang Ya land spirit refined the GU, it moved as smooth as water, there were no unnecessary movements or any atmosphere of panic. Lang Ya land spirit displayed exemplary control, Fang Yuan gained a lot of insights. Although he wanted to continue watching like this, Fang Yuan bit his lips and forced himself to snap out of it, starting to execute his plan. He sat down cross-legged, and took out 2 GU that he had prepared prior to this. One was Clear Mind GU, the other was Awaken Cloud GU. These 2 GU were rank 4, after Fang Yuan injected primeval essence into them, they started working. Clear Mind GU turned into a breeze, entering his brain. The cotton-like Awakened Cloud GU turned into a small white cloud and floated about Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan stared at the light lump that Lang Ya land spirit was manipulating while bringing out 4 top-quality wines. With connecting Heaven GU to enter Treasure Yellow Heaven, it was easy for him to gather top-quality wines. For this moment, he prepared at least 14 different wines. Sensing Fang Yuan's movement, Lang Yalan's spirit snorted in displeasure, but did not do anything to him. Fang Yuan sighed, inwardly in relief, ignoring the piercing light that made his tears flow. He stared at the light lump intently. Finally, he saw divine travel Gu turn into flowing water as it mixed with the other materials. Fang Yuan quickly took out the wine vats and gulped the liquor. At the same time, an intense feeling of tipsiness assaulted him. Fang Yuan quickly activated Clear Mind Gu, forcing himself awake as clarity was restored in his mind. At the same time, awakened Cloud Gu rumbled and ensured that his mind was at its peak condition. After drinking 4 wines, Fang Yuan was still clear-headed, but he realized that nothing had happened yet. The light was still transforming, it had expanded by many times already since the start, it was larger than an elephant. It seems that divine travel Gu has not disappeared yet, immortal Gu are unique, I have to continue drinking. Fang Yuan took out another vat and unsealed it, gulping the content. The light lump shrunk, as Lang Yalan's spirit's expression became more serious as it held the light lump. A moment later, after Fang Yuan drank the 8th wine, his vision was already turning blurry. At this moment, in Lang Yalan's spirit's hand, the light lump expanded and shrunk in intervals. After 3 to 5 times, it settled, becoming second aperture Gu. The moment second aperture Gu was formed, Fang Yuan's body shuddered as all the drunkenness in his body gathered like the merging of rivers into the sea, condensing into one point. Out of nowhere, a divine opportunity descended as the Tao mark formed, causing this point to explode into 1 Gu, divine travel Gu. Second aperture Gu, divine travel Gu, 2 immortal Gu obtained at the same time. Fang Yuan became completely sober as he stood up excitedly, laughing heartily. A truly profound scheme. Lang Yalan's spirit looked at Fang Yuan with an expression of fatigue, its body was also turning hollow and weak. Fang Yuan was the person who obtained Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. Although Lang Yalan's spirit wanted divine travel Gu, it could not attack Fang Yuan. The hairy men stared at Fang Yuan with furious, disdainful eyes. This vile human dared to plot against our beloved and supreme Lord Lang Ya Old Immortal. Fang Yuan paid these hairy men no heed, he stopped his laughter as he bowed to Lang Yalan's spirit. It was just a petty scheme, it is nowhere near graceful. Today, I had a true eye-opener, and had benefited a lot. I am shameful of my actions, but I am respectful towards you, I am willing to become your disciple. Chapter 487, Immortal Gu Transaction. Screw off, if accept you as my disciple, I reckon one day I will die from anger. My children are the best, giving me no worries. Now get lost, I don't want to see you. Lang Yalan's spirit kept on waving his hand, refusing Fang Yuan's request to be his disciple without hesitation. He could have obtained the second aperture Gu, but Fang Yuan plotted against him and made him offer the successfully refined second aperture Gu readily along with losing the divine travel Gu. Fang Yuan chuckled, not minding the land spirit's refusal. Land spirits were formed from the obsessions of the Gu immortals, they were simple and biased, their refusal now meant they would still refuse in the future. Such a pity, I originally intended to give divine travel Gu to you as our apprenticeship gift. HMPH, the people I don't like the most are crafty people like you. The hairy men are still the best. I will tell you the truth, I have already taken 18 hairy men as my disciples. In the future as well, I will only take hairy men as my disciples. Alright, give me the second aperture Gu. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand. Lang Yalan's spirit's expression turned sluggish and glanced at the immortal Gu on his hand with reluctance. This was the Gu he wanted to refine and now he had succeeded, but he had to give it up without even getting cozy with it. But the agreement back then had formed a type of will that became a part of the land spirit. He was unable to violate it, and also did not intend to violate it. Kid, I will remember you. Lang Yalan's spirit growled and stuffed the second aperture Gu in Fang Yuan's hand. This second aperture Gu looked like a beetle with 2 sharp ends and a fat middle body. The beetle was the size of a young man's fist. It was like blue jade, and felt soft and cool to the touch. There was a golden eye on its plump back. The golden eye flashed with lightning and had ample spirituality. This is the Gu I took the risks for at Xianxia Mountain and wanted to refine by all means. I hadn't expected I would obtain this in this way. Fang Yuan sighed, but did not use it hurriedly and stored it in his pouch first. Under the cooperation of Xianxia land spirit, this second aperture GU was already Fang Yuan's object, but he was still not a GU immortal and did not have green grape immortal essence, so he could not activate it now. You already have the immortal GU, you can leave now if you don't want to use your final chance. Xianxia land spirit wanted to make him leave. Fang Yuan, however, took out divine travel GU and waved it in front of Xianxia land spirit with a smile. You don't want this immortal GU. Xianxia land spirit's brows raised. What, you want to sell it? He had connecting heaven GU and could connect to treasure yellow heaven to buy all kinds of GU refinement materials. Even the human apertures required to refine second aperture GU could be obtained by buying enslaved GU masters and killing them. Second aperture GU was an expendable GU, it would disappear after Fang Yuan used it. Xianxia land spirit could completely refine another. Of course, the precondition was that he needed to have divine travel GU. Without divine travel GU, he would never be able to refine second aperture GU. Fang Yuan, however, did not directly answer and instead asked, "Tell me, if I use another second aperture GU, can I have a third aperture?" HMPH, keep on dreaming. Xianxia land spirit immediately scoffed, "This is the second aperture GU, not the third aperture GU. You want to form a third aperture? Then go refine the recipe for third aperture GU." Fang Yuan nodded and said sincerely, "I also thought so." The land spirit would not deceive him just because it wanted the divine travel GU. At the same time, he also knew second aperture GU's recipe, so he had already deduced this. He asked this just to confirm it. With this, the divine travel GU and the semi-finished second aperture GU with Fang Yuan had lost their use. Fang Yuan already possessed a second aperture GU, he was a lone force and did not have any trusted aid to support, so he did not need another second aperture GU. Moreover, when he observed the land spirit's GU refinement process just before, he knew the final step was extremely dangerous. The light ball's inflation and contractions required extremely strong control, which required at least 1,000 man soul to maintain. How could immortal GU be so easy to refine? Fortunately, back at Xianxia Mountain, Fang Yuan did not set his heart in refining the second aperture GU after rebirth. Otherwise, with his strength back then, he would absolutely have had a terrible ending. Just the backlash could put him on the brink of death. Of course, he could also sell them at Treasure Yellow Heaven. But if he did so, he would attract old man Yan Shi's attention and expose many of his trump cards. At the same time, the things he got might be tampered with by other GU immortals. Transacting with Xianxia land spirit was different. At least, the land spirit would not give him shoddy goods, and also had robust financial resources, so he could buy divine travel GU to refine GU. Last but not least, Fang Yuan could also avoid revealing himself, thus it was very secure. Land spirit, take a look at what this is. Fang Yuan thought for a while before directly taking out the semi-finished second aperture GU that he had personally refined. This semi-finished product had a vague appearance like a semi-finished pottery, with no hints of life. It was like a piece of gray stone that was carved into a beetle. Its big belly looked elegant with sharp head and tail, but no antennas or legs. Although its appearance was similar to the real second aperture GU, they clearly could not be compared because of qualitative difference. Xianxia land spirit's eyes could not help but brighten when he saw this semi-finished product. To think you had actually reached such a stage. But the most difficult step in refining second aperture GU is the final step. The steps before it can be refined by the refinement path GU masters at master level. The land spirit's tone carried a trace of joy. Fang Yuan had divine travel GU and also the semi-finished product. If he could get them both, then only the final step would be remaining to refine second aperture GU. To Xianxia land spirit, this temptation was hard to resist. "Speak, what do you want?" Xianxia land spirit removed his burning gaze and looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at the divine travel GU on his right hand and immediately said, "Immortal GU are priceless, so of course I want to exchange it with another immortal GU. This is the old rule in transacting immortal GU." Xianxia land spirit's expression immediately fell. Although it is the old rule, it is not suitable for our situation. First of all, divine travel GU is not practical and can only be used as an escape means as a last resort. In case it teleported the GU master to the depths of a volcano or to the depths of the earth, it would simply be finding one's doom. Secondly, I will be using divine travel GU to refine GU. But what use can second aperture GU be for a land spirit like me? Fang Yuan was happy. The land spirit's gaze was fixed on the divine travel GU when he was haggling over the price. Although he sounded unyielding, his expression betrayed his thoughts. Land spirit, you are too stingy. I know Xianxia blessed land has many immortal GU. Divine travel GU is a ranked 6 immortal GU. I won't be greedy and only want to exchange it for a ranked 6 immortal GU. The land spirit shook his head repeatedly and said many things, but Fang Yuan did not loosen up. The land spirit gradually felt anxious and fury filled his expression. He looked like he wanted to eat Fang Yuan alive. When Fang Yuan saw that the time was right, he said, "Let's do this then. I shall take a step back in exchange for one of your expendable type ranked 6 immortal GU. When I have used this immortal GU, you can then refine it again, right?" The land spirit's expressions relaxed. Fang Yuan taking the step back first gave him a satisfying feeling of victory. He snorted few times and raised his head, looking arrogantly at Fang Yuan. "All right, we shall do it like that." He then spread out his hands and brought 5 immortal GU out of nowhere. Xianxia blessed land's foundation is really strong. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He was suddenly stupefied when he looked at them. "I want this immortal GU." Fang Yuan's expression was slightly strange as he pointed to one immortal GU among them. This immortal GU was none other than immortal GU Gruel Mud, the perpetrator in causing Dang Hun Mountain to slowly die. He had not thought Xianxia land spirit would refine it. The two sides quickly completed the transaction. Fang Yuan obtained the immortal GU Gruel Mud. He did not put it in his aperture, but stored it in his pouch for the moment. "I used all my mental and physical efforts for this semi-finished product. You will be saving great expenses by getting it. We are both familiar with each other now. I will sell it to you cheap. I only need 1,000 hairy men. I won't be greedy. You can give me those old hairy men that refined the GU just before as well." "Bullshit." The land spirit was fuming with anger. "You think I am a 3-year-old kid? Those hairy men are at least of master level in GU refinement. The treasure light, if they are put in treasure yellow heaven, will be at least 70 feet high." Fang Yuan snickered. He really coveted these hairy men. These hairy men would be of enormous help to him. "All right, I don't want 1,000, 800 will do." "Bullshit, 800. All these hairy men are my children. I won't sell a single one." Xianxia land spirit roared in anger. "All things have a price. We can still discuss. Not for sale means not for sale. If you mention this again, you can take your semi-finished product with you. I am not buying it." Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked at Xianxia land spirit's firm attitude. He had dropped down the price to the bottom and Xianxia land spirit would clearly have profited, but he still did not agree to sell the hairy men. It seems he really had emotional attachments to the hairy men. This situation was not strange. Many GU immortals raised variant humans in their blessed land like raising pets. They would see their growth and even expend many efforts in raising them. And when they died, the GU immortals would also shed tears because of heartache. Of course, this situation would never happen to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a pity at not being able to buy these hairy men, so he changed his request. "Since it is so, then I want to exchange for wolf enslavement goose recipes." There were large numbers of recipes in Xianxia blessed land. After gathering them from ancient times until now, one could even say they were as vast as the sea. It was impossible for it to not have common recipes like that of wolf enslavement GU. Fang Yuan had been wanting to purchase these recipes all along, but ever since he discovered the existence of Old Man Yanxi, he had been restraining his actions in Yellow Treasure Heaven. Wisdom Path GU masters were experts at deductions, but deductions need a foundation and require large amounts of information. With these information as the base, they could then deduce and predict the outcome. If Fang Yuan wantonly bought wolf enslavement GU recipes from Yellow Treasure Heaven, it was hard to guarantee that Old Man Yanxi would not be able to deduce something. "Take them. These are the recipes for rank 1 to rank 5 wolf enslavement GU." Xianxia land spirit handed a large stack of recipes to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan skimmed over them and saw that there were 8 types of recipes just for the rank 5 wolf enslavement GU recipe. They used different materials and different procedures to obtain the similar GU worm. And there were even more types of rank 1 to rank 4 wolf enslavement GU recipes. This transaction is worth it. Fang Yuan was inwardly happy. Transaction is finished, you can leave now. Xianxia land spirit impatiently waved his hand. Fang Yuan, however, smiled. No hurry, I still have a transaction you will definitely be interested in. HMPH, young man, don't talk big. There are not many things that can interest this old man in this world. Lang Ya Land Spirit stroked his beard and said with pride, what I am transacting this time is information. This information is about the time I will use the second aperture GU. Lang Ya Land Spirit's expression turned sluggish and looked dazedly at Fang Yuan, his brows deeply furrowed, and looked at Fang Yuan with intense disdain and hatred. You, how can you be so despicable and shameless? Aren't there any limits to the degradation of your morals? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Could it be you are not interested in this information? Lang Ya Land Spirit immediately felt like he had been raped, and he still had to bear the humiliation to apologize to the criminal. Could he not be interested? The second aperture GU was an immortal GU, and immortal GU were unique. If Fang Yuan never used it, then he would forever be unable to refine another second aperture GU. How do you want to sell it? The land spirit endured the impulse to beat up Fang Yuan and asked, swallowing his anger. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, sharp rays of light flickering in them. I won't take advantage of you, so I want to exchange information for information. I want to know all the information about the 88 True Yong building in Imperial Court Blessed Land. 88 True Yong building? You actually know that this immortal GU house has something to do with me? The land spirit was shocked. Chapter 488, Ma Ying Jia. Thud thud thud. A series of hurried sounds came from afar. Soon, a group of GU masters riding terror claw horses came to the swamp. Terror claw horses had bloodshot eyes with fangs and were carnivorous. They did not have any hair on its body. The skin was tight and their muscles were clearly visible, giving a feeling of strength that could not be underestimated. The most peculiar point was that they did not have horse hooves, but instead had 4 long sharp claws. There were also webbings connecting the claws, so terror claw horse were not only suitable for climbing but could also move freely at swamps. Lord Elders, they have passed through here towards that direction. An investigative GU master's eyes flickered with red light as he scanned all around and reported. A young GU master at the side immediately frowned and anxiously said, not good, uncle. If we continue along this way, we will reach Rock's Pool over there. Once they cross Rock's Pool, they will be out of Warm Pond Valley. It will be difficult to kill them then. Relax, Fei Qing has been struck by your dad's poison GU and is in imminent crisis, moreover he is bringing his child with him. The further he moves with his ghost cloud, the more the poison will worsen. He won't be able to run far. Let's continue our chase. The elders laughed and waved their hand, continuing the chase. After they chased into the sparse woods, the swamp they had been standing at suddenly surged and a yellowish silkworm drilled out. The silkworm was broken from the inside and 2 people walked out, a middle-aged GU master and a child. The 2 looked in a very miserable state and gasped for breath as they dropped to the ground. We finally deceived them. The middle-aged GU master, Fei Qing, had a purple hue all over his face. The poison had spread deep. His movement GU, the swift ghost cloud GU, had been tampered with. Fei Qing had been feeling something wrong when they were chased all the way, thus he immediately gave up the swift ghost cloud GU and let it fly away. After that, he took his son and hid within the swamp. But with this, he lost his movement ability and his body was also poisoned. There was no longer any hope to escape. Fei Chong, you despicable person. For the clan leader position, you actually secretly poisoned me, your own cousin. Damn it, you abomination. Fei Qing got more angry the more he thought about it. Under this desperation and with fury filling his heart, he suddenly spurted out a mouthful of green blood. Father, are you okay? You need to hang on. The child started weeping when he saw the blood and threw himself into Fei Qing's chest. Son, Fei Qing's despairing eyes showed a trace of hope and resolution. He lovingly looked at his only heir and rubbed the small head. Little Kai, father can't go on. Fei Chong has plotted deeply, I can only deceive him this one time. Not long later, he will definitely find something wrong and return back. Leave quickly, father will hold off these people for you. Go along that small path I told you of, and perhaps you can survive on. No, father, I want to leave with you. Let's run together, father, I beg you. The son, Fei Kai, wept in grief. Fei Qing was feeling very anxious, so he roused his spirits and grabbed Fei Kai's shoulders. Little Kai, don't cry. Northern Plains men can shed blood but not tears. You need to have confidence, in your body flows giant son Immortal Venerable's bloodline, You are a member of the Huang Jin family. The bloodline in you is thick and rarely seen. You have the qualifications to enter 88th Truyong building. Cough, cough. Green blood continued to seep out from Fei Qing's mouth and nose. Little Kai, take care of yourself. If you have a chance in the future to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land, go to 88th Truyong building and obtain the Grace Ancestor Giant Sun left behind for the later generations. Only then can you avenge me. Father, leave, it will be too late if you delay any longer. Fei Qing pushed his son. Fei Kai took back several steps, helplessly looking at his father with tears-filled face. Leave quickly, Fei Qing growled. Fei Kai wiped away his tears before tears immediately fell down. He fiercely gnashed his teeth, turned around and ran. Son, father has done his best, as long as you can escape the evil clutches. Fei Qing sat on the ground and looked at Fei Kai's receding figure, but soon his eyes gradually widened. Fool, stop. Fei Qing could not help straightening up his upper body and shouting at his son. Father. Fei Kai had only run a few steps before he heard Fei Qing's shout. He gazed back with doubt. Veins popped out of Fei Qing's forehead as he shouted, "You idiot, I told you to run towards northwest direction. Why are you running towards southeast? Are you thinking of going back to the tribe camp to look for your own death?" Fei Kai quickly changed direction. But Fei Qing soon shouted again, "You dunce, that is southwest direction." Fei Kai quickly changed direction again, moving towards the correct path, and only then did Fei Qing let out a breath of turbid air. Sigh. The middle-aged GU master helplessly sighed. His son had thick bloodline, but was somewhat of an idiot and moreover had a really poor sense of direction. Could he truly escape to see the day? Thinking of Fei Chang's deep conspiracy, Fei Qing did not have big hope, but he had done what he could do. Now it all depended on the heavens. After a while, like Fei Qing expected, Fei Chong returned with a gloomy face, leading 3 GU masters on their terror claw horse. Fei Qing, HMPH, you were sure enough hiding here. Fei Chang's voice was gloomy and hoarse, his gaze as sharp as a knife, not concealing the dense killing intent within. To think I would die by a vile character like you. Fei Qing scoffed with disdain. Right now, his body was already paralyzed and could not budge. Fei Chong snickered coldly, and said with an expression like that of a cat playing with a mouse, "I won't kill you so quickly. Fei Qing, aren't you noble and aloof? Wait till I capture your son, I will let you witness your son being tortured and killed." He. Fei Qing couldn't keep his calm anymore and stared furiously. "Fei Chong, you are his senior, to think you actually can be so vicious. HMPH, when you cut grass, if you don't root it out, then it can grow again when the spring wind arrives. Men, bring Fei Qing to me." Fei Chong ordered. The GU masters beside him immediately moved and bound Fei Qing tightly, then using a hemp rope, they dragged him on the ground. He, Fei Qing, get a good taste of the mud. Chase, we must find that kid and kill him. Fei Chong laughed loudly, full of satisfaction. Fei Chong was thinking, since Fei Qing was caught, catching that stupid kid would be an easy matter. But reality was different. Fei Chong came to the rocks pool, but he did not find anyone besides his men. Fuck, this kid didn't run towards here. Speak, where did he go? Fei Chong asked in a chilly voice. Fei Qing had been dragged all the way, his body was badly battered and had already lost his consciousness. Fei Chong kicked him awake, but he only got Fei Qing's ridiculing gaze. Fei Chong laughed sinisterly. "You think I won't know if you don't speak?" Saying so, his eyes let out a weird light that shone on Fei Qing's body. Fei Qing's body shuddered, his soul immediately receiving heavy injuries. Soul Search GU. Fei Chong stretched out his bony right hand and grabbed Fei Qing's head before closing his eyes and agitating his primeval essence. Fei Qing's body shuddered and started foaming. The 2 GU masters at the sight kept quiet in fear. In an instant, Fei Chong opened his eyes, his face had paled and his gaze was blurred. This rank 3 Soul Search GU could search a portion of the memories stored in the soul. But it had a lot of restrictions. First, the memories it obtained would be very disordered, and secondly, it could not be frequently used, otherwise it could confuse the soul and make one have blurred consciousness, thus could be extremely harmful to oneself. Fei Chong had grievances with Fei Qing for a long time and also knew Fei Kai had a thick bloodline. He could only be at ease when he personally killed the kid. Thus, he did not stint on using Soul Search GU. So there was a hidden path nearby. HMPH. Fei Chong smiled proudly. He was fortunately able to search the memories he wanted. He turned around his horse and immediately moved towards that hidden path. But when they arrived at this place, he could not find any traces of a person. How can this be? That kid is still not of age and has not opened his aperture yet, is only a mortal. It is impossible for him to hide from my investigative GU. Could it be the memories I plundered is only a part of the crucial point? Fei Chong scouted once more and saw the narrow road in the bushes. His face became very cloudy. Woo woo. Right at this time, a deep and powerful bugle horn sounded from outside the warm pond valley. Fei Chong and the rest immediately paled. Lord Elders, please go back to reinforce the troops. Ma tribe has brought a huge army, starting a war without any notice. The tribe is already in a state of emergency. A GU master hurried over on a flying bird with the information. What? Fei Chong was extremely surprised. Just as the Fei tribe's internal disorder had started, Ma tribe came to invade. This timing was too coincidental. If there is no Fei tribe, then what meaning would there be in taking the Fei tribe's tribe leader position? Defend to death, we must defend. Warm Pond Valley is easy to defend and hard to attack. Ma tribe's army retreat isn't impossible. Right, I still have hope. Thinking of this, Fei Chong immediately threw Fei Kai off his mind, then hurriedly rushed to the tribe camp. However, Ma tribe's invasion had been planned in advance. They took advantage of Fei tribe's internal disorder and ambushed. Fei tribe might have the advantage of occupying Warm Pond Valley, but they finally could not resist Ma tribe's strong and huge wave of soldiers. Right as Fang Yuan entered Lang Ya blessed land, a great event occurred in northern plains. A large-scale force of the Huang Jin family, Fei tribe that were occupying Warm Pond Valley was exterminated. No doubt this news would create a huge influence in the whole northern plains. On a slope, Ma tribe's higher-ups were observing the ruined Fei tribe camp from their war horses. These people were circling around a young man, like the stars surrounding the moon. Seeing batch after batch of goods being stored in the carts and groups of captives being escorted away, Ma tribe's higher-ups had a joyous expression. One rank 3 GU Master Elder cupped his fists towards the young man in the center. Congratulations to young Master. It was all because of young Master's plan to drive a discord and create internal disorder in Fei tribe that we could so easily capture Warm Pond Valley, swallow Fei tribe and establish great merits for the tribe. This young man was Ma tribe's young tribe leader Ma Yingjia. He had a wide back with thin waist, sharp brows and bright eyes, a heroic spirit and a cultivation of rank 4 middle stage. He was an enslavement path GU master with some fame, also called Little Ma Zun. Chapter 489, The Debate About Chongshan Yin. They won, but Ma Yingjia did not show any arrogance. Instead he said, Warm Pond Valley is easy to defend and hard to attack, possessing large areas of warm pools. The great blizzard is about to come and this place is a naturally protected place. By obtaining it, my tribe has a base of operations. We can advance while attacking or defend if we retreat. But the thing I am even more happy about is obtaining over 200,000 Terror Claw horses. With these horses, Uncle can greatly raise his horse group's scale and increase my Ma tribe's supreme might in the coming Heroes Assembly. His uncle was none other than one of the current 3 great enslavement masters, Ma Zun. When Ma Zun was mentioned, all the Ma tribe's GU masters showed admiration. Before we left, Uncle had told me, it was not easy for our Ma tribe to become a large-scale tribe. Only after several hundred years of accumulation, efforts and extraordinary fortune, were we able to reach this state. But as the tribe grows, defending this foundation is becoming more difficult. Even by striking Warm Pond Valley, we have only obtained a base to preserve the fire. The only way to preserve the whole tribe is to advance a step further, that is to enter the imperial court. Ma Yingjia looked at everyone before continuing. Imperial court blessed land as giant son Immortal Venerable's grace left to his descendants. Especially that 88 Truyong building, which has the inheritance of the Immortal Venerable. Uncle said my bloodline has already fulfilled the criteria to enter 88 Truyong building. If I can obtain Immortal Venerable's inheritance and later become a GU Immortal, our Ma tribe will become the new super tribe of Northern Plains. Super tribe. This phrase immediately caused the Ma tribesmen to show a spellbound look. Young tribe leader, you are a once-in-100 years genius of our tribe. Our tribe's future lies on your shoulders. Lord Ma Zun might be taciturn, but he really cares about the tribe in his heart and has a far foresight. Being able to witness everything and fight with young tribe leader is my lifetime's glory. Young tribe leader, led us to brilliance. Ma tribe's GU masters cheered excitedly. Ma Yingjia smiled. In truth, Ma Zun had never said anything like this, and these words were all his own fabrication. Borrowing Ma Zun's prestige, Ma Yingjia added light and color to his name. Just think, even Ma Zun looked so highly of him, so the others would have to be blind to not support him. Ma Yingjia was also not worried that Ma Zun would tear apart this name after he knew of this. Ma Zun was an eccentric. He spoke extremely few times even as a child. His silence almost made his parents think he was a mute. Ma Zun loved horses and was jokingly called horse maniac and horse fool by the tribesmen when he was young. He had a reclusive nature and never married in his life. He only loved horses and would live with them all year round, with not even a slightest bit of interest and concern towards worldly powers and affairs. Ma Yingjia's gaze brightened like stars. All of you are the pillars of my Ma tribe, with many outstanding points that are worth for me, Ma Yingjia, to learn. I am still young. Ma tribe cannot be supported by me alone. In the future, I hope to rely on everyone's help. What is young tribe leader saying? Young lord's words make us blush with shame. Over these years, young tribe leader's performance has deeply entered our hearts. We will definitely follow you. The group of Ma tribesmen quickly agreed. Ma Yingjia continued. Although Uncle Ma Zun has entrusted his hope on me, we still need to look at destiny to obtain the Immortal Venerable's inheritance in 88 True Yong building. But even if I can get it, there are many inheritances left all over the Imperial Court blessed land besides the True Yong building. Thus, all the tribes who have had entered the Imperial Court throughout history, had a huge raise in their strength. Every time I think about this, I cannot help feeling excited. The tribesmen laughed heartily. Not just excitement, even my saliva drips out every time I think of it. Haha, young tribe leader does not need to have too much pressure. If we lose, we can come back again. Our Ma tribesmen are warriors who will never surrender. Imperial Court blessed land was similar to TNT Mountain in that GU masters often left behind their inheritances. Northern Plains had a very cruel environment with there being a great blizzard every 10 years, the snowy disaster engulfing the entire Northern Plains. The blizzard would cut through everything like knives. Many inheritances set up in the wild would be destroyed. Thus, setting up inheritances in Imperial Court blessed land had gradually turned into a tradition of Northern Plains. Imperial Court blessed land had many other inheritances besides the 88 True Yong building's immortal venerable inheritance, waiting for their fated person. Of course, this fated person had to first enter Imperial Court blessed land to be able to receive the fortuitous destiny. Being able to evade the blizzard and live safely, along with the inheritances spread everywhere, was the reason why the struggle for Imperial Court would cause intense contests between all the tribes of the grassland. This contest involved the whole Northern Plains and was of an extremely large scale. Small-scale tribes wanted to survive, mid-scale tribes wanted to advance, and large-scale tribes wanted to defend their foundation. Not only righteous paths, but even demonic path GU masters wanted to enter the blessed land and seize the GU master inheritances. For this struggle, the Heroes' Assembly came into existence and slowly took form till it became a firm tradition of Northern Plains people. As the Great Blizzard approached, all the famous regions of Northern Plains would hold a Heroes' Assembly at the same time. We have annihilated Fei tribe this time, it will bring us great benefits in our progress in Tian Chuan's Heroes' Assembly. As long as we can subjugate Cheng tribe, our Ma tribe will have a strong lead. Right, only by winning the Heroes' Assembly can we attract more experts and make many tribes attached to us. This is the first step of the Great Battle of Northern Plains, and also the most important step. We are looking to enter Imperial Court blessed land, so we need to survey other regions too. Yu Tian's, Meng Chu's and Cao Fu's Heroes' Assembly, all need to be observed closely. Just as Ma tribe's higher-ups were passionately discussing, a messenger GU master rushed in and delivered the newest intel to Ma Yingjia. Ma Yingjia's face turned gloomy as he read the intel and shortly after, handed this intel to the group beside him. Everyone read it one after another, letting out small exclamations, gasps or conjectures from time to time. Dongfang tribe has already subjugated Zhao tribe. With this, they are the ruler of Cao Fu's Heroes' Assembly. In Mengchu region, Nu-Er tribe has actually sent Nu-Er too. Their momentum is very terrifying. I am afraid Lui tribe won't be able to hold them off. There is also an uproar in Yu Tian's Heroes' Assembly. The Wolf King of before, Chongshan Yin, actually appeared. This Chongshan Yin is really fierce. he actually led Jie tribe and challenged 3 tribes, even defeating Pei Yanfei. In Yutian region, He tribes He Lu Lan and Lu tribes Lu Wenwu are the elites. Now that the Wolf King has appeared, this will definitely have a big influence. It is very difficult to say what will happen in Yutian's Heroes Assembly. Soon, everyone's discussion focused on Fang Yuan. Changshan Yin's identity had already spread for many years in northern plains. Now, suddenly, he resurrected and was causing a stir. Jie tribe was only an ordinary mid-scale tribe, but with Changshan Yin's meddling, they were able to forcibly challenge 3 tribes and even defeat an expert like Pei Yanfei. Especially when they made inquiries and found Jie tribe's newly appointed tribe leader was only a rank 3 young GU master, their evaluation of Changshan Yin raised by several layers. Every 10 years, heroes emerge and vie for supremacy with monsters and freaks emerging from every corners. It is only that this time, such a great character jumped out. Young tribe leader, if this Wolf King Changshan Yin and our tribe's Lord Ma Xun fought, who would win? Everyone could not help having some worries. Ma Yingjia slightly furrowed his brows. If it was other path's GU masters, it would be alright. But this Changshan Yin was an enslavement path GU master, an expert in fighting 10,000 with 1. He could change the situation alone with his huge troops. You have all read the intel. Enslavement path's GU master's strength depends on the scale of their beast group. Changshan Yin has reappeared only recently, so the beasts he has are only some ordinary turtleback wolves, night wolves and wind wolves, and also has only 3 myriad beast kings. One has died and another is heavily injured. How can he compare to my uncle Ma Xun? Ma Yingjia coldly snorted and continued to raise the morale. Uncle Ma Xun has a horse group with 300,000 horses. Adding on these terror claw horses, the scale will expand to 500,000. Besides this, he also has a horse emperor, 9 myriad beast kings and 5 mutated horses. Now say yourself, can the Wolf King be mentioned on equal terms with him? The surrounding GU masters took a sharp breath, shocked and happy. I didn't think Lord Ma Xun's strength would be so big. The insignificant Wolf King is like a baby when compared to Lord Ma Xun. 500,000, such huge scale. It is enough to annihilate 7 or 8 mid-scale tribes. Ma Yingjia changed the subject, but Wolf King Changshan Yin still cannot be underestimated. My tribe is going to become the master of Imperial Court. We will run into this person sooner or later. More importantly, in case he joins the Heroes Assembly and attaches himself to a Huang Jin family, he will definitely receive huge assistance. Large number of GU masters will help him to subdue wolf groups and urge him forward. The joy on everyone's faces gradually dimmed down. This young GU master heaved a deep sigh and continued, "We have swallowed Fei tribe, this is only the first step of our journey. Next, we will be facing even more strong opponents. We need to unite together, only then can we defeat them and enter the Imperial Court." Yes, young tribe leader is right. Young tribe leader is wise and powerful. I am in great admiration. With the leadership of the tribe leader and young tribe leader, our Ma tribe will definitely rule the northern plains. Everyone was unconsciously battered by Ma Yingjia's few words and became even more aligned towards Ma Yingjia. This Ma tribe's young tribe leader let out a pleased smile in his heart. On the surface, he showed a light and confident expression. "Father, you died such a miserable death." Right at this time, a tragic cry sounded from the foot of the hill. This sound attracted the Ma tribesman's gaze. Ma Yingjia looked at the battlefield where corpses strewed the battlefield. A child had thrown himself on a corpse that was filled with scars and cried very grievingly. "Brat, get lost. You are already my Ma tribe's slave." An adult man at the side beat up the child and dragged him forcibly. But this kid struggled with all his might and bit at the adult man's wrist. The adult man screamed, loosening his hand. The kid scampered along the way and again threw himself at that corpse, crying bitterly. Sigh. Ma Yingjia let out a sincere sigh. This misery and suffering is not what I wish for, but in these troubled times, who can live well by themselves? If you don't die, then I die. Human power is so insignificant. I will do everything I can to protect our tribe to not let the children of my Ma tribe suffer such a fate. Young tribe leader is benevolent. The surrounding GU masters also sighed. Ma Yingjia pointed down. This kid is a loyal and filial person, but is facing this difficulty because of me. One of you, go stop him and bring him here. He will become my personal servant from now on. Yes, Lord, his attendants answered. They did not dissuade it, as adopting servants was a tradition in northern plains. Moreover, what threat can a 13-year-old kid who had not awakened his aperture possess to their lord young tribe leader? Kid, get up. A higher up of Ma tribe stopped the adultman from beating the kid and grabbed the kid's neck. The kid struggled fiercely. No, I want to be with my father. Kid, your father is already dead. Your luck is good today. My tribe's young leader has noticed you and is taking you in as his personal servant. The Ma tribe's higher up said with a gentle voice. But the kid did not listen and only kept on crying, Father, Father. Suddenly, he stopped and looked sluggishly at his father's corpse. Ah, you are not my father. My father's skin is darker than yours and his nose bridge is higher than yours, he also has some white hair. The kid talked to himself in shock, before furiously kicking the corpse and started crying again, Father, where are you? Dark lines appeared all over every Ma tribesman's forehead. Chapter 490, Second Aperture. While the chaotic situations converged in northern plains, the transaction in Xianxia blessed land also reached the end. You want the information of 88th True Yong building. It is not impossible. Xianxia land spirit muttered before looking at Fang Yuan with a sharp gaze. Xianxia land spirit's obsession was related to space escape GU and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Moreover, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already passed away and Xianxia land spirit was also not the long-hair ancestor himself, but a different living entity. When the Immortal GU house was refined, only Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was there as the bystander. How could you know such a secret? Xianxia land spirit asked. In his previous life, Ma Hong Yun entered the 88th True Yong building and obtained the inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Later, Ma Hong Yun was defeated and was chased until he mistakenly entered Xianxia blessed land and obtained the destiny left behind by Demon Venerable stealing heaven. Xianxia land spirit saw his tracks and while discussing, spoke of this secret. Ma Hong Yun became a GU immortal later on, turning into a cornerstone of the northern plains, a great hero who resisted the invasion of the central continent. In an intense conversation once, he spoke of this secret which then spread out to the world. Naturally, Fang Yuan would not admit this fact in front of Xianxia land spirit. I have inherited the inheritance of thieving heaven demon venerable, and have many clues regarding Giant Sun Immortal Venerable as well. The reason I know of this secret is from calculations and deductions, Fang Yuan answered with a slight arrogant smile appearing on his face. Xianxia land spirit looked at Fang Yuan's expression and suddenly realized something as he asked, Are you? Yes, Junior has some attainments in wisdom path. Fang Yuan casually lied with an extremely honest expression. Xianxia land spirit sighed, the gaze he looked at Fang Yuan carried a complicated expression. Wisdom path appeared long ago, tracing back its origins, it was created 3 million years ago in ancient times by an almighty rank 9. This person was a rarely seen female venerable. She was called by the world as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She controlled Heavenly Court as the second generation Immortal King. It was rumored that she had once held Wisdom GU itself and created the Wisdom Path. Before her death, she deduced heavenly secrets and made 3 arrangements for the 3 million years after that. After her death, 3 demon venerables appeared successively in human race, each charging their way to the heavenly court but were blocked by these 3 arrangements in the end. Being able to calculate the appearance of 3 venerables, one could see some grandeur of wisdom path from this. Kid, you are actually able to deduce to this degree, it seems you have indeed obtained the essence of wisdom path. After learning Fang Yuan was a wisdom path GU master, the land spirit's tone unexpectedly became milder. To this age, there were extremely few true inheritors of wisdom path, but even then no one would have contempt for wisdom path GU masters. Wisdom path GU masters were good at scheming and deductions, and many of their enemies would not even know how they died. Moreover, since ancient times, refinement path was closely connected to wisdom path. To comprehend the world and deduce GU refinement recipes, GU masters would need to use many methods of wisdom path. Many GU refinement masters and grandmasters would request help from wisdom path GU masters when they met a bottleneck in creating recipes. Xianxia land spirit was disgusted with Fang Yuan's slyness, but when he knew Fang Yuan had extraordinary achievements in wisdom path, his attitude became gentler. Xianxia land spirit liked refining GU, and naturally also liked researching and innovating GU recipes. In this process, he would naturally encounter many obstacles which would be hard to resolve with just his wisdom. Maybe I will have to request his help to deduce recipes in the future. This thought emerged in Lang Yalan's spirit's mind. As the saying goes, one can be austere if he has no selfish desires. Since Lang Yalan's spirit had some request for Fang Yuan, his attitude naturally turned better. He summoned a rank 4 East Window GU and held it. This GU was a rank 4 GU under information path. It was like a ladybug, but its carapace was square-shaped like a window frame and was especially used to store information. Lang Yalan's spirit poured his thoughts within it and loosened his hand only after a while. East Window GU opened up its window-like carapace and flew, making a circle in the air before flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sent out his thoughts and checked it, his face immediately revealed joy. This is the information you wanted. Now, it is your turn. Lang Yalan's spirit reminded. Fang Yuan chuckled. Since second aperture GU has formed, I also am somewhat impatient to use such a good thing. I will send you the news before I use it. Slow down. Lang Yalan's spirit showed its cleverness. How would I know till when you are going to delay it? You are a wisdom path GU master, you are the top in scheming, are you still thinking of using this to cheat me again? We have not transacted this East Window GU yet, hehe, with my one thought, the East Window GU on your hand will self-destruct. Fang Yuan frowned. Could it be you don't trust me? Lang Yalan's spirit had suspicions all over his face, HMPH. Just the fact alone that you are the inheritor of Demon Venerable Stealing Heaven, I can't trust you. You are so crafty and also have wisdom path methods. Once you exit the blessed land, can I still be able to chase you? In case you delay and take the chance to extort again, what would I do? Then how about you tell me what should we do? Fang Yuan impatiently said, of course, now, use this second aperture GU right in front of me. Only then can I be at ease. Lang Yalan's spirit stroked his grizzled beard, pleased at thinking of such a good idea. Fang Yuan grinned. Hey, I am only a mere rank 5 now, how can I use this immortal GU without immortal essence? Wait till I go out of the blessed land and ask for Grandpa to help me. Your grandfather can help you, but I can't. Don't speak rubbish, lend the second aperture GU to me, I will personally do it. This, Fang Yuan tried to make an excuse. The land spirit saw this and felt that Fang Yuan had really wanted to trick him, thus his attitude became more firm. Fang Yuan looked like he had no choice and reluctantly let Lang Yalan's spirit help. Lang Yalan's spirit received the second aperture GU and poured immortal essence in it before throwing it to Fang Yuan. This second aperture GU turned into a bean-sized green light and flew into Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's whole body shook intensely. The bean-sized green light first poured into Fang Yuan's navel area. But in there, it was rejected by Fang Yuan's aperture and could only hop over to the center of Fang Yuan's chest. Then an explosion sounded like the thunder from the sky. The bean-sized green light exploded and formed into a new aperture that looked both real and virtual. Second aperture. This is second aperture. Fang Yuan felt his chest and mumbled to himself in a daze. Nonsense, what is it if not the second aperture? Lang Yalan's spirit rolled his eyes. Second aperture has great advantages to cultivators like you, providing even greater advantage when you become GU Immortal. But, if you are still thinking of having the third aperture GU, that is impossible. You would have to deduce and infer this whole new third aperture GU's recipe. Fang Yuan returned to his senses and looked profoundly at Lang Yalan's spirit. The other intentionally raised this topic, no doubt it meant that he wanted to cooperate and deduce the GU recipe. Lang Yalan's spirit's face reddened when he saw Fang Yuan's evident gaze. Fang Yuan laughed and said his goodbye to Lang Yalan's spirit. We will talk of this later, I will take my leave now. Get lost, get lost. Lang Yalan's spirit repeatedly waved his hand. Only when Fang Yuan had completely left did Lang Yalan's spirit let out a breath of relief, a trace of humiliation appearing on his face for having his intentions seen through, this sly kid. But when he thought of Fang Yuan's last words which showed the intent of cooperating, Lang Yalan's spirit's eyes flickered brightly. He stroked his beard and could not help falling in daydream. He had dozens and dozens more of incomplete GU recipes. Since that kid could deduce such secrets, he definitely has extraordinary achievements in Wisdom Path. With his help, I will be able to make some breakthrough in most of these GU recipes, and 13 of them could even be perfected. But just 2 people's cooperation is far from enough to complete the remaining 7 GU recipes. But I need to be vigilant when I interact with this kid in the future to avoid being schemed by him. Fortunately, I was cautious today and made him use second aperture GU on the spot, otherwise I might have been blackmailed by him again. Something does not feel right. I wasted immortal essence to activate the second aperture GU. After exiting Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through Stargate GU. Under his management, Hu Immortal Blessed Land already showed many good changes. In the beautiful western part of the Blessed Land, large numbers of wolf groups and small numbers of fox groups were coexisting with each other. Wolf group's arrival might have disrupted the easy life of the fox group, but they did not disastrous casualties. The credit for all this went to the large numbers of iron shell flowers planted on the ground. Countless pink rabbits lived in this sea of iron shell flowers. Pink rabbits could be easily multiplied and became the main source of food of wolf groups and fox groups. At the eastern part, dreamy starlight pervaded the area, covering all the lakes with starry gauze. The wide expanse of dark clouds were planted with star fragment grass. The star fragment grass grew rapidly, and while they could only occupy the central area of the dark clouds at first, now they had already spread to the edges of the clouds. Fairy Yao Guang's planting methods are really good. Star fragment grass are the food of starlight fireflies, and at the same time their growth is rapidly increased with the help of the starlight fireflies. Fang Yuan repeatedly nodded his head. It was precisely because of the exchange for the starlight firefly group's breeding insights from Star Lord Wanshang, Fairy Yao Guang and others, that he could avoid many detours and obtain quite a bit of gains. It is only that although the starlight firefly group is also expanding, but the number of starlight firefly GU are instead decreasing. These days, I have been repeatedly using Stargate GU. The consumption of the starlight firefly GU is much higher than the rate of their creation. Fang Yuan then turned his gaze towards the lakes on the ground. These lakes were created by him drawing in the water in reverse to quench the fire. Now, many water wolves were living around these lakes. These water wolves made their nests beside the lakes, eating the blue jade crucian carps in the lakes, and sometimes going ashore to devour the earth-skinned pigs who came to drink water. Blue jade crucian carps and earth-skinned pigs were both animals Fang Yuan purchased before. Now, large groups of them had adapted to the new environment under Little Hu Immortal's control and became a part of the Hu Immortal Blessed Land's food chain. Especially the earth-skinned pigs, its reproducing ability was stronger than even pink rabbits and could eat almost anything, including mud. The pig group's scale was gradually expanding. If not for water wolves and poison-beard wolves, the number of earth-skinned pigs would have been 30 to 40% higher. Chapter 491, Expansion of the Wolf Group. What Fang Yuan was most concerned about was air bubble fishes' situation. The lakes where air bubble fishes were placed on was carefully selected by Little Hu Immortal. Above these three lakes were the starry clouds where there was the most dense amount of star fragment grasses and also large numbers of starlight fireflies. The air bubble fishes grew on these lakes where there were no water wolf groups, and even the numbers of blue crucian carps were very few. These three lakes were personally protected by Little Hu Immortal to let as much precious air bubble fish grow smoothly from the fish rows and mature. Now, there were many newly hatched fishes moving about these lakes. These baby fishes were similar to goldfish with round bellies, small and pointed head and tail. However, it was not brightly colored as a goldfish and was mostly milky white. It also did not have the wavy fins and tail. Their tails were small and exquisite. Moreover, their swimming method was different from other fish species. These baby air bubble fishes were moving while bobbing up and down. If there is no big change, at around the end of this year, Eastern Sea's air bubble sea will be poisoned because of a fight between GU immortals. The price of air bubble fish in Treasure Yellow Heaven will greatly increase. But I don't have enough air bubble fishes for my own use, let alone sell them in a short period of time. Fang Yuan pondered. Whether it was the starlight firefly GU or air bubble fish, they were both long-term investments. It would require at least 100 years for him to start receiving the profits. Regarding the knowledge in breeding air bubble fish, Fang Yuan did not buy it from outside. With his know-hows from his past life, he could increase the reproduction rate of the air bubble fishes by 30%. That is to say, he was at forefront among GU immortals at this. Fang Yuan was satisfied from this inspection. He praised Little Hu Immortal, causing her to feel extremely happy. Her face reddened and her snow-white tail excitedly wagged. However, Dang Hun Mountain was still in a worsening condition. Standing on Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan could sense a kind of dying aura. This caused Fang Yuan's mood to become grave. Dang Hun Mountain was the most valuable thing in the whole Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Starlight Firefly GU or Air Bubble Fish could never be able to compare to it. Fang Yuan returned to Dang Hun Palace and summoned Little Hu Immortal, activating Connecting Heaven GU to link up with Treasure Yellow Heaven. Just as they connected, several divine scents were transmitted. Are you selling gruel mud or not? I will add a pair of Whole Earth GU on top of GU recipe. Although my remnant recipe only has a treasure light of 65 feet, but I can give some hairy men as complimentary. Everything can be discussed. These divine senses were all regarding the transaction for gruel mud. Fang Yuan had put large amounts of gruel mud for sale before, directly requesting Immortal GU gruel mud's recipe as the exchange. As this concerned Immortal GU, this transaction had attracted many attention. Although gruel mud is one of the necessary materials to refine the Immortal GU. But the GU recipe's value is no doubt many times higher than gruel mud. These GU recipes they want to exchange for have already reached the highest price. Fang Yuan took a glance and knew the time for the transaction was ripe. The prices everyone gave had reached the maximum amount possible with little difference between them. Fang Yuan looked at the prices but took a fancy upon one side. The other was called Immortal Mudfeet. His Immortal Gruel Mud Remnant recipe had a 65 feet high treasure light. This level of treasure light was a bit lower than the other competing bidders. But the message he left showed he could add some hairy men to complement for this difference. Normally, GU Immortals raised hairy men to help them in refining GU. With the help of a large number of hairy men, GU Immortals would not lack rank 5 GU, but they would have to keep on trying for Immortal GU. Treasure Yellow Heaven transacted slaves and hairy men were one of the most popular among them, with price that was often higher than slaves of other races. Rockmen could not even be mentioned together with them. Fang Yuan had already intended to buy some hairy men back at Langya Blessed Land. Thus, he had been excited when he saw those hairy men at Langya Blessed Land. Unfortunately, Langya Land Spirit did not yield in selling them, and Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. Now, he required a large number of wolf enslavement GU. He already obtained rank 1 to rank 5 wolf enslavement GU recipes from Langya Land Spirit. He only lacked these hairy men to help him refine them. If it was only him and Little Hu Immortal who refined the GU, they might not be able to refine the amount he required even in 2-3 months. Immediately, Little Hu Immortal conveyed the divine sense. Immortal Mudfeet also happened to be present, immediately replying, I am willing to add in 10,000 hairy men. But Fang Yuan was disappointed when he looked at the goods. Although you are giving a lot of hairy men, they are all young ones and won't be a big help in refining GU. What I need is the old hairy men. Old hairy men, then the quantity will be decreased. Immortal Mudfeet pondered before replying. In these years, the hairy men's population in his blessed land had reached an excess, so he was trying to get rid of a batch and was thus selling them cheaply. After a round of haggling, Immortal Mudfeet finally agreed to sell over 3,000 old hairy men and over 7,000 young hairy men to Fang Yuan. For this, Fang Yuan had to add in half an Immortal Essence Stone. The transaction was finished. Fang Yuan checked the remnant recipe of Immortal GU Gruel Mud. The recipe was indeed damaged with only 60% of the contents in it. And the contents in it should moreover have been tampered by Immortal Mudfeet many times, which required Fang Yuan to comb through them for the real contents. This was not surprising. Immortal GU recipe was very precious, and if it was him who sold them, he would also tamper it like this. Although the treasure light would decrease after the tampering, the competition between GU Immortals was precisely like this. With this remnant recipe, I have a foundation to deduce the complete recipe for Immortal GU Gruel Mud in future. It will be much easier than deducing it with no foundation. More importantly, Immortal GU Gruel Mud is with me. As long as I don't use it, no one will be able to refine the GU. I can still keep on selling the Gruel Mud and profit. But he could not bring the Immortal GU Gruel Mud to Hu Immortal Blessed Land for the moment. After Fang Yuan left Langya Blessed Land, he used many methods to cover the Immortal Gu's aura and bury it. This was something he had no other way to deal with. Before he became a GU Immortal, he could only deal with it like this. Most of the GU Immortals who purchased these Gruel Mud wanted to refine Immortal GU. Unfortunately, it was impossible for them to reach their objective. Fang Yuan continued to put Gruel Mud for sale while checking the wolf groups. Wolves possessed very strong reproductive ability, and most of the blessed lands would get rid of the surplus every once in a while. Thus, there were many GU Immortals selling wolf groups in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The wolf group suffered a huge loss in the battle with the three tribes. I need to replenish the number of myriad beast kings. Someone is actually selling Wolf Emperor. Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. The structure of beast groups was quite simple. They were separately classified into ordinary beasts, 100 beast king, 1000 beast king and myriad beast king. Above myriad beast king was beast emperor. Rank 5 wild GU resided in the beast emperor's body. They had the battle strength of a rank 5 and could control myriad beast kings. Ying Ming and Ba Huang, whom Fang Yuan used in the Three Kings' blessed land, were dog emperors. These two dog emperors were able to help him to hold off the attacks of rank 5 GU masters. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was later occupied with escaping for his life and could not attend to them. He did not know if they were killed in the battle or were taken in by others. Normally speaking, very few GU immortals would sell beast emperors, as the beast emperors were a reflection of the blessed land's strength. Fang Yuan looked at the particulars and realized the reason. It turned out that this was an old beast emperor with wounds all over its body. The wild GU on it were badly damaged, with only 2-3 remaining. It seems a new wolf emperor appeared in the night wolf group and fought with the old wolf emperor. This old wolf should have been killed by the young wolf emperor, but the GU immortal moved at the crucial time and put this old wolf emperor for sale. Fang Yuan guessed the reason correctly. But even so, this old wolf emperor still got 3 bidders. Divine sense kept on exchanging, and finally, Fang Yuan used 2 immortal essence stones to buy this old night wolf emperor along with over 18,000 night wolves. Then, Fang Yuan continued to buy 30,000 turtleback wolves and 10,000 wind wolves. Among them, there were 2 turtleback myriad wolf kings and 1 wind wolf myriad wolf king. Adding in the previous wolf group, Fang Yuan's wolf group reached 100,000. This is the benefits of having a blessed land. I can stand on the shoulders of GU immortals and casually transact beast groups, instantly recovering their size, and also would not have to worry about feeding or logistics problem. But 100,000 is still few. Ma Zun, Yang Po Ying and Zhang Bao Ya, these enslavement path masters have beast groups of at least 400,000 beasts. Especially Zhang Bao Ya, who had over 650,000 beasts in his prime. The heroes' assembly was to begin, where heroes rose and vied for supremacy. Fang Yuan knew he was unable to avoid competing with these people with his identity as Changshan Yin. So he had to expand his wolf group further. Fang Yuan started to buy again, buying 10,000 water wolves, which contained 1 water wolf myriad beast king and 6,000 wolf kings. Then he carefully pondered for a while and finally decided on vermilion flame wolves. He bought 80,000 vermilion flame wolves from different GU immortals. In northern plains, vermilion flame wolves were quite rare compared to turtleback wolves, wind wolves and night wolves. Vermilion flame wolf had red fur all over its body which shone like fire. They attacked fierce and quick and had flame path GU worms on them. They could very easily destroy the grassland and create an inferno. If one could use this superiority properly, they could cause enormous casualties to the enemy. Fang Yuan's plan was to have a wolf group of 100,000 vermilion flame wolves. He only got 80,000 after buying from everyone, so the task of buying the remaining 20,000 was given to Little Who Immortal. 6 vermilion flame myriad wolf kings, 1 water wolf myriad beast king, 3 turtleback myriad wolf kings, 2 wind wolf myriad beast kings, 1 mutated beast white eye wolf and 1 night wolf beast emperor. Fang Yuan surmised his wolf group's batter strength had increased by tenfold at once. If it were common GU masters without the methods of GU immortals, they needed the help of a large tribe to reach this stage, and even then would require 6-7 years of searching all over the northern plains. There were all sizes of wolf groups in northern plains. The small wolf groups often only had few hundreds and were not good enough. The large wolf group had tens of. Capturing wolf groups required careful planning, or it was better to not do it. A bitter victory would not work, and only by getting a decisive victory could one get the most harvests. Fang Yuan's current leap to success seemed easy, but actually could be concluded as a GU Immortal's methods. Chapter 492, Getting Another Mutated Wolf. This way, the wolf group's numbers have hit 200,000. But this is still not enough. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining with contemplation. I do not need to gather ordinary wolves, by that time, someone will naturally bring them to me. Now, I need to prioritize on my upper-level battle strength. Although there were beast emperors on sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven occasionally, they would be quickly bought by GU Immortals after appearing for a short time. Fang Yuan knew that it was not realistic if he wanted to buy a few more wolf emperors. Thus, he placed his attention on mutated beasts. Every mature mutated beast had battle strength equivalent to a myriad beast king. Any first-rate enslavement path GU master would have a troop of mutated beasts as their trump card and ultimate force. For example, Southern Borders King Quan had a mastiff group, Zhang Baoya had the mountain drilling rat group, Yang Po Ying had the thunder eagle group, and Ma Zun had the Pegasus group. There were many wolf-type mutated beasts. At this moment, 4 types were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The first was Blood Forest Wolf. This wolf had a huge body, almost like a mound. An adult standing beside it would look like a fox standing beside an elephant. The Blood Forest Wolf had blood-red fur, and the fur looked dry like wormwood. On each of their backs, there was a white forest. These trees are actually the Blood Forest Wolf's bones. They protrude from the back and grow vertically upwards. The white bone trees have blood-red leaves growing on them. As the trees grow closely to each other, it looked like a blood forest. After a blood forest wolf gives birth, it would send the cub into the blood forest on its back, and the huge space would allow the child to live comfortable. The blood fruits on the trees would provide nutrients for the cub. Blood forest wolf were like mobile fortresses. Although they were not fast, they had overwhelming strength. This was something not even myriad beast kings could do. The second type was shark fin wolf. This was both a land and aquatic mutated beast. It looks like an elephant, but there were smooth and shiny crocodile scales on its body. At the same time, there are sharp deep blue fins on the side of their bodies. On their backs, there are rows of fins that resembles a shark's. These fins form a line extending from the wolf's head to its tail. Shark fin wolves had the greatest defense among mutated wolves. At the same time, they could fight underwater. The third was Frenzy Wolf. The Frenzy Wolf has a silver and gray body. It has 3 eyes and a body that was not large, around the same size as Thousand Beast Kings. But those who looked down on it due to its size would often pay a terrible price. Once the Frenzy Wolf battles, it goes into a berserk state. It moves extremely fast and would not stop until the enemy is dead. Especially after its third eye opens, its battle strength will surge by 5 times. Once the 3 eyes are open at once, regardless of the battle results, it would die. This was a type of wolf breed that disregards their own body when entering fierce battles. The fourth was the White Eyes Wolf. The eyes of the White Eyes Wolf were pure white. They had extremely good eyesight. Even during the night, their vision cannot be obstructed. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, there was 1 Blood Forest Wolf, 3 Shark Fin Wolves, 2 Frenzy Wolves, and 5 White Eyes Wolves on sale. They were all bought by Fang Yuan. At the same time, far away in Southern Borders Shadow Sect Blessed Land, Old Man Yanxi squinted his eyes as he stared at the connecting heaven GU in midair. Fang Yuan bought wolf groups in bulk, even wolf emperors and mutated wolves. It attracted the attention of this wisdom path GU Immortal. This Fang Yuan, he suddenly bought so many wolves. What is he trying to do? This mysterious rank 7 wisdom path GU Immortal who had always stayed in the background frowned. He tried using his GU to make a deduction. But the result was that Fang Yuan wanted to rear wolf groups for profit and business. This result did not satisfy him. Who Immortal Blessed Land's environment is most suited for growing fox groups. Although wolves are similar to foxes, they are different after all. Blessed lands are blessed, they were the land of fortune. But every blessed land was different, they received different blessings. For example, Who Immortal Blessed Land was most optimal for raising foxes. Foxes that lived in this area would grow better and breed faster. As for Langya Blessed Land, it was suited for refining GU, the environment was suitable for hairy men to live in. Shadow Sect Blessed Land benefited the cultivation of Soul Path GU masters. The instinct deep within his heart told Old Man Yanxi that Fang Yuan's actions had much deeper meaning. But Wisdom Path was not all-knowing, it had its weaknesses. Otherwise, Wisdom Path would rule the GU world. There would not be a scene of variety where many paths flourished. Wisdom Path needed evidence to make deductions. The more evidences they had, the more reliable their deductions would be. The Wisdom Path GU master would be guided towards making a more accurate answer. But for Old Man Yanxi, although he was a Wisdom Path GU immortal, he would never have expected Fang Yuan to be from the future. Old Man Yanxi had deduced that Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel GU to go to Who Immortal Blessed Land. But he would never be able to guess that Fang Yuan went to Northern Plains. If Fang Yuan had sold Divine Travel GU in Treasure Yellow Heaven, he might have been able to make the connection. But Fang Yuan was vigilant. He sold Divine Travel GU to Langya Blessed Land. Old man Yanxi lacked the most critical piece of information, thus his deduction ended up being wrong. He tried for a few more times, but he still received the same result. Do I really have to use my vital GU for this? Old man Yanxi thought of this as his pores expanded, as traces of cloud smoke flowed out of him. The white cloud smoke rose up and gathered above his head, forming into a rumbling cloud. The cloud was misty. Once it appeared, a thick immortal GU aura burst out of it. But this rank 7 immortal GU had an indiscernible aura. It was like the stars in the night sky, there was no way to locate it. It was also like the scent of a lotus from 1,000 steps away, the presence was extremely faint. Every time the cloud rumbled, there were infinite changes undergoing inside, there was no way to understand it all. If outsiders forced themselves to comprehend it, they would receive ambiguous answers. This was old man Yanxi's vital GU, Heavenly Secret. Heavenly Secret Immortal GU. It could expose the secrets of heaven and earth. Even if the GU Immortal did not have any evidences or clues, it could directly lead them to the truth. When old man Yanxi found out that Killer Ghost Doctor was under the slavery GU, he used the Heavenly Secret GU to deduce that Fang Yuan would one day return to southern border. Thus, old man Yanxi set up this trap and waited for Fang Yuan to come. Right now, old man Yanxi was hesitating. He was wondering if he should use Heavenly Secret GU. Although Heavenly Secret GU was powerful, it had a weakness. Old man Yanxi would not succeed every time he used it. Out of 10 tries, at least 8 would fail. Once he fails, old man Yanxi would face the backlash of an immortal GU. If this backlash was common injuries, so be it, but it was extremely powerful and caused anyone to feel fear. Old man Yanxi's soul and body would be intact. The Heavenly Secret GU's backlash only targeted his lifespan. Once he faces a backlash, old man Yanxi would lose 10 to 70 years of his remaining lifespan. A GU master's cultivation to raise his rank did not have any effect on his lifespan. To extend their life, GU masters had one way that was the best, that was lifespan GU. Lifespan GU can be used to increase a GU master's lifespan without any consequences. Other than that, there were other unorthodox methods that could increase lifespan. But each of these methods had either weakness or flaws. My current body has around 80 years of lifespan left. Even the most severe backlash will only take 70 years of my life. I will still have 10 years left. It is enough to execute my heaven-defying plan. But these small matters would usually not give a huge backlash. Most likely, I will lose about 13 or 14 years. But, is it worth it for me to use Heavenly Secret GU for this? This act of defying heaven will definitely be noticed by my enemies when I reach the crucial stage. In the future, I will still need to use Heavenly Secret GU to predict the future. But, if I can get the fixed Immortal Travel GU that Fang Yuan has, it is a great help towards my plan. Just talk about now, if I had fixed Immortal Travel GU to attack Langya Blessed Land, I will be able to attack or retreat at will. What can Langya Land Spirit do to me? I will not have suffered such a huge loss this time. Old man Yanxi thought through it, and decided to give up. Although Heavenly Secret GU was powerful, it was a huge trap. The chances of success was simply too low. Furthermore, the consequences of failure was too severe. Old man Yanxi did not want to waste his lifespan for nothing. Back then, in order to deduce that Fang Yuan had fixed Immortal Travel GU, or where he went, he first spent 70 years and got a result that stunned him for a long time. He was in Central Continent. He was in Immortal Blessed Land. How did he get there? What opportunity did he get, in order to get a visual image of Immortal Blessed Land? Okay, Fang Yuan started hiding inside the Blessed Land and refused to come out. Old man Yanxi's plan to take fixed Immortal Travel GU flopped before it even began. But thankfully, he used Heavenly Secret GU and expended another 80 years of his lifespan to find the most possible opportunity to strike. In the future, on some day, Fang Yuan will return to southern border and join the battle of Yitian Mountain. For this fixed Immortal Travel GU, old man Yanxi spent 150 years of his life. Never mind, since I got the results already, I shall wait here for him. The matter of him raising wolves is not a concern. As a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, how can a mere mortal escape from a scheme that I made myself? Hee hee. Old man Xianxia snickered as he opened his eyes. His eyes were like the white eyes wolf, there were no pupils, only white color. He stared at connecting heaven Gu, his lips becoming more curled as he said, "You are a mere mortal, but you wasted 150 years of my life. In the future when you die from my plot, it will be your greatest honor. But now, don't think you will have a good time." Old man Xianxia worked for a while. Very quickly, Fang Yuan felt something amiss inside who Immortal blessed land. Oh no, someone is buying the materials for refining wolf enslavement Gu in bulk. Fang Yuan wanted to buy these materials, but old man Xianxia was a step ahead of him. He quickly tried to buy them, but faced much obstruction. A number of Gu Immortal purposely raised the prices against him, causing him to spend a lot more, and the total amount of materials he procured was less than expected. Fang Yuan squinted, his gaze sharp like a needle. Someone is intentionally making problems for me. HMPH, it can't be Xianxia land spirit, it does not have such influence. Then, other than Immortal Crane sect, it can only be that mysterious old man Xianxia. Suddenly, Fang Yuan laughed. If it was before, he would be helpless against such a situation. But now, it was different. He had a large number of wolf enslavement Gu recipes. These recipes ranged from rank 1 to 5, and at every rank, there were different types of wolf enslavement Gu recipes. These materials that the Gu Immortals obstructed him from getting were merely materials in ordinary wolf enslavement Gu recipes. Many Gu recipes had innovative ideas and took different routes, especially Xianxia land spirit's personal recipes. How could these Gu Immortals understand the use of these materials? Chapter 493, Surge in Battle Strength. A moment later, HMPH, Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as he memorized these Gu Immortals' names. Diao Su, Great Immortal Zhu Shi, Dian Huang Tianmu. Old man Xianxia, so it was you. He finally understood who the people finding problems with him were. Because most of these Gu Immortals were the ones who attacked Xianxia blessed land back in his previous life, according to his memories. These Gu Immortals mostly come from northern plains, but there are also some from southern borders, eastern sea, western desert, and central continent. If I count old man Xianxia as well, this hidden and mysterious Gu Immortal organization is truly huge. Because of this uncommon clash, Fang Yuan learned about many secret details. He was secretly shocked. What kind of force was it? Who created it? In his previous life, he had absolutely no idea about it. He was kept in the dark. Such a huge force was hiding in the background. They were not a simple poisonous snake, but a ferocious tiger hidden behind the trees. What were they planning? What was their motive? In the future developments, during the Battle of the Five Regions, what influence did they have in all of these events? As for old man Xianxia, what was his role in this mysterious organization? Thinking back about their earlier strife, while it seemed like they were aggressively attacking, they did not use their full strength after all. They had perfect control over their actions. Outsiders would not have sensed anything, they would only think of this as an ordinary contest. Even himself, if not for his 500 years of memories, he would only think that he was unlucky and faced fierce competition when procuring materials. They struck secretly, interfering with him and found that they could not stop him, thus they stopped. The entire assault was like throwing a rock into the water. After several ripples, the water surface returned to normal. Fang Yuan was clear in his heart, he could escape from their assault this time because of Xianxia land spirit's recipes, but that was only a foundation. Most importantly, the other party did not want to expose themselves or attract any suspicions, thus they did not go all out. Although Fang Yuan was a Gu Immortal in his previous life, he was only immortal now. Although he had one blessed land, he could not compete against the cooperation of two Gu Immortals, as well as such a mysterious and powerful force. The reason why I attracted the attention of old man Xianxia is most likely due to fixed immortal travel Gu. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Back then, he used a mortal body to refine an immortal Gu in front of everyone. It was simply too glaring and attention-catching. Immortal Gu were something not many Gu Immortals had, not to mention fixed immortal travel Gu, such a top-tier ranked 6 Gu. Naturally, it would attract the greed of Gu Immortals. The problem was that high profile he had. But Fang Yuan had no choice. Back then, the situation forced him to do so. This also resulted in the best outcome. There was no better way out of it. After such a long time, I'm sure the news have spread already. Immortal Crane sect is definitely investigating this thoroughly. but that is a good thing. The clearer they investigate this, the more they would learn about me. I am only about 30 years old, I am a vagabond from a destroyed small mid-sized clan, I am a lone cultivator, or rather, I am a demonic GU master. As such a person with low aptitude and lacking resources, I actually managed to learn about who Immortal blessed land scenery and was able to refine an Immortal GU. How is that possible? This is like an ant becoming a giant and swallowing an elephant, or a pig that grew wings and flew even higher than eagles. Or using a phrase from Earth, this is scientifically impossible. This way, they will definitely deduce that there's an expert behind me. Someone of this level has to be a strong and mysterious GU Immortal. I am merely a chess piece that this person is using behind the scenes. And because of this, if they want to deal with me, they will have to consider the person behind me, or the organization backing me up. What if this background organization is a group of people, a super clan, or a super sect? Nobody knows. Any person would want to investigate the unknown, to use all means to learn about their enemies. Before they investigate clearly, as long as I hide inside who Immortal blessed land and do not do anything overbearing, they will only try to probe me but would not truly go all out. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like waves, sparked like flint rocks as he evaluated his current situation. Of course, this is only temporary. Paper cannot cover up a fire. Once they find out the truth, or lose their patience, my trouble would come. The moment Immortal Crane sect attacks who Immortal blessed land, the best outcome for Fang Yuan is to self-detonate the blessed land and make both sides suffer a huge loss. Nobody will obtain Danghun Mountain in that case. After losing the protection of his blessed land, Fang Yuan would be hunted down by everyone. Thus, he was using the identity of Chongshan Yin as a future backup plan, to leave a way out for himself. A crafty rabbit makes 3 homes. As a demonic lord in his time, Fang Yuan understood this clearly. After collecting his thought, Fang Yuan sighed. He had to cultivate quickly. It would be best if he reached GU Immortal stage once again before Immortal Crane sect and the mysterious force struck. But even so, it would still be a great danger. If he could not survive it, he would be smashed to bits, and end up in the pitiful state of eternal rest. The pressure is great. Even though Fang Yuan obtained the greatest benefits back at Three Kings blessed land, because of his actions, he lost the initiative. Spring-Autumn Cicada, Immortal Crane sect, Danghun Mountain, mysterious force, earthly calamity of the blessed land. Even though he obtained who Immortal blessed land and his strength soared because of it, he was in even greater danger now. All the intense and precarious situations are pressuring him step by step, like a whip or a scythe, driving him to move forward. If he slows down for even a moment, the outcome would be unthinkable. If it were others, they would have exhausted their mind and body, crushed into pulp by such despairing circumstances. Only Fang Yuan, by racking his brain and thinking out of the box, could manage to find a chance of survival amidst looming disaster. But even though he tried so hard, the situation was not taking a turn for the better. Like now, he was facing a new problem. Immortal Essence stones were running out. He had first sold large numbers of Immortal GU recipes and obtained 28 Immortal Essence stones. But after some purchases, especially the current bulk purchase, his spending was too high and his funds were running out. Right now, Fang Yuan had 4 Immortal Essence stones left. But there were too many areas he needed to invest in. Helpless, he had to stop investing in the wolf groups. But Fang Yuan's original plan was to dual cultivate strength and enslavement path. Now that he had a second aperture, this plan was taking form. 3 things dictated an enslavement path GU master's strength. Firstly, it was the size of the enslaved beast group. Secondly, it was the enslavement path GU worms that the GU master had. The third was the enslavement path GU master's soul. The deeper the foundation of their soul, the more beasts they could enslave, and the stronger beast kings they could control. The time that they could manipulate beast groups to battle would lengthen as well. After my purchase, my wolf group's size is already second-rate in Northern Plains Mortal Plane. The first-rate enslavement masters are still the 3 of them, Ma Zun, Zhang Baoya, and Yang Po Ying. But my enslavement path GU worms were all from Chongshan Yin. They are only rank 4, I have to get them to rank 5 so as to deal with the great battle in Northern Plains. Thankfully, despite Danghun Mountain's slow death, it can still be used. With Guts GU, my expenditure is greatly reduced, but other than that, I still need large numbers of Wolf Soul GU to improve my Wolfman Soul. Facing his cultivation requirements, the immortal essence stones in Fang Yuan's possession seemed lacking. Bulking purchasing wolves only fulfilled one of the three aspects in Fang Yuan's enslavement cultivation. Next, he bought a few more GU recipes in Treasure Yellow Heaven, as well as many refinement materials and the rank 5 Wolf Soul GU that he desperately needed, getting a total of 18. This way, he spent another immortal essence stone. He only had 3 left. Fang Yuan placed his sights on Relic GU next. His second aperture GU was just formed. It is only rank 1 initial stage, it had to cultivate from the beginning. But where would Fang Yuan get the time to cultivate? By using Relic GU to boost the cultivation level, he could bring out this second aperture's usefulness in the short run. Even though he had such intentions, the immortal essence stones were almost used up already. Fang Yuan could only buy the green copper, red steel, white silver, and yellow gold Relic GU. Next, he chose the body modification GU worm. The body is like a sack, it holds the soul. When the soul is strong, while the body is unable to hold it, it would form a bottleneck, and the soul's growth would be halted. Similarly, if the body was not strong enough, the one had to be careful when using strength path GU worms. If they overexerted themselves, they might break their own bones and tear their flesh before even hitting the enemy. After Fang Yuan finished his transaction, he had only 2 immortal essence stones left. These 2 stones were kept to deal with emergency situations. For the next 2 days, Fang Yuan did not leave Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he cultivated on Danghun Mountain. This is the final Guts GU. On a cliff, Fang Yuan grabbed this GU. With a crisp sound, yellow-brown mud flowed out. This was a rotten GU, its body was corroded by the Gruel Mud Immortal GU, it lost the ability to enhance souls. Danghun Mountain's vitality is falling, the number of intact Guts GU is dropping as well, but, after these few days of strengthening, due to the huge number, my soul still managed to reach 1000-man soul. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, feeling the soul in his body. This 1000-man soul was much more solid than before, it gave off a dense feeling. Almost as if it was stuffed inside Fang Yuan's body, it gave a feeling of almost bursting out. 1000-man soul was the signature trademark of an enslavement expert. Back then, Chongshan Yin had 1000-man soul. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, with a thought, he called Little Hu Immortal, and teleported himself into Danghun Palace. Sitting on his cushion, he took out a white-silver Relic GU. Through his earlier tests, there was no problems with this Relic GU, thus Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence into it. A moment later, he opened his eyes. After inspecting the second aperture, he nodded in satisfaction. Second aperture has reached rank 3 peak stage 2. This way, Fang Yuan's first aperture was rank 5 peak stage, having crystal purple primeval essence. Second aperture was rank 3 peak stage, having snow silver primeval essence. Although snow silver primeval essence could not compare to crystal purple primeval essence, it could still provide some help to Fang Yuan. After all, in the Northern Plains contest for the Imperial Court, rank 3 GU masters were the absolute vital force. After I use the yellow gold Relic GU, I will reach rank 4 peak stage, that would be the best. Of course, the happiest thing is that the second aperture gives me the option for another vital GU. This way, I alone can have 2 vital GU. Chapter 494, all of you, get lost. Throwing aside expendable GU, a GU master's first choice of a GU worm would become their vital GU. The relation between vital GU and a GU master were very close, one could even say their lives were connected. No matter which side was injured, the other side would also be implicated. Vital GU had one advantage which other GU did not have, that was no matter how severe the backlash was after GU refinement failure, the vital GU would still preserved. Thus, most GU masters would regard the vital GU as their core GU. Generally, the GU master's strongest GU worm is their vital GU. Once a vital GU forms, it would be difficult to change it. But that was not absolute. If the GU master found an extremely good GU worm and wanted to cultivate it as their vital GU, they could destroy their original vital GU. But this type of action was extremely dangerous. Once the vital GU was destroyed, the GU master would suffer enormous backlash. At the least, they would suffer heavy injuries, and the worst outcome meant death. After rebirth, Fang Yuan's vital GU was Spring-Autumn Cicada, which had been hibernating in the center of his first aperture with no movement. Now, he had a second aperture and had a chance to choose a second vital GU. He had been able to guess this from the Jiyu recipe, but Fang Yuan was still happy after truly finding that it gave him this chance to choose. Which Jiyu should I choose as my second vital Jiyu? Immortal Jiyu could be taken out of the equation. Fang Yuan's second aperture was only a rank 3 mortal aperture, unable to store Immortal Jiyu. Spring-Autumn Cicada was a special situation. Besides Spring-Autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan also had 2 other Immortal Jiyu, Fixed Immortal Travel and Gruel Mud. But Immortal Jiyu Gruel Mud was an expendable Jiyu. If he made it his vital Jiyu, after it is used up, Fang Yuan will suffer heavy backlash. Fang Yuan naturally would not do such a stupid thing. As for Fixed Immortal Travel, it was far away at the poisonous grasslands, so there was no need to mention it. Without much hesitation, Fang Yuan made his decision. It was rank 3 all-out effort Jiyu. He was cultivating strength path and enslavement path. All-out effort Jiyu was a must and was also the most ideal core of the strength path. Previously, Fang Yuan intended to use undefeated 100 battles Jiyu to ensure the safety of the all-out effort Jiyu during Jiyu refinement. But due to many reasons and because of the situation, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use undefeated 100 battles Jiyu to refine Immortal Jiyu Fixed Immortal Travel. As long as all-out effort Jiyu became his second vital Jiyu, Fang Yuan would no longer need to worry losing this precious Jiyu worm after Jiyu refinement failure. 2 days passed in an instant. Fang Yuan returned to the northern plains through Stargate Jiyu. The time flow in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was 5 times faster than the outside world. Fang Yuan had spent 2 days in the Blessed Land, but only a night had passed in northern plains. It was crack of dawn. From the edge of the sky, gentle purple and white colors started to appear. As the sun started to rise, the grass started to gradually look glossy green from the previously dark color. The crescent lake reflected the dazzling sunlight and sparkled. The light of dawn shone upon Fang Yuan's face. He smiled and looked at the side. The sparse wolf group was once again replenished with many white wolf figures. These were water wolves with a size that crossed 10,000. A water wolf myriad beast king led them along with 6,000 wolf kings under it. As for the vermilion flame wolf group, night wolf group, mutated beasts and so on, Fang Yuan did not bring them. It would be too abrupt and conspicuous if he brought them all out at once. Fang Yuan was disguising as Chongshan Yin and wanted to properly manage this identity, thus he had to avoid such exposing actions. Water wolves were different. This action was proclaiming he was taking in wild water wolves. The water wolves' appearance was easily explained. But if Night Wolf Beast Emperor or those mutated wolves appeared, it would make no sense. I will have to continue taking in the wild water wolf groups. Fang Yuan rode on the hump wolf, and with a thought, the whole wolf group again moved out majestically towards the next destination. 3 days later, on a certain area beside the Crescent Lake, Jiyu masters from 2 tribes were furiously looking at each other. Zhang Feiyu, your Zhang tribe is too much of a bully. These 5 black-skinned fat beetles are clearly our tribe's goods, but you actually dare to seize it out in the open. One tribe's tribe leader Chai Zhang shouted. Bullshit. We have already agreed to our territories with this water wolf nest as the boundary. And this is our Chai tribe's territory. As these 5 black-skinned fat beetles have come to our Zhang tribe's territory, they naturally become ours. Zhang tribe leader Zhang Feiyu sneered. Chai tribe's Jiyu masters were furious at such words. Chai Zhang's face even flushed with anger as he lashed out, shameless. Our Chai tribe is moving out our camp to hurry to the heroes' assembly, and naturally we need to pass through this place. Zhang Feiyu's eyes shone with a chilly light as he grinned. So this is your Chai tribe's mistake. You could have detoured this place. Why would you walk into my tribe's campground? Chai tribe's Jiyu masters were raging. Zhang tribe camp was placed at a tricky position, occupying the main road. It would be even more troublesome if Chai tribe was to take a detour. The way around had at least 3 myriad beast groups. Zhang tribe's action was intentionally extorting them. Zhang Feiyu, aren't your actions too unsightly? Chai Zhang gnashed his teeth. Zhang Feiyu shrugged his shoulders without concern, laughing coldly. If your Chai tribe doesn't accept it, we can fight it out. Chai tribe's Jiyu master's momentum slowed down. Chai tribe was a small-scale tribe while Zhang tribe had expanded into a mid-scale tribe 2 years ago. Zhang tribe was strong. If they fought, Chai tribe would definitely suffer. As the Chai tribe's leader, Chai Zhang was naturally clear of this. He had thought of retreating, but 3 of these black-skinned fat beetles were holding their tribe's most precious goods. These goods had been meticulously gathered and were what the Chai tribe wanted to use to side with Lu Wenwu. If he had to give them up, Chai Zhang was of course very unwilling. In the end, should he fight or retreat? Just as the two sides were in a stalemate and Chai Zhang was hesitating, from far away wolf howls resounded. Howl, howl, wolf howls came one after another, endlessly. At the same time, the sounds of a large number of beasts rushing forward were also transmitted to everyone. This lineup, wolf group, it is noon right now and the water wolf's nest is nearby, how could a wild wolf group come here? Zhang tribe and Chai tribe's people shifted their gaze towards the location of the sound, as if they were facing a great enemy. They soon saw the majestic wolf army rushing towards them like a river, through the sparse jungle. In this wolf group, there were strong night wolves, the defensive turtleback wolves, outstanding wind wolves and the white fur water wolves, which were the majority. Different from other wolf groups, they were moving harmoniously like an army. There was only one reason for this. Chai Zhang's heart thumped as he immediately thought of a person, Changshan Yin. Zhang Feiyu's expression became extremely unsightly. Their Zhang tribe also wanted to side with Lord Lu Wenwu, thus they were coveting after these goods of Chai tribe, but they had never thought someone would upset the whole situation at the crucial moment. As the wolf group approached closer, the GU masters of the two tribes became restless. Such a large wolf group. Someone could not help exclaiming in shock. Gasp! This scale, there are at least 28,000. Turtleback wolves, 15,000 night wolves, and the wind wolves are even more than the night wolves. The water wolves are the largest with about 32,000. Someone drew in a cold breath and calculated the numbers with his rich experience. The wolf group's size was really too big. They spread open grandly, forming a half-moon-shaped formation and covering the two tribes. Zhang tribe and Chai tribe's GU masters were instantly surrounded, and with the crescent lake behind them, they were in an unfavorable situation. Didn't they say Changshan Yin suffered huge losses after attacking Bei and Zheng tribes? Why does he still have so many wolves left? Chai Zhang's lips turned dry. The dense wolf group not only covered them, there were still many of them left who were hiding in the forest, their figures indistinct. Zhang Feiyu could not keep up his relaxed attitude from before. He looked at the large numbers of 1,000 beast kings and myriad beast kings among the wolf group, his heart stuck in his throat. Enslavement path was different from other paths, they could change the situation with just a lone force. Normal enslavement path GU masters were already people who should not be underestimated, let alone Changshan Yin. Zhang Feiyu understood clearly that these wolf groups were enough to annihilate their Zhang tribe 2-3 times over and still have enough strength left. Simply because they were in the wild with no obstacles to rely on. They did not have the walls of their camp, they were not in formation, they did not have time to rest and also no time to recover their primeval essence. One hump wolf carrying Fang Yuan on its back leisurely walked out of the thin forest. Changshan Yin, Zhang Feiyu and Chai Zhang similarly called out. In an instant, countless eyes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan expressionlessly rode on the hump wolf with his back upright just like Changshan Yin's habit. His sharp gaze swept through everyone. He did not speak, but his closed lips was sufficient to display Changshan Yin's proud and aloof aura vividly. Zhang tribe and Chai tribe's GU masters were silent. They only felt an enormous rock pressing down on their heart. The atmosphere seemed to freeze and made it difficult for them to breathe. Especially when they thought of the Wolf King Changshan Yin challenging 3 tribes in one night, many started to shiver. Bei and Zheng tribe had been mid-scale tribe for a long time. While Chai tribe was only a small-scale tribe and Zhang tribe had only advanced to mid-scale tribe not long ago. Zhang Feiyu and Chai Zhang glanced at each other, seeing the graveness and the intent to cooperate in each other's eyes. The two were similarly agonized. Just now, they were both about to fight, and now they had the hearts to ally. This play of fate really made one not know whether to cry or laugh. Lord Changshan Yin, your fame is well known to me, Zhang Feiyu gritted his teeth and bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. No one felt that the Grand Tribe leader Zhang Feiyu's action was inappropriate. The other was Changshan Yin. But Zhang Feiyu had yet to finish speaking when Fang Yuan waved his hand and indifferently said, "All of you get lost, don't block me." Zhang Feiyu's eyes widened, his eyes showing an unconcealable humiliation. But he did not retort and instead lowered his head, bowing towards Fang Yuan again before turning around to his Zhang tribesmen, "Retreat." Chai Zhang discerned the situation and also immediately shouted, "We are also retreating." Immediately, both the tribes started retreating far away. Soon, the crowded lakeside only had the wolf groups and Fang Yuan, one person. Of course, there were also those three slow-moving black-skinned fat beetles. Fang Yuan glanced at these three black-skinned fat beetles without interest. The things the two tribes were fighting for did not have enough attractive force towards him. He waved his hand and the water wolf group immediately rushed into the water, circling and attacking the water wolf nest here. Chapter 495, Gray-White Stone Slab. The water wolf den here had 4,000 water wolves. It was a 1,000-beast group. Although water wolves rarely stepped foot on land, when their homes were invaded, that would be another issue. After sensing Fang Yuan's wolf group approaching, this group of wild water wolves attacked together, engaging with Fang Yuan's wolves. Facing obstruction, Fang Yuan's wolf group stopped their movement. But he snorted, activating Wolf Howl GU, sending 3 groups of reinforcements to help. The wild water wolves only managed to hold on for a moment before being unable to hold the pressure, immediately overwhelmed as they lost completely. Far away, tribe leader, our things are still there. A Chai tribe elder looked indignantly. Chai tribe leader sighed deeply. Never mind, let it be, it is better than losing our lives. Shouldn't we stay and watch? A person like Xianxia Yin, he might not be interested in these 3 black-skinned fat armor worms. Another Chai tribe elder was still hopeful. But Chai Zhang understood the truth. He snorted. If you are not worried about offending Xianxia Yin and attracting his slaughter, then stay. This Chai tribe elder's face froze. HMPH, this idea, do you think Zhang tribe can't think of it? Even if Xianxia Yin doesn't want them, we will not be able to take these resources. Sigh, with such an expert like Xianxia Yin here, we can't stay in Crescent Lake any longer, we should set off now, and leave quickly. Chai Zhang waved his hand, his tone filled with helplessness, but also anger and weakness. Chai tribe was only a small-sized tribe, they were weak. Especially with the 10-year blizzard approaching, as well as the fight for the imperial court, it will be an era of turmoil where Northern Plains is engulfed in battles and chaos. A tribe like Chai tribe was like a tiny boat amidst the chaos, being blown by the winds and waves, they can only ride on weakly. Only by clinging onto a stronger force can they increase their chance of survival. Chai tribe left after packing up, without a bit of delay. A moment later, Zhang tribe's investigative GU master reported to Zhang Feiyu with some after fear. Lord, Wolf King was victorious, with just a wave of his hand, he exterminated that wolf den. Out of the 4,000 water wolves, he recruited 3,000, yet he only lost 300. Zhang Feiyu and the Zhang tribe higher-ups shuddered upon hearing this. Such loss-to-gain ratio was terrifying. No wonder this Wolf King's wolf group could be replenished so quickly. Lord Tribe Leader, you did not see personally, Xianxia Yin's manipulation was otherworldly, he is truly skilled. Investigative GU Master wiped the sweat off his forehead as he added. Zhang Feiyu snorted, refusing to put his own tribe down, shamelessly saying, Xianxia Yin has a water wolf myriad beast king. The leader of this group of wild wolves is only 1,000 beast king. Once they battle, the water wolf group would face great suppression, their battle strength would be weakened. It is easy to recruit them because of them. What about those 3 black-skinned fat armor beetles? The investigative GU master answered. They were all taken by Xianxia Yin. Zhang Feiyu's expression turned ugly. He tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it one. Not only did he fail to get the resources, he even made an enemy out of Chai tribe. Speaking of which, Chai tribe and Zhang tribe were in-laws, they had a close relationship. Otherwise, they would not have moved together, and when they set up camp, they chose to live closely to each other, to look out for one another. But, the world is cruel. Right now, the imperial court competition was not just about benefits for Zhang tribe and Chai tribe, it was about their survival. Their relationship was only a method to defend their interests. When it was time to abandon the other, they would do so without hesitation. In the main tent, there was a pressurizing silence. Long after, Zhang Feiyu sighed, a person like Xianxia Yin, even if we gather all our strength, we cannot compete against him. But Northern Plains is not his alone, there are 3 enslavement masters stronger than him. We will note down this battle, and after we go to Lord Lu Wenwu, one day, we will take revenge. Zhang tribe elders nodded in agreement. Not long after, Zhang tribe set off as well. Using a total of 9 days, Fang Yuan led the wolf group that had expanded drastically in size back to Zhe tribe camp. Zhe Guang led the Zhe tribe higher-ups as he went out to welcome Fang Yuan back. Lord Supreme Elder, your cultivation recovered. When Zhe Guang felt Fang Yuan's rank 4 peak stage aura, he was shocked and delighted. Fang Yuan nodded, replying plainly, it recovered, it was about time anyway. Back then, Chongshan Yin's cultivation was rank 4 peak stage. Later, he fought a grand battle with Ha Tu Jiyu and was injured to the point of nearing death, going into hibernation. But now, Fang Yuan's first aperture had reached rank 5 peak stage. Even with Northern Plains suppression, he still had rank 5 initial stage aura. His current rank 4 peak stage aura was only due to the effect of breath concealment GU. As for his second aperture, because it first appeared in Northern Plains, there was no suppression and it was still rank 3 peak stage. Keeping it secret for now, and then slowly releasing the aura, not only could he keep it as a trump card, he could even allow others to gradually accept his improvement without suspicion. Fang Yuan followed the Zhe tribe higher-ups back to camp. Zhe tribe camp was expanding. Along the way, construction could be seen everywhere. Large numbers of mortal slaves or even GU master slaves were being mercilessly utilized. Winner takes all, this was the cruelty of war, and also the beauty of it. Zhe tribe higher-ups were cheerful and joyous. After Zhe tribe took down Bei tribe and Zheng tribe, they expanded greatly. As they tried to digest this newfound force, the entire tribe's strength had increased greatly. The biggest problem now is the lack of slavery GU. If we had large numbers of slavery GU, we could send these slave GU masters into battle. This will greatly increase our battle strength. Zhe Guang exclaimed. Slavery GU was a GU worm that could control people. But man is the spirit of all being, they were much harder to manipulate than beasts. The burden on the soul was greater, especially when enslaving GU masters with strong soul. Thus, in general, a GU master rarely controlled more than 5 slaves. As for slave GU masters, the numbers were fewer. Normally, a GU master could only control 1 slave GU master, any more and the burden on their soul would be too much. As for those slave GU masters with strong souls, to control them, 1 soul had to be even stronger. Fang Yuan naturally had the ability to get lots of slavery GU. But if he did so, he would expose many things. Zhe tribe was only a chess piece in his plans, he did not need to worry for them to that extent. Next, I need to continue cultivating in seclusion. You will help me feed this wolf group. Fang Yuan spoke. Yes, Zhe Guang quickly replied, but his heart was crying out. Now that Zhe tribe was expanding, they were facing a huge lack of manpower. The wolf group was too huge, the burden of feeding them would be great, this would expend a lot of labor for Zhe tribe. But Fang Yuan's next sentence made this young Zhe tribe leader joyous. I brought a lot of resources back this time, they were obtained when I was hunting wolves. Use them as you wish, but remember, the things on those 3 black skin fat armor beetles are mine, safeguard them for me properly. Yes, Lord Supreme Elder. For the next few days, Fang Yuan stayed inside Zhe tribe camp, cultivating bitterly in seclusion. His second aperture's cultivation level needed to increase. Although he had 1000-man soul, he still needed wolf soul GU to strengthen himself, becoming a 1000-man soul level wolfman soul. At the same time, his strength path also needed improvement, he needed to continue using Zheng strength GU. When he needed to relax, he would take out the items on those 3 black skin fat armor beetles and inspect them. These resources that Chai tribe painstakingly gathered were very strange, they were all gray-white stone slabs. But the surface of these stone slabs were filled with black ink lines. Some were straight while others were curled, there were thin and thick lines. The lines were drawn over one another, some looked like letters while others looked like drawings of scenery. If these stone slabs were real, that would be a huge deal. Tracing their source, they were from the immemorial era. Ren Zu's 9th daughter, Carefree Wisdom Heart, states that in order to save Wisdom GU, Carefree Wisdom Heart came to the Qian Kun Crystal Wall. Qian Kun Crystal Wall was straight from top to bottom, it floated in mid-air like a giant mirror. In the mirror, there was a book mountain. On the book mountain, there was a ink waterfall, landing on the mountain rocks to form a literature spring. The ink waterfall continued to flow. As it landed on the literature spring, water splashed about. These black color splashes flew in the air as the water droplets formed into words. This was the origin of the 100 clan writing system in the GU Master world. After Qian Kun crystal wall was broken, it turned into numerous gray-white stone slabs. Legends say that if one gathered all of the stone slabs, they could piece back Qian Kun crystal wall and the GU master would be able to enter Book Mountain again. If one looked at the history of humanity, they would find that generations of GU masters, GU immortals, or even immortal and demon venerables collected these stone slabs before. Precisely so, large numbers of counterfeit stone slabs appeared quickly. These fake stone slabs were indistinguishable to real stone slabs, unless the GU master was an experienced appraiser. In history, the most authoritative and accomplished appraiser GU immortal was Treasure Yellow Heaven's owner, Taoist Countless Treasure, who owned Treasure Light GU. But even he could only identify them with an accuracy of 70 to 80%. There were simply too many fake stone slabs. Too many GU masters tried making fakes, even Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable himself. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable purposely created many fakes and scammed many GU immortals. The fakes that he made were very convincing, they could even surpass the real deal. Fang Yuan had never thought of collecting all the stone slabs and restoring Book Mountain. Even a rank 9 GU Venerable did not succeed. Fang Yuan had no such drive to waste his effort. He was only resting now, and tried appraising these stone slabs. In his previous life, he had trained his eyes to be discerning. He had also once sold and created these fake stone slabs. Right now, he tried appraising these stone slabs, removing the fakes. It was a form of relaxation. But unexpectedly, just when he was playing with one of the stone slabs, something happened. This stone slab that he had evaluated to be a fake, after Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence, the ink lines started to move mystically. Chapter 496, Di Chu Inheritance. The ink lines changed and morphed randomly. After a long while, it settled and formed a terrain map. At the center of the map, there was a heightened land. There were no cliffs as the slope was very gentle. There was an opening that resembled a tunnel. On this place, two words were indicated, Di Chu. All around Di Chu, there were swamps and forests. At the southwest corner, there was a river. At the lower area of the map, there were 4 lines: light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. Fang Yuan muttered it silently, but after a long time, he had no idea what it was saying. These 4 lines were like poems, or not. They sounded like GU recipes, but unlikely. But Fang Yuan was sure about one thing. These 4 riddle-like lines were definitely clues left behind on purpose. More amazingly, after the map formed for a while, it faded from the gray-white stone slab. Soon, this stone slab in Fang Yuan's hands turned white. There was nothing left on it. But when Fang Yuan closed his eyes, he could easily recall every detail on this map, at an extreme clarity. This was not his outstanding memory. Instead, painting idea GU. A painting idea GU was once used on this stone slab. This GU can turn into scenery images and etch itself into a GU master's memory, so that they will never forget it. Light of comprehension flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Evidently, this was an inheritance that a GU master left behind. In order to appraise these stone slabs, Fang Yuan had taken many crystal clear GU, sunshine GU, moonshine GU etc. from Jade tribe's inventory. Just earlier, he had used these GU worms and injected his primeval essence skillfully to test them. These methods were unique ways to appraise gray-white stone slabs. In the end, these methods became the key to activating the secret of this stone slab. The GU master who created this stone slab counterfeit not only used painting idea GU, he also used other GU worms to form this effect. This is an inheritance from a GU master. In order to find the inheritor, he spent quite a bit of effort. Fang Yuan smiled. To think that under such a situation, he obtained the clues to a GU master's inheritance. Inheritance was one of the cultural identity of this world. Be it righteous or demonic GU masters, they would choose to create an inheritance, to leave behind an imprint unique to them in this world. Although he was lucky to receive clues about this inheritance, Fang Yuan did not show much joy. In his previous 500 years, he had encountered many of such situations. He was used to it. Most GU masters would leave their inheritances behind. Therefore, inheritances were always in ample numbers. There were GU immortal inheritances, rank 4 or rank 5 GU master inheritances. These were the truly valuable ones. But there were also many rank 2 or 3 inheritances, even those made by rank 1 GU masters. With the passing of time and natural or man-made disasters, many GU masters often leave disappointed when exploring an inheritance. Some inheritances were destroyed long ago. Others were already taken by the time someone found it. For some inheritances, they were demonic inheritances, traps created by someone meticulously, those mentally twisted GU masters who wanted to take revenge on the world before dying. I am too busy right now, I cannot abandon my plans for such a vague inheritance. Moreover, with just this map, where am I going to find that Di-Chu place anyway? Getting Di-Chu inheritance map was only a tiny accident. Fang Yuan quickly forgot about it. In the following days, he continued cultivating while refining GU. From what he gained from the two tribes, he saw an improved recipe and found it interesting. Taking out a few GU worms from Jie tribe's warehouse, he spent a few days, and after failing twice, he refined the rank 3 eagle wings to the rank 4 eagle rise GU. Speaking of which, this eagle wings GU was nearly unused in his hands. After Fang Yuan left Poison Grassland, he came to Hongyan Valley and reached Jie tribe camp. When he walked around the few markets that were set up during his stay, he bought it. Wolf King Chongshan Yin was not a flying expert. Fang Yuan would not use this master-level technique easily. This was a trump card. Once he used it, it would shock the world. Chongshan Yin went missing for more than 10 years, it was easy to make an excuse. Who knows what opportunities and inheritances he came across during the years, why couldn't he become a flying expert? A few days after refining Eagle Rise GU, Jie Guang visited Fang Yuan personally and brought the latest news with him. Ma tribe had completely absorbed Fei tribe, and became Tian Chuan Heroes Assembly's main character. At Mengchu Heroes Assembly, Nu-Er tribe's representative is a rank 5 GU master Nu-Er 2. Sao Fu's Zhao tribe, that Zhao Lian Yun, Ma Hong Yun's wife, the wondrous woman who became a wisdom path GU immortal in the future, is only a young innocent girl now. No matter what, Ma tribe gained so much attention now, they definitely planning something big, to fight for the coveted throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court. This is the same as in my previous life's memories. But will Ma Hong Yun appear? Fang Yuan thought about it as he recalled. He could vaguely remember that during this contest, Ma tribe showed outstanding strength, especially during the start. They had strong troops and high morale, they defeated many strong foes. But a tall tree is the first to face destruction, soil that is nearest to the water will be the first to be swept away by the currents. Ma tribe gained too much attention, they were targeted by experienced tribes of the Huang Jin family. After several tough battles, although they won, they had great losses and were weakened. Eventually, Ma tribe was forced by He Lu Lan, facing encirclement. He tribe had a great number of people, but Ma tribe had fortified defense, they were able to protect themselves. He Lu Lan brought his troops personally but was unable to gain victory. Seeing the approaching blizzard, he had to relent. After Ma tribe submitted to He tribe, they gained the rights to enter the imperial court. Ma Hong Yun, with his absurd luck, also managed to get in. Precisely because he used this opportunity, he obtained the partial inheritance of an immortal venerable inside the 88-edge treasure building, which became the foundation for his rise in the future. At this moment, Jie Guang spoke, asking Fang Yuan, Lord Supreme Elder, most of the Heroes Assembly are taking place fervently now. RUTN Heroes Assembly also has many experts and competitors, engaging in fierce competition. Among them, Lu Wenwu and He Lu Lan are the two tribes with the greatest strength, the other forces cannot compete with them. Right now, only our tribe is still left in Crescent Lake. Even the large-sized tribes have set off for UTN, to attend the Heroes Assembly. After these days of recuperating, we have already digested most of our battle spoils, and stabilized the situation. If we don't set off now, we might not make it in time. The Heroes Assembly was a place where forces probed each other and created powerful alliances. Although Jie tribe gained strength quickly, they were only a mid-sized tribe. If they did not attend the Heroes Assembly, and detached themselves from the rules of the game, they would be ostracized. That had a huge impact on them. Although Jie tribe leader was Jie Guang, ever since Fang Yuan took the role of Supreme Elder, his decision was already the #1 priority of Jie tribe. During these days, Jie Guang and the other higher-ups were starting to get anxious. They did not have Fang Yuan's memories, they did not know that during this UTN Heroes Assembly, there would be a huge contest, and thus it ended the latest. Fang Yuan had made his arrangements in light of this. He waved his hand, saying to Jie Guang, although the tribe has stabilized, that is only on the surface. In the dark, there are still many people whose hearts are not with us. If we really went to battle, even with a mid-sized tribe's scale, we would not be able to unleash the corresponding strength. Zhe Guang lowered his head, listening to Fang Yuan's teachings patiently. Fang Yuan continued, Yutian Heroes Assembly's contest has just entered the climax. We are in no rush to get there. For now, we are going to Onion Valley. Onion Valley. Zhe Guang showed some confusion. Onion Valley was a place like Crescent Lake. It was a wide valley overgrown with green onions. It was a unique habitat. There, large numbers of beast groups lived, at a larger scale than Crescent Lake. Of course, there were countless wild GU worms. Among them, there was the extremely famous Rank 2 GU, Onion Explosion GU. This GU looked like an onion, but it was not green or white, instead it was red like fire. Once activated, it would emit an intense odor. When wild beasts smell it, they would turn irascible, showing their wild nature. They would be more likely to attack people. Thus, Onion Valley was much more dangerous than Crescent Lake. Why did he want to go to such a dangerous place instead of attending the Heroes' Assembly? But soon, Fang Yuan said his reason. Very long ago, I bred some wolves in Onion Valley. After these years of growing, they should have matured and expanded. So that's it. Zhe Guang's eyes shone. It was very resource expending to nurture an enslavement path GU master. Just the food needed to feed their wild beasts daily was an astronomical figure. These days, in order to take care of Fang Yuan's wolves, Zhe tribe had expended a lot of their resources, causing Zhe Guang to wince in pain and have a clear understanding of this. Thus, many enslavement path GU master would choose to let beast groups grow on their own. They would choose some appropriate locations and leave some beasts behind as the seeds. Once in a while, they would go to check their growth. If the beast group expanded, they would have profited. Of course, the chances of having gains was low. In most situations, the beast groups would shrivel, or even get exterminated. But even so, most enslavement path GU masters would choose to do so. After all, enslavement path was a huge burden on resources. How many moral GU master could be like Fang Yuan, sending their beast groups into the blessed land? After Fang Yuan said that, Zhe Guang immediately understood. After so many years, the Wolf King is still around, but I do not know how many wolves there are left. But this time when we attend the Heroes' Assembly, the more wolves there are, the better it is for us. We will have greater authority and voice if our wolf group is larger. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Zhe Guang nodded, agreeing. Lord Supreme Elder is right. Then when do we set off? Today, Fang Yuan said. Chapter 497, Mo Shi Kuang. The sky was pure and azure, and the ground was like a sea of jade. The soil here was especially fertile with water plants growing lushly, reaching up to a man's knee. This was the famous Yutian of northern plains, reputed as one of the most abundant pasturelands. Now, people were gathering here with their banners fluttering in the wind. Yutian's Heroes' Assembly had already lasted for half a month. In the first week, every tribe was shouting their own slogans, causing clamor and disturbance. But gradually, all the forces began to join up through alliances. And now, the two strongest forces remained. One side was Lu tribe's Lu Wenwu and another was He tribe's He Lu Lan. At this moment, the two sides were valiantly confronting each other. In the center of the people was built a spacious battle stage. In the battle stage, two Northern Plains GU masters were having an intense battle, both of them with rank 4 cultivation. Outside the stage, everyone was looking at the battle intensely. Battles at tribe leader levels were not something they normally had a chance to observe. Especially the two people on the stage, one righteous and another demonic, both were famous characters and had deep hatred against each other. Water Demon, hand over your life. The middle-aged GU master in the battle stage shouted and stamped his foot, jumping into the air. In the air, he took a deep breath then breathed out a basket-sized dark flame towards his opponent. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's heart gave warning signs. His eyes flashed with blue light as he crazily poured his yellow-gold primeval essence into water wall GU. He raised his two palms from bottom to top. His movement looked heavy as if he was lifting a weight of 10,000 caddies. Following his movement, boundless water vapor formed into a blue waterfall that rose up from the ground. The waterfall charged up in reverse and then came down, forming an arch of thick water wall. The dark flame slowly fell onto the water wall and was immediately extinguished. The spectators were stunned. They were just about to ridicule Water Demon for making a big fuss over nothing, when suddenly the spark with only a bit of light left in it suddenly exploded. The deafening explosion was like the crackling of the thunder. Great amounts of flames rushed forth and evaporated the thick water wall into water vapor. The strong impact created a frantic wind that rapidly spread everywhere. But the storm could not get out of the stage. There were GU masters standing around the battle stage, activating their defensive GU to form a round barrier that firmly guarded the stage. Such terrifying skill, such intense explosion has already neared the effect of a rank 5 GU. This killer move has all along been concealed by fire prodigal Chai Ming. Although Water Demon detected it, he still underestimated Lord Chai Ming's attack. As the shocks from the explosion started to dull down, everyone started discussing and making a din with their gaze concentrating on the battle stage. Even He Lu Lan and Lu Wenwu were unable to take their eyes off. But within the round light barrier, water vapor caused the stage to become a scene of white, making people unable to see clearly. Everyone patiently waited, and when the water vapor dispersed, Chai Ming was still standing tall on the stage while gasping and looking at the body under his foot. Water Demon, did you think a day like this would come when you killed my father that year? Water Demon Hao Ji Lu spurted out mouthfuls of blood, showing a pained expression under Chai Ming's step. Ha ha ha, it is our win. Lord Chai Ming is mighty. The spectators were dazed for a while before the side belonging to Lu Wenwu burst out with extremely loud cheers. On the other hand, on He Lu Lan's side, some onlookers were silent, while others had twitching mouths. Brother Lu Lan, you let me win one. Lu Wenwu stood up from his seat and cupped his fists towards He Lu Lan with a smile, showing an elegant demeanor. He Lu Lan looked like he had not expected this result as he coldly snorted. Just as he was about to say few words to keep up with the formalities, a soft sound sounded out, and Chai Ming looked towards his chest in shock. A sharp water blade protruded out of his heart. He looked back slowly to see his enemy Hao Ji Lu malevolently smiling towards him with his face full of blisters from the fire. This is the real body, then under my foot is. Chai Ming was full of doubts. Coincidentally at this time, the Hao Ji Lu under his feet turned into a pool of water and dispersed. It is Water Image GU. Someone exclaimed. Water Image GU is a rare rank 4 GU, but Water Demon clearly used many other methods to make his water image look so lifelike. The sounds beside his ears allowed Chai Ming to understand the reason for his defeat. Despicable. He said the last word of his life and died with an extremely indignant heart. Lord Chai Ming. Many people cried out in sorrow. Brother. Chai tribe leader cried out with tears rapidly flowing down his eyes. Ha ha ha. He Lu Lan threw his head back and laughed loudly without concealing his joy in the slightest. He raised his thumb towards the Water Demon. Hao Ji Lu, you did great. Come, drink this wine. Many thanks for Lord's reward. Water Demon walked off the stage while grimacing in pain from the burns that were all over his body, but still accepted the cup of wine and drank it in one shot. Great wine. He gave a flattering smile and returned the wine cup to He Lu Lan. Although everyone disdained his shamelessness, his strength was displayed in front of them, and with adding in his evil reputation, no one ridiculed or mocked him. He Lu Lan waved his hand and spoke with his coarse and boorish voice, take this cup as a reward too. Yan Kui come, bring me a new cup and pour me the best wine. Following his beckoning, a beautiful young girl in gorgeous attire obediently walked forward and places several wine cups in the table in front of He Lu Lan, then gracefully poured wine. She was the eldest daughter of Yan tribe, Lu Wenwu's fiancé, kidnapped by Water Demon Hao Ji Lu. She was offered to He Lu Lan as a meeting gift. He Lu Lan hurriedly brought Yan Kui with him to the Heroes' Assembly as an attack against Lu Wenwu. Young Master Lu, you can't win against me. Why not admit defeat and I shall return your fiancé to you. He Lu Lan drank the wine in one shot and boorishly wiped off the wine that dropped to his beard. He, why does a man have to worry about having no wife? This girl is beautiful, but how could she replace the ambition inside my heart? Brother Lu Lan, haven't you heard of the old saying that women are like clothes while brothers are like our hands and feet? Since Brother Lu Lan likes her, feel free to have her. Lu Wenwu chuckled, showing not even a bit of anger. Young Master Lu is really ambitious. Young Master Lu Wenwu is a true man of our northern plains. Right, only such a person is worthy for us to follow. Lu tribe's side spoke one after another in support of Lu Wenwu. Since it was a woman, they were not moved and did not have any thoughts of retorting. This was the tradition of northern plains, regarding men as superior to women. Women are like clothes and brothers are like hands and feet. This saying was said by none other than Giant Son Immortal Venerable. The bloodlines that Giant Son Immortal Venerable had passed on was collectively called as Huang Jin family. Huang Jin family held the supreme authority in Northern Plains and also followed the old ancestors' tradition. Since Lu Wenwu could compete with He Lu Lan on equal terms, he was naturally not somebody easy to deal with. His words were instead secretly ridiculing He Lu Lan's lustful and unambitious nature, giving him an appearance that he was not infatuated with the mortal affairs. He Lu Lan furiously snorted, "Your Lu tribe has always been able to talk well. But so what? Come, we will send our people on the stage and have a match." Lu Wenwu's expression immediately changed a little. Rather than Yan Kui, this was his greatest weak spot. In the previous 9 matches, he only won 3 matches and lost many experts. In the battle just before, he even lost the rank 4 expert fire prodigal Chai Ming. Now, He Lu Lan was inviting him for battle again, and he had no choice but to accept. If he did not accept, it would show his cowardice. The men of the Northern Plains despised a cowardly master the most. But if he accepted, he was sure to lose more than win. Damn it, this bastard is intentionally challenging me to weaken my elite battle forces. But I cannot show weakness in the heroes' assembly. Who should I send this time? Lu Wenwu inwardly gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping beside him. There were people from both righteous and demonic path who had sided with him, with no lack of famous characters. But at this moment, they did not dare to meet Lu Wenwu's gaze and either lowered their head or gazed far away. Right as Lu Wenwu's subordinates were feeling awkward, a loud voice came from a distance, "Big brother, no need to worry, send me. Third brother has come." Lu Wenwu was very happy at the voice. The crowd parted and created a passage. The person who walked through the path caused everyone to be surprised. This person was tall with a beefed-up body, a fierce mouth and wide nose, skin as dark as ink, with snowy white lush hair and beard that seemed to blend together like a lion's mane. The white hair and black skin was such an unusual appearance that caused the crowd to be dazed for a while before someone exclaimed, revealing this person's identity, "This person is an Inkman." Rockman, Eggman, Hairy Man and Inkman were not Ren Zu's descendants but variant men. Inkman was also recorded in the legends of Ren Zu. Their homeland was the Book Mountain. The Book Mountain had an ink waterfall which would crash down on the literature spring, and the raging ink would fall on the rocks, forming Inkman. "Big brother, little brother is late." This Inkman walked to the center of the site and bowed deeply towards Lu Wenwu. Not late. You came at a good time." Lu Wenwu patted the Inkman's shoulder and introduced him to everyone. "Everyone, this is Mo Shi Kuang, whom I have sworn brotherhood to at my early years." Mo Shi Kuang. Young Master Lu really has good vision, fooling around with an insignificant variant man. "All right, let my Viper Prince exchange moves with your brother." From He Lu Lan's side, a male GU master with triangular eyes walked out. "Come." Viper Prince walked to the battle stage and beckoned Mo Shi Kuang with his finger. Mo Shi Kuang was provoked by this action and immediately jumped to the stage in fury. "Die." He clapped his 2 palms. An invisible force swept everything, crushing towards Viper Prince without any obstacle. "What? Chi Path, rank 4 peak stage, shit." Viper Prince could not even finish speaking before he was crushed into minced meat which then splattered everywhere. The result was decided with one move. The sounds of sucking in cold breath resounded in the air. Chapter 498, Wolf Howl. He Lu Lan looked at Mo Shi Kuang with a gloomy face. He had a bad premonition when Mo Shi Kuang stepped on the stage, but when Mo Shi Kuang smashed Viper Prince into minced meat with one move, He Lu Lan's heart turned heavy. Mo Shi Kuang was a rank 4 peak stage expert and cultivated Chi Path. Humans were the spirit of all living beings and could awaken their aperture through Hope Gu. Since variant men had the man word on them, they naturally had higher spirituality than beasts. But this spirituality was much less than humans. Thus, only few variant men could achieve such accomplishments in cultivating. The absolute majority of the variant men would never awaken their aperture in their whole life, only a few fortunate ones could. Only the fortunate among these fortunate ones could achieve success in cultivation. This Mo Shi Kuang was one such special case. No wonder Lu Wenwu made friends with Mo Shi Kuang. If it were me, I will also be willing to make friends with such a rank 4 peak stage expert. Realization dawned upon many people. "Hey, the black-skinned fatty over there, is it you who wants to oppose my big brother? Come come, send your experts, let me slap your lackeys flat. Mo Shi Kuang patted his chest and shouted loudly, a heroic aura showed in his boorish manner. Black-skinned fatty, He Lu Lan's eyelids twitched and was extremely angry, although I am fat, am I as black as you? This black boor is really hateful. Hey Shu Yi, He Lu Lan lightly called, his calm voice holding within a burning rage. Here, a thin man immediately responded. Go teach this guy a lesson. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader. He Shu Yi agreed expressionlessly and unhurriedly walked. His gaze was as indifferent as ice. As he walked, a black light blossomed over his whole light. The black light condensed and formed an armor that firmly covered him. Next, a dim green halo flew over his head. 56 flying bone shields flew out and hovered beside him, completely shielding him. Similarly, 9 grayish-blue ghost faces whimpered and hovered around him. By the time he stepped on the stage, he was completely armed and protected. The crowd was in a clamor. He Lu Lan's words were very imposing, but he actually sent a defensive GU master to bring out Mo Shi Kuang's trump cards. Ahahaha. Mo Shi Kuang was instead very happy. You are a guy asking for a beating, come, eat my punch. The moment he finished speaking, his right hand clenched into a fist and fiercely punched at He Shu Yi. Instantly, his fist strength condensed into a thick fist chi which fiercely slammed at He Shu Yi, who was dozens of steps away. If it was someone else, just this punch would leave them handicapped if not dead. But He Shu Yi forcibly took on this punch. His upper body shook a bit, but his lower body did not move in the slightest. Good. Mo Shi Kuang was very happy at this. He was different from ordinary Inkman, and was extremely addicted to fighting. He became thrilled at this moment and shouted, again. He slowly took off to the air, his snow-white hair swaying loosely with the air. After pulling open a distance from He Shu Yi, he started to punch rapidly. The punch shadows rained down like a torrential rain, the translucent fist chi shooting towards He Shu Yi. Aura aura aura, the fist chi exploded on He Shu Yi's armor, producing a sound like that of thunder crackling. But He Shu Yi was like a giant reef that would stand tall no matter how many sea waves struck it. The 56 flying bone shields dispelled most of the force on him. Some bits and pieces of fist chi struck at his black iron-like armor, but it was of no use. The scattered chi flow was absorbed completely by the 9 ghost faces. When Mo Shi Kuang's crazed attack stopped, the halo above He Shu Yi let out a dim green light and shone down upon the flying bone shield, completely repairing the cracks in the shields. Let me return this to you. He Shu Yi sneered. The 9 ghost faces opened their mouths together and spurted out dozens of fist chi. Shockingly, Mo Shi Kuang's attack was returned back to him in full. Mo Shi Kuang was dazed at the dozens of fist chi. The fist chi exploded on him one after another and he crashed down to the ground. Ha ha ha, rank 4 peak stage is nothing outstanding. Immediately, someone shouted outside the stage. Young master, a person beside Lu Wenwu nervously shouted. He Shu Yi is one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner troops, a rank 4 upper stage GU master specialized in defense. Should we call Mo Shi Kuang back? Don't worry. Lu Wenwu was not worried and instead had a joyful smile as he looked at He Lu Lan then at He Shu Yi at the stage. My third brother is extremely addicted to fighting. The stronger the opponent is, the more excited he becomes. Hee hee, watch the show unfold now. Ha ha ha, refreshing, so refreshing. Mo Shi Kuang suddenly let out a crazed laughter and jumped up from the ground. His eyes turned as red as fire and he looked at He Shu Yi with a burning gaze. You are somewhat interesting, worthy of me using half my strength. Mo Shi Kuang said earnestly. He Shu Yi was naturally not happy. HMPH, boastful guy, give me all you've got. Ha! Mo Shi Kuang's body shook, an intense inhuman aura like that of lions or bears erupted from his body, oppressing everyone's hearts. He rushed to the sky with overflowing might like that of a demon god, and lifted his right leg. Here it comes, he excitedly shouted and kicked his right leg towards He Shu Yi. The sound of the wind suddenly whirled and boundless air condensed into an enormous foot. This foot was nearly transparent and was as big as a small hill. It crashed down rapidly with an incomparably violent momentum. Such an attack, for a moment, not only He Shu Yi, but He Lu Lan and others all stared with their eyes wide open. Defend, use all your strength. The several rank 3 GU masters who were in charge of defending the site, shouted one after another. The enormous foot stamped down. He Shu Yi gritted his teeth and immediately sent his 56 flying bone shields to take it on. But the flying bone shields could not last for even a second and were smashed by the foot. Next, the enormous foot smashed down like a mountain. The green halo was instantly broken. The 9 ghost faces did their best to absorb the force but could only weaken 1/10 of it before dispersing. The chaotic air flow could not even scatter before it was suppressed by the enormous foot. He Shuyi felt an irresistible force heavily pressing down on his spine. He wanted to resist, but was powerless and within a few breaths of time, was pressed down to the ground. The black iron armor which had made him famous was crushed to pieces by the huge force. The sounds of his bones breaking continuously entered his ears and large amounts of blood flowed out of his 7 facial orifices. The huge force was still spreading towards the surroundings. Several defensive GU masters had to sacrifice their lives to maintain the light barrier and not let it collapse. After the dust dispersed, He Shuyi was lying on the ground like a dead dog, motionless and at his last breath. He Lu Lan's expression paled as he stood up immediately. He Shuyi was part of his direct family line and was one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner troops. Without him, Black Banner troops' battle strength would fall by at least 20%. At the same time, He Shuyi was He tribe's supreme elder's grand-nephew's son, so this was a matter of utmost concern. He Lu Lan had never expected Mo Shi Kuang to be so strong. His strike could almost jump realms and challenge rank 5 GU masters. He Shuyi could not be lost. He Lu Lan immediately sent orders, "Bring back He Shuyi." Immediately, 2 rank 3 GU masters rushed forward. The defensive GU masters hesitated, but not wanting to offend He Lu Lan, they did not block the way, instead loosening up the barrier. "Lord, this He Lu Lan is extremely shameless, actually is trying to break the rules. Let me go too," a Lu tribe elder shouted in indignation. Lu Wenwu, however, just chuckled. "Nothing to worry, let them experience the power of my sworn brother." "A group of scoundrels," Mo Shi Kuang shouted in fury before waving forward with his right fist. He seemed to be dragging 1,000 jun of weight as he moved his hand, giving a feeling of slow exertion of power. An enormous arm made of qi, 50 feet in length and 10 feet wide, rapidly formed under everyone's dumbstruck gaze. The qi arm produced a sound like that of a roaring dragon or tiger and also seemed like a hurricane that would blow away everything. The enormous qi arm fiercely swept across in a wild and unrestrained manner. If it came across mountains, it would break them, and if it came across seas, it would split them. The 2 rank 3 GU masters that came to rescue He Shuyi were like flies as they were swept flying by the enormous qi arm. The qi arm then swept outside the stage, causing sounds of shocks and screams to resound. Many spectating GU masters who were not able to dodge in time were smashed into minced meat by the qi arm. He Lu Lan and his group hurriedly retreated to avoid the brunt of the attack. "Courting death. Kill him, he actually attacked us, let's attack him together." He Lu Lan and his group, who avoided the brunt of the attack, made their moves one after another and immediately shattered the qi arm. "Ha ha ha, more." Mo Shi Kuang did not show a hint of fear in facing so many GU masters, and instead became even more happy, his battle intent burning high. He advanced instead of retreating like a tiger that had came out of the mountain, his beard fluttering as he charged towards He Lu Lan and the group. "Not good, third brother has gone berserk again." Lu Wenwu could not remain calm anymore. He waved his hand, "Everyone, follow me to reinforce third brother." Lu tribe's side also entered the battle. Heroes' assembly immediately turned into a chaotic mess. An unprecedented large chaotic battle suddenly unfolded. Mo Shi Kuang rampaged here and there in the battlefield, and He Lu Lan along with his group smoothly grabbed He Shuyi and retreated. Chai tribe's GU masters charged towards water demon Hao Ji Lu, and the heavily injured Hao Ji Lu could only flee here and there. It was chaos. "Shit, this is only the heroes' assembly, we absolutely cannot have such a battle and suffer huge losses, if so how will we vie for the imperial court? What to do? Even if our side wins, it will be a miserable victory." Lu Wenwu and He Lu Lan felt the situation was far from good. They tried to stop it but it was in vain. Right at this moment, an intensely desolate wolf howl spread from far away, manifesting the presence of a beast emperor. Countless wolf howls followed soon after. The howling merged into a grand and majestic howl that resounded all over heaven and earth. Chapter 499, Turtle Jade Wolf Skin GU. 499 Turtle Jade Wolf Skin GU. Is there a wolf tide coming? So many wolves. There are night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, wait. There are water wolves and vermilion flame wolves. The shocked voices called out as the people stopped fighting, turning around and focusing their attention on the wolves. But what they saw was a grand wolf army approaching from all directions. All sorts of northern plains wolves gathered together, and charged over collectively. The black and nimble night wolves, the elegant wind wolves, the defensive turtleback wolves, the pure as snow water wolves, and the ones coated in blazing flames, vermilion flame wolves. These wolf groups came together, each had at least several tens of thousands in number. At once, the grand wolf army filled everyone's field of vision, causing people to feel suffocated as a chill grew in their hearts. A group of people moved slowly under the protection of the wolf groups. Large numbers of farm slug GU, black skin fat armor beetles carried huge amounts of resources, while lizard house GU moved their forelimbs forward. There was a grand tribe flag carried by one of them, symbolizing the main tent's location. On the blue flag, there was a huge word written as J. It's J tribe. That means, this is Xianxia Yin's wolf army. Didn't Xianxia Yin battle 3 tribes consecutively? How did his wolf groups expand by so much? Suspicion and questions filled everyone's hearts. According to our intel, the Wolf King has night wolves, wind wolves, and turtleback wolves. But where did he get all these water wolves and vermilion flame wolves? Lu Wenwu's face was grim. Big brother. Mo Shiquang returned to Lu Wenwu's side. The huge wolf groups caused his heart to jump secretly. The water wolves can be explained. After all, Jade tribe stayed in Crescent Lake for such a long time, and water wolves are most common there. But can anyone tell me where these 80,000 vermilion flame wolves came from? Vermilion flame wolves are much rarer than wind wolves, water wolves, and night wolves. They have the strongest attack power among wild wolves. We have to check clearly. Where did Xianxia Yin get such a powerful force suddenly? Can anyone tell me? At once, countless tribe leaders and elders cursed the intel gathering GU masters in their tribes. Forget the vermilion flame wolves, look at that largest night wolf. Is it a wolf emperor? Zhang Feiyu pointed as he shouted. The truth is, once the night wolf emperor appeared, numerous gazes were already assessing it. It truly is a night wolf emperor. The authority of a wolf emperor was absolute. After Bei Sao Chuan clarified it, he said dryly. Wolf emperor. This was equivalent to the strength of a rank 5 GU master. Xianxia Yin was only a rank 4 GU master. He actually had control of a wolf emperor. As expected of an established character, the hero of Northern Plains, the one who had once single-handedly taken down Ha 2 GU and his band of bandits, this legend. Damn it, how did his strength rise so much? With the wolf emperor, he is already on par with Ma Zun, Zhang Baoya, and Yang Po Tian. Pei Yanfei, who wanted to take revenge, clenched his fists. The Grand Wolf Army made him feel a strong sense of helplessness and defeat. Seeing the wolf army approaching them, everyone showed a grim and fearful expression. The chaotic battle had stopped. Everyone was gathering around Lu Wenwu and He Lulan's side, getting into their formations. Soon after, under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan rode the White Eyes Wolf as he followed Zhe Guang and the rest and came to He Lulan. Wolf King Xianxia Yin, I've long heard of your name. He Lulan first greeted him. He Lulan's body was bulky like an angry bear, his uneven shiny white teeth were like daggers, giving people a ruthless feeling. His triangular eyes shone with threatening brilliance. This person was extremely lecherous. It was a well-known fact in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan laughed lightly as he turned to look at Lu Wenwu. Lu Wenwu wore white clothes, having a scholarly aura, looking like a perfect young master. His eyes were mild and his face was like jade. Beside him, there was a 9 feet tall ink man. His body was black and he had white hair. Standing like a guardian, he was the #1 fierce general in this imperial court competition, Mo Shiquang. Lu Wenwu's heart jumped. Fang Yuan's deep gaze made him feel amiss. Xianxia Yin and Chong tribe's enmity had already been spread to the world by Zhe tribe during the battle in Crescent Lake. Right now, Chong tribe had already submitted to Lu Wenwu. If Xianxia Yin wants revenge on Chong tribe, he would first have to deal with Lu Wenwu. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, looking at He Lulan. He said with a plain tone, but his voice resounded in everyone's ears, the reason why I have returned is to exact revenge. Coincidentally, the competition for the imperial court was undergoing. This will also allow me to meet all the grand heroes in Northern Plains. Brother Lu Lan, why don't we team up? He Lulan's pupils shrunk, as he happily stood up, walking towards Fang Yuan, grabbing his shoulders as he laughed. Gaining Wolf King's help, it would be my greatest honor. At He tribe, the people suddenly exploded as they cheered loudly. Your defeated opponent, Hao Ji Lu, pays respect to Lord Wolf King. Water Demon paid respects to Fang Yuan with trepidation. He Lu Lan frowned, immediately turning around. Although Hao Ji Lu had gained some merits, if he offended Chongshan Yin, He Lu Lan would have to kill him to express goodwill towards Chongshan Yin. But Fang Yuan nodded at Hao Ji Lu. No matter, just do your best from now on. Hao Ji Lu breathed a huge sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, the Wolf King truly has a big heart, such magnanimity, I am in awe. He Lu Lan's laughter became louder. Hao Ji Lu was a rank 4 upper stage GU Aster, an absolute expert. Now that he got the best of both worlds, he was overjoyed. While He tribe rejoiced, Lu tribe sank into solemnness. Although Lu Wenwu had predicted this, his mood still turned terrible. If I had known this, I would not have agreed to Chong tribe's request. How can a Chong tribe compare to Chongshan Yin? Sigh, but now that the deed has been done, I cannot salvage it further. He sighed in his heart. Yan Kui was his wife-to-be, but he could discard her. Not just because of the patriarchal traditions, but also because Yan tribe had been exterminated. But Chong tribe's strength was still intact. If he really gave up on Chong tribe, it would make all the tribes that subdued to him feel disheartened and fearful. He, Lu Wenwu, could not do such a thing. He tribe leader, my Wang tribe would like to join you, what do you think? He Lu Lan, my Fang tribe will be betting on you this time. Yi tribe is willing to submit to He tribe. At once, several of the undecided large tribes immediately chose to side with He Lu Lan. Although Lu Wenwu had fierce generals like Mo Shiquang, Wolf King Chongshan Yin had allied with He Lu Lan. With such a huge wolf group as the vanguard, who knows how many people's lives would be saved in the future. This way, all of the tribes at UTN Heroes Assembly made their choices. A large portion joined He Lu Lan, while the rest went to Lu Wenwu. Ha ha ha, Lu tribe's lad, we will meet on the battlefield next time. Brother Lu Lan, till we meet again. Now was not the time to fight, there were still several powerful forces. Outside of UTN, the two groups were vigilant as they moved away from each other, towards their main camp. On the way back, Lu Wenwu called the Intel tribe elder and chided him in public. Where did Chongshan Yin's wolves come from? Investigate it clearly. Yes, young master, I will definitely make up for my mistake. The tribe elder left with a forehead full of sweat. Brother, don't worry, regardless of how many wolves he has, I can directly attack and kill that Chongshan Yin. Mo Shiquang consoled him with a fearless tone. But Lu Wenwu was deep in thoughts. Against an enslavement path master, one would definitely choose the beheading leader tactic. But now that Chongshan Yin has gone to He Lu Lan, when they meet in battle again, He tribe would definitely keep him protected. By then, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. But, he could not ignore the concern of his sworn brother. Lu Wenwu smiled lightly, patting Mo Shiquang's shoulder. He, third brother, you are an unparalleled warrior that can easily take the enemy's head, of course I trust you. Big brother, you forgot about second brother. As long as he comes out of his closed cultivation, as three brothers would be able to work together, what's there to fear in the entire northern plains? Mo Shiquang laughed. Second brother. Lu Wenwu's eyes shone, the pressure lifting in his heart. That's right, when second brother comes out, Chongshan Yin is not our match when we work together. But now, we should not bother with He tribe, this is a troublesome tribe. We should take down the west area and gather our strength, and strengthen ourselves. Just do what you want, brother, I will follow behind you. At the same time, at another group, He Lu Lan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, after today, UTN Heroes Assembly's news will spread, all the forces around here will feel a great headache. Brother Shan Yin, your wolf army will definitely make them suspicious and scared. Fang Yuan had great strength, He Lu Lan had paid attention to him long ago. Now that he joined him willingly, this He tribe leader definitely had to build a relationship with him. Not only did he treat Chongshan Yin as an equal, when they talked, he even started calling him brother. Fang Yuan heard He Lu Lan's words and knew this was a secretive inquisition, thus he laughed plainly. To speak the truth, I did not expect such gains. Back then at Onion Valley, I left some wolves behind. To think that after these years, they would expand to this extent. Zhe Guang beside him also said, that's right, when Lord Supreme Elder came out of Onion Valley, the endless number of wolves stunned us all. The truth was, after Fang Yuan went into Onion Valley alone, he opened the Stargate and connected it to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, bringing out most of the wolves inside. When he led the wolf group back to Zhe tribe, almost everyone was speechless. This way, the entire Zhe tribe was his witness. At the same time, he covered up his tracks on Onion Valley. Right now, the evidences were solid as a mountain. Ha ha ha, Brother Shan Yin's luck is truly admirable. Letting the wolf groups develop on their own is a helpless measure, one rarely gained anything. Brother managed to get some gains, you truly are a fated individual, even heaven wants you to come out of seclusion once more. To speak the truth, after you disappeared, the entire northern plain went silent. Heaven did not want to see this, it did not want a grand character like Brother to end up being secluded in the mountains. Heilu Lan's words were all flattery, it sounded like the entire northern plains only had Chong Shan Yin. But Fang Yuan gave a mild smile purposely, laughing arrogantly, this time, I want to exact revenge, but I also want to spar with Ma Zun, Yang Po Ying, and Zhang Baoya. Finally, I want to make use of Imperial Court Blessed Land and improve my cultivation further. Saying so, he acted as if the entire Imperial Court was his own. Hearing such arrogant words, even water demon Hao Ji Lu bit his tongue. Good, this is the aspiration of a true Northern Plains man. Heilu Lan praised, giving a thumbs up to Fang Yuan, taking out a GU worm as he handed it to him. Good GU belongs to heroes, since Brother Shan Yin came to me, that is my honor. This rank 5 GU is our meeting gift, please accept it. Fang Yuan took a look, this was a turtle jade wolf skin GU, it had great defense. Fang Yuan had heard of this GU's recipe back in his previous life, the rank 5 turtle jade wolf skin GU was made using a living turtleback wolf emperor. If there really was a turtleback wolf emperor, Fang Yuan would rather it be part of his force, than sacrifice it and turn it into a GU. Although Fang Yuan could use Treasure Yellow Heaven to get rank 5 GU as well, this turtle jade wolf skin GU suited his enslavement path. It would take him a lot of time, effort, and most importantly, immortal essence stones, to get such a GU. After all, Fang Yuan only had 2 immortal essence stones left. Now that this GU was given to him for free, that would be the best. Alright then, I will happily receive it, Fang Yuan said, as he really grabbed this GU without hesitation. Chapter 500. Trapped inside and outside, slashing thorns and vines. 12 days later, in the secret room, Fang Yuan was seated above a cushion with both eyes closed, his whole body was tense, and his mind was in placid tranquility. His attention was solely focused on the turtle jade wolf skin GU that was within his aperture. Currently, the GU floated atop his primeval sea within his first aperture, primeval essence was continuously poured onto it, which caused the GU to emit a jade-colored light. The light radiated from his aperture, and illuminated Fang Yuan's entire body. Gradually, the rays of light dimmed. The entire turtle jade wolf skin GU dissipated into tiny fluorescent particles, thoroughly destroyed. Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared. Turtle jade wolf skin GU needed to be consumed, and would leave imprints on the GU master's body, similar to the bronze skin GU and iron bone GU. These past few days have been in constant seclusion, my body has finally been refined to turtle jade wolf skin. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and pulled back the cuffs of his sleeves to examine the skin on his arms. His skin still retained the natural color of flesh, but when Fang Yuan took out a dagger and ruthlessly slashed at his arm, immediately, the effects of the turtle jade wolf skin GU activated. When the dagger made contact with his skin, the skin immediately turned to a jadish green, while the faint lines of turtle shells pulsated outwards. Cutting the skin was similar to a collision with iron, or possibly jade, but the skin still retained a degree of flexibility. Fang Yuan gave a satisfied nod. The turtle jade wolf skin GU is rank 5, its defensive power is truly remarkable. Most importantly, it does not require active use, as long as one is attacked, the defensive properties would activate, it is extremely practical as no primeval essence is expended in the process. It wasn't difficult for a GU immortal to acquire rank 5 GU, though for mortal GU masters, they were quite rare. For a large number of rank 5 GU masters, they only possess one rank 5 GU. Some do not even possess rank 5 GU, but instead resorted to rank 4 GU as substitute. Upon meeting Fang Yuan, Heilu Lan immediately used turtle jade wolf skin GU to entice him. Which, in the eyes of bystanders, was a huge investment. In the eyes of Fang Yuan, a rank 5 GU wasn't much, but it allowed him to sense the sincerity from He Lu Lan. Turtle Jade Wolf Skin's modification is done. The next step is to improve my strength. Fang Yuan sat still upon his cushion, seizing the most of every minute, diligently improving his strength. He sent out a strength of 10 Jun GU. This GU was like an iron weight. After being infused with primeval essence, it suspended itself above Fang Yuan's head, and afterwards blossomed with a glorifying radiance, covering his entire body while engraving a particular strength path Dao mark onto his body. As time passed, the strength of Fang Yuan slowly and steadily grew. For quite some time, he cultivated his strength non-stop. He had already used up the 5 strength of 10 Jun GU he purchased earlier. Now, he would have to use He Tribe's inventory to acquire more strength of 10 Jun GU. By now, Fang Yuan's body contained the strength of 60 Jun, stored in the very depths of his body. 10 Jun was the strength of 300 Jin, 60 Jun was equal to 1,800 Jin of strength. On Earth, Green Dragon Crescent Blade 1 weighed merely 82 Jin. I have already refined this body with Turtle Jade Wolf Skin, thus, it can hold about 100 Jun of strength. 100 Jun of strength or more would be within the range of rank 5 realm. Jin Strength GU and Jun Strength GU's recipes were the invention of a rank 7 GU Immortal. Compared to traditional Beast Strength GU, they were easier to refine, while simultaneously costing less, and thus were widespread in the north. Fang Yuan abandoned his Beast Phantom GU, and picked up the Jun Strength GU, not only to keep up with current developments, but also to make his path more convenient, allowing him to disguise his own identity. However, Jun Strength GU could not solve the fundamental problem of strength path. Fang Yuan had 60 Jun of strength within him, but in practice could only exert a small portion of it. To solve the problem, he would have to rely on all-out effort GU. All-out effort GU could allow a GU master to make use of their whole body's strength, allowing them complete liberty to exert strength. It was truly the core GU of strength path. Therefore, Fang Yuan decided it would be his second aperture's vital GU. But this all-out effort GU was a mere rank 3 GU, and being in a foreign land resulted in it being suppressed to rank 2. Fang Yuan had the recipe for rank 4 all-out effort GU, thus, so long as he is in northern plains when he refines the GU to rank 4, it will not be affected by the suppression. But, it would be hard to continue accumulating. Turtle Jade Wolf Skin helps in bearing the weight of my strength, but does not benefit enslavement path. Although I have 2 apertures, I merely have 1 body. In this world, there were few things that could satisfy all of one's needs. While advancing strength path, he could not simultaneously advance enslavement path. If he wanted to advance enslavement path, Fang Yuan should not have employed Turtle Jade Wolf Skin GU, but rather a different rank 5 GU, known as Wolf Totem GU. This GU could be used to store wolf packs. They would be stored in his skin, and for every wild wolf he keeps, a wolf tattoo would also form on Fang Yuan's skin. Many enslavement path GU masters would choose their corresponding totem GU, and keep their elite troops in their own bodies. In critical moments, GU masters would reveal the power of their elites, summoning them and making them fight. Like before, Fang Yuan used rank 4 Impermanence Bone GU, which allowed him to further strengthen his soul. But Impermanence Bone GU did not benefit strength path. Fang Yuan may be a GU master of both the strength and enslavement path, but it was not simple. It was easy to cause a disaster for both paths. Fang Yuan's problems were far from just this. Spring-Autumn Cicada was gradually recovering, once again putting him under the pressure of death. His frequent entering and exiting of Immortal Blessed Land caused his supply of Starlight Firefly GU to dwindle. Immortal Crane sect's great desire towards Immortal Blessed Land, the mysterious force's attention due to the fixed Immortal Travel GU, the problem of recovering fixed Immortal Travel in Gruel Mud Immortal GU, Immortal Blessed Land's earthly calamity, the crisis concerning the death of Dang Hun Mountain, and constantly pretending to be Chong Shan Yin, and the mental pressure of making sure I do not show any weakness or flaws. His situation was terrible, it could even be said that he was beset on all sides. But because of the crisis, I can look forward to the moment when I cut through the thistles and thorns and break free of worries. Fang Yuan let out a cold laugh, organizing his state of mind, and left his secret room. Outside the secret room stood 2 rank 3 GU masters, standing like guardians. The Wolf King's identity was the main reason for this situation, after arriving at He tribe camp, they immediately decided to strictly protect him. Greetings, Lord Wolf King. When the two GU masters saw Fang Yuan come out, they immediately saluted and reported to him. Lord He Lulan invited the other lords to attend the banquet to conduct important business. After returning to He tribe's compound, He Lulan won large feast for almost 3 days, and spent 5 days at a smaller feast. Several invitations were sent to Fang Yuan, but he was busy cultivating. Every sent invitation was completely rejected by him. Fang Yuan was in a race against time to increase his strength, which was also in accordance with Chongshan Yin's hot and lofty disposition. Though this time, the banquet was extraordinary. There are important matters to discuss. Fang Yuan's footsteps halted, and he changed his usual attitude towards banquets. Let's go. The secret room was built underground. Fang Yuan exited his secret room and arrived above the ground. The curtain of night already enveloped the sky, stars scattered about. Rushing to the banquet, as he had expected, it was the matter of the blood oath. These days, the banquet did not have He Lulan's usual decadence, rather it focused on talks between leaders negotiating the contracts of an alliance. This heroes' assembly was only the preliminary stage to establishing the genuine union, which would unite the forces of all parties into one alliance. The contract of the alliance already agreed on various things, and the leaders were now working on their individual tribes' interests. Fang Yuan looked at the contents and saw no issues, so along with everyone else, he used the Poison Vow Gu. Poison Vow Gu had the power to restriction, and was also the foundation of building mutual trust. But Fang Yuan was the exception. He possessed eating one's words Gu. In 200 years, this Gu would be developed by a western desert chief. When he was in Shang Clan City, he used it to break his poison vow with Bai Ning Bing. And now that he could link with Treasure Yellow Heaven, if he wanted to remove the poison vow, he would merely have to refine it again. The main tent was brightly lit, with each tribe having their own seat. He Lulan held the central seat, and the first to his left was Fang Yuan, with Zhe Guang standing behind him. It was difficult for the young tribe leader to hide his happy expression, holding second seat in the alliance was a result of clinging to Fang Yuan. Their benefits surpassed that of any ordinary medium-sized tribe. Sitting after Fang Yuan were the leaders of the large tribes, Wang tribe, Fang tribe, and Yi tribe. While down the line were the leaders of the medium-sized tribes, and finally the small-scale tribe leaders, as well as the rank 4 demonic path experts. Now, the alliance began its preliminary aggregation. Before they were merely like loose sand. Ha ha ha, now everyone is family. According to conventional tradition, after having established our alliance, we need to hold a large feast. But these traditions and conventions are total bullshit. I've already thought of something better. Rather than annexing those weaker powers, we should instead collect wild wolves. He Lulan began his speech. Soon, all eyes concentrated on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan's complexion was indifferent, his eyes darted across the room. Within his heart he understood that by joining in, he had already altered history. He vaguely remembered, 500 years ago in his previous life, after He Lulan's alliance was formed, he immediately assaulted the east, launching a bloody war with the Dongfang tribe. But this is good. Although He Lulan prevailed over Dongfang tribe, he suffered huge losses in the process. He Lulan is obviously taking consideration of my Night Wolf Emperor, which was expected. With the Night Wolf Emperor, he could incorporate myriad beast groups into his army. The expansion of the wolf group will be a great thing for me. Fang Yuan thought about it for a moment, and gave everyone a nod. Since this is the case, I will do my part. No one in the camp gave an objection. The larger the number of wolves, the more they would benefit, while suffering fewer casualties, preserving the strength of their tribes as much as possible. He Lulan was relying heavily on Chongshan Yin. Everyone understood and agreed. It would be a shame to have such a great master of the enslavement path and not put him to use. As for the sharp rise in strength of the Wolf King, they did not have to be too concerned. They were not aware of the eating one's words Gu, and had complete trust in the poison vow Gu. Since the covenant had already been formed, they did not have to worry that the Wolf King would take advantage of their interests. Soon after their discussion, the entire He tribe alliance began to work actively. GU masters from tribes both large and small dedicated themselves to expanding Fang Yuan's wolf pack. Chapter 501 500,000 Wolves Start a War. In the grassland shrouded by the night, Sang Yi was running for his life. The bone-chilling wind pounced on him, but he, however, was perspiring greatly. Fast, faster, he screamed in his heart, pouring his primeval essence frantically into his movement GU. Behind him, a night wolf group was charging towards him. The reason for that was the corpse of a night wolf's cub in Xianxia's hand, leading to this pursuit that had continued for several minutes. If it was before, these few minutes would be gone in a blink of an eye to Xianxia. But with the myriad wolf group closely chasing him, Xianxia felt every second of time passing very slowly and unendurably. Finally, I've arrived. Seeing the small ravine in front of him, Xianxia burst forth with newfound strength, rushing towards the ravine. Close to 20,000 night wolves followed him into the ravine like a dark flood. They have entered. The GU masters lying low in the ravine shouted in joy. Collect the net quickly, don't miss it. A rank 3 GU master who was the leader of this group, sent the command immediately. Earth wall, rise up. A group of rank 2 GU masters simultaneously activated. Rank 2 Earth Mound GU. With so many Earth Mound GU activated together caused the stones on the entrance of this narrow ravine to rapidly rise up, forming into a barrier like that of a rank 3 Earth Wall GU. At the same time, on another side of the ravine were dozens of GU masters who activated falling stones GU. Large numbers of stones fell down and firmly blocked the entrance. The exit to this ravine was already sealed before. Now with the entrance blocked as well, the night wolf group that had entered was like a turtle trapped in a jar. The night wolf myriad beast king saw the situation turn bad and immediately led the wolf group to climb up the ravine and cross over it. However, at this time, a desolate and magnificent wolf howl resounded through the skies. Fang Yuan was riding on a night wolf emperor, commanding large numbers of night wolves to attack from above. The wild night wolf group's eyes turned red and howled furiously, but they hesitated because of the wolf emperor's presence. Clear Mind GU. With a thought, Fang Yuan summoned a Clear Mind GU. This was a rank 4 GU. After the primeval essence poured into it, it immediately changed into a cool wind. The cool wind blew gently over the area. The night wolf group that was starting to turn frenzied due to the effect of onion explosion GU immediately came to their senses when this cool wind blew over them. The wolf emperor howled again, turning this wild night wolf group to fall into a chaotic mess. Their formation crumbled and their will to fight received a huge impact. Fang Yuan laughed and commanded his wolf group to attack for real. There were already GU masters who were tangling up the wild myriad wolf king. Fang Yuan first mobilized his wolf group to divide the wild night wolves before nibbling away at them. The whole situation was in his firm control. Then he approached the wild myriad wolf king and then at the opportune time, used rank 4 wolf enslavement GU. In the end, he only had to pay the lives of few hundred night wolves to smoothly take in this myriad wolf king and close to 20,000 wolves. After this great success, the GU masters remained behind to clean up the battlefield while Fang Yuan led the increased wolf group towards the next destination. There, another large group of wild night wolf group was waiting for him. You did good. A rank 3 leader patted Xianxia's shoulder and gave him 500 primeval stones along with a rank 3 GU. This is your well-deserved reward. Xianxia wiped off the sweat off his forehead and looked at these primeval stones and the GU while breathing heavily. He then looked at the distance, looking at Fang Yuan's receding figure with envy and admiration. Although I am a rank 3 GU master and have some fame in the demonic path, I cannot be compared to Wolf King. This is a true big shot. When will I have such an accomplishment? In this night, Fang Yuan wandered thousands of li and took in 70,000 wild night wolves. Only by dawn, when night wolves would not go out to hunt and had all returned to their nest, did Fang Yuan lead the wolf group back to He tribe camp. After He Lu Lan established the alliance, with the concept of safety in numbers, 5 enormous camps were stationed nearby. Fang Yuan's wolf group was divided among these 5 camps for the specialized people to feed them. These few days, he had taken in large numbers of night wolves. The night wolf group that was only about 30,000 originally, had now expanded to 320,000. The night wolf group had become the greatest force in Fang Yuan's troops in one go. Adding in the vermilion flame wolves, wind wolves, water wolves and others, Fang Yuan's wolf group had reached a huge size of 530,000. It is thanks to the night wolf emperor that I could incorporate the night wolves so easily. Settling down the wolf group, Fang Yuan brought his exhausted body back to the secret room to rest. With the increase in the night wolf group, the numbers of myriad wolf kings Fang Yuan had to control also increased by several times. These large numbers of night wolf myriad beast kings created a burden on his soul, causing him to feel an increasingly heavy feeling in the depths of his soul. After sleeping for hours, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and sat cross-legged on a cushion and continued to cultivate. Wolf Soul GU. He used the Wolf Soul GU, slowly converting his 1000-man soul into Wolfman soul. Previously, he had 100-soul level Wolfman soul which had a human body, wolf ears, wolf tail and wolf claws. But afterwards, he used large numbers of Guts GU in Danghun Mountain and his soul rapidly expanded to 1000-man soul. This instead caused the Wolf Soul Gu's effect to thin out and his soul recovered the appearance of a normal soul. The Wolf Soul Gu's effect was not clear at all. After more than 2 hours, it only slightly lengthened the wolf ears on Fang Yuan's human soul. But to Fang Yuan, the heavy feeling in the depths of his soul had lifted by a lot. With Wolfman soul, controlling wolf groups would become much easier because the wolves would acknowledge the GU master as one of their own kind from the depths of their soul. Unfortunately, I do not have rank 5 Wolf Soul GU and can only use the rank 4 Wolf Soul GU. Its effects are clear on 100-man soul, but the effects have greatly weakened as I progress through 1000-man soul. After using it for a long time, Fang Yuan stopped it while feeling some regret in his heart. However, rank 5 GU were never easy to obtain. Refining rank 4 Wolf Soul GU required an intact soul of a myriad wolf king. But to refine rank 5 Wolf Soul GU required the soul of a wolf emperor. Moreover, even a refinement master would only have about 50% chance to successfully refine rank 5 Wolf Soul GU. Fang Yuan had thought of purchasing it in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but when he recalled he only had 2 Immortal Essence stones left and the mysterious force hiding in the dark, he dispelled this plan for safety purposes. Although I can't directly buy it in Treasure Yellow Heaven, I have already mentioned this request to He Lu Lan. He tribe is part of the Huang Jin family and their supreme elders are GU immortals, thus they have extremely deep foundations. 2-3 days have already gone by, I might as well ask him now. With this thought, Fang Yuan walked out of the secret room and met He Lu Lan, but he expressed that his hands were tied. Brother Shan Yin, truth be told, I have already written a letter to request it from the supreme elders. But they thought it would be better to give a live wolf emperor instead of rank 5 Wolf Soul GU. And the Wolf Emperor cannot be given casually as well, their intention is to use battle merits to exchange for it. After all, I need to convince the masses as well. He Lu Lan was very cunning. Ever since Fang Yuan took the poison vow, his attitude was no longer as cordial as before. Together with the fact that he had used large amounts of manpower and physical resources over these days to help Fang Yuan incorporate the Night Wolf group, he felt he had done more than enough for Fang Yuan. Simultaneously, Fang Yuan's wolf group had expanded to over 500,000 in number. Such a large force also caused him to inwardly feel fear. Despite the restriction from Poison Vow, He Lu Lan was subconsciously guarded. Fang Yuan nodded and expressed his understanding. He had also commanded Little Hu Immortal to keep a close watch on Treasure Yellow Heaven to get any wolf emperors native to northern plains. Unfortunately, beast emperors were rarely sold. A beast emperor had been put for sale in these days, but it was a boar emperor and not a wolf emperor. Fang Yuan realized from He Lu Lan's words that he was already unable to hold back and was already preparing to start a war campaign. Over these days, Tian Chuan, Meng Chu, Cao Fu and every other region of northern plains were already engaging in battle. Among the popular candidates for the ownership of imperial court this time, only He tribe had been holding back and growing the wolf group. Now, they had already accumulated enough wolves. He Lu Lan, who was full of hope, had already been impatient. Then Brother Lu Lan, which force do you want to attack first? Fang Yuan asked. He Lu Lan laughed heartily and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Little brother is really sharp. I won't hide it from brother, I want to attack Cao Fu and eradicate Dongfang tribe. Dongfang tribe has lot of beauties, especially that Dongfang Qingyu who is a famous beauty in northern plains. I want to kill all their men and capture all their women. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan was slightly stupefied. History was still steering in the same direction. After making a detour, the focus still returned to Dongfang tribe. But with my 500,000 wolf group, it is different from my previous life. Dongfang tribe, hee. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. Reaching this stage, he could already influence the development of the future. Let history be completely changed. As long as there are prophets in front of him, so what if the sky and earth collapses, or if the floods reach heaven? Who cares if his reputation stinks for 10,000 years? The next day, He tribe completely pulled out the camp and began a majestic expedition towards Saofu. This news immediately attracted the attention of all kinds of forces. The situation was changing crazily and Saofu was preparing for a great battle. Different from Utian's heroes' assembly where Lu tribe and He tribe were evenly matched, Dongfang tribe occupied the greatest dominance in Saofu's heroes' assembly, suppressing the heroes and incorporating large numbers of tribes. Only Zhao tribe was barely resisting the pressure, not willing to agree to Dongfang tribe's harsh alliance conditions. The news of He tribe large expedition attracted almost all the attention of Dongfang tribe. Zhao tribe got space for a breather and showed signs of moving their tribe towards a corner. Dongfang tribe's current tribe leader was a rank 5 wisdom path GU master Dongfang Yu Liang. After making deductions and forecasts over a night without resting, he immediately changed the stiff stance and changed the conditions for joining the alliance to become extremely lenient and generous. Dongfang Yu Liang personally traveled to invite Zhao tribe to join the alliance. Zhao tribe leader hesitated. Zhao tribe and Dongfang tribe had enmities between them, and this enmity had gotten deeper over the years. But Dongfang tribe's sincerity could be clearly seen right now, and the conditions they offered were also very attractive. Maybe this was a rare opportunity to resolve the old hatred and grudges with Dongfang tribe. Chapter 502, Zhao Lian Yun. In the study room, Zhao tribe leader placed down the document wearily. Sunlight passed through the window and shone on his face. Due to handling the tribe affairs for a long time, this 50-year-old rank 5 initial stage GU master already had white hair and a face filled with wrinkles. These days, because of He tribe's large-scale expedition and the personal invitation from Dongfang Yu Liang, the tribe was divided into two factions. These two factions argued endlessly. One side wanted to side with Dongfang tribe and resolve the old grudges, while another side wanted to side with He tribe as He tribe was much bigger. Could siding with Dongfang tribe really resolve the old grudges? When he thought of the deep hatred that had accumulated over the generations between their tribe and Dongfang tribe, Zhao tribe leader could not speak with certainty. And siding with He tribe was also not right. Zhao tribe's main headquarters was after all in this Saofu region, while He tribe represented Utian's tyrants and had already gone through the vow with their allies. As a tribe who joined later, Zhao tribe would unavoidably be bullied, and how much profits could they even obtain? They might even be treated as cannon fodder. Thus, Zhao tribe leader was deeply conflicted. Especially these days, the tribe higher-ups were always busy arguing. Zhao tribe leader had to guard against that cunning Dongfang Yu Liang's scheme, while also needing to suppress the internal situation and lead the tribe. He was already very exhausted. Sigh. He heaved a deep sigh and leaned back on the chair, gazing at the dust that was floating in the sunlight. In this dazzling sunlight, the tiny dust could be clearly seen, and Zhao tribe leader felt he was like one of these dust, hesitating back and forth. Now it was floating in the air, but who is to say that it will not fall down to the ground when wind blows over? The battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe was precisely a violent wind that would sweep away everything. Facing such a wind, what path should his tribe take? Right as Zhao tribe leader was feeling frantic, a weeping sound suddenly came from outside the window. Hearing this familiar sound, Zhao tribe leader's brows slightly furrowed and revealed a concerned look as he immediately asked, "What's the matter?" The guard outside the door immediately replied, "Lord tribe leader, Big Missy slipped on the stairs and knocked her head while running here." Ah! Zhao tribe leader stood up with a pained expression. "How could my little darling fall? How much blood did she lose? Quick, bring her here." Zhao tribe leader had several sons, but they were all schemed and killed by Dongfang Yu Liang, leaving behind only a daughter. His daughter was only about 5 or 6 with a very mischievous nature, but her appearance was extremely similar to his late wife, and so Zhao tribe leader doted on her very much. Soon, the door to the study room was pushed open. The guard supported a little girl to the room. The girl looked like she was carved out of jade and looked extremely cute with her embroidered clothing. Right now, she, however, was sobbing, covering her forehead with her hand. "My little darling, my little Union, where did you get hurt?" Zhao tribe leader quickly walked over and hugged the little girl, asking her with concern. "Father, did you go blind? The injury is on my forehead," the little girl furiously shouted inwardly, but on the surface, she smoothly leaned on Zhao tribe leader's chest and acted like a spoiled child. "Father, Union's head hurts." "Oh, let father take a look." Zhao tribe leader softly parted the hair that covered the little girl's forehead and saw a small scrape on her forehead. The scrape had slightly reddened but was still far from bleeding. But even so, Zhao tribe leader's heart hurt very much. He comforted his daughter with warm words before berating the old caretaker that had hurried over. Nanny Wu, what are you doing? I told you to look after her closely and protect her at all times. Look, her forehead is wounded. This old lady should die. Please forgive me, Lord Tribe Leader. The old caretaker immediately kneeled with fear, cold sweat filling her face. But her heart was full of grievances. This child was the most crafty child she had seen in her whole life, and the most troublesome little demon. Normally, if she lost her concentration even a bit, the child would disappear somewhere bizarrely. The child was extremely crafty, toying with this adult woman until she wished she was dead. But in front of the tribe leader, the child showed an obedient and pitiful expression. Her acting was so brilliant that it seemed she was innately born with it. The old caretaker could not find the least bit of evidence on this little demon. Father, don't blame Nanny, it is Union's fault for carelessly running around. The little girl said in a soft voice, adding in a sentence inwardly, this old woman is too annoying, always following me the whole day. I had to self-harm myself to enter this study room. Was it easy for me, huh? Zhao tribe leader heaved a sigh and stroked the little girl's soft dark hair with a gratified expression. Daughter, you are as kind-hearted as your mother. The old caretaker however roared inwardly, tribe leader, you have been deceived, your daughter is absolutely a demon. But she could only shout in her mind because she knew, very few people apart from her would be willing to believe this fact. She naturally did not dare to tell it. If she said it, who knew how this girl would tease and abuse her later on. Useless thing, if it were not for Union asking for leniency, HMPH, leave. Zhao tribe leader waved his hand towards the old caretaker to order her to leave before looking at his daughter with a gentle expression. Little darling, why did you come here to play? Father, Union was worried about you. I heard others say those elders were arguing with father these days and that you were upset and locked yourself in the study. The little girl looked concernedly at Zhao tribe leader with her large gleaming black eyes. But in truth, she was shouting in her mind, rubbish, if I did not come, my life would be in danger. Convenient dad, you are too indecisive. With the situation as it is now, you are still not immediately escaping. What on earth are you dilly-dallying for? Zhao tribe leader felt a twinge in his nose, his eyes reddened, almost letting out tears. Good girl, you finally know to care for your father. Father's love for you all this time was not in vain. Don't worry, father's health is quite good and my mood is much better now after I saw you. Convenient dad, it is a matter of life and death now and you are still so optimistic, so intolerable. For my future happy life, I need to show off a bit regardless of consequences. The girl roared in her mind and said with a couldn't care less expression while waving her small delicate hands, Father, Union thinks those people who quarreled with you are idiots. Our Zheng tribe is like a sheep, Dongfang tribe is a wolf while the tiger from UTN is coming over. Wolf can't beat tiger, so it wants to find the sheep to help, but whichever side the sheep helps, the tiger or the wolf won't let it go in the end. The little girl's words shocked Zhao tribe leader's mind. The person on the spot is baffled, while the onlooker sees clearly. Sometimes the person involved needs to be enlightened by such words from the onlookers. That's right, whether we side with Dongfang tribe or He tribe, it will be like taking favors from a tiger. But can our Zhao tribe stay out of this? No, the blizzard disaster every 10 years has already decided there is no utopia in northern plains. The struggle for the imperial court is very significant. As long as one can enter imperial court blessed land, they can receive astonishing benefits. But which side should Zhao tribe take? The little girl had been observing the tribe leader's expression all this while and when she felt the time was right, she added, Father, I heard One tribe is very strong and also treats its people well. Sheep and horse are both vegetarians but tiger and wolf are carnivorous. It will be better for us to ally with Ma tribe. Zhao tribe leader's body shuddered. Right, why not? Ma tribe was different from He tribe and Dongfang tribe. The latter two had Gu immortal ancestors and the support of blessed lands. They had long-lasting history and were super tribes with deep foundations. Ma tribe was also part of the Huangjin family, but they did not have a Gu immortal support and was advancing towards the level of a super tribe currently. Ma tribe leader and its young tribe leader were outstanding heroes. They would definitely welcome Zhao tribe. Except that to go to Tianchuan, it would be a long journey. Convenient dad, Why on earth are you still hesitating? Decide quickly. The little girl, who had been observing her father's expression changing frequently, felt very anxious inwardly. But Zhao tribe leader was thinking of the long distance they had to travel to Tianchuan to side with Ma tribe. This distance was filled with danger, which caused him to hesitate. Helplessly, the little girl could only add on, "Father, we should leave right away. This is the best time to leave. Tiger and wolf are confronting each other. They don't have any spare strength to care about us." Zhao tribe leader's heart trembled. Right, why am I still hesitating? If I hesitate any longer, even the best chance to escape will be lost. Whether it is He tribe or Dongfang tribe, they are both not kind. If my tribe wants to get some profits in the battle for the imperial court, laying a bet on them is not a good thing. Good girl, you are extremely correct. Our Zhao tribe cannot meddle in such a huge battle, also cannot throw ourselves in this whirlpool. Right, we shall leave. Zhao tribe leader made the decision. The little girl leaning on his chest was almost sobbing tears of joy at this moment, as she sighed inwardly, "Old man, you finally opened your eyes. Ah, it was not in vain that I took so much trouble to run over here to persuade you. But Union, did you think up all these things? Did someone tell you to say so? Who was it? Tell father." Zhao tribe leader finally sensed something amiss and gazed at his daughter. The little girl's heart thumped. She promptly blinked her large eyes and showed an innocent expression. "No one taught me. Father, this was all thought by Union. Father works so hard every day. Union does not want father to be so exhausted, so Union wanted to help father." She then carefully said with a pitiful expression, "Father, was Union wrong?" Zhao tribe leader's eyes flashed with a pleasantly surprised look. He did not think this little angel before him would deceive him. How old was this child? And he had watched her grow up. Since she was so intelligent at such a young age, her cultivation talent might also be extraordinary. Seeing his daughter afraid of being scolded, an affectionate feeling rose in Zhao tribe leader's heart. He stroked the little girl's hair. "Union, thankfully I have you. Father is really happy to have such a good daughter. Sigh, it has to be like this, since I've transmigrated here already. In life, friends can be chosen, but parents are predestined. Seeing how you have treated me well, I will naturally return the favor." The little girl said so inwardly, but on the surface, she hugged Zhao tribe leader's neck and kissed this convenient dad's cheek. "Father, daughter likes you the most." "Ha ha ha, good girl, you are really father's darling." Zhao tribe leader laughed loudly. One also read as horse in Chinese. Chapter 503, Dongfang Yu Liang. Zhao tribe tore down their camp and left. He Lu Lan glanced at the information report before casually throwing it on the table. Zhao tribe might be a large-scale tribe, but it did not have elite troops and not even a decent GU master expert. Although Zhao tribe leader was at rank 5 initial stage, he was challenged and defeated by Dong Po Kong with his rank 4 peak stage cultivation 3 years ago. Thus, he did not have high prestige and also did not make too big of a contribution in his long years of being in power. If Zhao tribe had sided with Dongfang tribe, he might have given them some attention. After all, even a weak rank 5 GU master could not be underestimated. However, Zhao tribe had fled in a sorry figure, which caused He Lu Lan to be filled with contempt towards them. Northern Plains men admired the brave and looked down upon such cowardly conducts of escaping before even fighting. Congratulations to Alliance leader, we have not even truly attacked and yet we managed to scare off a large-scale tribe of the other side. Dongfang Yu Liang should be bursting with rage. He had personally invited Zhao tribe, but the other directly ran away. Ha ha ha. In my opinion, Zhao tribe might be a large-scale tribe, but they are nothing outstanding. They were actually such cowards. HMPH. The GU masters in the main tent commented one after another, not concerned about Zhao tribe's stance. Fang Yuan, who was sitting by the side, swept his eyes through the information report on the table. Zhao Lian Yun. He remembered this name, a mysterious woman who would become one of Ma Hongyun's wives, and also a wisdom path GU immortal. Now, however, she was only a little girl. Looks like the famous persuasion of tiger, wolf and sheep has already utilized. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. In his past life, after Zhao Lian Yun became wisdom path GU immortal, someone made a biography on her. This cultural tradition could be traced back to this first classic of GU was polished by many GU masters spending their effort and time. For many outstanding GU masters and GU immortals, people would write and spread their biography to remember and praise them. In the contents of the biography of Zhao Lianyun, Zhao Lianyun displayed extraordinary intelligence and wisdom since she was young. In the huge battle where Black Tyrant He Lulan fought for the ownership of the imperial court, Zhao tribe was sandwiched between Dongfang tribe and He tribe. When Zhao tribe leader was hesitating, Zhao Lianyun used the comparison between tiger, wolf and sheep to persuade her father and made him decide to travel far away to side with Ma tribe. In the end, this allowed Zhao tribe to not only be protected, but also received extremely high importance and cordial welcome. His 500 years of memories of his past life was all in disorder, but this information was still fresh in Fang Yuan's memories. Simply because in the Battle of Five Regions, Ma Hongyun, Sheng Ling and Zhao Lianyun would not only become GU immortals but also become the symbols and cornerstones of Northern Plains in resisting the invasion of Heavenly Court. In the Five Regions, the biographies of such people would be widely spread and reviewed. HMPH, people like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, I will send them to their deaths before they grow sooner or later. But there's no hurry at the moment. Fang Yuan restrained the killing intent in his heart while showing a tranquil expression on the surface. Whether it was Ma Hongyun or Zhao Lianyun, these people who rode the tides of the Five Regions battle, right now they were still a long distance away from becoming GU immortals. Fang Yuan had plenty of time to deal with them. But Ma Hongyun, Fang Yuan had to keep him around to deal with the 88 Truyong building. As for Zhao Lianyun, although he wanted to kill her, he was hindered by his identity in the situation. After all, Fang Yuan was currently playing the role of Chong Shanyin. The great Chong Shanyin, how could he attach such importance to a girl that was only a few years old, to the point of wanting to kill her? Moreover, the matter of importance right now is to handle Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and concentrated on the discussions again. After having ridiculed Zhao tribe for a while, everyone put their attention on their opponent this time. Dongfang tribe was the same as He tribe, a super tribe with deep foundations and was preeminently a huge force in Shaofu region. Dongfang Yu Liang was this generation's tribe leader for Dongfang tribe, young and promising. Relying on his wisdom path cultivation, he not only handled all the tribe affairs cleanly, the tribe was even showing the trend of becoming more prosperous. Although He tribe's military strength was superior, their opponent was a wisdom path GU master who was an expert in planning and deductions. Such strength could absolutely not be underestimated. If we talk of the greatest threat in this battle, it definitely is Dongfang Yu Liang. Right, this kid is young but has great experience and knowledge, accomplished in the four arts as well as astronomy and geology. He lost his parents at 11, and he had to not only maintain his livelihood but also care for his then 6-year-old little sister Dongfang Qingyu. His parents had left him an enormous inheritance, but this kid knew clearly about the nature of men and that he could not protect the inheritance, so he gave these family assets to an authoritative elder, leaving only a small portion for himself. He performed extremely well during his time at the academy. After graduating, he became that elder's trusted aide. Afterwards, he made many contributions which got him the appreciation and recommendation from the elder, unexpectedly obtaining pointers from their GU immortal ancestor, finally obtaining his current status and power. Everyone knew about Dongfang Yu Liang in detail, each of them said a few words about his origins. Fang Yuan carefully listened. He had not heard of these in-depth things in his past life. Now that he was experiencing this, he immediately realized this Dongfang Yu Liang was not simple and needed to be given importance. History is vast and profound. Great waves sweep away the sand, who knows how many heroes it will sweep away. At the same time as everyone was discussing their focal point, Dongfang Yu Liang was also planning for this extremely important battle, in the study room. Dong dong dong. 3 soft knocking sounds were heard. "You can come in, sister." Dongfang Yu Liang knew who was it without even raising his head. The door was pushed open and a gentle, graceful and extremely beautiful girl wearing a light yellow dress came in with a bright appearance. She had soft and glossy skin with eyes that were clear and transparent. Her soft voice was full of concern. "Big brother, the jade apricot blossom we got from Central Continent should have blossomed. Big brother, accompany me to go look at them." Dongfang Yu Liang smiled. He knew he had worried his little sister by sitting in the study for a day and a night, and she was using this excuse to let him loosen up. "All right, let's go, Qingyu." The brother and sister walked out of the study together and arrived at the courtyard. Right now, light rain was falling down and dark clouds covered the sky. Far away, the rainy curtain. and the horizon had merged into one, forming a gloomy green color. Coming closer, from the courtyard walls, one could see countless banners and the densely packed tents of Dongfang tribe. People moved to and fro in the camp. It was a clamorous scene as they were preparing for the coming battle. In the small courtyard, there were only the Dongfang siblings. The outside clamorous sounds were separated by the rainy curtain, making the small courtyard appear serene and quiet. Especially that jade apricot blossom with its delicate and exquisite petals, which appeared moist and glossy from the rain, and its soft yellow color, gave a comforting feeling to the siblings. "Big brother, I heard Zhao tribe has moved." After a while of silence, Dongfang Qingyu cautiously asked. "Don't worry, little sister," Big brother had already anticipated this. Dongfang Yu Liang smiled and softly held his little sister's hand. Dongfang Qingyu slightly raised her head and looked at her big brother standing in this light rain with his white clothing, jade-like face, deep eyes along with his strategizing aura, carrying gracefulness and calmness. Dongfang Yu Liang continued, "The reason I invited Zhao tribe was to gather all the strength I could. But them leaving is also of no great matter. With my current force, we can still win against He tribe army." Dongfang Qingyu's worries disappeared by over half. Nothing can escape Big Brother's deductions. But the opponent this time is not a small character. Not only is there He Lu Lan, I heard the previous hero of Northern Plains, Wolf King Chongshan Yin, has also sided with him. Big brother, you need to be careful. He, little sister, do you still not believe your big brother? But, Dongfang Yu Liang softly comforted his little sister, a radiant light flashing in the depths of his pupils. "We first met He Lu Lan when we went to adventure. This person harbored unkind thoughts towards you and was taught a good lesson by me. But now, it seems this person has still not given up. This time, Big Brother will teach him a lesson that he will never forget in all his life. As for Chongshan Yin, Big Brother has a plan to deal with him. All these are within my plans, you just need to recuperate at ease. Your body has been weak since young, don't worry too much. If you become ill, it will only distract me." Dongfang Qingyu lightly nodded with her mind completely relieved. Since young, it was Big Brother who cared for her, worried for her and looked out for her. She was like a young, delicate flower that was sheltered by this big tree, her big brother. All these years, she and her brother had gone through all kinds of difficulties together. This time too would be the same. Because since young till now, Big Brother has always been calm and collected like this. It is only that, if I didn't have this illness, if I had the aptitude to cultivate, it would have been much better. Dongfang Qingyu heaved a deep sigh in her heart. The siblings quietly stood there, looking at the jade apricot blossom. "Little sister, standing in the rain for too long is not good for health, you should go back to rest." After a while, Dongfang Yu Liang spoke. Big brother don't work too much." Dongfang Qingyu answered with her lovable voice. Looking at his little sister leaving and disappearing at the corner, Dongfang Yu Liang could finally not hide his expression. His brows furrowed and revealed a worried expression. This battle was absolutely not as easy as he made it out to be. He Lu Lan himself is not an easy opponent, now there is Chongshan Yin as well. 500,000 wolves, really worthy of being an enslavement path master, just him alone can change the situation, causing this slightly superior He tribe to jump far ahead of my tribe. For this coming battle, our side must first deal with these 500,000 wolves. Otherwise, the hopes for victory will be extremely uncertain. I cannot lose. It was not easy for me to make Gu Immortal Old Ancestor agree. If I can complete this secret mission, the Old Ancestor will personally solve the source of the illness in my little sister. For my little sister, I must become the master of Imperial Court and enter 88 Truyong Building. Before this, anyone who dares to block my path must die. So, Wolf King Chongshan Yin, why don't you die in this rain before the battle? Dongfang Yu Liang looked at the dense dark clouds in the sky, his handsome face showing a very cold expression. Chapter 504, Assassination, Long Chapter. The weights-like strength of Tenjun Jiyu was quietly hovering above Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, his body shrouded by the light from strength of Tenjun Jiyu. A long time passed. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, the light slowly dispersed and the strength of Tenjun Jiyu only was half of its original size. I can still use it twice. Fang Yuan silently evaluated. Strength of Tenjun Jiyu was an expendable Jiyu. After completely using this one, Fang Yuan would possess 70 Jun of strength. This strength could only be said to be just passable even among rank 4 initial stage strength path GU masters. All-out effort GU was suppressed to rank 2, and if it was not resolved, there would be no possibility for a qualitative change in Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation. That is to say, his strength path battle strength was not useful in this short period of time. He checked his first aperture and second aperture again. The vital GU of the first aperture was Spring Autumn Cicada, which was still in a concealed state and was recuperating. The 90% purple crystal primeval sea was gleaming with light, dyeing the rank 5 peak stage crystal walls with purple color. Above the sea was Wolf Smoke GU, which looked a lump of dark clouds in the shape of a wolf. The completely repaired battle bone wheel was afloat on the surface along with the spotless white willow leaf-like snow wash GU. Rank 5 Hints and Clues GU was diving like a cuttlefish, playing occasionally with the wolf swallow GU. At the bottom was large numbers of wolf enslavement GU, many strength of 10 Jun GU and some wolf soul GU. At the same, the most important GU to Fang Yuan currently, Stargate GU, Moving Perspective Cup GU, East Window GU, Soul Burial GU and Instant Success GU, were lurking around. As for Wolf Howl GU, Wolf Care GU, Eagle Rise GU, Wolf Sprint GU and Breath Concealment GU, they were residing in different places on his body. As the time Fang Yuan spent in Northern Plains increased, his body was also gradually adapting to the Northern Plains environment. His first aperture's cultivation had already recovered to rank 5 middle stage, but Fang Yuan had all along been using Breath Concealment GU to suppress his aura to rank 4 peak stage. It was a different scene in the second aperture. The crystal membrane of the second aperture shone brightly. 90% true gold primeval sea rippled and gleamed. After these days of cultivating, Fang Yuan's second aperture had grown to rank 4 peak stage from rank 3 peak stage. At the center of the aperture was the rank 3 all-out effort GU. Besides this, there were rank 3 strength Chi GU, which could condense beast phantoms into solid form, rank 4 bitter strength GU, which could increase strength the more one got injured, rank 4 charging crash GU, rank 3 two-seed flower, primeval elder GU, rank 4 expend strength GU and the healing GU rank 3 self-reliance GU. As for Vajra stare GU, turn gold GU, pitch black GU, blood skull GU, bone flesh unity GU, yin-yang rotation GU and others, they could not be used at the moment and were thus left behind in Immortal blessed land. Because Fang Yuan appeared in Northern Plains first from Langya blessed land, his second aperture was approved by Northern Plains and its rank 4 peak stage cultivation did not receive any suppression. Second aperture's cultivation could increase so rapidly because of those relic GU Fang Yuan bought before. But due to the limited immortal essence stones he was unable to buy purple crystal relic GU. So now the second aperture's cultivation would depend on Fang Yuan's own effort. Rank 4 to rank 5 is a process of qualitative change, there is a huge gap between them. I might as well raise my second aperture's cultivation to rank 5 initial stage tonight. Seeing there was enough time, Fang Yuan continued to sit cross-legged, deciding to break through to rank 5 realm. Second aperture's cultivation was already at rank 4 peak stage and already had sufficient foundation. Its aptitude could not be higher than the first aperture, but with Langya land spirit personally refining it, its aptitude also reached 90%. For normal GU masters who fulfilled these two conditions, they had enough capital to break through to rank 5 realm. Normally, they would gain enough experience after some failures and then successfully advance. But experience had always been a strong point of Fang Yuan, and this obstacle did not exist for him. More importantly, first aperture and second aperture's primeval essence could be mutually used. There were no two leaves that were completely the same in this world. Similarly, primeval essence was unique to each GU master. If GU masters transferred primeval essence to each other without the use of GU like bone flesh unity GU, the foreign primeval essence would mix together and the aperture would explode eventually. However, whether it was the first or second aperture, they both belonged to Fang Yuan. Their essence was the same, so the primeval essence could be mutually transferred. Rise. Fang Yuan silently willed, and the purple crystal primeval essence in his first aperture charged towards the second aperture in the center of his chest. A rank 5 peak stage primeval essence charging at rank 4 crystal membrane was bound to cause an intense reaction. At the crack of dawn, Fang Yuan had successfully broken through to rank 5 initial stage. The breakthrough to rank 5 this time was the easiest one in all the attempts he had ever tried. But because I used first aperture's primeval essence, the second aperture has also received the region's suppression now. Fang Yuan could perceive that the second aperture right now had light purple primeval essence, but activating it would only give the effect of the previous true gold primeval essence. In just over half a month, the suppression on the second aperture will fade while the first aperture will completely blend into Northern Plains environment in 3 months and will no longer receive suppression. It will also be the time when the struggle for the imperial court reaches the climax. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and stood up to stretch his body. A night of cultivation without rest gave him a slight feeling of tiredness. He pushed open the secret room's door. The 2 rank 3 GU masters guarding in front of the door immediately greeted him. One of the GU masters gave good news to Fang Yuan. Lord Wolf King, our GU masters were fortunate enough to capture a shark fin wolf in the wild. We have locked it within a cage, tribe leader has told me to inform Lord, when you finish your cultivation, to go to the supply camp to subdue it. Shark fin wolf was a mutated beast with the battle strength of a rank 4 GU master. Although Fang Yuan had purchased a batch of mutated wolves in Treasure Yellow Heaven, he did not bring them out due to the lack of a clear explanation. If there was a shark fin wolf by his side guarding him, Fang Yuan would no doubt be much safer while battling. After a while, Fang Yuan entered the supply camp. Tu Bo greets Lord Wolf King. A rank 3 GU master hurried over to welcome Fang Yuan. He was short and fat, his chubby face shining with a glossy light. He spoke with a flattering voice. Lord Wolf King, I have already been waiting for a long time to receive you. At Tu Bo's lead, Fang Yuan and others soon saw that shark fin wolf in a wooden cage. The shark fin wolf was as huge as an elephant and was lying in the cage at this moment. Its whole body was covered with firm carapace like a crocodile's. On its back, a row of shark fins extended from its head to tail. The light of dawn shone on its body. This shark fin wolf was closing its eyes, its consciousness lost under the effect of slumber. GU. Congratulations to Lord. Shark fin wolf is the mutated wolf with the strongest defense. With this wolf's protection, Lord will be like a tiger that has grown wings. What's rarer is that shark fin wolf can not only fight on land, but has even more battle strength underwater. The 2 rank 3 GU master guards looked at this divine steed shark fin wolf and commented while congratulating Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled and looked at this shark fin wolf, his eyes slightly narrowed as he absent-mindedly asked, how many people were sacrificed to capture this mutated wolf? Tu Bo knew Fang Yuan was asking him, immediately replying, we had to sacrifice 4 rank 3 GU masters and at least over 200 rank 2 GU masters. If not for Wang tribe leader and Fang tribe leader's timely reinforcement, this shark fin wolf would have escaped. Fang Yuan nodded, his eyes squinting to a slit. This shark fin wolf is riddled with injuries, but it looks like it had old injuries. Yes, if not for its old injuries, the investigative GU master might not have been able to escape alive and hurry back to report. I can see that Lord Wolf King has obtained the blessing of longevity heaven, sending you an injured shark fin wolf before the great battle. Tu Bo flattered. Fortunate, Fang Yuan muttered, a feeling of uneasiness becoming ever stronger in his heart. He was not clear on how this feeling arose, but it gave him an indescribable sense of danger. He asked several questions but did not find anything wrong. Shark fin wolf was a mutated beast, having battle strength of a rank 4 GU master. Because it had old injuries, it could be held back and captured alive. Everything was reasonable. The only unreasonable thing was the uneasy feeling in Fang Yuan's heart. But Fang Yuan placed utmost importance on this instinct. He did not have this feeling when he had just crossed over in his previous life. It was an intuition that was born from the accumulation of his plentiful experience after enduring hundreds of years of trials and countless deadly situations. People became astute as they aged. No matter how stupid someone was, after experiencing many losses and trials, and seeing many things, they would naturally gain some wisdom. In truth, not only humans, even ordinary beasts would have a type of intuition and sensitivity towards danger. Under the surrounding GU masters' anticipating looks, Fang Yuan took out a rank 4 wolf enslavement GU. Here, take it, subdue this mutated wolf. What was unexpected was Fang Yuan did not personally make a move, instead gave the wolf enslavement GU to Tu Bo. Lord wants me to use it. Tu Bo was astonished, but I am only at rank 3. Speak less nonsense and use it quickly. Fang Yuan impatiently shouted, forcibly handing the wolf enslavement GU to Tu Bo. Tu Bo was helpless. He did not know what eccentric temperament a lord like Wolf King had, but due to Fang Yuan's prestige, he could only start pouring primeval essence into the wolf enslavement GU. He poured his primeval essence for a long time, and only when he was starting to sweat profusely from the exhaustion, did the rank 4 wolf enslavement GU slowly activate. Wolf enslavement GU turned into a mystical light and descended on the shark fin wolf's body while flickering. Sigh, a regretful sigh of a female suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. At that instant, the warning sign in Fang Yuan's heart suddenly soared and he immediately retreated without thinking. A trembling feeling instantly engulfed the souls of everyone present. Almost at the same moment, Tu Bo suddenly opened his mouth and let out a miserable cry before dying on the spot. The two rank 3 GU master guards were overwhelmed with shock. They simply did not know how Tu Bo lost his life. Subconsciously, they followed Fang Yuan and quickly flew back. But soon, one of them suddenly shuddered, losing all life while still in midair. Soul explosion. A light flashed past Fang Yuan's mind as he blurted out. Lord Wolf King sure enough has extraordinary insights. A woman's soft sound echoed beside his ear, followed by surging shadows. The shadows were like swords, overlapping over one another, and suddenly opened up like a peacock fanning its feathers before binding Fang Yuan's body incisively. Rank 4, multiple sword shadow GU. Cling clang. Immediately, concentrated sounds echoed, blending into one. Multiple sword shadows struck Fang Yuan's body, producing dazzling sparks like gold colliding with iron. Fang Yuan's skin turned dark green, and if one carefully observed it, they would see patterns over his body like that on a turtle shell. Rank 5, Turtle Jade Wolf Skin GU. Female scoundrel. The remaining rank 3 GU master roared when he saw Fang Yuan being attacked, and changed his direction to help out. The female GU master who was mounting a sneak attack on Fang Yuan snorted, ignoring him as she made the multiple sword shadows go more berserk. At the same time, she spat out a thin snake. The snake was like a black thread that passed by the sword shadows and directly moved towards Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan was expressionless, his gaze as cold as an icy mountain. He suddenly moved his right hand and grabbed the rank 3 GU master guard who came to assist him. Lord Wolf King. The rank 3 GU master was startled. He had come to protect Fang Yuan and had never imagined Fang Yuan would actually grab him. While he was astonished and dazed, Fang Yuan pulled him towards his right side, right in between Fang Yuan and Shark Fin Wolf. Almost at the same time, the rank 3 GU master gave a short pained groan, his whole body twitched, his eyes rolled and he foamed from his mouth. The thread-like snake took this chance to slither into Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan gave a stuffed snort. He then let go of the rank 3 GU master and started to pound the sword shadows. The female GU master could perceive the enormous strength contained within these punches. She softly chuckled and did not receive the punches forcibly, instead called back the multiple sword shadow GU. Her body then turned into a black shadow as she swiftly retreated 20 steps away. The black shadow landed on the shadow of a tent and turned back into a woman. This woman looked exquisite. She wore black clothing and her face was covered with a black gauze, only revealing a pair of narrow red phoenix eyes. From top to bottom, her body let out a gloomy and solitary aura, adding a demonic charm to her beauty. One look at her and it would be hard to forget. Junior Shadowless Sword Bian Xizan greets Lord Wolf King. The woman slightly bowed towards Fang Yuan. She was in the enemy camp with enemies surrounding her, but she looked calm and at ease. Fang Yuan snorted and questioned, "What GU did you assault me with?" Bian Xizan smiled. "When Junior went on an expedition once, in a certain ruins, I unexpectedly discovered a strange GU worm. When activated, it would pierce into the ear and enter the brain. As long as the person thinks faster for even a bit, this GU will rapidly expand till the brain bursts. Thus Junior has named it Brain Explosion GU. Bian Xizan bowed once more, her tone full of sincere admiration. Senior could actually perceive Lord Dongfeng's meticulously planned fatal trap and even avoid most of the force of soul explosion. Junior is truly in admiration. Taking Senior's life will be Junior's greatest honor. Farewell." Immediately afterwards, she turned into a black shadow and ran through the shadows of the buildings. "She's Shadow Sword expert. Damn it, block her." Many GU masters who had hurried because of the noise, shouted furiously and attacked at the shadows, but Bian Xizan's black shadow had already disappeared. She left, or was she still here? For a moment, no one dared to be certain. "We came late, we ask for Lord Wolf King's forgiveness." "Lord Wolf King, are you alright?" The worried crowd quickly surrounded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's body did not suffer heavy injuries, but his skin and hair were slashed by the sword shadows, making him look quite miserable. What could happen to me? A group of incompetent trash. No one realized that the other party had infiltrated the camp. All of you get lost. Fang Yuan shouted in anger, but he was secretly joyful. He had not thought that in this assassination attempt, a clue to one of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritances would become his. Brain explosion. Gu. Did you really think I could not have blocked it? HMPH, inexperienced junior. In Fang Yuan's past life's memories, this shadow sword expert Bian Xizan was an important character. She was one of Ma Hongyun's wives and would become ranked 6 Gu Immortal in the future. It was because of her, brain explosion Gu, that Ma Hongyun could obtain one of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritances. It was only that Ma Hongyun had always avoided mentioning what this inheritance was or the concrete details of it, so Fang Yuan was also not clear. He only knew how to properly activate this, brain explosion Gu. Ma Hongyun always avoided talking about it. One could see how big of a harvest he had gained from this inheritance and was afraid of others coveting it if he told the truth. Fang Yuan looked extremely furious on the surface, but his heart was calmly analyzing the event. Chapter 505, Star Thought Gu. We did not succeed after all. Dong Fang Yu Liang looked at the rain outside the window with his arms behind his back, sighing. This shark fin wolf was captured from the wild intentionally. He paid a hefty price. After that, he made some secret markings on the shark fin wolf, and as he was afraid of his enemy finding out, he purposely chose a rank 5 soul explosion Gu and planted it inside the shark fin wolf. Finally, he sent an assassin in the demonic path who was famous in Northern Plains, Shadow Sword Expert, and gave the corresponding Gu needed to activate the soul explosion to her, instructing carefully. This assassination that he planned meticulously, in order to not waste his efforts, he made several simulations, until all the flaws and loopholes were removed. Be it the shark fin wolf's body, the location or time it appeared, even the attitude of the Gu master who discovered the shark fin wolf was considered by him. But even so, he did not succeed. At the crucial moment, Wolf King Chongshan Yin found something amiss and ordered someone else to strike. Seeing that the chance was slipping away, Shadow Sword Expert had to activate Soul Explosion Gu. The power of Soul Explosion was formless and colorless, it could not be seen with the naked eye, but Chongshan Yin was able to escape at the first moment and reveal the truth. As he was restricted by Bian Xizan's attacks, he only managed to get to the furthest range of the Soul Explosion, but in the moment of crisis, he was extremely calm, using the reinforcements as a shield and blocked most of the Soul Explosion's strength. His reputation matches his abilities, as expected of the Wolf King who shook Northern Plains. Dong Fang Yu Liang heard Bian Xizan's report and raised his evaluation of Fang Yuan. With a mutated beast before him, he managed to control the temptation. With his vigilant nature, he made the correct judgment in the face of danger, and immediately spotted the Soul Explosion's range, the callousness of using his own alliance mate as a shield, as well as the calmness to not chase after the perpetrator after being assassinated. Wolf King, Dong Fang Yu Liang muttered, his heart becoming heavier. Dong Fang Alliance leader does not need to worry. Although Chongshan Yin used a meat shield at the last moment, he was still obstructed by me and was within range of the Soul Explosion. Furthermore, he was afflicted by my brain explosion Gu. Even if this Gu didn't take his life, his battle strength would be greatly affected. We can say that Wolf King is basically crippled now. At a corner of the study room, Bian Xizan wore black clothes as she stood among the shadow, saying in a cold voice. Brain explosion Gu. Dong Fang Yu Liang was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this Gu. Bian Xizan laughed lightly, explaining to him the origin of this Gu. So that's it. Dong Fang Yu Liang heard this and his eyes shone. He sighed as he thanked Bian Xizan. It was all thanks to Shadow Sword Expert's help this time, but you lost a great trump card in the progress. Bian Xizan did not speak. Actually, her heart was bleeding too. Ever since she had tested the effects of brain explosion Gu, she had kept it as one of her trump cards. Many of her assassinations succeeded because of it. But when she assassinated Chongshan Yin, the situation was urgent and she could not kill Chongshan Yin on the spot, thus she could not retrieve it. When the enemy forces came, she had to retreat to protect herself. This is the reward that you were promised earlier. Dong Fang Yu Liang took out a Gu worm from his aperture. This goo's body was black, it had a horn and square shell. It was fist-sized but gave people a heavy feeling. This was the rank 4 overlapping shadow GU. Bian Cizan's gaze landed on overlapping shadow GU, showing some desire and anxious emotion. Although she had multiple sword shadow GU, the attacks were dispersed and she would face a tough battle when fighting against a defensive opponent. If she could have overlapping shadow GU, she could overlap the sword shadows together, and form a strong attack. It would be a huge boost to her battle strength. But quickly, Bian Cizan retracted her gaze, not taking the overlapping shadow GU. In the shadows, her cold voice could be heard carrying some arrogance. This overlapping shadow GU will be kept by Alliance leader for now. After the Wolf King dies, I will come and take it. Saying so, she fused into the shadows, vanishing. Dongfang Yu Liang was slightly stunned. He kept the overlapping shadow GU back into his aperture. This shadow sword expert is truly a person of her word. No wonder she can gain such success among the large tribes despite being a demonic path GU cultivator. Many righteous path GU masters would spend a heavy sum to hire her. It seems that she is very confident in brain explosion GU. If this can really get rid of Wolf King, then I will have one less threat to worry about. That is the best case. But what if she fails? What if brain explosion GU was successfully resolved by Chongshan Yin? At the crucial moment, he had chosen to deal with the soul explosion GU and instead allowed the brain explosion GU to enter his ear. That shows he had some confidence and countermeasure for this problem. Dongfang Yu Liang's gaze dimmed, but Wolf King was indeed affected by the soul explosion. There are more variables now, I have to make new deductions. Thinking of this, he moved beside the bookshelf and turned the incense holder, opening up a secret tunnel. Walking in the secret tunnel, he came to a deep area. Here, he had planted an earth bacteria king GU. This GU was a type of GU house. The space was cramped inside, but it was enough for a person to cultivate. Most importantly, the earth bacteria king GU had strong defense. It could ensure Dongfang Yu Liang's safety. After he entered the GU house, Dongfang Yu Liang closed the exit. The entire earth bacteria king GU curled into a ball and went further down by a few meters before stopping. The earth bacteria king Gu's internal walls were soft and thick, like a carpet. Dongfang Yu Liang sat down and closed his eyes. His mind entered his aperture, activating his rank 5 primeval essence and injected it into his star thought GU. He started to think, if Wolf King manages to deal with brain explosion, how do I deal with him? The moment this question emerged in his mind, under the effect of star thought GU, it formed into a thought. Ordinary thoughts were formless and without matter, it could exist in the brain. But this thought gave off a blue starlight. Not only could it be seen with the naked eye, it could also leave his brain and head, flying above Dongfang Yu Liang. Dongfang Yu Liang quickly thought, to deal with an enslavement path GU master, there are 3 ways. The first is the supreme method, pitting enslavement path master against enslavement path master. The second thought shining with starlight flew out of Dongfang Yu Liang's brain, flying together with the first star thought. The second is the domination method, using the beheading leader tactic, charging forward and taking his life from within the army of defense. The third star thought spun around the first star thought as well. This third is the peculiar method, assassinating Chongshan Yin, using bribes or kinship against him. The fourth star thought flew out as well, coiling together with the previous thoughts and collided at times. But no matter how they clashed, the 4 thoughts remained as 4, there were no changes. Soon after, Dongfang Yu Liang recalled, our side's military force, the enemy's military force, both sides' rations, Chongshan Yin's personality and motive, all of our expert GU masters' information, all of the enemy's expert GU masters' information, the recent weather prediction and changes, the terrain of the battlefield, how many mounds, lakes, how many beast groups nearby, whether any forces will intervene. Poof! In an instant, thousands of star thoughts formed at once, gushing out of his brain towards Dongfang Yu Liang's head. At once, starlight was shining brightly. Dongfang Yu Liang's expression paled as his primeval sea level fell drastically. He manipulated these star thoughts proficiently. Orbs of star thoughts, big and small, the biggest were toe-sized while the smallest were thumb-sized. Within this crowded space, these star thoughts collided with each other. Some star thoughts collided and formed into 3 or 4, even 5 or 6 new star thoughts. Some fused instead, while others split themselves into smaller orbs. Hundreds and thousands of thoughts filled the air. They were densely packed, circulating around Dongfang Yu Liang. The primeval sea level continued to fall. Dongfang Yu Liang's mind was completely focused, manipulating these star thoughts to fuse and collide, or split into new ones. Due to his hard work, or through the help of his other wisdom path GU worms, the star thoughts continued to decrease in number. After 4 hours, from the hundreds and thousands of star thoughts, only 8 were left. But these 8 star thoughts were fist-sized, shining with starlight as they contained a complicated thought. As these star thoughts entered Dongfang Yu Liang's brain, his eyes shone with the light of wisdom. He had successfully deduced several methods to deal with Wolf King. These methods were organized and clear, with proper steps to be taken. If it was a normal person, they would have to think for a month or 2 to clear out these thoughts. In fact, it would be difficult to get the solution from among these messy thoughts. But using his wisdom path method, Dongfang Yu Liang spent only 4 hours and got his answer. But these answers were not the only ones. Taking out primeval stones to recover his primeval essence, Dongfang Yu Liang rested for a while before starting to analyze the same question again. This time, he only spent an hour and obtained 7 star thoughts. The star thoughts entered his brain, and he got some answers after reading them. These answers were very similar to the ones before, but there were minute details that were different. Dongfang Yu Liang breathed a sigh of relief, finally stopping. After a while, he relied on his primeval stones to recover his primeval essence back to its peak condition. But in the depths of his soul, there was a strong sense of fatigue circulating around him. He could not get rid of it. The deductions of Wisdom Path not only expended primeval essence when activating GU worms, it also expended the soul's energy. The more deductions made, or the grander the scale of the thoughts, the longer the deduction would take, and the greater the burden on the soul. Feeling a sense of weakness was normal. If the difficulty of the deduction was higher, the soul might get damaged, or he might even die. Of course, as a rank 5 Wisdom Path GU Master, Dongfang Yu Liang, who had received guidance from a GU Immortal, naturally had a complete set of GU worms. Rank 4, Refined Essence Spirit GU. Dongfang Yu Liang's body became thinner immediately, as the vitality in his body was converted by the Refined Essence Spirit GU into resources for his soul. The soul was nourished, and his fatigue faded quickly. But a strong sense of hunger soon assaulted him. Dongfang Yu Liang rubbed his tummy, laughing bitterly in his heart. Refined Essence Spirit GU, a secretly passed down GU in my Dongfang tribe. It can heal the soul well, but it does not treat the core of the issue. Soul Path and Wisdom Path are closely related. If I can get the legendary Guts GU, I would be able to make deductions as I wish. Even if my soul gets damaged, I can easily heal it. What a pity that Guts GU can only be found on Danghun Mountain. Chapter 506, Three Hearts Combination Soul. After a few days of ominous rain, it finally stopped. The dark clouds dispersed in the sky, as pillars of light shone through the clouds, landing on the wet grassland. The sky was wide and huge, a truly grand sight. He Alliance army formed into a current as they flowed towards Saofu. Looking ahead, there were people all around. Looking back, the dark troops looked like a tail, extending beyond where one could see, but this was only the middle troops. Other than this, there were the vanguards, support troops, left and right defense troops. This displayed He Alliance's grand army perfectly. A huge twin-headed rhino's body was covered in steel armor as it moved like a small astle. With 16 pairs of pillar-like legs, it moved forward, stepping on the grass causing a dent in it. This was the rank 4 strength huge beast twin-headed steel rhino. It was being manipulated by an enslavement path GU master as it gave off an imposing aura. He tribe's main tent was on its back. As He Lu Lan sat at the center of the main tent, the tent was propped up highly and their field of vision was very wide. He was black and fat, his face was full of hair. He laid down on the tiger skin chair, raising his head to gulp some wine in one mouthful. Ha ha ha, looking at my army's formation, there is no reason to fear that Dongfang Yu Liang lad. He looked around, the flames of ambition burning in him, as his laughter revealed a brutal and violent aura. Lord Alliance leader is right. I'm afraid that Dongfang lad is already peeing his pants in fear already. Haha, with all the heroes present here, our army can definitely take down the opponent swiftly in this battle. In the main tent, the higher-ups present were mostly rank 4 experts. There were few rank 3 peak stage GU masters. They were laughing and optimistic, agreeing with He Lu Lan's words. Only one person was seated right beside the main seat. He was expressionlessly resting his eyes, like an outsider, paying no heed to the conversations. But this did not make anyone unhappy. In fact, this felt natural to them. He Lu Lan filled his wine cup as he toasted this person. Brother Shan Yin, let's have a drink. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, raising his cup as he toasted He Lu Lan, drinking the delicious wine together. Brother Shan Yin, still thinking about that assassination. Ha 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 ha, that shadow sword expert is indeed a beauty, I have sent my men to deal with her already. That Dongfang lad is shameless, he dared to carry out an assassination, but we cannot show any weakness. After we win this battle and capture that woman, she will be yours to deal with. He Lu Lan urged with his rough voice. Everyone laughed. With Lord Wolf King's assistance, any defense line can be broken. A GU master immediately bootlicked. Extremely true, I heard that shadow sword expert is beauty as a flower, she would definitely be fun in bed. A male GU master winked, showing an expression that all men can understand. What assassination can take our Lord Wolf King's life? HMPH, it is but that Dongfang lad's wishful thinking, no matter how many assassinations they carry out, we are not afraid. The GU master in charge of the camp's defenses laughed. Fang Yuan snorted, looking at this person coldly, how many assassinations do you want? Letting someone sneak in here and leave as they wish, aren't you ashamed at all? The tent turned quiet. He Lu Lan quickly soothed the atmosphere. Sigh, don't be angry brother Shan Yin. But before he finished, Fang Yuan interrupted him. Never mind the rest, but hey tribe leader, where are the materials and GU worms that I wanted? Using the opportunity of the assassination, Fang Yuan flew into a rage and demanded some fried recovery fees. He Lu Lan's eyes flashed with unhappiness for a moment, as he laughed, I have sent them to your tent, brother. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, standing up. In that case, I shall go and cultivate. When the battle begins, call me. Saying so, he did not wait for He Lu Lan's reply before jumping off the twin-headed rhino, leaving everyone's vision. HMPH. He Lu Lan snorted with his nose, slamming his wine cup on the table. After he succeeded in making the alliance, he became the alliance leader. The authority of controlling tens of thousands of people made him feel great satisfaction. He could not tolerate Fang Yuan's arrogant attitude. The tent was still silent. But quickly, an ominous voice spoke. This Lord Wolf King, I understand now why Chong tribe could not tolerate him back then. Everyone heard this and did not say anything, but agreement could be seen on their expressions. Chong Shan Yin was arrogant, but any organization had its chain of commands. Any person in power would not allow a subordinate's disregard for the system. Oh, it is cunning gentleman Sun Shihan. He Lu Lan turned his gaze over and saw the person speaking. He pointed at Fang Yuan's seat. Come, since Chong Shan Yin left already, you shall sit here. Sun Shihan was overjoyed. He made bad remarks about Fang Yuan in order to please He Lu Lan after all. He Lu Lan accepted his goodwill. After all, Fang Yuan's seat was the closest to He Lu Lan, but this was the reason why not anyone could sit there. Sun Shihan was called cunning gentleman. He was a cunning and devious person, adept at using schemes and plots, but he always had a good excuse for what he did, using the banner of righteousness to abide by the rules of the game. Although he was extremely shameless, no one could do anything to him. Sun Shihan had rank 4 initial stage cultivation. He knew he had no qualifications to sit on Fang Yuan's seat. But he had a plan. He stood up from his seat and bowed to He Lu Lan. Thank you alliance leader, but there cannot be reward without hard work. For this battle, I have thought about it for 7 days and 7 nights. I have 23 ideas to offer to you. Oh, Sun Shihan immediately said his 23 ideas, each sentence cut to the point. He was extremely familiar with Dongfang Alliance army, especially all the expert GU masters that they had. He evidently put in great efforts for this. At once, everyone's attention was on him. After he finished, He Lu Lan clapped as he laughed. As expected of cunning gentlemen, that is a good plan. Sun Shihan laughed as he continued, reporting to Alliance leader, just earlier, I have thought of a new plan. It is called expression weakness to the enemy. That Dongfang Yu Liang assassinated Wolf King Chong Shan Yin. The Wolf King was affected by soul explosion GU but did not die. Dongfang Yu Liang would definitely plan again and make many moves against Lord Wolf King. Why don't we make do with this, and order the Wolf King to stay put? Only after we tear down Dongfang Yu Liang's methods in battle will we call the Wolf King to strike, to put an end to the enemy. What do you think about this, Alliance leader? Everyone heard this and raised their brows. Some were silent. He Lu Lan's gaze shone for a bit. He thought about it and said solemnly, Sun Shihan's plan is not bad, we will see about it. This answer was very vague, but Sun Shihan showed a happy expression. Sit. He Lu Lan pointed at the seat again. Thank you Lord for the seat, I am honored. Saying so, Sun Shihan really kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to He Lu Lan. Many of the GU masters present showed a look of disdain, while some old tribe leaders had an expression deep in thought. Yi Zanming, Zhang Wanshang, and Wei Xin pays respect to Dongfang Alliance leader. In the study room, 3 enslavement path GU masters, 2 males and 1 female, greeted Dongfang Yu Liang together. Although there were no enslavement masters like Fang Yuan in Dongfang Alliance army, there were quite a number of enslavement GU masters from the different tribes, and among them, these 3 were the most outstanding. Dongfang Yu Liang sat as he moved his head slightly at the 3, immediately getting to the point. The reason why I called you 3 here today is to discuss how to deal with Wolf King Chongshan Yin. Wolf King Chongshan Yin. Hearing this, their expressions changed. A person's name was like the shadow of a tree. This was an enslavement path master, having shook northern plains decades ago. Now that he had returned, he challenged 3 mid-sized tribes in one night. Not only did his strength increase, he even had the Night Wolf Emperor. With the help of He tribe, he controlled 500,000 wolves, and could affect the entire battle single-handedly. Such an expert, how could they be his match? These 3 enslavement path GU masters looked at each other and saw the solemn fear they all had. But at this point, there was no use being afraid. The 3 said collectively, we will listen to Dongfang Alliance leader's instructions. Dongfang Yu Liang laughed, but he changed the topic, asking them about the details of enslavement path cultivation. Enslavement path requires the most resources. Although we have our tribe's support, my crocodile group is only about 50,000 in numbers. I am ashamed, Yi Zanming said. I'm sure Alliance leader knows my circumstances. I was not an enslavement path GU master from the start. I started halfway when I found Blood Sea ancestors' small inheritance during an expedition, and obtained quite a number of the Bladuing Blood Bats group. These years, I have been gathering the relevant enslavement path GU worms, but my progress is slow. Zhang Wanshan sighed. Wei Xin sighed too. In my opinion, the hardest part about enslavement path cultivation is the soul. Using ordinary GU worms to strengthen and refine the soul has too low efficiency. I worked hard for 20 years, almost cultivating daily, but now I have only reached 800-man crabman soul. Among the 3, the oldest and strongest person was Wei Xin. Soul path, enslavement path, and wisdom path, the 3 paths had a deep relationship. After Dongfang Yu Liang heard Wei Xin's words, he thought about his own cultivation, and he showed an understanding expression. He slowly spoke. Soul cultivation is very difficult indeed. Ample patience is needed to accumulate your growth. Although I used the Coptis Rhizome GU, and slow slicing GU to gain 1,000-man soul, it expended 10 years of my precious time. The 3 heard this and their expression changed when they looked at Dongfang Yu Liang, turning into a look of admiration. Coptis Rhizome GU and slow slicing GU, the former could strengthen the soul, but once a GU master uses it, they would experience the most bitter taste in the world. Eating anything would be a painful torture to them. If they used this GU for a long time, they would be unable to eat anything, and the GU master would become extremely thin and weak. Meanwhile, slow slicing GU could refine the soul, and get rid of the impurities in the soul, but in the process, the GU master would feel extreme pain, like their flesh was being sliced away piece by piece. Dongfang Yu Liang had outstanding talent, reaching rank 5 at this young age, but this was also due to his hard work, achieved through an uncountable amount of tears, blood and sweat. Dongfang Yu Liang's expression turned serious. Do you know about our Dongfang tribe's combination killer move used by 3 people, called 3 Hearts Combination Soul? Killer move, 3 Hearts Combination Soul. The 3's pupils shrunk. Dongfang tribe's famous triple combination killer move, who in the world would not know about it? Chapter 507. Surprising Thieving Heaven Inheritance. Red, green, and black, 3 colors intertwined in the air violently. A flickering light was reflecting in Fang Yuan's eyes. He was extremely focused as he concentrated on the half-finished product in front of him, trying to stabilize the situation. Chi. Suddenly, a shrill buzzing erupted. The sound waves vibrated in the air, forming a violent wind as it overturned the table and chairs in the room. Even the flower vase fell and smashed on the ground. Ink on the table fell on the ground as writing paper flew in the air. The 3 colors vanished, and the half-finished product exploded into a pool of blue blood traces, splattering on the surrounding walls. Failed again, Fang Yuan sighed lightly. These days, he had been refining GU. This GU was called Nauseous Crying Baby GU, used mainly to deal with 3 Hearts Combination Soul. 3 Hearts Combination Soul was a famous killer move of Dongfang tribe. It could allow 3 GU Master's soul to fuse into one temporarily, going into a state where all 3 work as one, regardless of defending, attacking, or retreating. With Fang Yuan's experience these few days, his unclear memories started to become more vivid as well. He vaguely remembered that He Lu Lan suffered greatly in this battle against Dongfang Yu Liang, only winning by a margin. Because a 3 Hearts Combination Soul, He Lu Lan's side suffered great losses. After that, Ma Hongyun rose up, and when he was dealing with Dongfang tribe, 3 Hearts Combination Soul caused great problems for him. Once, he was set up by some people, and lost terribly against this killer move, getting captured alive by Dongfang tribe. Ma Hongyun thus became a prisoner, and met with Dongfang Qingyu by accident, gaining her affection. Not only did Dongfang Qingyu let him escape secretly, she even told him all the secrets regarding this killer move. Ma Hongyun returned safely, and together with his wife, Sheng Ling who was a refinement path master, created the Nauseous Crying Baby GU, specifically to deal with 3 Hearts Combination Soul. Nauseous Crying Baby GU had great effects on the battle. Using this, Ma Hongyun obtained a great victory, while Dongfang tribe lost consecutively. After they failed too many times, the killer move 3 Hearts Combination Soul was slowly phased out of use. During the Battle of the 5 Regions, chaos was everywhere and 3 Hearts Combination Soul was stolen by Central Continent GU Masters. They improved upon it and it became a powerful move again. Ma Hongyun thus released the recipe of Nauseous Crying Baby, and after everyone learned it, they modified it based on the original GU recipe, to deal with the improved 3 Hearts Combination Soul. Thereafter, 3 Hearts Combination Soul finally lost its use, and was left behind in history. Fang Yuan Rebirth, with 500 years of memories, he naturally knew the recipe of Nauseous Crying Baby GU. But Nauseous Crying Baby GU was rank 4, while the refinement materials were not rare, the refinement difficulty was extremely high. Even with Fang Yuan's near refinement master level skills, he attempted it more than 10 times but failed them all. Sighing, Fang Yuan got up and walked to the window. This window was destroyed by the GU refinement failure. The air blast broke the glass, as a huge hole was created. The wind from outside carried the smell of the grass as it flowed into the room through the hole. Fang Yuan pressed his hand on the window as he sent his primeval essence over. Quickly, the new window panel started growing, forming and blocking all the wind outside. The walls moved like intestines. The earlier crevices and holes created were all filled, while the broken vase fragments on the ground as well as the blood traces were devoured. This was the convenience of the Large Lizard House GU. Large Lizard House GU was rank 3, advanced from the rank 2 Lizard House GU. The Lizard House GU was already large as a bus. It looked like a 4-legged lizard on the outside, with a pathway inside the lizard that splits into rooms on both sides. The Large Lizard House GU was like a 2-story building. Its body was 5 times the size of a Lizard House GU. It was split into 2 stories. There were more rooms and a larger space within. This was given to Fang Yuan by He Lu Lan personally after he joined He tribe. His daily cultivation was all done inside this room. Aside from Fang Yuan, there were 6 rank 3 GU masters guarding the surroundings. They took turns as sentries, paired with their investigative GU that could deal with all hiding and lurking GU masters. If Shadow Sword Expert attacks again, before she even gets close to 100 steps, she would be discovered by GU masters, and her traces would be exposed. This was a measure set up after Fang Yuan's assassination. At this moment, Fang Yuan looked down from the window, seeing large numbers of mortals and GU masters anxiously setting up their defenses. Some of them were digging canals, some were growing trees, erecting arrow towers, or building mud walls. A tight defensive line was starting to form. This was the 3rd line of defense. Northern Plains terrain was mostly flat grassland. There were little obstacles and horses could run freely. Thus, since long ago, when 2 forces in Northern Plains engage in battle, the moment one side loses, they would not be able to escape. The winner would definitely be able to chase them down. Once a battle is lost, it would mean that it was the end. A tribe would quickly weaken or even face its demise. But with a defensive line, the results would be different. Once a battle is lost, be it retreating and escaping, or avoiding the enemy temporarily, waiting for a chance to counterattack, these defensive lines would have great use. Battles were a matter of life and death, it decided the fate of the tribes, it was dangerous and hard to predict, one tiny accident or a mistake from either side could result in failure. At this time, when a tribe retreats and defends according to their defensive line, they would stabilize their footing and would be able to regroup. This was the world of GU. An individual had mysterious powers, it was not difficult to construct a long defensive line that was longer than the Great Wall on Earth. People soon realized the benefits of these defensive lines. Because battles in northern plains were not decided quickly, defense battles were much more advantageous than offensive assault. According to our intel, Dongfang tribe is already starting on the growth defensive line, there are still about 3,000 li of distance between us. According to their habits, every 800 to 1,000 li would have a new defensive line. Fang Yuan recalled from his memories. These days, he had been cultivating in closed doors, but he had a firm grasp of the outside information. He was a higher up of He Alliance army, every day there would be GU masters coming to give him information. Looking at the time, tomorrow our vanguards will meet and begin the battle. But there is still some time before I strike. Fang Yuan was guarding the central camp now with He Lulan. A few days ago, He Lulan had sent someone to convey the message of the showing weakness tactic. In all, they wanted to make use of the opportunity to lure Dongfang Yuliang to make arrangements that he had prepared so that Fang Yuan could deal with him. Fang Yuan laughed coldly towards this. He had the Night Wolf Emperor, the Night Wolf group was easy to replenish. But He Lulan refused to use these cannon fodder. While he wanted to deal with Dongfang Yuliang, he also wanted to suppress Wolf King Chongshan Yin. Fang Yuan had displayed Chongshan Yin's arrogance perfectly, this made He Lulan unhappy. As the alliance was newly formed, all the different tribes were contesting against each other secretly, especially when the current situation was He tribe's dominance. Thus, all the GU masters were competing for battle merit, suppressing others to vie for more benefits. Water demon Hao Ji Lu stood in front of the main tent for 3 days without moving in order to compete for the vanguard's general position. He blocked the door for 3 days and made a din requesting to participate in battle, and after defeating over a dozen competitors, he got his wish. Cunning gentleman used his schemes to emerge victorious, gaining He Lulan's favor by showing his allegiance. Now he was the #1 strategist in the alliance army. This was the internal strife. Any organization or political system had no lack of internal strifes. Chongshan Yin was a loner, and also had 500,000 wolves, thus he was ostracized by everyone. Since he is so strong, if he strikes, all the battle merits will be his, what would become of our benefits then? He Lulan agreed to Cunning Gentleman's plan because he had to stabilize his position as the leader, and also to defend the hierarchy. Wolf King is way too strong now, it gives me great pressure, there has to be balance, he has to be suppressed. Towards these issues and these people's thoughts, Fang Yuan was clear as day. His situation was different, the fight for the imperial court was just a jumping board, his motive was greater, much more than anyone could imagine. With the blessed land in his possession, he had little need for these battle gains. Since they do not want me to strike, I would use this time to cultivate, isn't that more advantageous for me? What Fang Yuan lacked now was not these ordinary resources, but precious resources and large amounts of time. A day later, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu led the vanguard troops and engaged in battle with Dongfang Alliance army. When the generals were fighting, Hao Ji Lu displayed great strength as he killed the enemy's general as well as 3 sub-generals. The enemy troops were without a leader, they lost their morale and were overwhelmed by Hao Ji Lu's army, allowing him to gain a great victory. But in the process of chasing them, he was attacked by Shadow Sword expert Bian Xizan, and got heavily injured. Hao Ji Lu had to stop the attack and make a base there, nursing his wounds while waiting for the main troops to arrive. 3 days later, He Lulan led the central army and entered the front lines. 5 days later, the 2 armies converged. The 2 camps were only several hundred li apart, the tribe flags were erected all around the camp as battle was around the corner, the atmosphere was heavy. Late at night, the bright moon shines in the sky with few stars. In the room, Fang Yuan sat on the cushion as his eyes were shut, activating Space Thought GU. Space Thought GU, rank 5, was bought in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Using Moving Perspective Cup GU, Fang Yuan obtained it from Immortal Blessed Land. Under the effect of Space Thought GU, Fang Yuan had half-transparent thoughts that appeared like bubbles, getting closer to the Brain Explosion GU in his skull. Brain Explosion GU was only rank 4, Fang Yuan used Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to forcefully subdue it back then. But the brain explosion GU still remained in his head. These days, the brain explosion GU had been absorbing his brain matter. While being corroded by space thought GU, it had finally reached a qualitative change. In an instant, the brain explosion GU scattered into a lump of black light, a lump of white smoke, and a fist-sized space thought. The reverse refinement succeeded. Seeing this, Fang Yuan breathed out heavily as his heart was filled with joy. He moved the black light and white smoke out of his head, as they formed into two rank 3 GU. These GU were ordinary. Fang Yuan casually placed them at the side. The important thing was that space thought. Fang Yuan placed the space thought into his brain and read the details in it. Soon, his body shuddered as his pupils expanded, his face showing an undeniable joy that could not be concealed. This particular thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance leads to Luopo Valley. Chapter 508, Challenging Wolf King. The pioneer of Soul Path, the legendary GU master at the apex of rank 9 peak stage, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable once said. In this huge world, the best option for soul strengthening is Danghun Mountain, and for soul refinement, the best choice is Luopo Valley. One mountain and one valley, with both, one can obtain great success in soul path and sweep every obstacle in this world. Thus, Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley became known as the soul cultivators' sacred lands. Fang Yuan was well aware of how huge a help these two sacred lands could provide since obtaining Danghun Mountain. His 1,000-man soul was cultivated through the Guts GU on Danghun Mountain. Guts GU was the number 1 GU in increasing the foundation of the soul. It had no side effects and its efficiency was extremely high as well. Normal GU masters would usually require about 20 years to cultivate their soul to 1,000-man soul level. Some geniuses with the help of their clans or the guidance of their seniors could cut down this 20 years by half. But for Fang Yuan, he used the Guts GU on Danghun Mountain to strengthen his soul to 1,000-man level in less than half a year. This was coupled with the fact that Danghun Mountain was slowly dying from the Immortal GU Gruel Mud's corrosion. With Danghun Mountain, the speed at which Fang Yuan was able to raise his soul to 1,000-man soul level was like charging to the sky with a rocket. But apart from strengthening soul, the cultivation of soul required tempering to purify it. In this aspect, Fang Yuan's progress was much slower. Compared to the speed of soul strengthening, his soul tempering speed was as slow as a tortoise climbing. Fang Yuan was using Wolf Soul GU to temper his soul, to transform his soul to Wolfman Soul. But none of the Wolf Soul GU he was using were rank 5, the most he used was rank 4. Using a rank 4 Wolf Soul GU to purify 1,000-man soul was like pouring a bottle of ink in a lake. The efficiency of dyeing the whole lake was way too low. Fang Yuan had been searching for rank 5 Wolf Soul GU, but it was in vain. But even without rank 5 Wolf Soul GU, there was still one method. That was to use second watch GU or third watch GU to increase the time flow of his body, or enter the Blessed Land, to increase the speed of his cultivation. These methods could be used by others, but Fang Yuan could not. Fang Yuan's first vital GU Spring Autumn Cicada was slowly recovering with time. Before he becomes a GU Immortal, this GU would be like an executioner's blade hovering above his neck. My 1,000-man soul was accomplished using Danghun Mountain. Luopo Valley is on par with Danghun Mountain, if I could obtain it. For a moment, Fang Yuan had an impulse to change to Soul Path. If I can save Danghun Mountain and obtain Luopo Valley, with the huge foundation of two sacred lands of the Soul Path, cultivating Soul Path would truly be a wise choice, even having much more prospects than the blood path I cultivated in my past life. But soon, Fang Yuan calmed down. According to the directions given by Space Thought, Luopo Valley is quite far away. The matter of importance right now is saving Danghun Mountain. Now is not the time to go to Luopo Valley. The battle is approaching. I also cannot casually abandon my current strength path and enslavement path foundation. Fang Yuan was relying on enslavement path and strength path to become an influential figure in Northern Plains. But his current strength was still far from allowing him to roam unhindered and invincible in the mortal world. One shadow sword expert was able to obstruct him. Although he had second aperture, cultivated strength and enslavement path, had rank 5 peak stage cultivation, Fang Yuan was involved in the fight for the imperial court. He still appeared insignificant. This was a whirlpool of war that involved the whole Northern Plains. If one was just a bit careless, even a rank 5 GU master had the danger of dying. My enslavement path cultivation has achieved some success and can influence the whole situation, but it is clear that my attack is strong but defense is weak. On strength path aspect, it is still not enough for defending myself. It will be trouble once people like Mo Shi Kuang and Bian Xizan get near to me. I have to be much more careful in this battle with Dongfang tribe. Thinking of the imminent great battle, Fang Yuan did not have raging battle intent like others. It could be said that cunning gentleman was doing him a small favor, letting him stay behind the scenes and have more time to cultivate and increase his battle strength. In the following days, Fang Yuan nurtured his second aperture while trying to refine nauseous crying baby Gu. At the same time, he communicated with Little Hu Immortal to handle all kinds of matters in the Blessed Land. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain's situation continued to worsen, the whole mountain was shrinking day by day. Little Hu Immortal disposed of large amounts of gruel mud from Danghun Mountain every day to prolong Danghun Mountain's vitality as much as possible. Starry clouds covered the eastern part of the Blessed Land, the scale of starlight fireflies had expanded by 3 times of before, and there were even 50 to 60 more starlight firefly GU than Little Hu Immortal's initial assessment. Being able to get this many starlight firefly GU in this short period of time was all thanks to air bubble fish. These air bubble fish were gradually showing their effects. Previously, Fang Yuan had frequently entered and exited Hu Immortal Blessed Land, using Stargate GU for a long time, which caused the amount of starlight firefly GU to dwindle. Now, starlight firefly GU expanded in numbers once more, alleviating his pressure. At the western part of the Blessed Land, large numbers of pink rabbits were reproducing. Since Fang Yuan had transferred the wolf groups to northern plains, the pressure on the pink rabbits had decreased, thus their numbers was quickly expanding. After Little Hu Immortal reported these news, Fang Yuan immediately made her transfer large amounts of water wolves from the eastern lakes to the western parts to fill the gap in the food chain, but even so, the rabbits were still expanding wildly. To prevent a rabbit calamity, Little Hu Immortal had put up a large group of pink rabbits for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. A few days ago, Fang Yuan was most concerned about the hairy men who were momentarily placed at the southern part of the Blessed Land. This was originally the Rockmen's home grounds. Now there was a group of hairy men who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The two sides fought for their territories, causing several small-scale conflicts. Under Fang Yuan's instructions, Little Hu Immortal secretly helped the hairy men win against a Stoneman tribe, and sold the Stoneman captives to Immortal Crane sect. Immortal Crane sect kept on trying to make transactions for the Guts GU, but were always refused by Little Hu Immortal. Fang Zheng requested to see Fang Yuan several times as a negotiation representative, but was also refused. As for Treasure Yellow Heaven, another batch of gruel mud was sold, gaining another remnant recipe of Immortal GU gruel mud. The remnant recipes of Immortal GU Fang Yuan had sold before was once again resold by Little Hu Immortal after a gap of some time, obtaining 11 Immortal Essence Stones. When the same GU recipe is sold multiple times in Treasure Yellow Heaven and more GU Immortals obtain it, its treasure light will decrease. Thus, this method could not be treated as a long-term source of income. This was like a gold mine which was already mostly mined. The profits in the future would continue to decrease and not be worthy of too much expectations. After another 3 days of confrontation, Dong Fang Yu Liang personally wrote a war challenge and sent it to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan was shocked and asked his subordinates, "Has the rear army of Dong Fang tribe arrived already?" Cunning gentleman Sun Shi Han answered, "Their rear army is still 5,000 li away, building the 5th defensive line." He Lu Lan gave a sinister smile. Dong Fang tribe's military strength was originally lower than ours and they still dared to split their forces. Sun Shi Han also smiled. Dong Fang Yu Liang is playing with fire. We might as well wait until our rear army converges. Our military strength will greatly surpass theirs and at that time, we can crush through their whole army in one move. Baleful light flickered in He Lu Lan's eyes. He had a personal grudge with Dong Fang Yu Liang. When he went adventuring to gain experience in his youth, he saw Dong Fang Qing Yu and drooled over her beauty, but he was taught a lesson by Dong Fang Yu Liang and had suffered quite a bit. He really wanted to take revenge, but he was not someone who was easily controlled by emotions. Even a fool can see through this Dong Fang lad's intention. He wants to battle but I won't give him the chance. How long till my rear army arrives? He Lu Lan asked. Approximated 3 days. Wang tribe leader answered from the side. Good. I will write a letter to Dong Fang Yu Liang to change the date to 4 days later. He Lu Lan laughed loudly. Dongfang Yuliang received the letter and skimmed through it. Dongfang Alliance's higher-ups were filled with fury. He Lu Lan had written nonsense, proclaiming he was giving 3 days of time to Dongfang Yuliang in magnanimity, and hoped Dongfang Yuliang would live up to this good intent and enjoy the last days of his life. The crowd shouted for war one after another, but Dongfang Yuliang calmly smiled. Everyone, do not be impatient. This letter was already within my expectations. I have deduced many times over these days and have come up with a plan, please listen to the details. 4 days were gone in an instant. In this day of battle, it was a day of fine weather with blue sky spreading to the distant horizon. Knee-length grass grew lushly, the 2 sides moved in formation that reached 100 li, raising banners with tightly packed troops. A twin-headed hill-sized rhino carried the main tent on its back. On the main tent was He Lu Lan, Fang Yuan, Hao Ji Lu, Wang tribe leader, Fang tribe leader, Yi tribe leader and other experts. Fang Yuan's position was naturally at the topmost left side of the main seat. Cunning gentleman Sun Shi Han was standing behind He Lu Lan with a loyal expression. He had already become He Lu Lan's trusted aide. The wind whistled, causing the banners to flutter wildly. Fang Yuan looked into the distance from his seat, seeing the tight and disciplined formation of Dongfang tribe with their main tent resting on a white cloud, floating in midair. One could vaguely see Dongfang Yuliang sitting on the central seat in the main tent with officials and fierce experts sitting on his left and right. Just from their disposition, they did not appear any weaker than He Lu Lan's side. At this moment, He Lu Lan's loud laughter rang in Fang Yuan's ears. Ha ha ha, this battle will signify the first step my He tribe takes towards the ownership of the imperial court and ruling the northern plains. Everyone, who wants to go forward and make the first challenge? His words had just landed when a group of GU masters rose one after another, shouting or vouching for themselves to request to be sent to battle. He Lu Lan's gaze traveled through the group and landed on one of them. Pan Ping, you shall go. Pan Ping was tall and buff, his hair was reddish-yellow, on his waist was a scimitar with gold edge and silver handle. He laughed heartily when chosen, and just as he was about to agree, a loud shout came from the enemy. Junior Tang Miaoming has heard of the awe-inspiring name of the Grand Wolf King for a long time. I have specifically come to get a pointer or two. Dongfang Yuliang has guts, he actually chose to challenge us first. That is Little Fox Commander Tang Miaoming, a rank 4 middle stage GU master. She actually directly challenged Lord Wolf King. They must be planning something. For a moment, everyone's gaze landed on Fang Yuan, waiting for the Wolf King's response. Chapter 509. A wave of his hand. The 2 armies were poised for battle. He tribe had been about to send Pan Ping to challenge, but Dongfang Yuliang was the first to send Tang Miaoming. Tang Miaoming was Tang tribe's specially cultivated enslavement path female GU master with rank 4 middle stage cultivation. She liked foxes and had exquisite control over them, but she did not have any notable achievements in history. However, Dongfang Yuliang specially sent her to directly challenge Wolf King, so it was clear he had a specific plan against Fang Yuan, and Tang Miaoming was one part of it. Wisdom Path GU masters were like this, with plans within plans. The people fighting against Wisdom Path GU masters would not sense it at the start, but by the time they realized it, they would be deep under already. Tang Miaoming's public challenge attracted everyone's gazes towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was at leisure as he drank wine and slowly placed down the wine cup, then looked at He Lu Lan, alliance leader. Then should I take the challenge? He Lu Lan laughed heartily, pleased at Fang Yuan asking him before the battle. Let these experts look at Brother Shan Yin's might and be awed. Fang Yuan slowly stood up and used a GU worm to transmit his voice outside. Little girl, your bravery in challenging me deserves praises, but you are not my match. Moreover, it is getting late. In front of the formation, Tang Miaoming clenched her hands, which were soaked with sweat. Her lovely body shuddered at Fang Yuan's words, and her thoughts began to unfold at a rapid speed. Wolf King replied. He is truly arrogant, just like Alliance leader. Dongfang expected. Now I should act according to his plan and use words to force him to battle with only 100 beast group against my similar-sized fox group. But, what is the meaning of his last sentence? Dongfang Yuliang, who was sitting in the main tent, had been observing the situation. Tang Miaoming was an enslavement path expert he accidentally discovered not long ago. After Dongfang Yuliang learned the details, he found that Tang Miaoming was very good at fighting with small-scale fox groups. Her skill at this aspect was quite deep, and adding in her set of supporting GU worms, she could even match an enslavement path master. Dongfang Yu Liang immediately thought of using Tang Miao Ming to openly scheme against Wolf King Xianxia Yin. The Wolf King's prestige was deeply set in people's hearts. If he was beaten under everyone's gaze, it would definitely greatly raise their morale. What was even more matching was that Wolf King Xianxia Yin was very arrogant. Tang Miao Ming was his junior and a female. As long as she was putting herself in a lower position, even Xianxia Yin would also find it embarrassing to bully a junior in front of everyone. Xianxia Yin, you are really as arrogant as the rumors say. He, as long as you come out to fight, Tang Miao Ming will definitely give you a great surprise. Dongfang Yu Liang was inwardly excited but also had a doubt. It is getting late. What is he talking about? Not only Dongfang Yu Liang, but others also had doubts. But Fang Yuan's next sentence immediately answered their doubts. It is getting late, quickly start the battle. I still need to eat my lunch after it. Come, those who want to challenge me, all of you come out. After he finished speaking, he stood and then waved his hand from the main tent. 500,000 wolves howled together. The explosive wolf howls resounded through the skies. Their vigor was so majestic that even the wind stopped for a moment and all the experts shocked. Brother Shan Yin, what are you? He Lu Lan's hand slipped and the fine wine in his cup spilled down on his robe. Could it be, the Wolf King is thinking? Dongfang Yu Liang's pupils shrunk, his expression paling. Following, 500,000 wolf group rushed forward like a majestic tide towards the opposite army. My God, wolf tide, this is a wolf tide. Xianxia Yin, he is making a direct attack, he has sent all his wolves. Dongfang Alliance army was in a chaos, the enormous momentum from the wolf group shook them. Many people screamed in fear, and countless defensive GU worms were activated. For a moment, countless light barriers with all kinds of colors shone among Dongfang Alliance army. Some just shielded one person while some shielded a large patch of land. Some formed into armors while some caused the earth to bulge and form into earth walls. Tang Miao Ming's face was as pale as paper. She was standing between the two armies, and with the wolf group rushing forward, she would be the first they would charge into. Facing the endless wolf tide, she felt like she was a small wooden boat in a vast sea about to be swallowed by a shocking tide. Damn it, the Wolf King is not abiding by the rules. I came forward to challenge him and only brought 1,000 beast group. Tang Miao Ming was shocked and also furious. Normally speaking, before a battle began, there would be a battle between experts in between the armies. This was an old practice in northern plains. In the battle between GU master experts, not only would the winner's side's morale greatly increase, they could also understand the strength of the other side and be more prepared later. At the same time, this expert challenge could also build friendship. Once the battle ended, the losing side's GU masters would have a way out when they surrendered. The challenge between experts. The moment Fang Yuan raised his hand, he used all his wolf groups and directly cut apart the round of expert challenging. Wolf King, do you know the rules? For a moment, countless people from both sides roared and questioned in their mind. The two armies were not too far apart. The wolf group's rush was quick and soon crossed this distance and unfolded an intense battle against Dongfang army. Attack, don't be in a daze, the wolf group has attacked. Kill, slaughter these damned wolves. Brothers, move together, fight alongside each other. A clamor erupted within Dongfang army. All kinds of colorful lights, rolling stones, golden lights, wooden spikes, water steam, wind blades and so on landed among the wolf group, causing enormous casualties in Fang Yuan's wolf group instantly. He tribe army was still standing on their spot, looking dumbfoundedly at the frenzied battle situation in the other side. Brother Shan Yin, He Lu Lan stared with wide eyes at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled at Fatty He. Dongfang Yu Liang is a rank 5 wisdom path GU master. Since he initiated the expert challenge, he must definitely have had gathered a lot of intel to help him in making deductions. And it was the talented alliance leader who directly told me to make my move. He Lu Lan's eyes widened even more. He had commanded Fang Yuan to make a move, but it was not to make such a big move. Clearly, Fang Yuan had intentionally distorted his intention, but he could not bicker with Fang Yuan at this critical juncture. Move, all army charge, attack, attack. He Lu Lan swallowed his resentment and turned around towards the front, fiercely waving his hand and giving his command. Orders from alliance leader, all army charge. The command was conveyed from top to bottom. The great army began to move slowly. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers followed the wolf group in charging towards the other side. Tang Miaoming manipulated her fox group, changing the formation again and again to firmly protect herself. She was worthy of being the person Dong Fang Yu Liang had chosen. Under the charge of the wolf tide, with just 1,000 beast group, she continuously changed the formation to keep on resisting the charge. Her fox group surrounded her, forming a round formation. The formation kept on rotating with a natural flow to it, like a millstone or a reef. The incoming wolf group was like a tide, attacking wave after wave, but it could not break through the round formation of the fox group. However, Tang Miaoming did not have the least bit of joy on her face. She was even shouting madly in her mind. This damned wolf king is simply a lunatic. Damn it, I might be able to hold on for now, but with this, I cannot move a single step. Someone save me, Suddenly, Tang Miaoming's body stiffened, her complexion went completely white, her eyes showing fear and despair. In front of her, the He tribe army was gradually starting to move before her, quickly increasing their speed. Under the cover of the wolf group, they showed an earth-shattering influence and power of violence. Tang Miaoming momentarily lost her senses and the round formation of the fox group immediately collapsed. The two-headed rhinoceros came rushing over with explosive sounds. As He Lu Lan looked on from above, his heart received a slight jolt at Tang Miaoming's beauty. Who will capture this woman for me? He had just spoken when Pan Ping shot out. Pan Ping made a few jumps and fiercely charged to Tang Miaoming's side, moving rapidly. In a short few moments, he smoothly captured Tang Miaoming. He Lu Lan nodded with satisfaction at this scene, then turned his gaze towards the front. Dong Fang lad, he gave a malevolent smile, his eyes burning with the flame of revenge. After a short time, the two armies officially started the battle. A large chaotic battle had begun. With Fang Yuan's one move, this great battle that had just started had entered its climax. Beast. Facing the incoming night wolves, Tang Fang furiously shouted and poured his primeval essence into fire pellet Gu. A fist-sized fireball shot forward, bringing a gale with it. This orange pellet fire struck the night wolf. The night wolf whimpered and rolled around the ground, but its whole body burned with the fire before shortly dying. Kill. Tang Fang breathed roughly and was about to charge forward when he was blocked by a Tang tribe elder. Third young master, don't rush ahead, the tribe leader has commanded you to return back quickly. But big sister has been captured. Tang Fang stared wide, he did not want to turn back. His big sister was Tang Miaoming. Third young master, rushing forward like this will only lead to your death. The elder hastily persuaded. Damn it, Tang Fang gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists, feeling his powerlessness. He was Tang tribe's genius, and he was only 22 but had already reached rank 3. Yet this rank 3 battle strength that could have controlled the situation in the past was now so minute in this great battle. The rank 3 battle strength that was normally hard to be seen were all present in this battlefield. Rank 3 GU masters were reduced to mid-level strength, above them were those rank 4 GU master experts and even more higher were the rank 5 experts. Big sister, wait for me, I will definitely rescue you. Tang Fang calmed down and swore in his mind as he retreated. HMPH, leaving whenever you want. Leave behind your life. Right at this time, a rank 3 GU master of Wang tribe rushed over. It is Wang Zhong, third young master, leave quickly, I will hold him back. The Tang tribe elder instantly recognized the enemy. Wang Yang's fiancé Luo Yufeng had been snatched by Tang tribe, so he had deep hatred towards them. And now in this large battle, he naturally would not let this chance for revenge go. Such situations were not few. In this world, people would have gratitude, grudges and hatred. Now, those with grudges could let out their grudges and those with hatred could repay their hatred. Chapter 510, Great Battle. Tang Tribe, the humiliation back then, I will repay it double today. Wang Zhong had a malevolent expression on his face as he gave a deep shout, his whole body inflated like a black bear as he violently smashed towards Tang Fang. Tang Fang was startled and furious at Wang Yang's fierce momentum, and had the intention to battle with his life. Pellet fire Gu, he pushed his right palm and an orange fire shot towards Wang Zhong. The fire made an arc in the air, quickly approaching Wang Yang's face. Wang Zhong felt the burning heat before the fire even struck him. But he just laughed nastily and actually opened his mouth, without any intent to dodge. Gulp, he swallowed the pellet fire. This is rank 4 Swallow Fire GU. Tang Feng was shocked. Swallow Fire GU was not an offensive GU but a storage GU. But using GU always relied on a GU master's wits. Who was to say storage GU could not be used for battle? Tang tribe always prioritized fire path GU worms. Wang Zhong spent a huge price to purchase a rank 4 Swallow Fire GU, so he could use it against Tang tribe sometime in the future. Wang Zhong, we will help you. At this time, 2 GU masters rushed over, both with rank 3 cultivation. Tang Feng and the Tang tribe elders' expression turned pale. The Swallow Fire GU could already restrict them, now the other side had 3 people, occupying a huge advantage. Third young master, leave quickly, I will hold them back. The Tang tribe elder saw the critical situation and stood up to fight to give Tang Feng an opportunity to escape. Tang Feng was not a conceited man, he gnashed his teeth and turned around to leave. Elder, hold on, I will quickly come back with reinforcements. Chase. Wang Zhong and the 2 others naturally were not willing to let Tang Feng escape safely, but who could have thought the Tang tribe elder that remained was a defensive GU master and moreover had a rank 3 rare GU, slow steps. As this GU's name implied, it could slow down GU master's speed for a period of time. Wang Zhong and the 2 others were slowed down and could only give up on Tang Feng, then with a belly filled with anger, attack the Tang tribe elder. The Tang tribe elder could not fend off against the numbers although he had slow steps GU. First, he was struck by Wang Yang's punch, then his arm was severed by wind blade. Finally, a snowball turned him into an ice sculpture, killing him. Elder. Tang Feng watched with tearful red eyes. When he came back with reinforcements, he could only collect the corpse of this elder. The flames of hatred raged in his heart, but he could not find his enemies. The battlefield was in chaos. Large numbers of wolves rushed forward and created a haver. Besides them, there were fox groups, war crabs, bats and other beasts. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, all kinds of attacks streaked through the sky and landed on the ground. Rocks were smashed, flames ablazed, ice spread, lightning dazzled the eyes. GU masters shouted and screamed, some attacked while some retreated, some were rushing to reinforce while some were defending. A great chaotic battle between hundreds of thousands of people was enough to fill a range of thousands of miles. Suddenly, an enormous blue wave with the momentum of covering the sky, descended like an evil flood dragon. Large numbers of wolves and GU masters were swept by the enormous wave. This part of the battlefield was instantly cleared up, several large puddles forming in this cleared grassland. A GU master arrogantly stood in this center of the battlefield while laughing wildly. It is Water Demon Hao Ji Lu. Tang Feng's pupils shrunk as he recognized this man. Retreat. This person is a rank 4 upper stage expert, he is a demon. Many surviving rank 3 GU masters wisely chose to retreat. Water Demon's fierce gaze swept through the battlefield and landed on Tang Feng's side who had the highest numbers. These rank 3 GU masters were moving battle merits to Water Demon, representing a bountiful reward after the war. Water Demon licked his dried lips with his scarlet tongue, a bloodthirsty killing intent filling his face. Consider it your bad luck to have ran into me. Water Demon laughed loudly as he fiercely pushed forward his 2 palms. Rank 4 Waterfall GU. In an instant, an enormous torrent bubbled and charged towards Tang Feng and his group with an immense momentum. Facing such a majestic attack, Tang Feng felt he was like a single person facing a tsunami, feeling he was facing a great catastrophe alone. Third young master, we will hold it back, retreat quickly. Several elders who had been accompanying Tang Feng, gnashed their teeth and stood in front of Tang Feng. They combined their strength and were finally able to hold back this waterfall. Leave. The elders, urging caused Tang Feng to feel stifled. Hold on, I will get father to come rescue you. He gnashed his teeth and finally chose to leave. Gagaga. Water Demon laughed, wildly and engaged in the battle with the several Tang tribe elders. His offense surged forward, his water abilities charged forward with huge momentum as he used his power to overwhelm the elders, and although the Tang tribe elders had many people, they were falling into a disadvantage and it was becoming difficult for them to hold back Water Demon. After several moves, an elder lost his life at Water Demon's hands. After dozen or so moves, only one elder remained, with the rest dead. Water Demon laughed sinisterly and was just about to make the final move when suddenly a cold killing intent pounced on him. His plentiful battle experience had given Hao Ji Lu an intuitive feeling towards danger. He did not even look and immediately retreated backwards, giving up the battle contribution that was within his reach without any hesitation. A soft ripping sound echoed, and right at the instant of his retreat, a four-leaf wind blade crossed through the air and brushed past him. The wind blade kept on rotating, making a long arc through the battlefield. Everything that it passed through, whether it were humans or beasts, were cut through, blood flew and limbs scattered. The light green wind blade spiraled a long arc in the air before flying back to its master. "It is you, Wind Demon Tan Wufeng." The sinister smile on Water Demon gradually disappeared and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. Tan Wufeng and him were called Wind and Water Demons, both having rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Previously, Water Demon rampaged in the eastern areas of northern plains while Wind Demon wreaked havoc in the western areas, their fame echoing with each other. But later, Dongfang Yu Liang devised 3 escapement scheme to subdue Wind Demon. Tan Wufeng became Dongfang Yu Liang's subordinate and sided with Dongfang tribe. "Water Demon, your laughter is too ear-piercing. Lord has ordered me to bring an end to your life." Wind Demon Tan Wufeng was clothed in green clothes, hovering in midair, grasping the wind blade that had returned. The wind blade only had 3 sides remaining from the consumption in the way, but with Wind Demon pouring in primeval essence again, it gradually began to recover back to the previous 4-leaf wind blade. Normally speaking, wind blades could not be retrieved once they were sent. Wind Demon played with the wind blade like some toy. He clearly had extraordinary wind manipulation skill. "HMPH, it seems you have been taught pretty well by your master over these years, seeing nothing worthwhile around you." Water Demon laughed sinisterly, gazing at Wind Demon like a falcon. Wind Demon's expression suddenly turned gloomy. He swung his palm and shot out the 4-leaf wind blade, and at the same time, he also charged towards Water Demon. "Come." Water Demon was at ease, a huge wave rising from below his feet. He stepped on the wave and charged towards Wind Demon. A huge explosion echoed, wind screamed madly and water waves surged high, unfolding an intense battle of rank 4 level experts. Surrounding GU masters hurriedly retreated and soon a special battlefield was formed for the battle of Wind and Water Demons. As time passed by, not only these two, other rank 4 GU master experts also found their opponents. Dozen or so battle rings emerged one after another in the chaotic battlefield. These battle rings were not set in place, but instead moved with the battle between the experts. With the battle of higher level forces, the whole battlefield began to become clear. First of all was the large battle rings for the fight of the rank 4 experts. Surrounding these large battle rings were small-scale battle rings where rank 3 GU masters fought. And beyond that were the fights between groups of rank 2 and rank 1 GU masters. Fang Yuan took this chance to assemble his wolf group. The two armies faced off against each other, creating a deadlock. Usually, the side which broke through this balance would obtain the initiative which would accumulate into advantage. After their dominance was accumulated enough, it would change into victory momentum. Both He Lu Lan and Dongfang Yu Liang knew this. Thus, their gaze landed on their elite troop. These elite troops that were either made of 300-400 soldiers, or 500-600, had received strict training to deploy their GU worm together and create a formidable attack in an instant. They were the weapons to rampage the battlefield, the trump cards of their commander. Not every tribe had the ability to form elite troops. He Lu Lan's side had 5 divisions of elite troops while Dongfang Yu Liang had 6. Dongfang Yu Liang first deployed 100 Blossoms elite troop. This was Wa tribe's elite troop who were quite weak at attacking and defending, but were specialized at healing. With this division of elite troop moving out, they immediately healed large groups of wounded and stabilized the situation, providing a great assistance to Dongfang's side's base-level GU masters. He Lu Lan looked at this scene from the main tent and snorted, commanding Blue Butterfly elite troop to attack 100 Blossoms elite troop. The Blue Butterfly elite troop that contained 500 soldiers who detoured the rank 4 GU masters' battle rings and easily pierced through the battlefield, charging towards 100 Blossoms elite troop. Just when it looked like they were about to succeed, 3 elite troops charged in separately from east, south and west, surrounding the Blue Butterfly elite troop. Dongfang Yu Liang had already planned for this and sent 100 Blossoms elite troop as the bait while making these 3 elite troops lie in ambush. He Lu Lan naturally was not willing to see the annihilation of Blue Butterfly elite troop, immediately sending other elite troop divisions as reinforcements. Each elite troops of the two sides quickly converged and formed into several lines of encirclement. The situation once again entered a deadlock. "Lord Tribe Leader, let me go forward and crush them." Dong Fangshi could not restrain anymore as he requested to be sent to battle. Dong Fang Yu Liang slowly shook his head and did not permit him. Dong Fangshi was Dong Fang tribe's Feather Arrow elite troops commander with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. But as long as He tribe's Black Banner elite troop did not move, this Flower Feather elite troop could not be sent out. Dong Fang Yu Liang slowly swept his gaze through the battlefield and placated Dong Fangshi. Elder Shi does not need to be impatient, this is not the time for you to take the stage. The current situation is already within my expectations. Saying so, he calmly smiled and turned towards the 3 enslavement path GU masters. It is time for you to show your strength. These 3 were precisely Yi Zhanming, Wei Xin, and Zhang Wanshan. Chapter 511, Dark Vortex in Cloud Whirlpool. At Dong Fang Yu Liang's words, Yi Zhanming, Zhang Wanshan and Wan Xin glanced at each other before nodding and activating their GU. Rank 3, Jin Heart GU, to enhance the spirit. Rank 2, Heart Sound GU, to strengthen the voice of one's heart. Rank 2, Harmony GU, the harmonization of one's heart and voice. Rank 3, Flying Soul GU, the soul can leave the body. Rank 3, Soul Chain GU, souls can be interlinked. Rank 4, Soul Combination GU, 3 souls can be linked and fused as one. A soundless explosion burst out, as the 3 GU masters' souls flew out of their bodies and merged together into a complete entity in the air. For a moment, in the radius of 200 li, all GU masters with at least 500 man soul could feel a strong pressure spreading and weighing down on their souls. The GU masters with less than 500 man soul, however, could not sense anything. This pressure, it is already at the level of 1,400 man soul, as expected of 3 hearts combination soul. Fang Yuan immediately reacted and gazed towards Dong Fang tribe's main tent. He had 1,000 man soul originally, but there was injuries from the soul explosion, though he was able to escape from most of its force. His soul strength had fell to 800 man soul, and after these days of recuperation, it had recovered to 900 man soul level. 900 man soul naturally was not able to match against the other side's 1,400 man soul. Unfortunately, there are many eyes within the Alliance army. I cannot get rid of them, otherwise I would have gone to Danghun Mountain and used Guts GU to easily heal all the injuries on my soul. Fang Yuan inwardly sighed while mobilizing the wolf group. Large numbers of night wolves, water wolves, wind wolves and turtleback wolves formed into an enormous force that charged towards the enemy army like a raging river. Wolf King, let us experience your brilliance today. Wan Xin, Yi Zhanming and Zhang Wanshan simultaneously spoke. Because their souls were temporarily merged together, their every movement was done simultaneously and was completely in sync. Under their command, large numbers steel pincers crabs, crystal drilling crabs and big chi crabs flocked together, forming into a firm defensive line within several breaths of time. The wolf group fiercely smashed into this defensive line, like a flood striking the dam. Sharp wolf fangs and claws collided intensely against the firm crab shells. Fang Yuan snorted and gazed afar while standing on the twin-headed rhino. Under his exquisite control, the whole wolf group formed into waves after waves of offense. The defensive formation formed by the crabs soon was on the verge of collapsing. This is the 9-layered wave charge. Quick, reinforce me, my crab group won't be able to persist longer. Wan Xin had just thought of this when the other 2 felt it. Under the effect of 3 hearts combination soul, they were just like one person. Any thought would be immediately known by the others. No need to worry, my crocodile group is coming. Yi Zhanming's expression was unshaken as an excited battle intent emerged in his concentrated gaze. The enemy is the famous Wolf King. Being able to fight with such an existence, this life was really not in vain. Under his control, large numbers of 6-legged crocodile, lava crocodiles, rock crocodiles and shadow plunder crocodiles soon rushed to the front line. After the addition of these new forces, the defensive line that was on the brink of collapsing showed a sign of being indestructible. Whether it be crabs or crocodiles, they are both beasts excelling in defense. At the same time, under the 3 hearts combination soul, they are like 3 people merged together, increasing their beast commanding skills greatly, directly reaching master level. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. There was no signs of irritation due to not getting any results. Suddenly, he stopped the fierce attacks and wisely chose to slow down the offense. He was not wholeheartedly controlling the beast group, instead he divided half of his concentration to observe the battlefield. His enemies were not these 3 people, neither Zhang, Wei nor Yi. As a person of importance who could influence the whole battlefield, he was extremely likely to encounter another assassination attempt. From Shadow Sword Expert Bian Cizan. Since the battle started, Shadow Sword Expert was nowhere to be seen and was likely observing Fang Yuan from the darkness, looking for a good opportunity to kill him. It was only that beside Fang Yuan was the rank 5 GU Master He Lu Lan. Maybe because of this, Shadow Sword Expert had not revealed herself. Right at this time, a large group of blood-colored bats emerged above the wolf group. These bats possessed 4 wings, the wings were sharp and firm like knives. Under the attack of the bat group, large numbers of casualties started appearing among the wolf group. The crocodile and crab groups took this chance to attack, pushing forward their battle line by 100 steps. Sure enough, it is Zhang Wanshan's Bladeing Blood Bats group. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, he was not a bit surprised. With the intel from He tribe, he had a rather good understanding of the enemy GU master experts. Dong Fang Yu Liang did not have any enslavement path masters under him, so Fang Yuan had guessed Dong Fang Yu Liang would use 3 hearts combination soul to deal with him. And the candidates to use this killer move were extremely likely to be the strongest 3 enslavement path GU masters. Now, under Fang Yuan's probe, these 3 were sure enough Zhang Wanshan, Wan Xin and Yi Zanming. Bladeing Blood Bats' offense were extremely violent, changing the direction of this part of the battlefield the moment they joined the fray. The wolf group that had been occupying the upper hand was being defeated bit by bit, while crocodile group and crab group seized the chance to attack. Mud crabs, small chi crabs, big chi crabs, steel pincers crabs, crystal drilling crabs, 6 legs crocodiles, lava crocodiles, rock crocodiles and shadow plunder crocodiles formed into a large mixed army that stretched out like an open steel fist, defeating the wolves in its way and charging straight towards Hate Tribe's main tent. According to logic, enslavement path GU masters would find it hard-pressed to cooperate with each other. A mixed beast group would usually impede each other, making 1 + 1 less than 2. But Wei, Zhang and Yi, these 3 merged their souls with 3 hearts combination soul and were like one person, forming a qualitative effect of having 1 + 1 greater than 2. Brother Shan Yin, facing the mixed beast group's strong charge, He Lu Lan could not help feeling some pressure and his expression turned dark. If they let this group of beasts charge over, he would have to use Black Banner Elite Troop earlier than scheduled. But if he did so, they would not be able to contain Dong Fang Yu Liang's Feather Arrow Elite Troop. The scales of victory was slowly inclining towards the other side. Fang Yuan said to He Lu Lan in a low voice, "The other has Bladeing Blood Bats group which has very sharp offensive power, and my wolf group is unable to do aerial attacks. More importantly, the other side has used 3 hearts combination soul to achieve 1000-man soul and are able to lead this mixed beast group as if they were one person. If we can break through this killer move, the mixed group will disperse without even putting up any fight." He Lu Lan frowned deeply, an ominous glint flashing rapidly in his eyes as he made a decision. "Brother Shan Yin, concentrate on the battle, I will resolve this quickly." He suddenly extended his arm that was the size of an ordinary person's thigh, his right palm formed a claw while his palm faced upward. Rank 5 aura rose fiercely while the primeval essence in his aperture fell rapidly, pouring into 4 different GU. Dong Fang tribe has 3 hearts combination soul, while my He tribe has dark vortex. He Lu Lan smiled sinisterly, an intense killing intent raging in his heart. A pitch-black stream rose in the air and rotated once before flowing towards He Lu Lan's palm. Following, the second stream, third stream, fourth stream. In a blink of an eye, large numbers of dark streams were created one after another and converged in He Lu Lan's right claw. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless dark streams rose and merged with each other, creating a wild gale. These finger-sized dark streams pressed at each other and formed a dark speck of light. As large numbers of dark streams continued to pour into it, the dark speck of light gradually inflated, forming a fist-sized dark sphere. The dark sphere seemed to have immeasurable depth in it as if the night was condensed into it, even absorbing the light around it, causing a terrified feeling to grow in people. He Lu Lan, however, revealed an extremely excitement and a mad killing intent when he looked at this dark sphere. "Dong Fang lad, take this," He Lu Lan suddenly shouted and disappeared from his place. The next moment, he appeared above the enemy main tent. "Go and die." He Lu Lan let out a crazed laughter and flipped over his wrist, as if he was holding 1,000 jun of weight, he exerted all his strength to slowly push the dark sphere towards Dongfang Yuliang. Following his movement, that small dark sphere madly expanded and in several breaths of time, had expanded to size of a small hill. The pitch-black giant sphere pressed down with a seemingly slow speed but was actually very fast. It covered the light of the sun and casted a giant darkness on the ground. Before the giant sphere even struck, all the GU master experts in the main tent felt terror like they were facing a calamity. They looked at the pressing giant sphere, and felt heaviness as if lead was poured into their body. They wanted to retreat but were barely able to move. Damn it, it is He Tribe's killer move Dark Vortex. Retreat, retreat, GU masters exclaimed in shock, not having even a trace of intent to resist. Wei Xin and the other two had a despairing look on their face. They were under 3 hearts combination soul state, and would require at least 2-3 minutes to get rid of this killer move. The corners of Dongfang Yuliang's lips, however, curled up. He looked towards the sky, the dark sphere growing bigger and bigger in his sight, but his expression was a scene of calmness. Sure enough, like I expected, He Lulan, I have been waiting so long for your move. He slightly raised his right foot and lightly pressed on the white cloud below his feet. The originally tranquil white cloud crazily surged as clouds and mists burst out in blink of an eye like boiling water, and formed into an enormous whirlpool. The whirlpool slowly rose up like a giant opened mouth and swallowed the dark sphere. This is... He Lulan was shocked and furious. At this moment, he realized he had fallen for Dongfang Yuliang's scheme. Dongfang Yuliang had meticulously arranged this trap, waiting for He Lulan to come crashing in. Let me teach you, this is the killer move I spent 3 years of my life to plan meticulously, Cloud Whirlpool, it was specially created to deal with your dark vortex. He Lulan, you have lost just like many years back. Dongfang Yuliang proclaimed his victory. Damn it, He Lulan gnashed his teeth, his forehead filled with sweat. He wanted to pull back but the cloud whirlpool was firmly sucking in his dark vortex. The smile on Dongfang Yuliang's lips became even bigger as he summoned, Dong Po Kong, Bian Cizan. His voice was not loud, but under the effect of Gu Worm, it could be clearly heard by everyone. Hearing his command, the shadow sword expert who had been concealing herself for a long time, turned into a dark shadow, and moved while wriggling in the shadows on the ground. In a blink of an eye, she was in front of the twin-headed rhino. And at the same time, a flash of lightning broke through the air and crossed the battlefield, instantly arriving in front of the twin-headed rhino. The lightning dispersed and turned into a valiant man, who then pounced towards Fang Yuan. Flying lightning Dong Po Kong, shadow sword expert Bian Cizan. In an instant, both He Lulan and Fang Yuan had fallen into danger. Chapter 512, Reliable Alliance Mate. 512 Reliable Alliance Mate. 3 hearts combination soul killer move was only bait to lure He Lulan into attacking. Then, Dongfang Yuliang was able to leisurely unfold his trump card, a killer move that was specially designed to restrict Dark Vortex and trap He Lulan. He Lulan had been at the main tent but now he was trapped. The defense around Fang Yuan had suddenly decreased by a very large amount. Taking this chance, Shadow Sword expert Bian Cizan appeared and charged into the main tent to once again assassinate Fang Yuan. As long as Fang Yuan died, the wolf group would immediately disperse and the scales of victory would greatly incline towards Dongfang Alliance army. To make sure this beheading the leader tactic succeeded, Dongfang Yuliang had not only arranged Shadow Sword expert, but also an even stronger GU master. He was Dong Po Kwang, known as Flying Lightning, one of the few flying masters of Northern Plains, a lightning path GU master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. He had not made a move even in the chaotic battle earlier, patiently waiting till now to shock the world with one move. Protect Wolf King, sneaky bastards, don't think you can have your way. Wolf King, leave quickly. 6 rank 3 GU masters around the main tent jumped up one after another, trying to hold off Dong Po Kwang and Bian Cizan. Scram! Dong Po Kwang coldly shouted, lightning suddenly crackling around him. The 3 GU masters who were blocking him were struck by the lightning, their defensive GU worms were instantly destroyed, 2 instantly died while 1 was heavily injured. He. Bian Cizan chuckled softly, her body turned into a shadow and quickly moved like a poisonous snake through the GU masters blocking her, and moved past them. Such speed, is this Shadow Sword expert's true strength? The 3 GU masters were shocked, they gazed back only to see Bian Cizan's seductive back figure. They wanted to chase, but found they could not move at all. Their hands and feet were tied up by a dark shadow, firmly binding them to the spot. Facing the above and under pincer attack from Dong Po Kwang and Shadow Sword expert, Fang Yuan paled, his gaze revealing a frantic look as he retreated in panic and shouted, "Quick, someone come protect me. Wolf King, no need to worry, He Shuyi will guard you." One person stood behind Fang Yuan, clothed in black and had unshaken expression. He walked forward few steps and stood in front of Fang Yuan. "Courting death," Dong Po Kwang shouted. The lightning over his body crackled violently and turned into a battle spear which he then stabbed towards He Shuyi. Bian Xizan snorted and flicked her wrist lightly, immediately throwing out a torrent of shadow swords. He Shuyi's expression did not change at this combined attack from two experts. He put together his palms in front of his chest and transferred his primeval essence. Next instant, his defense was fully activated. 56 flying bone shields flew together and blocked in front of him. A green halo flew above his head and illuminated a range of 100 steps. Black iron-like metallic light formed a set of thick armor which then covered him from top to bottom. 9 ghost faces whimpered and wept as they revolved around him. At the same time, a dark brown oil wind breezed in between the flying bone shields. Dong Po Kwang's lightning spear pierced through 7 flying shields and made a hole through the dark brown oil wind, but was blocked by the black armor. Bian Xizan's shadow swords bombarded upon the shields, shattering 18 shields but were thwarted by the oil wind. The shadow swords seemed to have fallen into a swamp as their momentum dispersed and were no longer a threat. He Shuyi was He Lu Lan's expert and also one of the 3 commanders of Black Banner Elite Troop, an expert in defense. Facing the defense-specialized He Shuyi, Dong Po Kwang and Bian Xizan were actually delayed for a while, unable to break through. He Shuyi had suffered a terrible defeat during the battle with Mo Shi Kwang. It did not mean he was weak, but the enemy was too strong, a top expert in the whole of Northern Plains in this struggle for Imperial Court. Now, facing the combined strength of Flying Lightning and Shadow Sword expert, He Shuyi shielded here and there, firmly protecting Fang Yuan who was behind him for dozen moves. His GU set had complementing GU worms focused on defense and had been carefully chosen. Dong Po Kwang and Bian Xizan tried to break through multiple times, but it was all a failure. The aftermath of this battle caused severe pain to the twin-headed rhino. The giant rhinoceros screamed in pain and stamped its feet, recklessly charging in the battlefield without considering allies or enemies. He Shuyi's expression turned heavier. His primeval essence was quickly depleting because of this intense battle, already reaching the bottom. While the other side had 2 people and their primeval essence consumption was half that of He Shuyi. He Shuyi was now confronted with a difficult choice. The first choice was to continue to defend to death without caring about his primeval essence expenditure and hoping He Lu Lan or others would come in time to support him. But now the twin-headed rhino was crazily rampaging and had already traveled far away. How high was the possibility for the reinforcements to cross the battlefield and arrive in time? Second option was to conserve his primeval essence. But with this, his defense would fall and the chance for the enemies to break through would increase dramatically. In case they were able to move past him, Fang Yuan who was behind him would be in grave danger. What should I choose? A hesitating look flashed in He Shuyi's eyes, but was soon replaced by resolve. He began to slowly cut down on defense and was no longer very active in facing the enemy's attacks. Dong Po Kwang and Bian Xizan immediately sensed the change in He Shuyi. They attacked several times and took some risks, and were about to succeed. Even if Wolf King had an important identity that concerned the whole situation, even if He Shuyi was appointed by He Lu Lan to defend Chongshan, but at this critical juncture when he was at risk, He Shuyi was not able to give up his own life. If it was Lord He Lu Lan behind me, I would definitely risk my life to protect him. But Chongshan is just an outsider, always acting so arrogant and looking down on me. Why should I sacrifice my life for such a person? Even if Wolf King dies, we still have the Black Banner Army and are still a match for the enemy. Yes, I need to save myself and continue to render my service to the tribe. He Shuyi's thoughts surged rapidly to justify himself and gradually began to have a clear conscience. He was originally guarding Fang Yuan, but now was only looking after himself, thus his primeval essence consumption immediately slowed. Now is the time, overlapping Shadow GU. Suddenly, Bian Xizan noticed a gap in the defense. Her eyes flashed with a sharp light as she grabbed this chance and activated the GU worm Dong Fang Yu Liang had lent her. This overlapping shadow GU was a rank 4 rare GU which was very difficult to find in the market, and its price was comparable to many rank 5 GU. Initially, Bian Xizan had agreed with Dong Fang Yu Liang for this GU to be her reward once she assassinated Fang Yuan. But Bian Xizan's assassination failed, and the brain explosion GU she had struck with was also dealt with by Fang Yuan. With her proud nature, she would naturally not accept this overlapping shadow GU. But before this battle, Dong Fang Yu Liang had lent her this GU of his own initiative, just to be on the safe side. Overlapping shadow GU might only be a rank 4 GU to others, but to Bian Xizan, it could raise her battle strength explosively and was even more precious than rank 5 GU to her. Under the use of overlapping shadow GU, Bian Xizan's multiple shadow swords overlaid upon each other, and in just a second, only one sword remained of the overflowing shadow swords. This shadow sword was as dark as the abyss and was like a solid object. All the offensive power of the shadow swords had been overlaid together in it. Bian Xizan pierced the sword forward. The sword easily broke through He Shuyi's defense like a knife cutting through tofu, and pierced towards Wolf King. The defense that had lasted for a long time was finally broken. Dong Po Kuang let out a breath of relief at this scene. He continued to hold back He Shuyi to provide a chance to Bian Xizan. But He Shuyi could not care about this, as he already had an intent to retreat. Now that Shadow Sword Expert was charging towards Chongshan Yin, this was the chance for him to retreat. Why would he not take this chance? Thus, he quickly retreated and directly jumped off from twin-headed Rhino's back. Dong Po Kuang looked at He Shuyi's fleeing figure in shock. He hesitated for a moment before thinking that it was better to quickly kill Wolf King, so he did not chase He Shuyi. But when he gazed back, he saw Bian Xizan's shadow sword had already pierced into Chongshan Yin's chest. Bian Xizan pierced it so deep that only the hilt of the shadow sword remained on the outside. The sword had pierced through Fang Yuan's chest, and large part of it stuck out through his back. Wolf King, remember, the one who killed you is Shadow Sword Expert Bian Xizan. Bian Xizan's eyes turned red, excitement filling her face. The famous Wolf King, whose name had spread throughout the northern plains, died by her hands. This glory, this brilliant battle achievement, caused her whole body to shudder in happiness. It's over. Dong Po Kuang also raised his brows in joy. Wolf King has died. My army has now the upper hand and victory is within grasp. Far away, Dong Fang Yu Liang, who was observing the battle with a detective GU, clenched his fists in excitement. He raised his head and smiled calmly at He Lu Lan, who was competing with the Cloud Whirlpool. He Lu Lan, Chongshan Yin has been beheaded. Now stop and admit your defeat. I will give you the position of a general and also an opportunity to enter the imperial court. But what made him surprised was He Lu Lan not only did not fly into a rage but instead revealed a malevolent smile. Dong Fang Yu Liang, look carefully with your dog eyes. Right at this time, Bian Xizan and Dong Po Kuang's shocked exclamations rose from the twin-headed Rhino's back. What? Dong Fang Yu Liang had a very bad feeling and immediately used his investigative GU to gaze ahead. He saw, Chongshan Yin had already turned into a puddle of water. Several GU worms flew out with only a water image GU remaining in the water, which was almost pierced into two by the shadow sword with only a thin layer of skin holding its body. This was the water image GU of water demon Hao Ji Lu. Previously, he had used water image GU in the hero's assembly to deceive everyone by passing it off as the genuine body, and was able to kill fire prodigal Chai Ming. Before this great battle, Fang Yuan had taken this method into consideration and made a plan with He Lu Lan. To prevent news from leaking out, this arrangement was only known to the three of them. Fang Yuan's true body had never been in the main tent, but was instead hiding in a corner of the battlefield. With Wolf Care GU, he had been observing the battlefield and commanding the wolf group to fight. The dialogues with He Lu Lan previously was also a facade prepared by using a series of GU worms. Damn it, this is a fake. Where is the real Chongshan Yin? Bian Xizan and Dong Po Kuang's expressions turned extremely unsightly. They had fought so hard for such a long time, but the result was that they were tricked. Chapter 513, 7-Star Light. From the back of the twin-headed Rhino, Shadow Sword Expert and Flying Lightning looked around everywhere. In the chaotic battlefield, dozen or so rank 4 GU masters had formed their own battle rings, out of which 3 matches were finished. He Tribe 1-2 while Dong Fang Tribe 1-1. Several divisions of elite troops were still fighting against each other, and because of Dong Fang Yu Liang's scheme, He Tribe was on the losing end in this aspect. The battle of wolf group with crocodile, crab and bat group was also in a deadlock. There was no sign of Fang Yuan, no one knew where he was hiding. Bian Xizan and Dong Po Kong searched in vain, their expression turning several shades darker. Dong Fang Yu Liang soon accepted the fact of this failure. He smiled brightly. This is somewhat interesting, but still within my expectations. As long as Wolf King continues to command the wolf group, his soul fluctuations will be revealed and sooner or later, we will find his position. He Lu Lan, your loss has only been momentarily delayed. Ha ha ha. He Lu Lan threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter containing a disdainful intent. Dong Fang child, you really think I was restrained by you? Saying so, the skin on his whole body turned pitch dark like the night. At the same time, endless black smoke oozed out of the pores on his body. The black smoke surged and soon covered his whole body. In just moments, He Lu Lan turned into a human-shaped black smoke with smoke rising in spirals. When looked from outside, one would only see a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. A very ominous feeling welled up in Dong Fang Yu Liang's heart. A thought to retreat immediately crossed in his mind. However, although the cloud whirlpool was restricting the dark vortex and restraining He Lu Lan, in another aspect, was it not same as the dark vortex restricting cloud whirlpool? The next instant, He Lu Lan turned into black smoke and actually entered into the dark vortex. Not good. Dong Fang Yu Liang immediately felt his blood run cold. But it was already too late. The dark giant sphere that was as big as a small hill, was originally being slowly swallowed bit by the cloud whirlpool. But suddenly, the dark vortex rapidly shrunk. The cloud vortex was unable to react in time and quickly contracted with the flow of the dark vortex. But next instant, the dark vortex suddenly expanded violently. No, instead of saying expansion, it is better to call it explosion. Dong Fang Yu Liang was overwhelmed. There was no sound, it was a soundless explosion. The cloud whirlpool could only hold for 3 breaths before it was burst by the dark vortex. The dark giant sphere continually enlarged and swallowed everything, be it humans or beasts, like a prehistoric giant monster. Only when it covered a radius of 10 li, did the semicircular dark sphere disappear. There was no sound wave like that of a normal explosion, and also no wind force was generated. This strange tyrannical explosion had the nature of corrosion with the ability to melt everything. After the dark vortex disappeared, 10 li of battlefield was completely cleared, with only He Lu Lan remaining in the air and Dong Fang Yu Liang, who was in a deep crater on the ground. All the remaining humans or beasts within the radius of the explosion of the dark vortex were eroded into nothingness. He Lu Lan looked down at Dong Fang Yu Liang with extreme exhaustion. He was gasping for breath and his whole body was soaked in dark red blood. But the corners of his lips had curled up into a crazed, sinister smile. Ha ha ha, Dong Fang Yu Liang, since you can think of this cloud whirlpool killer move to restrict dark vortex, I can also improve on my killer move. How is it? How is the taste of the banquet I prepared for you meticulously? This is a trump card which I have been concealing all along, not even letting my kin know. He Lu Lan laughed wildly, his laughter echoing throughout the whole battlefield. For a moment, his aura pressed down on his surroundings. Even the GU masters in the battle could not help but gaze towards him. When they saw He Lu Lan occupying the upper hand, He tribe's GU masters' morale surged high, while Dong Fang tribe's GU masters felt a heavy pressure on their heart. The generals were the source of courage of the troops. The fight between He Lu Lan and Dong Fang Yu Liang was crucial to the soldiers. It was very important and was not only a matter that concerned an individual life or death, but would influence this great battlefield. Cough cough. He Lu Lan was laughing wildly, when suddenly he spurted out several mouthfuls of dark blood. Although this move was very powerful, it would also cause self-harm. It was classified as a self-harming move, and no matter what the result, once it was activated, most of the GU worms that formed the dark vortex killer move would die. Once GU worms died, the GU masters would naturally suffer from backlash. But this move was already very profitable. In one move, He Lu Lan not only escaped from the trap, he was able to counter-pressure Dong Fang Yu Liang and also kill Wei Xin, Zhang Wanshan and Yi Zan Ming, who were in 3 hearts combination soul state. With these 3 people dead, the mixed beast group immediately began to fight against each other, with there being no one to guide them. Just like Fang Yuan said before, they crumbled. With this mixed beast group rushing everywhere and attacking recklessly, the battlefield turned even more chaotic. Dong Fang Yu Liang rose up slowly with a solemn expression. He Lu Lan had kept this move extremely confidential. Dongfang Yu Liang did not even have a trace of any relevant clue, so he had not expected for the killer move to be improved with such terrifying destructive power. As a matter of fact, he had secretly prepared a means of escape for Yi Zanming, Wei Xin and Zhang Wangshan, which could directly transfer these three to the rear of the battlefield. However, when He Lu Lan was improving on his killer move, he added a space path GU as well. Thus, when the dark vortex exploded, the surrounding space was locked and Dongfang Yu Liang's methods lost their effectiveness. Dongfang Yu Liang, it is still not late for you to accept your defeat. As long as you surrender, I can let bygones be bygones and forget all my past hatred, and appoint you as my first military advisor. He Lu Lan tried to make Dongfang Yu Liang surrender in front of everyone. Dongfang Yu Liang coldly smiled. He Lu Lan's lustful nature was widely known and had already been coveting after his sister Dongfang Qingyu. Dongfang Yu Liang might surrender to other forces, but he would never choose to pledge allegiance to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan, you are really too optimistic. Even if your side is occupying the upper hand, you are still a long way from victory. Come, let us fight. 7-star light, Dongfang Yu Liang softly shouted. 7 lights swiftly rose up beside him. These 7 lights had different colors, continually rotating around his body, drawing a beautiful light orbit. This was Dongfang Yu Liang's signature killer move. These 7 lights had different effects, and under their empowerment, Dongfang Yu Liang activated Star Thought GU. Whoosh, countless thoughts gushed out as bright as starlight. The radiance of these star thoughts could not be covered even by the sunlight. A sea of star thoughts rose up to the air, and within few breaths of time, Dongfang Yu Liang had tens of thousands of star thoughts. In the air, starlights merged into one and formed a large patch of star cloud which surged forward with great momentum. He Lu Lan, take this. Dongfang Yu Liang shouted and shot the star thoughts beside him towards He Lu Lan. Such an enormous scale of star thoughts burst through the wind with astonishing grandeur. HMPH, a trace of fear flashed past the depths of He Lu Lan's pupils. Wisdom Path GU Masters were not defenseless people. Each GU Master path had its own attacking methods. A path without any attacking methods would be eliminated and vanish in the passage of history. Many years ago, He Lu Lan and Dongfang Yu Liang had crossed swords. At that time, just a scale of several thousand star thoughts was enough to make He Lu Lan suffer greatly. Star thoughts were very fast and would directly attack the enemy's mind from any direction possible, and were very difficult to guard against. So many star thoughts, it seems Dongfang Yu Liang really intends to bet his life. Creating so many star thoughts without any restriction, it is already no longer as simple as injuring soul or body. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, Dongfang Yu Liang will lose at least 2 years of his lifespan. My state is not good now, I had better avoid it first. He Lu Lan had thoughts of retreating when he looked at such a large scale of star thoughts. He disappeared from the spot, appearing 1,000 steps away. But star thoughts were as fast as lightning as they chased after He Lu Lan without giving up. He Lu Lan snorted, healing himself while continually dodging. The enormous star cloud formed from the star thoughts continued to chase after He Lu Lan, devastating everything in its path. Some GU masters with weak willpower were directly struck into idiocy by the star thoughts. Most of the GU masters whose minds were struck by star thoughts immediately felt dizzy and could not keep standing stably. Only few GU master experts with firm willpower moved their thoughts to destroy the external star thoughts. But because of these GU masters resisting the star thoughts, the intense battle had slowed down. Rank 4 GU masters could rampage through the battlefield, but once a rank 5 GU master moved, they could influence the whole situation. Dongfang Yu Liang made an all-out attack, pressing down He Lu Lan into disadvantage. The star cloud formed from the majestic star thoughts became the first force to dominate the battlefield. Although star thoughts exhausted rapidly, the star thoughts Dongfang Yu Liang created were extremely fast. As time passed, the size of the star cloud did not decrease, but instead slightly increased. Almost everyone in the battlefield were concentrating on the star cloud. When the star cloud neared, most of the GU masters would choose to flee, afraid of being struck into idiocy. However, Dongfang Yu Liang did not have the least bit of joy and was instead filled with worry. He Lu Lan's movement GU was outstanding, even star thoughts could not catch up. Dongfang Yu Liang knew clearly there were 2 people who were the most significant in He Alliance army, He Lu Lan and Chongshan Yin. Right now, He Lu Lan was escaping faster than a rabbit while Chong Shan Yin was hiding somewhere, meticulously suppressing his soul and only using a portion to control the wolf group. The chance of bringing him out in the light in this chaotic battlefield was extremely minute. Since it is so, I shall destroy your elite troops. I want to see if you can still keep on enduring. A cold glint flashed in Dong Fang Yu Liang's eyes. The star thought cloud suddenly changed direction and charged towards the battle rings of the elite troops. These elite troops were at least of rank 2 cultivation with rank 3 GU masters as their leaders. They had numerical advantage but could never be Dong Fang Yu Liang's match. Under the special consideration of Star Thought Cloud, He Tribe's Blue Butterfly elite troop immediately collapsed with countless casualties. My elite troop. At this sight, Yi Tribe leader shouted in heartache. Still not coming out. Dong Fang Yu Liang slightly raised his brows and mobilized Star Thought Cloud to attack War Dog elite troop. War Dog elite troop was immediately disrupted and the surrounding elite troops took this chance to besiege them, killing this elite troop quickly and easily. My War Dog elite troop. Wang Tribe leader's body trembled in heartache. Who knew how much resources and energy Wang Tribe had used to cultivate this elite troop? Such precious battle force was destroyed within moments. Still not coming out to rescue them. Dong Fang Yu Liang's brows furrowed deeper. Killing 2 elite troops one after another had caused a huge consumption in the star thoughts. If not for him continually creating new star thoughts, the star thought cloud would have already been used up. Despite the empowerment from 7 star lights, Dong Fang Yu Liang still felt an intense weakness at this moment. Strands of white began to appear in his bluish-black hair. Kill, I want to see how long you can maintain this killer move. Fang Yuan, who was hiding in some corner enjoying this scene through Wolf Care Gu while smiling coldly. To him, the more people that died, the more souls he would be able to collect after the battle. Anyway, as long as they obtained victory at the end, he still held the qualification to enter Imperial Court. Dong Fang Yu Liang was trying to force Fang Yuan out by slaughtering the elite troops, but it will only happen in his sweet dreams. Chapter 514, Wolf King's Ruthlessness. Because of Dong Fang Yu Liang using all his strength to attack and slaughtering 3 elite troops one after another, Dong Fang Tribe began to occupy upper hand. Let us kill all these He Tribe thugs. Kill all the men, and take all the women to our camp. Dong Fang Alliance army's morale surged high, their offense becoming fiercer as they beat back He Tribe allied army without giving them room for breather. However, the originator of this momentum, Dong Fang Yu Liang, was somewhat worried. Although we look to be moving towards victory, my side has already shown our trump cards. My killer move 7 star lights won't last for long, if I still can't force He Lu Lan and Chong Shan Yin out, then. Dong Fang Yu Liang's eyes flashed with a cold light when he thought of this. His clear and incisive eyes gazed towards the mid-army of He Tribe where Black Banner elite troop was stationed. This division of elite troop had formidable strength, far surpassing others. Till now, this precious force had not made any move and was holding their position. Next, Dong Fang Yu Liang's gaze moved towards a specific corner of the battlefield. Zhe Tribe GU masters were gathered there with Zhe Guang and the rest being blood-soaked and fighting bravely. Dong Fang Yu Liang expressionlessly split the star thought cloud into 2, one half moved towards Black Banner elite troop while the other half moved towards Zhe Tribe. Seeing the invasion of the star cloud, Black Banner army's 3 commanders paled. Defend. All forces activate GU together. The commanders sent the command and all the heads of the Black Banner elite troop put all their efforts in activating GU. Battle Thought GU was similar to Star Thought GU and Empty Thought GU, and was also one of the Wisdom Path GU worms. All the different ranking commanders of Black Banner elite troop coordinated to activate rank 3 to rank 4 GU. These Battle Thought GU were meant to be used on Black Banner elite troop. During the battle, the Battle Thought GU would enter their brain and surge their battle intent, making them fearless. Star Thought Cloud pounced towards them. Red thoughts emerged above the Black Banner elite troop. There were few of these battle thoughts, but with them guarding beside the Black Banner elite troop, the elite troop was able to forcibly resist the impact of the Star Thought Cloud. He Tribe is indeed worthy of being a super tribe. The quality of their elite troop is far beyond that of other tribes' elite troops. Fang Yuan inwardly praised at this sight. These Black Banner elite troop belonged to He Tribe completely and would keep on accumulating their strength during peaceful times. The GU masters in this troop were carefully selected elites, and with the large amounts of training and enormous resources invested in them, they were able to form into a trump card. Each of them had firm willpower and possessed the ability to resist the thought's impact by themselves. Now, with the protection of battle thoughts added, the devastation of star thought cloud was restrained for the first time. Naturally, there was a crucial reason for this. Dongfang Yuliang had not used all his strength in this and had divided the star thought cloud into two, only using half of it to attack Black Banner Elite Troop. Black Banner Elite Troop's breathtaking performance shocked the people, forming a clear contrast with the other devastated elite troops. While on the Zhe tribe's side, miserable screams kept on ringing out. They were being slaughtered under the attack of the majestic star thoughts. Fang Yuan watched this indifferently. He was able to use Wolf Care Gu very proficiently, allowing him to see Zhe tribe's miserable condition clearly. Zhe tribe was no more than one of his chess pieces to disguise his identity. As the chess master, why would he put himself in danger because of a chess piece? Still not coming out, Dongfang Yuliang waited patiently for a while, secretly observing with his detection Gu. As long as Fang Yuan made any move to rescue the Zhe tribe, he would be able to pinpoint Fang Yuan's exact location through the soul fluctuations. But, no matter how long he waited, Fang Yuan did not make any move. Such cold and heartless action of Wolf King made Dongfang Yuliang feel a chill down his spine. On the contrary, when He Lu Lan saw his Black Banner Elite Troop showing signs of not being able to hold off anymore, he quickly made his move. Dongfang Yuliang, die! He shouted with a grandeur that looked like he had already recovered from the backlash. Dongfang Yuliang snorted. Large numbers of new star thoughts emerged above his head and charged towards He Lu Lan. The two collided in the midair, exchanging many moves. For a time, the victor or the loser could not be determined. With He Lu Lan's interference, the star thought cloud that was causing troubles for Black Banner Elite Troop had no more support, and completely disappeared after causing mayhem for a while. The battlefield that had turned chaotic for a while, again entered a deadlock. A smaller part of the dozen or so rank 4 battle rings, had already ended with the result ending in death or injuries. Among them, Wind Demon and Water Demon were still fighting. Shadow Sword expert Bian Xizan and Flying Lightning Dong Po Kong, however, were moving back and forth in the battlefield. These two both had outstanding movement Gu, and even when they were blocked by rank 4 Gu masters, they were able to easily get past them. They were continuously searching for Fang Yuan's traces, but unfortunately Fang Yuan kept on hiding without making any moves, causing their search to be fruitless. At the same time, in Niyu Blessed Land, 2 Gu immortals, a male and a female, were sipping tea while observing the smoke image on the center of the table. The smoke image kept on surging, showing the scenes of the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe. The scenes were extremely clear, showing minute details of every corner. The female Gu immortal Tan Baiya looked away and smiled towards the male Gu immortal Dongfang Chongfan. Looks like this battle will be determined by the battle between Dongfang Yuliang and He Lu Lan. Whichever side wins will be the side that will occupy the upper hand. Dongfang Yuliang, this young man is pretty good, being able to bring the battle into a stalemate while having weaker military forces than He tribe. It seems Brother Chongfan's guidance is quite effective. Dongfang Chongfan had an ancient noble appearance, with eyes that intermittently flashed with all kinds of colors. This soul wisdom path Gu immortal of Dongfang tribe indifferently shook his head and said with indifference. Actually I only said 2 to 3 sentences to Dongfang Yuliang. But this young lad is indeed good and quite interesting. After returning, he wantonly proclaimed this and rose up borrowing my prestige. He has some talent and also puts in great efforts. I have already promised him that as long as he can be the lord of the imperial court, I will heal his little sister and nurture him as one of my successors. Become the lord of imperial court. Tan Baiya was slightly dazed before smiling. Please forgive little sister for being blunt. In this round of the imperial court contest, I am afraid Dongfang tribe does not have a high chance. Within the several popular candidates this year, Yi Lui tribe's Yi Lui Sang is thought to have a high chance by everyone. This time, Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder Yi Lui Lai has secretly entrusted an immortal Gu to Yi Lui Sang. This is already an open secret in the circle. Yi Lui tribe might be part of the Huang Jin family and one of the super tribes of Northern Plains, but they haven't gained ownership of imperial court for the last 8 rounds. Because of this, Yi Lui Lai has been made fun of by He Cheng of He tribe in these days. He is probably mobilizing immortal Gu this time to regain face. Dong Fang Chong Fan chuckled after he finished speaking. His chuckle seemed to contain disdain. Tan Baiya sipped tea and said, "Yes, speaking of He Cheng, He Lu Lan is his 27th concubine's child. This is his son, so he has been actively supporting from behind because of sentiment and principle. Thus, He Lu Lan is also one of the popular candidates. Historically speaking, the struggle for the imperial court is no more than a competition between several large Huang Jin family tribes. Those that are able to be the lord of imperial court have immense support from behind. From what I see, He Lu Lan's chances are much higher than your tribe's Dong Fang Yu Liang." Dong Fang Chong Fan, however, slowly shook his head. Tan Bai Ya's eyes flashed with a trace of interest at this. "What is it? Could it be brother Chong Fan also privately gave an immortal GU to Dong Fang Yu Liang? Or maybe you set up some arrangements to ensure Dong Fang Yu Liang becomes the lord of imperial court?" Wisdom Path GU masters had the ability to scheme deeply and make deductions. Most GU immortals have either experienced this personally or have heard of it. Wisdom Path GU immortals were few in numbers. Dong Fang Chong Fan was a famous Wisdom Path GU master of Northern Plains. If he had secretly made arrangements and as long as it did not openly break the game rules for the fight for imperial court, Dong Fang Yu Liang would have a great probability of success. However, Dong Fang Chong Fan negated Tan Bai Ya's conjecture. "No. During this round's competition for imperial court, Ma tribe has enormous momentum and could be said to have one foot on the throne of imperial court. Why would I Dong Fang Chong Fan do pointless work?" He, Dong Fang Chong Fan, was already old and did not have much time left. He had calculated that the time of his death was around the corner and thus for the tribe and also for his legacy to be continued, the matter of importance was to choose and nurture his successor. The fight for the imperial court was secondary. Not all GU masters could become Wisdom Path GU masters by having a set of Wisdom Path GU worms. Dong Fang Chong Fan was very pleased with Dong Fang Yu Liang's talents and even was slightly fearful. What made him even more pleased was Dong Fang Yu Liang had a weak and sick little sister who was unable to cultivate. This was Dong Fang Yu Liang's weakness, and as long as he grasped this hold on him, he would not need to worry about Dong Fang Yu Liang's loyalty. The fight for the imperial court was only a plan he set for Dong Fang Yu Liang. After Dong Fang Yu Liang was defeated, he would definitely come to beg him to save his little sister. This was akin to him gaining a hold on Dong Fang Yu Liang of the latter's own initiative. If Dong Fang Yu Liang succeeds by fluke, that would also be an unexpected surprise. Even though he had promised Dong Fang Yu Liang to heal his little sister, who was to say if she would be cured completely? Tan Baiya was surprised. "What is this? Brother Chong Fan, you actually are optimistic about Ma tribe. Ma tribe might be a large-scale tribe with quite extraordinary military strength, but they don't have an GU Immortal Supreme Elder." Dong Fang Chong Fan seemed to be waiting for this question as he leisurely replied, "Sister Baiya, you are unaware that Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has already secretly contacted Ma tribe to give them support. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, that group of demonic path GU immortals." Tan Bai Ya's complexion sank as the news had quite a huge impact on her. She closely looked at Dong Fang Chong Fan. "Brother Chong Fan, how did you know this?" Dong Fang Chong Fan proudly smiled. "I personally deduced this, you are the first one to know of it." Tan Bai Ya immediately believed most of it. Dong Fang Chong Fan was a Wisdom Path GU immortal, this deduction he made personally should be equal to the truth. She also knew his details and knew he did not have any reason to deceive her. Moreover, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's group of demonic path GU immortals had always been coveting after 88 True Yong building. This time, they were secretly supporting Ma tribe to get their hands on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's inheritance. Such things had happened many times in the past as well. Thinking of this, she could not remain seated anymore. She was Lu tribe's external supreme elder and was secretly supporting Lu Wenwu. In case Lu Wenwu obtained the throne of imperial court, it would be an extremely big help to her status in Lu tribe. Ma tribe's existence had severely affected her arrangement. She naturally could not be tolerant and stood up. "Brother Chong Fan, this matter is of grave importance. Demonic path GU immortals are jackals and wolves, the others are still in the dark. Little sister will go inform them, please forgive little sister for taking her leave." "Go, go." Dong Fang Chong Fan slowly nodded and opened the door of the Blessed Land. After Tan Bai Ya left the Blessed Land, Dong Fang Chong Fan's face that had no change like an ancient well, showed a hint of a smile. This discussion was a scheme he had made for Tan Baiya. Tan Baiya was also an astute GU immortal, but since she was involved herself and also had her own expectations from this, she could be easily plotted against. Dongfang Chongfan's gaze moved towards the smoke image where some changes had appeared in the battle. After a long fight, Dongfang Yuliang was slowly unable to hold up and began to retreat. With the main chief commander retreating, the army morale instantly fell and under Dongfang Yuliang's command, also began to retreat. The army was rattled but retreated without rushing. They had clearly received a lot of training. Dongfang Yuliang had already expected this, thus he had spent a lot of care in planning the retreat prior to the battle. Dongfang army slowly retreated while counter-attacking occasionally. Many GU masters of He tribe were instead the ones to lose their lives due to carelessness. Wind demon, you gutless rat, want to run? Water demon Hao Jilu shouted. His body was filled with injuries and was soaked in blood. Wind demon scoffed but did not reply, instead retreating silently, firmly acting on Dongfang Yuliang's command. The defensive line the army had constructed before was several hundreds of li farther. As long as they could retreat to the defense line, they would have time to get some rest and recover their strength. At that time, it would be He tribe army's turn to feel a headache, and this bad start would only be a small detail. However, right at this time, wolf group suddenly howled and gathered together, once again forming into a wolf tide that unfolded a death charge towards Dongfang army. The wolf group was different from GU masters. GU masters cherished their lives while the wolf group could charge on without fearing death. Damn it, Dongfang Yuliang's heart was tearing as he looked at this. Under the wolf group's charge, Dongfang Alliance army suffered countless casualties and panic soon spread in the army, continuing to show signs of crumbling. Fang Yuan used 80% of his master-level enslavement attainment. The people who looked at it were dazzled as the assault came in waves after waves, unceasingly. Dongfang army was like mud which under the cleansing of the wolf tide, broke apart piece by piece. The strong soul fluctuations revealed Fang Yuan's position. But Fang Yuan was already in the open now. He was standing on the calm twin-headed rhino with many GU master experts gathering beside him. Wolf King Chongshan Yin, Dongfang Yuliang gnashed his teeth, his eyes seemingly breathing fire. In this battle, he had thoroughly experienced the ruthlessness and the ferocity of Fang Yuan. Don't forget, Fang Yuan had only acted twice in this battle. The first time he moved, he directly created the all-out war, causing many of Dongfang Yuliang's arrangements to have no place to be used. And now, the second time he moved, was the time when Dongfang army was its weakest, throwing stones at them when they were having difficulties. Right now, the GU masters almost had no primeval essence in their aperture, having risked their lives for so long. Although they still had strength to battle, they were perishing together with the wolves. Fang Yuan's wolf group also had severe losses. But this was already a great profit. His wolves could be easily replenished. There were many wolves in northern plains. But the sacrifice the other side had to make were precious GU masters. Chapter 515. Dongfang Yuliang's backup plan. Dongfang army suffered huge losses within a short period of time, and they abandoned the large numbers of corpses as they retreated. Run, run, it will be too late if we don't go now. The situation Dongfang Yuliang was most worried about finally happened. Dongfang Alliance army collapsed with no intent to battle, only concentrating on escaping. He tribe army took this chance to unfold a cruel massacre. Dongfang Yuliang gnashed his teeth and promptly mobilized rank 4 GU master experts to hold back the enemy. The experts turned around and dealt a heavy blow, restraining the momentum of He tribe army. But this did not last long as He tribe's rank 4 GU master experts took the stage and hindered the Dongfang tribe's experts. Dongfang Yuliang made a move again, but was pinned down by He Lulan. Seeing his side troops chasing after the enemy and having the momentum in unfolding cruel massacre, Fang Yuan stopped and summoned the wolf group beside him. This move immediately won favorable impression from the Black Banner elite troops commander who was beside him. In his view, this was a great chance for Wolf King to get battle contributions, but the latter instead gave these battle achievements to others. This commander praised Fang Yuan openly. Fang Yuan knew the other party was trying to express goodwill. He Shuyi had been appointed as his bodyguard, but Shuyi deserted him in the face of danger, and if not for the water image GU, he would have already been dead. However, Fang Yuan never counted on someone else's protection, he only relied on himself. Moreover, He Shuyi was He Lu Lan's trusted general, and because of this, he would not be able to do anything to He Shuyi if he raised this topic. Even if he could, Fang Yuan was not willing to be in such pointless internal friction. He casually replied, secretly hinting the commander that he did not put this matter in heart. Only then did the commander let out a breath of relief, secretly feeling, though Wolf King was arrogant, he was truly magnanimous and extraordinary. Finally, Dongfang army made a mad run to the first defense line, paying a disastrous price for this. 20% of the whole army had died during the first battle, but 50% had died during the chase by the Wolf group and the enemy. The remaining 30% who were injured and disabled managed to run to the defense line. Among the rank 4 experts, 2 died in the process of holding back He tribe army. The He tribe army chased without stopping, but they were shot through by the feather arrow elite troops who were standing on the defense walls, and lost hundreds of people before running away in sorry figures. This was the elite troop that the Dongfang tribe had cultivated by spending a lot of care and resources. They were not any weaker than the Black Banner. Elite troop. He tribe's GU masters tried to charge through 3 times but were shot back into retreat by the feather arrow elite troop. He Lu Lan mobilized the rank 4 GU masters to charge forward, but they were trapped by Dongfang Yu Liang's arrangement and lost 3 experts. Lord Alliance leader, the enemy is relying on their location to defend and they occupy the geographical advantage. Our side has fought hard for long, we don't have sufficient primeval essence to keep on fighting, it would be better to retreat for now and make new plans. The group of experts returned to the main tent where cunning gentleman Sun Shihan suggested this idea. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed, he had his previous life memories and knew Dongfang Yu Liang was very good at handling messy situations, winning against stronger opponents as the weaker side. If they delayed for long, the amount of intel he would receive would increase and it would be more unfavorable for He tribe. This time, there was Fang Yuan's interference which led to the He tribe occupying a greater dominance than in his previous life, but Dongfang Yu Liang, who was in a good shape, was an enormous threat. To deal with Dongfang Yu Liang, the best way was to continue attacking, without giving him the chance to scheme and calculate. He Lu Lan pondered on cunning gentleman's suggestion in silence. He had crossed hands with Dongfang Yu Liang before and was well acquainted with Dongfang Yu Liang's methods. He did not want to let go of this chance in front of him, and thus his gaze moved towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan proudly smiled and said to He Lu Lan, "He tribe leader does not need to worry, I can guarantee you that I will break this defense line in just a quarter of an hour." The crowd raised their eyebrows in surprise while cunning gentleman sneered, feeling Fang Yuan was boasting. He Lu Lan, however, was joyous. "Then I shall see the Wolf King's ability." The Wolf group once again gathered together and unfolded an endless charge at Dongfang tribe's first line of defense. The Dongfang tribe defended very tightly, and in just moments, wolf corpses littered under the walls. He tribe's troops were overwhelmed at this sight. Fang Yuan was simply sending the wolf group to their death, disregarding the sacrifices. Especially the feather arrow elite troop, they were experts at long-distance attacks and were with the direction of the wind from the walls. Rank 4 experts acted as emergency response group, moving everywhere. As long as an area showed signs of falling, they would move one after another to avert the disaster. Dongfang tribe's defense line was truly like a fortress. Fang Yuan scoffed while continuously activating Wolf Howl GU, and creating shocking variations in the assault. Every variation brought an enormous threat to the defense line. This high intensity of battle caused enormous sacrifices in the wolf group. 280,000 wolves had died in a short period of time. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he commanded the wolf group from the twin-headed rhinoceros's back. The gazes the crowd in the main tent looked at him quietly changed. Wolf King's ruthlessness caused fear to emerge in these people. Such a majestic and fierce wolf tide gave them a feeling of being insignificant. Wolf King Chongshan Yin, such a ruthless heart you have, do you want to spare none? Dongfang Yu Liang's expression was heavy. The large numbers of sacrifices in the wolf group were exchanged with intense consumption of primeval essence of Dongfang army. He was extremely regretful. If he had known this, he would rather give up on He Lu Lan, to take Chongshan Yin's life. Finally, Dongfang tribe's GU masters could not hold up anymore, and the wolf group's offense made them so exhausted that they did not even have time to take a breather, much less recover their primeval essence. Retreat. Helplessly, Dongfang Yu Liang could only send down the command to retreat. Just like Fang Yuan proclaimed, after a quarter of an hour, Dongfang tribe's first line of defense was broken. Dongfang Yuliang left behind a group of crippled GU masters to cover their retreat, and led the remaining troops to escape towards the second defense line in the fastest speed possible. My wolf group is very exhausted and is not fit to chase them anymore. Fang Yuan withdrew his wolf group and made way to give He tribe army the chance to move. This action won him almost everyone's good impressions. I have sustained some injuries in this battle, you guys chase them and kill them all. But be careful, that Dongfang lad definitely has some arrangements. He Lu Lan did not move from the main tent, and instead sent Hao Ji Lu, Pan Ping, the Wang tribe leader and others to chase. The crowd excitedly crossed over the broken defense line and moved in pursuit. But the troops had just crossed over the defense line when an intense explosion suddenly burst out. Boom! Just like the crackling of a thunder, dozens of GU masters were instantly fried, leaving behind flesh and broken limbs on the ground. Boom boom boom. Immediately after that, large numbers of explosions exploded in a chain reaction, covering the whole defense line. The troops who went to chase immediately suffered huge losses and fell into chaos. It is Charred Thunder Potato GU. Dongfang Yuliang buried large numbers of them under the defense line. The investigative GU masters returned to report in the main tent. I can see it. He Lu Lan's expression was extremely dark as he waved his hand for the investigative GU masters to take their leave. He was not stupid and immediately realized he had been schemed by Dongfang Yuliang. Setting up so many Charred Thunder Potato GU would require a long time. This time was actually given by He Lu Lan. Before the battle, Dongfang Yuliang had purposely sent a challenge letter to start the war. In retaliation, He Lu Lan listened to Cunning Gentleman's words and delayed it for several days, only starting the battle after his rear army gathered. This gave Dongfang Yuliang the chance to put this plan in action. The explosions continued without an end, inflicting many casualties among the He tribe army. The most crucial point was that their pursuit had stopped. The He tribe army could only watch as the Dongfang tribe's remnant troops safely escaped. Charred Thunder Potato GU might only be a rank 2 GU with limited power, but there was just too many of it. Besides this, there were also many rank 3 Muffled Thunder Potato GU and a few rank 4 Thunderclap Potato GU mixed among them. Even if GU masters were able to activate defensive GU and preserve their life, their primeval essence would be greatly consumed. There were only a few GU masters who had flying GU worms. Even if these people could catch up to the enemy, their strength was weak and would instead be giving Dongfang tribe the opportunity to kill them. The GU masters who had been worked up and excited to establish merits, finally returned to the camp in a sorry figure, full of injuries. We have already gained a huge victory today, Dongfang lad is only delaying his death. I can still have the pleasure of killing him later. He Lu Lan pacified himself and began to handle the post-war affairs. Cleaning the battlefield, healing the injured, listing the battle merits, these were all complicated affairs that required energy and time. Fang Yuan naturally was not willing to waste his precious time on this. He casually gave an excuse and left the main tent, returning to his large lizard house GU to continue cultivating. He had established huge contributions in this battle, and although he only moved a few times, each time was crucial. In front of his military success and position of strength, even Cunning Gentleman kept quiet, much less anyone else. The Wolf King was not injured by the blast. Dongfang Yuliang listened to the battle information from the detective GU master, and felt quite regretful. Through this battle, he placed Fang Yuan as the #1 enemy with threat even higher than He Lu Lan. Chongshan Yin was extremely cunning and vicious, not even caring about Jie tribe's life or death. Although he was only at rank 4 peak stage, he was much more troublesome than He Lu Lan. Dongfang Yuliang had originally calculated that the chance for Chongshan Yin to mobilize his wolf group to chase them was very high. But his meticulously prepared trap did not even ensnare a single wolf, and instead killed large numbers of He tribe's GU masters. A GU master's life was much more precious than wild wolves. But Dongfang Yuliang was not happy. To a wisdom path GU master who were experts at deductions and schemes, a strong and powerful enemy was not troublesome. But even though the Wolf King was strong, he was not conceited, and instead was a very calm opponent. Such opponents were a thorn in the neck. It was precisely because of Fang Yuan's few times of making a move that caused Dongfang army to fall from slightly losing position to utter defeat. From this, a gap appeared in the two sides where the He tribe was in a clear superiority and Dongfang army was in a disadvantage, in a worsening situation. Looking at this battle coming to an end, in Niyu blessed land, Dongfang Chongfan retracted his gaze and collected the smoke on the table into his sleeves. Even without a need to deduce, he could tell that Dongfang Yu Liang was already in an absolute disadvantage after this battle. Unless He Lu Lan made a great mistake, Dongfang Yu Liang's hopes of advancing to imperial court had become very minute. However, Dongfang Yu Liang had performed remarkably in the battle, even creating a stalemate with his comparatively weaker military force. He had made full use of all the cards available to him. Especially his move in protecting the tribe's strength, which caused there to not be a single loss in Feather Arrow elite troop. This is his loyalty towards the tribe. Now, it is a test to see how well he deals with this messy situation. Dongfang Chongfan slowly closed his eyes, very pleased with this point. Other tribes' casualties were their matters, it was okay as long as Dongfang tribe's losses were not large. The struggle for the imperial court by itself was an arrangement set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. One of the objectives was to preserve his bloodline while weakening the other tribes. Chapter 516, Battle Merit Board. The red cloud surged in the air, giving Fang Yuan a burning hot feeling. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on a mat with his eyes closed, his mind holding the fire cloud together. It is time, he inwardly calculated the time and slowly opened his eyes, after which he took out a wine vat. The wine vat was filled with dark blue liquid, giving off a shine like the reflection of the moon on the sea. Descend. Fang Yuan softly spoke and the fire cloud in the air slowly fell down, pouring completely into the wine vat. For a moment, the contact of fire and water along with their merging produced thick black smoke. The black smoke rapidly pervaded the whole room. Fang Yuan could not even see his own fingers as if he was in a dark night. With a shift of his mind, the wine vat suddenly let out an attraction force that completely absorbed all the black smoke within a few breaths of time. The room was bright once again with a vague sweetness remaining in the air. Fang Yuan repeatedly flicked his finger, throwing Gu worm after Gu worm into the wine vat. The wine vat kept on shaking for 2-3 minutes before finally calming down. Fang Yuan gazed into the wine vat and only saw black mud inside. Those Gu worms he had thrown inside had completely merged together, forming a semi-finished product that was concealed in the center of the black mud. Rise. Fang Yuan cautiously poured his primeval essence. The surface of the black mud broke open and a thin, delicate sprout grew out of it. The delicate sprout was glossy green and grew rapidly, already growing into a small sapling in an instant. The sapling grew thicker with a visible speed, slowly growing upwards. Conversely, the black mud in the wine vat rapidly decreased. When the black mud decreased to 80%, the small tree stopped growing. The crown of the tree had formed into a tight shape, like a clenched green fist. Open. Fang Yuan gave a light shout and simultaneously poured in large amounts of primeval essence into the tree. The green fist slowly opened, revealing a Gu worm in its palm. This Gu had a long oval body with a dark brown carapace. A majestic horn was on its head, which made it look thick and powerful. It had 4 pairs of long strong legs and its whole body emitted a glossy metallic luster. One look at it was enough for anyone to know that it was not an ordinary Gu. A trace of joy flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. This Gu was precisely the all-out effort Gu which he had failed to advance 3 times before, finally succeeding in this 4th try. Fang Yuan carefully observed, examining the differences in before and after the refinement. Rank 3 all-out effort Gu only had 3 pairs of legs and because it was from the southern border, it received the region's restriction and was suppressed to rank 2. Rank 4 all-out effort Gu had 4 pairs of legs and was larger in size, over 2 times bigger than its rank 3 counterpart. And because it was refined in Northern Plains, it became a Northern Plains Gu and did not suffer from suppression, thus letting out a genuine rank 4 aura. With this rank 4 Gu, my strength path battle strength has immediately recovered for the most part. I will have to make preparations for its rank 5 recipe. Fortunately, I now possess a blessed land and can connect to treasure yellow heaven, and also have some connection with Lang Ya blessed land. There is hope in getting hold of all-out effort Gu's rank 5 recipe. Fang Yuan stored this new all-out effort Gu into his aperture and cleaned the room once before coming out of the large lizard house Gu. Outside was a bright and beautiful scene. Large numbers of Gu masters were moving back and forth between countless tents, hurrying about their respective affairs. Some were going to supply camps to exchange for GU worms, some were returning after cleaning up the battlefield, and some were building up defensive structures. 8 days had passed since the great battle with Dongfang Alliance army. In these 8 days, He tribe's army kept its patience, cleaning up the battlefield every day, making details of battle merits and healing the injured. These serious and diverse affairs caused the army higher-ups to be extremely busy. A mountain of paperworks had piled up on He Lulan's table. Cunning Gentleman was given heavy responsibilities and was so busy that he had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights, and his face had become pale as paper. Each of the tribe leaders were also very busy, rushing about to fight for the benefits of their respective tribes. As people holding top positions, they naturally had their own duty and responsibility. In this period of time, Zhe Guang also looked for Fang Yuan several times, hoping Fang Yuan would come out for Zhe tribe's benefits, but Fang Yuan ignored and refused to see him, only concentrating in cultivating. In this time, they appeared to be free and unconstrained like those demonic path GU masters. For the most part, they did not receive any implications and only looked after themselves. Apart from checking whether their battle merits had not been embezzled, they were either healing their injuries or using battle merits to exchange for new GU worms, actively preparing for war. The treatment abilities of this world was far above that on Earth. On Earth, amputated limbs would mean becoming a disabled. If fingers were cut off, the fingers would need to be preserved and transplanted within a set period of time. And this transplantation had a chance of failure. But in this world, even if one's limbs were completely cut off, they could be directly grown under the healing effects of GU worms. Basically, as long as the GU masters were not inflicted with troublesome injuries, they could be healed. Thus, although only a short period of 8 days had passed, the number of injured in He tribe army had already decreased by 80%, among which most had recovered the ability to fight. As one went nearer towards the supply camps, they would discover a bigger stream of people. Over these days, large numbers of GU masters came here to exchange their battle merits for goods. The supply camps became the most busy place in the whole camp. They opened 15 large tents in a row with each tent occupying at least 3.25 acres, and over 1,000 GU masters were working to serve people. But even so, the supply camp was packed with people and every tent was crowded and clamorous. Subordinate greets Lord Wolf King, "Please come this way, Lord." When Fang Yuan arrived at the supply camp, a professional female GU master led him to a GU house with a smile on her face. As long as there was an organization, there would be hierarchy, upper and lower levels, and also difference in treatments. Fang Yuan belonged to the upper layer in the whole army, and the treatment he received would naturally be different from ordinary people. "Lord Wolf King is mighty, you are the first in the battle merit list in this battle." The young and beautiful female GU master handed a scroll to Fang Yuan with a look of worship. Fang Yuan gently pulled apart the 2 ends of the scroll and saw Chong Shan Yin at the very start. After his name was the amount of battle merit, which was a series of numbers written in Northern Plains language, denoting over 100,000 characters. Fang Yuan only roughly glanced at it. In this world, battle merits were easy to calculate, because there were large numbers of GU worms that could monitor or capture images. In every large battle, every tribe would use large numbers of GU worms to record the whole process of the battle. Besides the purpose of calculating the battle merits, it was more importantly for assimilating experience, gathering intel, probing the enemy's real details, and understanding one's own side's deficiencies. Besides this, many GU masters would also use their own GU worms to record their own battle. With all these details and images of every corner, the battle merits would be calculated again and again to verify the correct statistic. Fang Yuan opened the scroll further. Under his name was He Lulan. His battle merit was over 80,000. He Lulan fought and pinned down Dongfang Yuliang, who was the strongest expert in the enemy's side. At the same time, he killed Wei Xin, Yi Zanming and Wan Shan, who were under 3 hearts combination soul, getting rid of the mixed beast group. This was an enormous battle contribution. Under He Lulan was Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Wang tribe leader, Pan Ping, and so on, with tens of thousands as their battle merits. As Fang Yuan went further down, the battle merits became less and less. After the top 10, the battle merits fell down to over 9,000. After the top 20, the battle merits fell down to around 7 to 8,000. The scroll recorded 106 people altogether, with most having around 3,000 battle merits. It was clear this scroll was the list of the highest battle merits achiever. The complete battle merit list was erected in the 15 large tents and was as large as defense walls, with large numbers of swimward GU used on them. Thus, the characters on the surface of the large list would flicker time to time, showing the change in the battle merits. The battle merit statistics had started from the moment the battle started, and would keep on being maintained. Some GU masters would exchange their battle merits for GU worms, thus their battle merits would fall. Some GU masters' battle merits would instead continue to rise. Especially healing GU masters, they would have considerable gains in the post-war. Fang Yuan placed the scroll to the side. The female GU master had been observing his expression, and at this moment, she handed over a GU worm. This GU worm looked like a ladybug with square carapace, protruding edges, while the middle part was sunken like a window frame. This was rank 4 East Window GU, an information path GU, used to store information. Previously at Langya Blessed Land, when Fang Yuan asked for the information on 88 Truyong building, the Langya land spirit had given him an East Window GU. Fang Yuan took the East Window GU and held it in his hand, pouring primeval essence into it. East Window GU gave off a glimmer, and an enormous amount of information poured into Fang Yuan's mind. There was a large number of goods, including GU worms from every path, beasts, vegetation, primeval stones, variant men, GU recipes, and so on. These goods were put up by all tribes, and according to rules, as the alliance leader, He tribe put forward the maximum number of goods, no less than half of all these goods. Soon, Fang Yuan discovered many things he wanted to purchase from these goods. Although Fang Yuan could connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven through Little Hu Immortal, the transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven was the transactions between great sects and clans, which used immortal essence stones as the currency. It was not suitable for Fang Yuan's current state. At the same time, there was also the mysterious force represented by Old Man Yan Shi, who was coveting after Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel GU. If Fang Yuan wanted to buy rank 5 GU to raise his strength, he would need to buy Northern Plains GU worms. If he did that, it would definitely provide an important evidence to this Wisdom Path GU Immortal. Thus, the supply camp was much more suitable to the current Fang Yuan than Treasure Yellow Heaven. Among my Strength Path GU worms, All Out Effort GU has been raised to rank 4 and has adapted to Northern Plains. But I still have rank 3 Strength Chi GU, 2 Seed of Flower, Primeval Elder GU, Self-Reliance GU, as well as rank 4 Bitter Strength, Expend Strength GU and Charging Crash GU. These GU are all from Southern Border and is under region suppression in the Northern Plains. To remove the region suppression, I would need to advance these GU to higher rank in Northern Plains. But to do so would mean too much investment. There was a probability of failure in GU refinement. Even though Fang Yuan had close to master level skill in refinement path, he was not exempted from this probability. The rank 4 all-out effort GU he refined had failed several times before succeeding. The refinement of Nauseous Crying Baby GU failed for over 10 times, yet it still did not succeed in the end. The higher the rank of the GU, the higher the probability of failing the refinement. This was especially so for rank 5 GU, as those were very challenging and difficult to refine, with the probability of success usually being less than 1 in 1,000. Chapter 517, Lurking Soul Coat GU, Advancing Bitter Strength GU, Expend Strength GU and Charging Crash GU to rank 5 was a huge project. Fang Yuan would need to use large amounts of materials and GU worms. Thus, often only the GU immortals who had blessed lands had the capital to gather a complete set of rank 5 GU. It was very hard for mortals to bear such a price. Thus, in the mortal world, a lot of rank 5 GU masters did not even have one rank 5 GU. Only people like He Lu Lan and Dong Fang Yu Liang, who had the support of a large force behind them, had 1 or 2 rank 5 GU. In the information provided by East Window GU, there was only a Dark Path rank 5 GU that could be exchanged with battle merits. My Enslavement Path GU originated from Chongshan Yin. Almost all are rank 4 and it will be extremely difficult to raise them to rank 5 in a short period of time. Thus, I need to concentrate on gathering GU recipes, just in case. As for my Strength Path GU, those originate from Southern Border. Rather than refining them, it might be better to make direct purchases. After all, these GU are not my vital GU, so if the refinement fails, they will perish. And if I want to refine again, I will have to accumulate them again. Fang Yuan's plan was the same as the choice many foreign region GU masters sensibly made in the troubled times that were to come in the future. He made his choice. There was only one rank 5 GU among the goods, but there were many rank 4 GU including bitter strength GU, 2-seed of flower and primeval elder GU. But there was no charging crash GU. Fang Yuan could only opt for the next best choice and choose 2 pairs of rank 3 horizontal charge GU and vertical crash GU, intending to fuse them himself. Self-reliance GU was a perfect match for strength path GU masters, and a rare GU at that. In He Tribe's enormous list of goods, there was one self-reliance GU, but unfortunately it was only at rank 2, even lower than Fang Yuan's. Rank 3 self-reliance GU could reach a price of 45,000 primeval stones, which corresponded to 4,500 battle merits. A rank 4 self-reliance GU's price could be compared to a rank 5 GU, and had a very low possibility of appearing in the exchange list. Fang Yuan pondered and bought this rank 2 self-reliance GU as well. If there was truly no other way, he could only try to refine it. If the self-reliance GU was like this, then there was no need to even mention strength Chi GU. Strength Chi GU was already extinct in the mortal markets, and Fang Yuan's strength Chi GU was obtained by reverse refining rank 4 atmosphere GU. But the atmosphere GU was rank 4, and was not a mainstream GU, and was also very rare on top of that. If Fang Yuan wanted to obtain strength Chi GU, he could only use Northern Plains atmosphere GU and reverse refine it to rank 3 strength Chi GU. He had rank 5 cultivation now. Rank 3 strength Chi GU was not suitable for him anymore. Rank 3 GU's help to him now was extremely small. Since there is no expend strength GU, then so be it. After all, this GU is used for restricting strength path and has few applications. If I don't have strength Chi GU, it will truly be miserable. I will be lacking long-range attack methods and land in the most common predicament of present-age strength path GU masters. Strength Chi GU might not be treated as a core GU, but it was extremely important to strength path GU masters. So I can only try to gather rank 4 and rank 5 recipes of strength Chi GU for now. Chi path has already died out, treasure Yellow Heaven has them, but the prices are definitely high. Perhaps my greatest hope is in Langya Blessed Land. But Langya Land Spirit is not easy to deal with. I will have to pay a huge price if I want to obtain the recipe. Just when Fang Yuan was inwardly vexed about this problem, he suddenly had a realization. Wrong. His mind received a slight jolt. Even if my strength path doesn't have long-ranged attack methods, my enslavement path can make up for it. My situation is no longer the same now. I have 2 apertures, I cultivate enslavement and strength path, they can complement each other. Fang Yuan's view suddenly cleared up. Although he was someone who had been reborn and was meticulous, it was unavoidable for even him to have times of habitual thinking. He only had 1 aperture in his previous life, and even though he had touched upon other paths, it was mostly after he became a GU Immortal. But now, he was already cultivating 2 paths as Immortal. Enslavement path GU masters are most afraid of beheading the leader tactics. I can use strength path to defend. On the contrary, strength path's weakness can be filled by using enslavement path. Strength Chi GU, there is no need for it. Because he cultivated 2 paths, this problem that troubled strength path GU masters was easily resolved. Following after this, Fang Yuan used his battle merits to exchange for many space path GU and large numbers of GU refinement materials. These space path GU and materials were preparations to enter Luopo Valley later on. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had sealed Luopo Valley back then. If one wanted to enter, normal methods wouldn't work. One must have a rank 5 open door GU. Open door GU could let the fated ones enter Luopo Valley. But to close the passage would require refining a rank 5 close door GU, to prevent the exposure of the passage and others entering in. Lord Wolf King actually exchanged for so many strength path GU and space path GU, and there are also huge amounts of GU refinement materials. The goods Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for caused this female GU master to be inwardly surprised. Exchanging for strength path GU was still reasonable. After all, strength path might be declining, but it consumed less primeval essence. In case primeval essence was about to be exhausted, it could act as a GU master's last support. Thus, in northern plains where battles occurred frequently, almost all the GU masters cultivated some strength path GU. But what is Lord Wolf King going to do with these space path GU? Maybe he wants to use space path GU to protect himself. After all, enslavement path GU masters are often restrained by beheading leader tactics. There are also these astonishing amounts of GU refinement materials. Is Lord Wolf King interested towards refinement path? Or maybe he is researching a completely new enslavement path GU. The female GU master was full of doubts but did not express them. She was very aware that rashly inquiring about these secrets was an extremely great offense to the GU master. Thus, she did not reveal any curiosity on her face, concentrating only on handling these exchanges. Fang Yuan soon saw his battle merits decreased by over half on the battle list, immediately falling down from first position. Lord Wolf King, these goods you exchanged for will be sent to you one by one today and will be completely delivered by dawn. The female GU master informed in a soft voice. Fang Yuan nodded and was just about to leave when this female GU master said in a low voice, Lord Wolf King, please wait a moment. Here is a GU recipe which is extremely suitable for you. Lord Tribe Leader specifically told me to hold it for you. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. There was no need to even guess, the female GU master before him was definitely He Tribe's GU master. In such an important place like the supply camp, He Lu Lan could only be at ease if he placed his men inside. Listening to the female GU master's words, Fang Yuan realized this was He Lu Lan's goodwill towards him. It was extremely likely that it was because of He Shuyi deserting in the face of danger, and that Fang Yuan let the bygones be bygones, so He Lu Lan was secretly reciprocating for it. Fang Yuan immediately felt some interest, and after understanding about the details, he found that this GU recipe was truly very suitable for him. This was a GU recipe of Lurking Soul Coat GU. Lurking Soul Coat GU had only one ability, and that was to cover soul fluctuations. Previously, Fang Yuan was hiding in a corner of the battlefield and had to mobilize the wolf group without being able to use his full strength to prevent being discovered. But with this GU, he could completely cover his soul fluctuations and mobilize the wolf group with his whole strength while hiding. This GU recipe went all the way from rank 1 to rank 5, thus it had very high price. Fang Yuan used all his remaining battle merits and barely obtained it. He skimmed through the GU recipe once and saw the difficulty in refining this GU was not high, but there were monumental amount of refinement procedures. Moreover, the cost involved was not low, especially one procedure among them required a large number of fresh beast skins as GU refinement materials. Tribe Leader has said himself that if Lord Wolf King feels like the GU refinement is too complicated, you can ask the refinement path GU masters to do it. You only need to pay equivalent battle merits to them. If Lord Wolf King has insufficient battle merits, you can borrow 500,000. The female GU master timely suggested. Primeval stones were the currency during normal times. But during battles, because of GU masters using a large number of primeval stones to restore their primeval essence, refine new GU or so on, primeval stones were in scarcity. At such times, battle merits were often used as currency. This was not only in northern plains, it was also the same in southern border and other regions. Borrowing battle merits naturally was not a treatment given to ordinary people. Fang Yuan, however, was a crucial battle strength as he could directly raise the strength of the whole He tribe army by himself, thus He Lu Lan was happy to actively promote such actions secretly. Fang Yuan nodded and borrowed 500,000 battle merits on the spot. With this, his battle merits went into negative, falling down to the last position on the large battle merit list. The GU masters who saw this scene in the 15 large tents exclaimed in surprise. In the enormous battle merit list that was as large as defense walls, the negative 500,000 which was written in scarlet was exceptionally dazzling. From first to last, such a huge discrepancy caused people to be greatly taken aback. Clamorous discussions rose before gradually quieting down. The Wolf King's strength and status made them involuntarily accept this fact. Soon after, several assignments that came from the Wolf King caused the quietened discussions to again turn into a clamor. The assignments were capturing wolves, gathering souls, peeling off wolf skins and processing them, along with large numbers of GU refinement assignments, once completed, could give them a lot of battle merits. These assignments quickly stimulated everyone's enthusiasm. In the next few days, Fang Yuan continued to cultivate, concentrating mainly on strength path. Because of Turtle Jade Wolf Skin GU, his body could bear even more strength. Several days later, Fang Yuan's strength path broke through the 100 Jun strength barrier, and he had already successively received 10,000 rank 1 Lurking Soul Coat GU. But to push to rank 5, this amount was still far from enough. He tribe army rested and reorganized for a week more before pulling up the camp and pushing forward towards Dongfang tribe's defense line. The battle began once more. Dongfang Yu Liang relied on tall and firm defense walls to defend tightly, and along with repeated clever plans, he was able to push off the battle to the limit, causing great trouble to He tribe. But it was still very difficult for him to make up for the large gap created by the first battle. The 5 defense lines Dongfang army had built was broken through by He tribe in a row. In the end, the Dongfang army had retreated to the final defense line, in the central zone of Sao Fu, and were firmly surrounded by He tribe. Dongfang Yu Liang, you are surrounded, your loss is already determined. A wise man submits to fate. As long as you surrender, my army's main military advisor position will still be yours. He Lu Lan stood high on his twin-headed rhino, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. Chapter 518, Famous. Facing He Lu Lan's offer of submission, Dongfang Yu Liang went silent. He was standing on the walls, looking at the black enemy troops. The wind blew his hair and his clothes fluttered lightly in the air. He sighed lightly. Even though he had many brilliant schemes and always held the initiative with his predictions, the difference between the two sides was just too overwhelming. In the end, they reached this stage. Wisdom Path was not invincible. Throughout history, there were a great number of GU Master Path and styles, even Chi Path and Strength Path, which were dominant in a point in time, did not manage to cause other paths to go into extinction, becoming the sole path of the GU Master world. Every path had its strengths and weaknesses, especially when GU Master paths were established on the basis of resources. As times changed, and environments changed, when the resources that GU Masters needed to cultivate dwindled, that particular path's vitality would go down. Any GU Master familiar with history would know that throughout the long river of time, countless paths were buried. Speaking of which, Wisdom Path had been popular since the immemorial era, until this day. Even though they were always low on numbers, such an established path could be said to be independent already. In this world, there were no invincible paths, only invincible GU Masters. But to be truly invincible, there were only 10 in history. Dongfang Yu Liang was only a rank 5 Wisdom Path GU Master. Although he was at the peak of the mortal realm, he was far from invincible. Even though he had his self-created killer move, 7-star light, the primeval essence expenditure of it was too great, it could not be sustained. Against a huge force like He tribe, he was already feeling overpowered and outnumbered. If I was an enslavement path GU Master, there might be a chance of salvaging it. But even enslavement path would need to be worried of beheading the leader tactic. Even Wolf King Chongshan Yin does not dare to venture out alone, leading his wolves to leave the main troops. Thus, only by ascending to GU Immortal can one rule above the mortal world. Dongfang Yu Liang sighed in his heart. At this time, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu came forward to battle. Wind Demon, come out and die. He shouted out his enemy's name. Wind Demon was furious, growling, Hao Ji Lu, don't be arrogant. Saying so, he leapt from the defense walls, activating his GU while in mid-air, as 2 4-leaf wind blades formed, shooting out. All you can use are old tricks. Water Demon laughed, not dodging as he charged head-on. The Water and Wind Demons had battled for dozens of rounds. They were very familiar with each other, thus, the moment they fought, it reached the climax. Wind blades and water bullets flew on both sides, colliding in mid-air as they exploded. Wind Demon's attacks were sharp and focused on penetrating and kiting, while Water Demon engaged in frontal assault, overwhelming the enemy. The two were established characters. Now that they were engaging with each other, they were displaying great strength as the battle could not be decided easily. The GU Masters from both armies focused their attention on these two people. The strength of a rank 4 GU Master was well known by all, but now, it still gave them a great sense of fear and trepidation. After a while, Water Demon gradually gained the upper hand. Wind Demon's condition was not good. There were times where a GU Master's strength fluctuated. Like now, the conclusion had already been decided. Being surrounded by He tribe heavily, Dongfang tribe's warriors had low morale. Wind Demon was affected too. Seeing his rival of equal strength suppressed by himself, Water Demon shouted in joy as he attacked even more fiercely. The general was the courage of the soldiers. Seeing this, He tribe army's morale surged, as Dongfang Alliance army sank into silence on the defense wall. In the main tent, He Lu Lan laughed heartily as he sent another rank 4 expert into battle. Dongfang Yu Liang sent a person to deal with him. But the battle between these two GU masters was not as intense as the battle between demons. Not only was the commotion smaller, they even talked in the middle of battle, talking about their ancestors' time and their alliance marriage. Dongfang Yu Liang's expression became uglier as He Lu Lan's smile became deeper. Dongfang Alliance army had low morale, the troops had lost their sense of belonging. All the forces in the alliance were starting to find a way out of their predicament. He tribe army's morale was high, all the rank 4 experts requested to battle. He Lu Lan laughed as he approved all their requests. Quickly, before the two armies, 12 battle rings were created. I am Pan Ping, who will battle me? Pan Ping carried a fierce aura as he became the 13th person to enter the battlefield after getting He Lu Lan's permission. Dongfang Yu Liang was silent. By now, the rank 4 experts under him had mostly perished. Many experts were worried for the present and future, they were no longer giving it their all, but instead hiding their strength. Although when the alliance was made, all the leaders and experts used the poison bow GU, the content of the vow was not strict, there were many loopholes that could be exploited. As the alliance leader, although they would want to tie the large tribes closely to them, other forces were not idiots. Thus the content of the poison vow had been passed down for numerous generations, created through many collective agreements. As Pan Ping requested for battle, Dongfang Yu Liang found that he had no one to summon already. He thought about it before sending an order. What? Dongfang Alliance leader is order my father to battle. In the camp behind the defense walls, Tang Fang saw this messenger and his expression turned ugly, his eyes almost blowing fire. In the earlier battle, in order to protect his tribesmen, Tang tribe leader was attacked by 2 He tribe GU masters and suffered grave injuries. After that, he had been bedridden, he had not even recovered now. This is the alliance leader's orders, are you trying to defy it? I know your tribe leader is injured and bedridden. But there are so many bedridden tribe leaders, after getting the alliance leader's orders, didn't they participate too? The messenger's words were rigid as he looked at Tang Fang with disdain. Tang Fang was furious, shouting, they are pretending to be injured, my father is truly heavily injured. All right, son, enough. As the Tang tribe leader, I have to participate in this battle. At this time, the pale Tang tribe leader walked out. HMPH, as long as you obey the orders. Dongfang tribe's messenger snorted as he walked away. But father, your body, Tang Fang was extremely worried. No matter. Tang tribe leader patted his son's shoulders. I have been recuperating these days, my injuries are mostly healed. Today's battle might be the last. If I do not participate, it would be detrimental to our tribe, and our reputation. Tang Fang gritted his teeth. Then you have to be careful father, sister is still with them, if there is a chance. I will do my best. Tang tribe leader frowned as he walked out of the tent. He came to the defense walls as he met Dongfang Yu Liang, before going to the battlefield, starting the battle with Pan Ping. Tang Fang stood at the edge of the wall, staring at his father. Young tribe leader, we will be fine. Although Lord tribe leader still has some poison in him, today's battle is different, everyone will not go all out. A Tang tribe elder consoled. Tang Fang looked at his father battling on par with Pan Ping, with neither giving it their all, and the worry in his heart dissipated. But at this moment, Pan Ping burst out and drew the scimitar by his waist. Everyone saw a bright white light flash past quickly. The next moment, Tang tribe leader was beheaded. Ah, father! Tang Fang was stunned before crying out painfully. This had occurred too suddenly, both sides were shocked for a few breaths' time before starting to discuss fervently. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu has been taken down by me Pan Ping. Pan Ping's eyes were shining with a bloodthirsty light as he raised Tang tribe leader's head and shouted. Tang Fang's vision turned dark as he fainted on the spot. What was that? I only saw a flash of light, it was too fast. I could not see anything clearly. I wonder what GU or killer move Pan Ping used. Pan Ping killed an expert on the same level as him, he gained great fame as even the resting Fang Yuan opened his eyes slightly to give him a glance. Northern Plains was huge, it was a land of battles. Countless wars and battles created numerous experts. These experts might have some unknown trump cards that they had been hiding forever. Although Pan Ping was a rank 4 GU master, his reputation was not very high, among the rank 4 GU master, he was not outstanding. But after this battle, he rose to fame by stepping on Tang tribe leader's corpse. Pan Ping's expression was shining like flowers as he returned victorious. He Lu Lan laughed loudly, ordering his men to bring his wine cup and gave the delicious wine to Pan Ping as a reward. "Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader, for the reward." Pan Ping stood in the main tent, drinking the wine in one gulp. His gaze was full of anticipation as his expression was lively. He got this GU by accident. Once, there was a market set up by a few tribes. He saw this scimitar and thought it was beautiful, thus he bought it out of interest. But to think that when he was toying with it, he found the secret in this scimitar. On the blade of this scimitar, there was a cold light. This cold light was actually a mysterious GU worm. Pan Ping spent a lot of effort before finally refining this GU. Although he did not know the name of this GU, it had executed many strong foes for him. It had an extremely sharp attack. He had great expectations for this imperial court contest. Originally, during He tribe and Dong Fang army's first battle, he had requested to be the first to battle. At that time, he was planning on using this GU to slay a strong enemy, gaining fame immediately. But Tang Miaoming called out the Wolf King Chong Shan Yin and challenged him. It obstructed his plans. What's worse was, Fang Yuan did not go with the norm. He attacked directly and skipped the challenge, directly causing the war between both sides. The chance that Pan Ping was looking for was gone like that. Although there were battles later, it was not the environment that Pan Ping was hoping for. But today's battle was a huge chance. Tang tribe leader, Tang Yu, is an established character. After this battle, my status will rise and I would become He tribe's #1 general. After all, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had greater reputation, but he had not taken down Wind Demon yet. As for Wolf King Chong Shan Yin, he is an enslavement path GU master. There is no point competing with him. Pan Ping looked around, feeling that everyone's gaze towards him had changed. The happiness in his heart rose again. This is the feeling of a top dog one. Hee. One day, I, Pan Ping, will have my name resound all over Northern Plains. He shouted in his heart. Chapter 519, Just a Game. Ni Yu Blessed Land. A long jade-layered walkway led the way along the lake surface towards a pavilion. Outside the pavilion, there was a light rain and soothing wind. Different from the outside world, the rain here fell from bottom to top. The name of Ni Yu 1 came from this. After the female GU Immortal Tan Bai Ya, there was a new guest in the Blessed Land. Junior He Bai pays respect to Senior Dong Fang. The person who came looked like an ordinary middle-aged man, but he was a true ranked 6 GU Immortal. It has been 70 years since we last met. Back then, you were still He tribe leader, a step away from entering the imperial court. He Bai stood on the stone bench, bowing slightly. I am ashamed, back then I was greatly supported by my tribe, but I lost by one move and Lu tribe emerged victorious. He. Dong Fang Chong Fan laughed. That's right, the Lu tribe leader back then, Lu Yifeng, had unprecedented talent. He was a genius barely seen in 100 years. Senior has good memory, Junior is full of admiration. Dong Fang Chong Fan shook his head. Us Wisdom Path GU Masters will always collect every single information we can get in order to make our deductions. Although Lu Yifeng was glaringly talented, he failed when charging towards GU Immortal Realm. Among the people of that generation, the one who remained standing at the end was Yu, commonly known as He Tribe Rockman. Senior is too kind, this Junior was lucky. No need to put yourself down, becoming a GU Immortal is as hard as ascending to heaven. Out of 10,000 rank 5 GU Masters, not even one might succeed. Sigh, to speak the truth, I have observed many juniors these years, and now my hopes are on this child. Dong Fang Chong Fan pointed with his right index finger, and a colorful smoke rose from the stone bench, reflecting the real-time battle situation in Northern Plains, Sao Fu. Coincidentally, the two GU Immortals saw Pan Ping flash his scimitar as he beheaded Tang tribe leader. He Bai frowned, lightly gasping. This is interesting, if I did not see wrongly, this is the Soul Blade GU. Soul Blade GU is unique. Once activated, it can ignore all defenses of the same level. This was created by the GU Immortal Blade Demon. It has a strange form, merely a flash of blade light, and has to be kept on a blade. This GU eats blades as food, and the blade it resides in will gradually shrink and turn into dust. Dong Fang Chong Fan nodded. That's right, Soul Blade GU can reach rank 6 at most. Back then, Blade Demon used the rank 6 Soul Blade GU to hold his own. No one dared to trifle with him. But eventually, he lost to Butterfly Sword Immortal. Blade Demon died in battle, and his blessed land was consumed by Butterfly Sword Immortal. The recipe of Soul Blade GU was not passed down, but now there are still many Soul Blade GU in the mortal realm. These were handed out when Blade Demon disguised as a mortal and traveled the world back then. It seems this lucky lad obtained one of the gifts from Blade Demon back then. Senior is wise, I have learned much today, Heibai said with admiration. Dongfang Chongfan was a famous wisdom path GU immortal in Northern Plains. He had glorious battle results his whole life. Numerous GU immortals suffered from his schemes. When he was born, Dongfang tribe was already declining like the setting sun. When he became a GU immortal, he single-handedly held them up as he made many schemes against his enemies. He had great methods and eventually caused Dongfang tribe to rise up again. He was a rank 7 GU immortal, a great power in Northern Plains undoubtedly, and the pillar of support for Dongfang tribe. But now, his lifespan was at its end. He was eager to leave his inheritance. In the past, Dongfang Chongfan had high expectations, and many did not meet his requirements. Now, Dongfang Yu Liang might not have met all his expectations, but he was the best candidate out of them all. Lifespan GU were hard to find, even for Dongfang tribe, which was a super tribe, one of the largest force in Northern Plains. Of course, a part of the reason was that the Righteous Path GU immortals secretly colluded to restrict the selling of Lifespan GU to Dongfang Chongfan. Similarly, demonic GU immortals who were schemed against by Dongfang Chongfan hated him to the bones. Dongfang Chongfan schemed against numerous people, but at the end of his life, he was ganged up on collectively by his enemies. He was clear about this. He had offended too many GU immortals. Even the Righteous Path did not want to see him live longer. Heibai understood. This meeting with Dongfang Chongfan would be the last time he could see this legendary GU immortal in Northern Plains. The rainbow smoke on the stone bench displayed the battle situation perfectly, showing it to them without any lack of clarity. Dongfang army, while already weaker in terms of power, got into an even worse situation after Tang tribe leader was killed by Pan Ping. Eventually, Dongfang Yu Liang challenged He Lu Lan, entering the battle himself. He wanted to use his own strength to fight for a bit of chance and hope. But eventually, he could not emerge victorious as he and He Lu Lan ended in a draw. When night descended, He Lu Lan ordered a collective attack. At night, night wolves surge in battle strength. The wolf tide came waves after waves. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, they broke through Dongfang army's final line of defense. Dongfang army had low morale and the troops were not united. Even though Dongfang Yu Liang made many preparations, the defensive line only lasted for 7 minutes before being taken down. Helpless, Dongfang Yu Liang could only surrender. At this point, He tribe and Dongfang tribe's battle ended, as He Lu Lan and Dongfang Yu Liang's personal grudge ended in He Lu Lan's victory. This young man, Dongfang Yu Liang, has few flaws, except that he cares too much for his sister. In order to protect her safety, he made a portion of the troops stay at the back to protect his sister. Thus, Dongfang army became far weaker than He tribe, even though they were already disadvantaged to begin with. If not for this, the first battle's victory might not have been like this. This is embarrassing to show you, Heibai. Dongfang Chongfan smiled lightly at this rainbow smoke. After He tribe army stabilized the battle situation, they entered the camp and starting to take over captives and clean up the battlefield. Winning and losing is part of battle. If we failed this time, there is always next time. In my opinion, Dongfang Yu Liang is already very outstanding. He preserved the strength of his tribe well. He did it even better than I would. His affection and protective nature towards this tribe is very precious. Heibai said. That's right. Dongfang Chongfan's tone was rueful. So be it if other tribe members die, but we are all descendants of Ancestor Giant Sun. Back then when Ancestor set up the imperial court, he had one motive, that was to weaken other tribes and preserve our bloodline. Unfortunately, even a grand existence like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable passed away when his lifespan was expended. In this world, what can truly be immortal and indestructible? Heibai did not speak, he only listened silently. Dongfang Chongfan soothed his emotions, laughing softly as he stretched out his palm towards Heibai. Alright, let's get to business. Yes. Heibai took out a list from his storage GU and handed it over to Dongfang Chongfan. There was a great amount of content on the list. There was a huge amount of resources listed. Dongfang tribe lost in this imperial court contest, and became He tribe's captive. According to Jiang Sun Immortal Venerable's rules, Dongfang tribe could pay a certain amount of resources to redeem themselves. Dongfang tribe and He tribe were super tribes, they had more than one GU immortal. The contest between two giant forces, this imperial court contest, was merely a game. Most importantly, these battles would weaken other tribes and expand one's own tribe, recruiting and choosing new talents. This grand scheme engulfing all of Northern Plains was naturally not created by Dongfang tribe or He tribe's GU immortals. It was created by one of the 10 supreme invincible beings, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Dongfang Chongfan received the list and started browsing through. The resources on this list were not only a great amount, there were also many aspects that it touched on, like some specialty GU worms that only Dongfang tribe had, or some newly created GU recipes. But Dongfang Chongfan did not show any indignance, he nodded lightly and agreed, "Winner takes all, since we failed, a small price is but fair, we will go with this. Loser pays the price." This was the rule that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set. In history, there were some times when tribes were unwilling to pay this price, but they all ended up being wiped out. But now, not a single tribe dared to violate the rule. This was the rule of Northern Plains' righteous path. If any tribe refused to obey it, they would be ostracized, and become the target of all others. A giant light ring suddenly appeared in the night sky of the battlefield. After the light ring stabilized, a giant light door of about 60 meters was formed. The light shone across 1,000 li. As it opened, a jade light path was formed. From the door, a young female GU master walked out. She held a token as she landed before He Lu Lan under everyone's gaze. "I am the envoy, I am here to bring back Dongfang tribe," she said expressionlessly with a cold tone. The two finished their business on the spot. After checking the battle reparation, He Lu Lan's brows were uplifted, he had earned a fortune. Using so much resources, he could equip more GU masters and especially the tribes that surrendered. After taking them in, his military strength would surge by at least 50% of the original. "We will meet again." Since the results were decided, Dongfang Yu Liang had no lingering emotions, he bid farewell to He Lu Lan calmly and led his tribesmen on the light road, entering the door. Because they absorbed a lot of tribes, Dongfang tribe's size expanded by 30%. How great, even if they lost, they can still hide from the blizzard inside the blessed land. There's no choice, they are a super clan, there are GU immortals shielding them. Alright, concentrate, it is a turning point for us after submitting to He tribe. As long as we win a few battles, our losses would be recuperated. If we are fortunate enough to enter Imperial Court blessed land and obtain those inheritances, we would have a chance of striking it rich. Everyone looked at the light ring on the air as they discussed. Fang Yuan watched this silently. This 10-year blizzard involves the entire Northern Plains, causing numerous homes to be destroyed and countless people to rise up from battle. It was a contest of the top predators, a game that they engage in together. Some people immerse themselves in it and chase after fame. Some cry and grief, feeling extreme pain. As for Fang Yuan, as a person within this giant game, he would watch coldly as he make his own plans. Such is life. The law of the jungle, it is truly fantastic. Chapter 520, Stealing Shoes 1/2. In the camp, there was silence. On a bright red table, books were stacked highly into a pile. At times, wind would blow through the window and carry the fragrance of the grass with it, as it flips the top few pages of the documents. It was a bright and sunny day outside. At times, sounds of battle horses or humped wolves could be heard from far away. This in fact, intensified the silence in the camp. As Ma tribe's young tribe leader, Ma Yingjia was sitting on his cushion as he lowered his head, helping his father settle the administrative matters of the Alliance army. Ever since Ma tribe unleashed a sneak attack and exterminated Fei tribe, their largest obstacle in the Heroes' Assembly had been removed. Thereafter, at Tian Chuan Heroes' Assembly, Ma tribe suppressed Cheng tribe to become the Alliance leader. After taking the poison vow, Ma tribe's military force rose to 600,000, they were at the peak of their strength. After that, Ma tribe ventured west, going southwest from Tian Chuan. Along the way, they found beast groups or stubborn forces to train their troops, sharpening their battle strength. Because of the continuous battles and the absorption of defeated tribes, they expanded once more and their morale was surging. Right now, Ma tribe had arrived at Mirror Lake and found an equal, Song tribe alliance army. At the moment, Ma tribe was building their first line of defense. Report. At this moment, the investigative GU master from outside the tent reported. Ma Yingjia's eyes shone with brilliance. He knew that this would definitely be some important military information. Thus, he placed down his documents and called, "Come in." The exhausted investigative GU master heard the call and was about to enter, but the guard outside stopped him. "Do you know the rules? Change your shoes, don't dirty the carpet inside." The investigative GU master apologized profusely. After changing his shoes, he entered the tent. Upon seeing Ma Yingjia, he kneeled down on one knee. Subordinate greets young tribe leader. "I have brought important information regarding UTN." He reported a summary of the events that happened, and after Ma Yingjia made some inquiries, about 15 minutes later, he left. He tribe defeated Dongfang tribe. That is the first crucial victory they had. Ma Yingjia's heart was slightly heavy. The imperial court contest had occurred for many times. At his level, he was already clear of the rules of this game. He knew the importance of victory. After He tribe defeated Dongfang tribe, they would receive a huge amount of compensation. These compensation would include Dongfang tribe's newest GU recipes, as well as an ocean of battle resources. As long as they make good use of these gains, and take in the captives, He tribe army's battle strength would rise by 5 times. In all the past imperial court contests, the first battle is the most crucial. Once the first fight is won, the foundations would be earned. Those who lost the first fight would almost certainly be eliminated. Very few could reverse the situation. He tribe has already won their first battle, while we Ma tribe and Song tribe are still at a stalemate. Fei Kai carefully came to the tent entrance, trying not to make any noise. The two guarding GU masters gave him a look before diverting their gaze. After Fei tribe was wiped out, the blur Fei Kai was chosen by Ma Yingjia and luckily became his personal servant, avoiding the terrible fates of his tribesmen. His daily job was to manage the shoes outside the tent. Ma Yingjia was a clean freak. Every guest that entered his tent would need to change their shoes, so as to not dirty his elegant and beautiful carpet. After every guest wears the shoes provided, Fei Kai would need to wash it before placing it back in. Fei Kai held the shoes worn by the investigative GU master and hesitated for a moment before stuffing the other pair of shoes in front of his chest. No one noticed this tiny action of his. Fei Kai managed to leave without any problems, and after 10 tenths, he came to the water pond. He squatted beside the pond as he started washing the worn shoes. He was extremely focused and did not even notice that there was one person behind him. "Hey, big dummy, why are you so serious in washing shoes?" A small hand patted Fei Kai's shoulders roughly. Fei Kai was shocked. Turning around, he saw a girl that resembled jade with pinkish skin, and a pair of crystal clear eyes. It was Zhao Lian Yun. Zhao Lian Yun used her tiger wolf sheep analogy and conceived Zhao tribe leader to leave. After some hurdles, they arrived at Ma tribe camp without casualties, and was welcomed by Ma tribe leader. Zhao tribe managed to join Ma tribe army and was highly regarded by Ma tribe higher-ups and received warm hospitality. "It is you, Lady Xiao Yun." Fei Kai saw Zhao Lian Yun and showed an innocent smile. After his father was killed, he sunk into endless grief. By chance, he became Ma Yingjia's personal servant, and was ostracized by the old servants, thus he did not have a single friend. After Zhao Lian Yun made fun of him many times, but he acknowledged her as his only friend. Thus when he saw her, he was overjoyed. "Lady Xiao Yun, I have something for you." Fei Kai lowered his volume, moving his head towards Zhao Lian Yun's ears. Zhao Lian Yun pushed his head away, muttering unhappily, "Hey blockhead, don't come so close. Do you know that there should be prudency between sexes?" Fei Kai almost fell into the water after being pushed, but he did not mind it. He secretly pulled his shirt and exposed the shoes that he were hiding, asking as if he was looking for praise, "Look, what is this?" Zhao Lian Yun gave him a look of disdain. "A pair of stinky shoes, they've obviously been worn before." "Stupid blockhead, why are you so dumb? You actually gave me something like this. It doesn't even fit me, and I wouldn't wear this pair of stinky shoes anyway." Fei Kai said, "Lady Xiao Yun, didn't you say you were lacking primeval stones earlier? This pair of shoes is exquisite and beautiful. We can sell it in the black market and exchange it for primeval stones." Zhao Lian Yun's brows lifted, looking at Fei Kai in another light. "Oh wow, blockhead, you actually thought of abusing your position and smuggling public property. Amazing, I never thought you would think of this. But how much can this pair of shoes sell for? My daily pocket money is 10 times of the shoes." "I appreciate it, but you should sell it. Change your tattered and dirty clothes. Fei Kai rubbed his nose, shaking his head. No need, my clothes are still wearable. Actually, I did not think of this. Those old servants always do this, since there is a large number of shoes constantly worn by different GU masters, and Lord Young tribe leader loves cleanliness so much, he always changes the shoes together at set intervals. Zhao Lian Yun nodded. Snakes and rats have their own way of living. Servants might have low statuses, but they also have their own way of living. Especially someone like Fei Kai, although he is a servant and lost his freedom, he got close to Ma Yingjia and was most likely the first person to receive information from Ma tribe higher-ups. Zhao tribe had entered Ma tribe's army. Zhao Lian Yun purposely got close to Fei Kai because she also had the intentions of gathering intel. At this time, a commotion could be heard. Where is Fei Kai? Get out here now. Fei Kai, you're in trouble now, you dared to take young tribe leader's shoes. Young tribe leader wanted to walk around the camp, but realized his shoes were gone. Fei Kai, you are too daring, you are unforgivable. A bunch of old servants shouted arrogantly, coming out of the entrance as they searched for Fei Kai's whereabouts. Fei Kai's expression paled. Oh no, I have been discovered. Lady Xiao Yun, quickly leave, this has nothing to do with you. I cannot implicate you, I will go ask for forgiveness from young tribe leader. Forgiveness my ass, Zhao Lian Yun shouted, her expression turning ugly. You fool, you have been plotted against and you don't even know it. Quickly follow me and run. Ah, Fei Kai had no idea what's going on, but as Zhao Lian Yun pulled him, they entered a narrow alley. Damn it, this path has been blocked off. Zhao Lian Yun relied on her familiarity of the area and brought Fei Kai around, finding 4 exits, but 3 were blocked. Lady Xiao Yun, quickly go, it will be too late otherwise. Fei Kai was getting dizzy from moving around, he had lost his sense of direction. He was anxious as he did not want to get his only friend into trouble. Zhao Lian Yun stomped her feet in anger, howling in her heart, was it easy for me to find an insider to provide information? In this day and age, where can I find such a dummy like Fei Kai? These old servants are all shrewd snakes, they will request for money when I want a bit of information, and they would even give half-truth information. HMPH. They are jealous of this newcomer Fei Kai and wants to get rid of him. As expected, any place with humans will have conflicts, and thus schemes. No way, I cannot take this lying down, you are courting death if you want to harm my informant. Zhao Lian Yun's expression was full of uncertainty as she tried her best to think of a solution, while the old servants' voices could be heard. He's not here, I've searched the water pond, he's not there either. Did he leave? How can that be? We were following him, I'm sure he came here. We have not searched there yet, go. Hearing the old servant's footsteps, Zhao Lian Yun thought of a solution amidst the anxiety. Big dummy, you are truly lucky, I just bought some silk from the market. Zhao Lian Yun said as she took out some high-grade silk from her pockets. This silk was meant to be made into clothes for her. Big dummy, listen to my instructions and do as I say, this might benefit you greatly. Zhao Lian Yun placed the silk into Fei Kai's hands. Ah, Fei Kai was dumbstruck. Zhao Lian Yun quickly told him about her plans. After a dozen breaths' time, Fei Kai walked out and was discovered by the servants. They were overjoyed, encircling him as Fei Kai clenched his fists, beating them to a pulp like he was crazy. He's revolting, this dog slave dared to attack us seniors. Fei Kai, you are in huge trouble, young tribe leader is looking for you, we came to arrest you but you dared to resist. Fei Kai shouted. Young tribe leader is looking for me, I will go on my own. Don't touch me with your filthy hands you lowly scum. Chapter 521, Stealing Shoes 2 halves. The slaves were old while Fei Kai was acting like a crazed man. For the moment, the slaves could only surround Fei Kai without daring to go forward. Fei Kai stared with wide, furious eyes as he kicked an old slave in front of him. Filthy bastard, I am going to pay respects to young tribe leader, don't block my way. The old slaves felt ashamed and furious, sinister glint flashed past their eyes but they still did not dare to go forward. They had already noticed a bulge in Fei Kai's clothes. Many sneered in disdain in their hearts. This stupid kid really has the courage to steal. It doesn't matter if he stole shoes, but he actually stole the young tribe leader's shoes, ha ha ha, his luck is truly bad. I originally wanted him to be relocated to cleaning the latrine, but now this kid might even lose his little life. Serves him right. Is it so easy to become young tribe leader's personal servant? Fei Kai walked towards young tribe leader's tent while being surrounded by the old slaves. The two GU masters guarding the tent saw Fei Kai and looked at him as if he was a dead person. Ma Yingjia stood at the entrance of the tent with a solemn expression. He had been tired of handling the various affairs and wanted to take a walk outside, but he found that his shoes had disappeared. He called for his old personal servant, and the old slave told him the shoes were very possibly stolen by the new young slave to possibly sell them for money. The old slave also informed Ma Yingjia that this was not the first time Fei Kai had stolen. Ma Yingjia was naturally furious. He had never expected that his kindness would bring in a thief. Fei Kai was extremely anxious with panic already filling his mind, but he firmly remembered Zhao Lianyun's instructions, and walked towards Ma Yingjia with his head high like a valiant hero. Ma Yingjia was secretly amazed at this sight. Those old slaves that were following Fei Kai to keep an eye on him, instead looked like they were escorting him. More importantly, Fei Kai did not appear panicked. Was it not him who stole the shoes? Unwittingly, the fury in Ma Yingjia was replaced by curiosity and doubts. Subordinate greets young tribe leader. Fei Kai kneeled on the ground and greeted with a clear voice. Ma Yingjia looked at Fei Kai and shouted in a displeased voice, "My shoes, did you steal them? I would never dare to steal Lord's shoes even if I had 100 guts." Fei Kai denied flatly. "He is lying, his clothes are bulging, he has something there, we will know once we look at it." The old slaves immediately shouted from behind. Fei Kai snorted and opened his shirt, revealing a ball of snowy white, high-grade silk. He carefully took out the silk and opened it, revealing the shoes inside. Ma Yingjia looked at this pair of shoes and knew it was the pair which he wore, and he couldn't help but coldly smiled. Great, great, the proof is here, a thief having such confidence is really hard to come by. I implore young tribe leader to investigate clearly. Fei Kai did not refute and placed the shoes on the ground respectfully. He then placed his forehead on the ground like he was willing to take on any punishment. Lord young tribe leader, there is clear evidence, please punish this vile bastard fiercely. Yes, he actually dared to steal young tribe leader's shoes. He might steal many more things later on. He is such a thief, we should just cut off his hands. The old slaves continued to speak extremely sinister words. Fei Kai's heart trembled, but remembering Zhao Lianyun's words, he did not retort. This scene caused Ma Yingjia to be somewhat interested. Killing a slave was nothing, but Ma Yingjia had always praised himself as wise and benevolent, to restrict himself so that when he took over the tribe in the future, he could become a wise ruler of the generation. Especially now that Ma tribe had become the head of a huge army, their every move was being paid attention to by others. Rashly killing a slave just because of a small matter like stealing shoes, would it not be spread as brutal? Ma Yingjia had such misgivings in his heart. A good reputation was easy to build but difficult to maintain. Thereupon, he asked, I have always dealt with things fairly. Fei Kai, I will give you a chance to explain yourself. Fei Kai immediately let out a breath of relief. He had been waiting for these words just like Zhao Lianyun instructed him. This gave him a huge confidence and he decided he would reply exactly according to Zhao Lianyun's instructions. My father died because of the internal strife in the tribe, so young tribe leader obliterating Fei tribe can be said to have taken revenge for me. Young tribe leader is so wise and benevolent, how could I do a thing like returning benevolence with enmity? When Ma Yingjia heard the words, wise and benevolent, his mood immediately took a turn for the better as he asked in a gentle voice, then do you have some ulterior motives? Fei Kai, however, shook his head. No ulterior motives, it is just that I wanted to repay young tribe leader. But what can I do? I am only a mortal, I have no ways to break through the enemy defense lines for young tribe leader. I am very stupid, I cannot bring forward any plans to young tribe leader. I am only your personal servant who can only clean shoes and place them properly. I thought in young tribe leader's place, these shoes have been put outside for so long that young tribe leader's feet might become cold when you wear them, right? So I used all my savings to buy this real silk to cover young tribe leader's shoes and held it in my clothes. With this, young tribe leader won't feel cold when you wear them. So it was like that. Ma Yingjia was greatly surprised. He was obsessed with cleanliness and if Fei Kai had directly held the shoes in his clothes, he would instead be disgusted. But covering the shoes with silk was different. Moreover, this was a genuine high-grade silk. There should not be anyone who used such materials to cover shoes, right? This Fei Kai is really a good servant, he is actually so considerate. Ma Yingjia's thoughts moved and the gaze he looked at Fei Kai quietly changed. If what Fei Kai said was true, his devotion was really overwhelming. At this moment, Fei Kai suddenly kowtowed. Young tribe leader, I have sinned. What sin have you committed? Ma Yingjia looked at Fei Kai with a clear smile on his face. Fei Kai replied, I only thought of keeping the shoes warm for young tribe leader, but forgot it would be extremely inconvenient for you when you go out. I have sinned, please punish me. Ma Yingjia heaved a sigh. It is not like I only have one pair of shoes, but because I saw that the pair I usually wore had disappeared, I called you over. It is fortunate, I nearly blamed my loyal servant. Lord Young Tribe Leader, don't listen to his words. Lord Young Tribe Leader, this kid is deceiving you, he is very crafty and is lying to you. The old slaves experienced a reversal of fortune when they saw the normally stupid Fei Kai speak with such a glib tongue, and thus they began to hurriedly shout. Fei Kai spoke again at this moment. Young Tribe Leader, please inspect clearly. There is indeed a matter of stealing shoes, but I have never done it. Instead, it was these old slaves who did it many times. After I was appointed to this post, these old slaves incited me many times, but I never listened, thus they resent me. I am not afraid of being investigated and also not afraid of punishment. I earnestly request Young Tribe Leader to investigate clearly and give me justice. Fei Kai was naturally not afraid of investigation as this was the first time he had stolen shoes. He had heard the old slaves, carelessly, speaking that a pair of the finest shoes could sell for a high price. Fei Kai was ignorant. He had followed the young tribe leader for so long but had not paid attention to the look of the shoes young tribe leader wore, and thus was easily plotted against by the old slaves. Fortunately, he met a crucial person during the crucial time. Zhao Lianyun became his savior, and under her instructions, Fei Kai made a comeback and averted danger. When the old slaves heard the request for investigation, their face turned as pale as paper. GU masters had plenty of methods and could easily get to the bottom of this trivial affair. These old slaves were already regretting their actions, never having expected for them to be the ones landing in deep trouble. Ma Yingjia noticed the change in the expressions of the old slaves, and became 70–80% convinced in Fei Kai. But since his resolve was to become a wise ruler, he naturally could not rashly decide based on his thoughts. Immediately, he summoned an investigative GU master and commanded him to get to the bottom of this affair. Receiving Ma Yingjia's personal order, the investigative GU master investigated enthusiastically. In only 5 minutes of time, the truth of the matter was brought to light. As the facts were disclosed, the old slaves kneeled on the ground and began weeping and howling with their bodies trembling in fear, asking the young tribe leader to forgive them. Ma Yingjia snorted. Fawning upon your superiors and bullying your subordinates, you slaves actually dared to deceive me. You should all be put to death, but considering the many years you have served me, and that some of you even having served me since I was a child and also served my subordinates, I will forgive your cheap lives and send you to the supply camp to serve my army. Clean the feces and latrine. Thank you young tribe leader for showing mercy. The old slaves kowtowed like they were pounding garlic, extremely thankful for this. As for you, Ma Yingjia looked at Fei Kai and smiled playfully, you dared to steal my shoes, you truly are extremely daring. From now on, you shall be punished to be the head of the slaves and redeem yourself by serving me properly. Fei Kai was stumped for a long time before he came to his senses. Ma Yingjia's punishment was actually a promotion. He immediately kowtowed and expressed his thanks. Ma Yingjia laughed heartily and waved his hand. All right, now get lost, think properly on the ways to serve me. Yes, my lord. Fei Kai left with a dazed expression the whole way. Only after a long while did he become clear. He had profited from the disaster and became the head of the slaves. This is all thanks to Lady Xiaoyun. Ah, right, Lady Xiaoyun told me to report to her quickly if everything went all right. Fei Kai shook his head and promptly changed direction towards the secret place. What? You actually became the head of the slaves? Zhao Lianyun's eyes involuntarily widened when she heard this news, and looked at Fei Kai with surprise. Her plan might have been ingenious but also carried risks in that it depended completely on Ma Yingjia's mood. If Ma Yingjia was in a bad mood, he would only need to issue a death command and Fei Kai would be done for. But clearly, this big dummy was quite lucky and not only were there no accidents, he even got appointed as the head of the slaves. Chapter 522, Rank 5 Amplify Effect GU. Although servants were servants, the one tasked to take care of Mod Tribe's young tribe leader was definitely a crucial person that was closely related to the tribe in many ways. Having such a role, if the low-ranked GU masters want to find out information about the higher-ups, they would need to go through the servant leader. What a huge profit, he became the servant leader, I am truly a genius. Zhao Lianyun laughed furiously in her heart, she did not waste her efforts after all. She stared at Fei Kai with shining eyes, saying gently, "Big dummy, after you become the servant leader, you have to work hard." Fei Kai shuddered at once, replying truthfully, "Lady Xiaoyun, I don't know why, but that tone of yours made me really nervous." Zhao Lianyun immediately changed her expression, kicking Fei Kai's leg as she screamed, "You idiot, now that you are the servant leader, your situation is more precarious than before. I wonder how many people will target you, and among them, there might even be vile and evil GU masters." Fei Kai was shocked. "Then what should I do? HMPH, you're lucky to have a friend like me. As long as you listen to what I say, I assure you, you will live blissfully." Zhao Lianyun stretched out her hand, wanting to pat Fei Kai's shoulders, but found out that she was too short. She immediately opened her mouth. "Quick, squat down now." Fei Kai squatted down obediently, and Zhao Lianyun succeeded in patting his shoulder. She nodded her tiny head in satisfaction, speaking in an old and experienced tone, "Do you know what to do next?" Fei Kai naturally shook his head. "HMPH, you idiot." Zhao Lianyun snorted. "Since you are the servant leader now, and those old servants have already been sent away, you have to recruit new subordinates first. Otherwise, how can you handle everything alone?" "Oh, you are extremely right," Fei Kai realized at once, nodding in agreement. Zhao Lianyun snorted again, "But just this is not enough. You need to learn about the young tribe leader's likes, dislikes, and lifestyle habits. You have to ask those old servants for these information." "What? Ask them, will they tell me?" Fei Kai stared with wide-opened eyes. Zhao Lianyun snickered. "You are now the servant leader, your status is different already. They are the lowest of slaves, I'm sure they are afraid of you taking revenge now. If you ask them, they are sure to tell you everything. Of course, if they do not know what is good for them, I have my ways of making them spill everything obediently." "Oh." Zhao Lianyun looked at Fei Kai's blank expression and rolled her eyes uncontrollably. Her thoughts had already drifted far away. "I am not a person of this world, HMPH, there are simply too many ways to make these stinking men talk. As long as we learn about Ma Yingjia's habits and please him accordingly, Fei Kai's current position would definitely be stable." Hehe. Sao Fu, He Tribe Camp. All sorts of tents and GU houses covered the wide grassland. As tribe flags fluttered in the wind, large numbers of GU masters entered and exited. If one looked from above, they would resemble a nest of ants. In the supply camp, Fang Yuan held the east window GU as he checked the resources silently. The female GU master in charge of attending to him stayed focused as she stood at one side, waiting for Fang Yuan to make his decision at any moment. Ever since they received Dongfang tribe's reparations, the resources that could be exchanged for using battle merits had increased by more than 10 times. Of course, among these resources, not all of them were the compensation from war. Other than He tribe's previous accumulation, there were also the resources offered by tribes who surrendered and joined the He tribe alliance army. Just a few days ago, He Lu Lan organized another alliance meeting, and ordered the newly joined tribe leaders to make the poison vow. To prevent the good things from being exchanged by others, once the resources were collated, Fang Yuan entered the supply camp at once. Even Shadow Sword Expert and others, after they joined He tribe army, could not affect Fang Yuan's status of being second to only He Lu Lan. Fang Yuan had such authority, the others definitely had issues with it, but no one dared to reprimand him in public. "Oh, there's a rank 4 self-reliance GU. Fang Yuan's heart was moved. Among these resources, he found the GU that he had greatly desired. Self-reliance GU was rather precious. Fang Yuan had a rank 3 version of it in southern border, but after coming to northern plains, it was suppressed to rank 2. Fang Yuan did not have the relevant GU recipe, he could not advance it further. Earlier, he had found a self-reliance GU in He tribe's resources, but it was rank 2. Without a choice, he planned to collect the GU recipe and use these 2 GU as the foundation to refine the higher rank GU. But this way, it would take eons for him to get a high-ranked self-reliance GU. If his luck was bad and he failed the refinement several times, the duration would be prolonged further. Now, he found this rank 4 self-reliance GU, without doubt, he had to get it. Other than rank 4 self-reliance GU, he also found the rank 4 charging crash GU. But he had already bought the rank 3 vertical charge and horizontal crash GU earlier, and had succeeded in refining them into a rank 4 charging crash GU. Diverting his attention from charging crash GU, Fang Yuan found several good things, especially Dongfang tribe's unique GU worms. Even with his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan was still very interested upon seeing these things. What attracted him the most was the refined essence spirit GU. If it was categorized, this should be a healing GU worm. Refined essence spirit GU could convert the essence of a GU master's physical flesh into a mysterious form of energy that could nurture and heal the soul. There were many GU worms that could heal the soul, but this refined essence spirit GU was far superior to its peers. Dongfang Yu Liang had such a GU worm, and it was a huge support to his wisdom path deductions. As for Fang Yuan, this GU suited him even more. Different from Dongfang Yu Liang, Fang Yuan was a dual enslavement and strength path cultivator. His body was strong. And his mind was sharp. His soul often felt weakness and exhaustion from commanding the beast groups. The refined essence spirit GU could be the perfect bridge between his two paths. Among the resources, other than refined essence spirit GU, there was also the recipe for it. Fang Yuan took them all. According to rumors, this GU recipe was especially created by Dongfang tribe's GU immortal Dongfang Chong Fan in order to cultivate wisdom path. This meant that Dongfang tribe had much greater attainments in wisdom path than others. After Fang Yuan obtains this recipe, as well as the refined essence spirit GU, it would be the same as obtaining Dongfang tribe's experimental results for himself. GU worms only need one thought from the GU master to self-detonate. If this was during normal times, it would not be so easy for Fang Yuan to obtain refined essence spirit GU. The imperial court competition every 10 years was not only a purification and refinement process to weed out the weak, it also assisted in the interactions between all the large forces. The way of GU originated from the immemorial antiquity era, and Ren Zhu was the first GU master who used GU worms. After that, there was the remote antiquity era, olden antiquity era, medieval antiquity era, followed by the late antiquity era. Until today, the way of GU prospered. In fact, it was blooming all over the world. Countless paths were created from all the eras like ripples in the river of time. Numerous paths flourished at times while vanishing at others. But because of the harsh living environment, the concept of trading was not very popular with people. All the large forces liked to do their own research and treasured their findings, keeping it from others. Back then, one of the invincible venerables, Giant Sun, felt this and set up this huge arena. Because of the battle reparations, the Huang Jin family could pass on their learning throughout the ages, grasping the overlord position of northern plains throughout history without declining. After countless imperial court battles, northern plains became the publicly acclaimed strongest region out of the 5 in terms of fighting strength. But if we look at total power, central continent is the strongest, followed by northern plains. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He understood clearly the strength of the 5 regions. During the battle of the 5 regions, northern plains was the region which resisted central continent most fiercely. The other 3 regions, although having the same terrain advantage as northern plains, were suppressed fiercely by central continent. Only northern plains managed to organize troops to fight back, invading central continent in return. Northern plains has such great strength all thanks to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's setup. Because he used battles and war, while restricting it to a certain level, it allowed northern plains to hone the greatest fighting strength. Unfortunately, his plans were still too restricted. He only cared about his bloodline's benefits. In contrast, central continent was strong due to their systemic reforms. It was an advantage that stemmed from their core. Fang Yuan came from Earth. He had a unique perspective. Together with his 500 years of experience, he had a clear understanding towards the true nature of society. There are over a dozen amplify effect GU. Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts as he continued looking at the list, finding a new surprise. Amplify effect GU was from the rule path. It was used to supplement other GU worms, to amplify the effects of the chosen GU worm. As for the amplification level, it would depend on the rank of the amplify effect GU. The higher the rank, the greater the effect. Of course, the drawback was that the GU master's primeval essence expenditure would be relatively higher. Amplify effect GU was very popular among GU masters, because it could be used in any path. Fire Path GU Masters could use it, Water Path GU Masters could use it, and for Fang Yuan, both his enslavement and strength paths could use Amplify Effect GU. Among He Tribe's resources, there was only one rank 5 Amplify Effect GU. There were also one rank 4, 3 rank 3, and the rest of the Amplify Effect GU were rank 2. Fang Yuan had to pick the best one. He chose the rank 5 Amplify Effect GU. It would boost the effectiveness of a GU worm by 5 times. But this way, a new problem occurred. Lord Wolf King, you want to take so many GU, your battle merits might not be enough, the female GU master in charge reminded him as she chose her words carefully. Ah, I know, after all one of the rank 5 GU is Amplify Effect GU. That Refine Essence Spirit GU is also Dong Fang Tribe's specialty GU worm. Fang Yuan's words were very understanding and accommodating. But his next sentence was not like this. Never mind if I do not have enough battle merits, just credit another 500,000. Ah, the female GU master was shocked. She carefully said, Lord, you still owe around 300,000 of the previous 500,000 battle merits you borrowed. According to the rules, you have to pay them first before borrowing again. Fang Yuan raised his brows, saying nonchalantly, so what, rules are made by men, since they can be made, they can be altered. I'll borrow another 500,000, no, 800,000. I will explain to He Lu Lan personally, now give me the goods. Chapter 523, Tai Bai Yun Shang. The weather was gradually starting to get cold and gales started blowing over the grassland causing the beast groups to become fretful. The aura of the 10-year blizzard was already manifesting. And in the majestic northern plains, heroes were rising and vying for supremacy causing the flames of war to burn everywhere. Mirror Lake. Ma tribe and Song tribe had officially started their battle. Both of them had erected 3 to 4 defense lines before starting this confrontation. In Ma tribe's main tent, Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng was in the main seat looking with a heavy gaze at Song tribe's dense battle formation that was surging battle intent. Ma tribe's military force was stronger than theirs, but it would not be easy getting the victory. Lord Alliance leader, please send me out to challenge enemy general and raise our army's prestige. Alliance leader, Fei Sheng requests to be sent to battle. The first battle belongs to me, no one shall compete with me. GU masters were very impatient and eager as they requested to be sent to battle one after another. Ma Shangfeng looked around him before hesitating at Fei Sheng and Cheng Hu. The two were both rank 4 GU masters. Fei Sheng cultivated Wood Path and had been taken in by Ma tribe after they annexed Fei tribe. Cheng Hu cultivation transformation path and came from Cheng tribe. Cheng tribe was subjugated by Ma tribe during Heroes Assembly and was now the second most influential force in Ma tribe army. Ma Shangfeng pondered and then smiled towards Cheng Hu. Cheng Hu, you shall go first and stimulate my army's morale. Cheng Hu was overjoyed as he hurriedly bowed and rushed towards the front line. Ha, I am Cheng Hu, who dares to approach their death? Cheng Hu challenged loudly, arrogant, let me Su Yi teach you a lesson. A rank 4 expert flew out of Song tribe army. Cheng Hu did not say anything else but directly pounced towards the other person. The two were incomparably valiant and attacked with grand momentum. For a moment, the stronger and the weaker side could not be determined. The two continued to exchange moves, sending rocks, grass and mud flying around in their battle ring. The two armies concentrated on the battle with all their attention. Lower-ranked GU masters felt their hearts shaking, while the upper-ranked GU master experts were fired up. Northern Plains was filled with many brave heroes and the blood of warriors permeated the bones of their GU master. Alliance leader, Fei Sheng requests to be sent to battle. Fei Sheng shouted with a fierce glint in his eyes. He was a newly subjugated person and was filled with enthusiasm to show his loyalty. Ma Shangfeng nodded with a smile. Fei Sheng went to the battlefield and Song tribe army also sent their expert to battle him. The two had just exchanged 3 moves when at the other battle ring, Cheng Hu suddenly roared, his whole body giving off dazzling orange light. After the orange light dispersed, he had unexpectedly transformed into a striped tiger king, the size of an elephant. Cheng Hu was a transformation path GU master and could change parts of his body into a tiger tail, tiger claws, tiger skin and so on. The complete transformation was a killer move. This was also the superiority of transformation path. Every transformation path GU master possessed at least one killer move as long as they collected the respective GU worms. Su Yi turned pale with fright and started to retreat in panic. The Tiger King pounced on him. Su Yi frantically activated his movement GU and narrowly dodged this attack. The Tiger King swung his tail without turning around. The tail lashed through the air like a steel whip, producing an explosive sound through the air. Su Yi quickly activated his defense GU, which created a light barrier over his whole body. But the Tiger Whip was very powerful, and as it fell on the light barrier, the barrier was broken in an instant. The defense GU died and Su Yi spurted out a large mouthful of blood due to the backlash. He hurriedly tried to retreat, but it was too late. An intense bloody wind pounced on his face, and the next moment he only saw a huge tiger mouth shrouding over his head. The Tiger King directly bit apart Su Yi's head. Changhu won, obtaining the first victory for Ma tribe. Song tribe's higher-ups were slightly moved while Ma tribe's troops rejoiced. Victory. A great start means half the success. Today, my army will definitely win. In the main tent, Ma Yingjia clenched his fists, an extraordinary light flashing past his eyes as his spirits roused to the limit. And on another battlefield, in the vast battlefield, one side was shouting in high spirits with their banners fluttering grandly in the air. While the other side's army formation was shaking, their morale low and was already showing signs of defeat. Alliance leader Luo, the enemy's momentum is too fierce, we can't hold them back. We need to retreat. A commander needs to be able to judge the situation properly. Right now, Lu tribe's experts are like tigers, our army truly cannot match them. The several higher-ranked GU masters shouted hurriedly, all of them panicked. Luo Bo-jun looked around him and smiled bitterly, retreat. Tell me, where can we still retreat to? This is already our last defense line. Sigh, forget it, since the battle with Lu Wenwu started, which of our defense lines could hold for more than 3 days? They are way too strong, we might as well surrender. In the first battle, Luo Bo-jun was heavily injured by Lu Wenwu, Mo Shiquang and others, he had yet to recover from it. These days, Luo tribe army kept on being defeated again and again, no matter how much efforts he made, he was unable to reverse the situation. Now, as he completely realized the enormous gap between the two sides, he became disheartened and had already lost any intent to battle. The higher-ranked GU masters let out a sigh of relief at this. Because of Poison Vow, they could not easily say it, but since Luo Bo-jun himself mentioned surrendering, there was no problem. The command to surrender was quickly spread and the battle also soon calmed down. Ha ha ha, didn't I say it, as long as we 3 brothers join hands, we can rule the world. Mo Shiquang laughed heartily, extremely proud of himself. Lu Wenwu also laughed, his heart filled with huge joy. Lu Tribe Alliance had won their first battle. Now, they would annex the enemy army, take in the captives and increase their strength before continuing forward. Meng Chu. The leopard group hissed and growled as they fought a bloody battle with rat group. The great army of GU masters of the both sides instead became a background. Nu Tu held his hands behind his back with his head high, mutated leopards moved beside him, showing their dignity and prestige. By contrast, his opponent Zhang Baoya, who was publicly proclaimed as one of the enslavement path masters of Northern Plains, was sweating greatly and was as pale as paper. Zhang Baoya, you have already lost. Do you know how you lost? Your rat group's scale is too large, reaching 650,000 in numbers. Troops are valued for their quality, not for their numbers, it is the same with beast groups as well. Now, quietly become a stepping stone for my name to spread in Northern Plains. Nu Tu lightly spoke, but his tranquil voice resounded within everyone's ears. No, I haven't lost yet, I still have my trump card. Zhang Baoya let out a hysterical shout. I will let you gain a first-hand experience in my enslavement path killer move which I have never displayed before, Rat Epidemic. The moment he finished speaking, hundreds of thousands of rats self-destructed at the same time. The leopard group suffered disastrous casualties in this chain explosion. The ground slightly shook, turfs were flipped over, soil and stones splattered everywhere, and huge amount of yellow poison gas started appearing. The surviving leopard group was covered by this poison gas, immediately becoming sickly with their movement slowed down, their battle strength had sharply fallen. By contrast, Zhang Baoya's rat group moved around in this yellow poison gas without being affected. Ha ha ha, the final winner is me, Zhang Baoya. Young man, you want to step on my position, keep on training for 500 years more. Zhang Baoya howled with laughter. HMPH, I had intended to keep on hiding it, but since you want to die, don't blame me. Nu Tu snorted, a sinister smile appearing on his face. He suddenly shouted, Killer move, leopard dash. Leopard group howled and unfolded an unmatchable mad charge. This. Zhang Baoya's eyes opened wide. The leopard group's battle strength had surged by over 2 times, furthermore their speed increased by an astonishing 8 times. Under everyone's dumbfounded look, the leopard group quickly charged out of the area covered by the yellow poison gas and breathed in fresh air, before charging forward like a terrifying tsunami, swallowing and engulfing everything. Du Jiao. A large battlefield had already ended. Fire blazed towards the sky, the whole battlefield covered by raging inferno. A GU master stood loftily in the inferno like a fire deity. He played with the fire in his hand, changing it into all kinds of shapes as he looked at the surrounding GU masters with his narrow eyes and spoke, his voice appearing extremely cruel and cold in the blazing inferno. It is your honor to be defeated by my supreme fire path. Surrender, otherwise, all of you in this lowly grass shall turn into ashes. The surrounding GU masters looked dejectedly at each other. After few breaths of time, they kneeled one after another. We surrender. After He tribe obtained the first victory against Dongfang tribe, the curtains to many large battles, that had started over northern plains, also fell one after another. The defeated did not lose everything, some surrendered and some ran away choosing to side with another force. This was only the initial stage of the struggle for imperial court, they still had hope and chance. The winners swallowed the weak, obtaining huge amounts of war reparations and expanding themselves. The countless corpses of beast groups, GU masters and ordinary mortals instead became nourishments for the grassland, and in the future would sink down under the snowy land, doomed for eternity. Winner takes all. After resting and reorganizing for over 10 days at Sao Fu, He Lu Lan finished absorbing the captives, expanding his military strength by 60% and resumed the expedition. This time, his target was Guanxi. The GU tribe 1 army stationed there had weak military strength and thus became the optimum target for He Lu Lan to expand his force. 7 days later, He tribe army confronted GU tribe army. GU tribe suffered a huge defeat at the first battle. GU tribe alliance leader GU Guolong resolutely gave the order to abandon their 3 defense lines without using them and retreated to their tribe's main camp. He Lu Lan laughed heartily as he led his army with a crushing momentum. But at the final battlefield, he was dumbstruck and asked his subordinates, "How is there a mountain here?" GU tribe army might be weak but they had their own ways. They built up a mountain by piling stones and garrisoned on the mountain, with countless traps set around the foot of the mountain. They occupied the high ground, having huge geographical advantage. Their intention to defend to the death was abundantly clear. He tribe army attacked several times but were defeated every time, leaving behind large numbers of corpses. Fang Yuan looked at the battlefield with indifference and did not use his full strength in mobilizing the wolf group, only doing it to show he was putting some effort. Adding in that there were many trees and undergrowth on the mountain, the wolf group could not show their strength properly and were instead separated and killed. Thus, the battle situation might be progressing but it was very slow. Above all, GU tribe army was still continuing to add in stones to the mountain, making this mountain become taller and taller. He Lu Lan was furious. GU Guolong is as obstinate as the rumors said. After I win, I will definitely step on him to death. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Just the rocks dropped by mere mortals possessed the strength of a rank 1 GU when dropped from such a height. If I had known this earlier, I would not have come here to chew on such a hard bone. He Lu Lan had the intent to retreat, but right at this time, a person walked out of the camp. This person held a letter as he came in front of He Lu Lan. This old man Tai Bai Yunsheng received benefactor's letter and came to lend you a hand. He Lu Lan was joyous as he grabbed this person's hands. With old sir helping us, we can definitely succeed. Chapter 524, Number 1 in Prestige and Merit. Tai Bai Yunsheng was tall with a strangely ancient appearance. The hair near his temples had turned white and his face was filled with deep wrinkles. He was already over 80 but his eyes were not dim and blurred, instead had a gentle look that seemed to pity the fate of mankind along with a calmness that had seen through the secular world. Since he was 7, he had been determined to travel the northern plains to help common people. His life was full of turmoil, as he was frequently toyed by fate. He became an enslaved GU master after his tribe was annihilated, then he was betrayed by his wife and became a captive of variant men. Then in a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a time path GU Immortal's inheritance and was rescued by his brothers when he was at the verge of death. Now, he had already become a living legend. Although he was a loner, he was publicly accepted as a great righteous path Gu master. His benevolence reputation had entered the depths of Northern Plains people, the level of his prestige far surpassing people like Chong Shanyin, He Lu Lan and Lu Wenwu. Right as He Lu Lan was at his wits' end considering the battle situation and had the thought of retreating, Tai Bai Yunsheng came to the camp by himself, holding a letter in his hand. He Lu Lan read the letter and immediately realized the reason. Back then, He tribe's supreme elder He Bai took a fancy to Tai Bai Yunsheng, guiding and rescuing him many times. Now that He tribe army had fallen into a predicament, He Bai, who had been secretly observing all along, sent a letter to Tai Bai Yunsheng to provide assistance. He Lu Lan knew the ability of Tai Bai Yunsheng and was thus overjoyed. He arranged a banquet that night to serve Tai Bai Yunsheng. On the second day, the sky had just become bright. He Lu Lan impatiently arranged his army formation and requested Tai Bai Yunsheng to make his move. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly walked to the front and looked at the tall mountain in front of him. Gu tribe was specialized in earth path and were long famous for it in Northern Plains. Piling stones to form a mountain, this would be an unimaginable and impossible tactics in earth. But in this world, this mountain formed in about 10 days proved nothing was impossible. The alliance leader Gu Guolong looked at the foot of the mountain from the summit. When a white-clothed, white-haired old man walked in front of the formation, the Gu masters around him roared in laughter and made disdainful comments, but Gu Guolong, however, had a bad feeling in his heart. He was well aware this mountain that they had formed by piling stones was built on many foundations constructed by his tribe's earth path Gu masters. Other tribes might find it hard to imitate, but it was not like there were no ways to break through it. After being defeated repeatedly for several rounds by He tribe army, Gu Guolong's military force had suffered damage and his ambition of vying for supremacy had dimmed down. He pondered over this and had decided to side with Lu tribe. Lu tribe's Lu Wenwu was wise and benevolent, treating his people leniently and being strict to himself. His reputation was much better than He Lu Lan's. Several days ago, Gu Guolong had secretly sent a letter to Lu Wenwu express his intent to side with Lu tribe. Lord Lu Wenwu has already replied and agreed to my tribe's request to seek refuge, and is leading his army to reinforce us. As long as I defend for 7 more days, this predicament before us will part like clouds and allow me to see the clear sky. Just as Gu Guolong was inwardly encouraging himself, Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly extended his hands. His large palms were covered with callus and wrinkles, just like an old tree bark. He slowly transferred his primeval essence. A weak silver light blossomed forth from his hands. The silver light was weak at first but soon turned brighter and brighter, and in a few seconds, the silver light was so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. Mountain as before, Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly chanted, his voice resonating in the air. On the summit, Gu Guolong heard this voice and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Oh no, he is Tai Bai Yunsheng. At the very same moment, silver light burst out, transforming into a straight light pillar that directly rammed into the mountain peak. Countless Gu masters saw the situation turning awry and immediately activated their defense Gu or attacked to intercept the light pillar. But the silver light disregarded all interception and shone on the mountain peak. Both humans and beasts were unscathed, but the mountain stones below Gu tribe, regardless of how enormous or thick they were, under the silver light, were like snow under scorching sun, as they turned into nothingness in a visible speed, seemingly like they had never even existed. As Gu tribe army lost the support under their feet, they started falling down one after another. It was a crushing defeat. Countless died as they crashed down to the ground from a height of 500 to 600 feet. Even if Gu tribe masters were stupid, they would become aware of their crisis at this moment. They exclaimed in shock one after another. Such strength, this is Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng's mountain as before. Heaven, why is old Sir Tai Bai helping tyrant He Lu Lan? Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng helped us restore our tribe's spirit spring back then, he is our tribe's benefactor. Now, we need to fight with him. The mountain was the source of Gu tribe's army's confidence and now it was loudly crumbling apart. But even more than that was Tai Bai Yunsheng's prestige that shook their will to battle. Ha ha ha, Tai Bai Yunsheng is indeed worthy of his name. Once he moves, it will be out of the ordinary. He Lu Lan laughed wildly as he looked at this scene from the main tent. Even he had not expected there to be such a hidden expert in the tribe. But each super tribe's supreme elders would occasionally fancy someone from demonic and righteous paths mortal Gu masters, they would then select these seeds to cultivate. In case these seeds were able to become GU Immortals, they would often be taken in by the super tribes and become their external supreme elder. This was one of the tactics the super tribes used to preserve their position and develop themselves. Clearly, Tai Bai Yunsheng was a seed the ranked 6 GU Immortal He Bai thought highly of and believed he had hopes of advancing to GU Immortal realm. Seeing the sorry figure of the enemy army, He tribe army's morale surged. Many started laughing loudly and there were even more who shouted of slaughtering everyone in the enemy faction, even the old and the young. The GU master experts in the main tent were also excited, with only Fang Yuan having a calm expression. Tai Bai Yunsheng's appearance was already within his expectation. In his previous life's 500 years of memories, Tai Bai Yunsheng had joined He tribe army from this point onwards and provided an enormous assistance to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan being able to become the winner in the end was mostly because of Tai Bai Yunsheng. But Tai Bai Yunsheng had a benevolent character, and during the expedition, he became deeply aware of He Lu Lan's savage and brutal nature. Thus, when he entered Imperial Court Blessed Land and advanced to GU Immortal, he did not agree to He Bai's request to become He tribe's external supreme elder. Kill these bastards. They actually dared to pile stones into a mountain to make a stand. He Lu Lan excitedly shouted. Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was at the front of the troops, heard He Lu Lan's words and frowned. He heaved a deep sigh and did not continue to attack, instead transmitted his voice to He Lu Lan to persuade him. Alliance leader, heaven care for every living thing, why the need to kill? Throughout history, the struggle for imperial court has always been accompanied by blood dyeing the land and disastrous deaths. Since Alliance leader wants to enter the imperial court, it might be better to take in GU tribe army. I am willing to persuade them on your behalf. GU tribe piled up stones to form into a mountain and used it to contend against He tribe, but against Tai Bai Yunsheng, this mountain they created instead became a fatal trap to themselves. The current situation was He tribe army tightly surrounding GU tribe army. If Tai Bai Yunsheng just made a casual move, he could reduce GU tribe by over half. GU tribe would naturally not sit and wait for their death, but when the mountain was completely collapsed, they would have almost no battle strength left and their final charge would contain no threat. However, Tai Bai Yunsheng did not do this. He Lu Lan's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Although his heart raged with killing intent, he needed to think about Tai Bai Yunsheng's face. Tai Bai Yunsheng was not an ordinary GU master. He was one of the extremely rare time path GU masters, and had rank 5 peak stage cultivation. His prestige in northern plains was like the sun in daytime. His influence was spread throughout the entire region. He Lu Lan thought to himself before replying, "Then I shall listen to old sir, but it is too dangerous for old sir to go up the mountain alone. I will send 6 rank 4 experts to escort old sir." Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded his head and climbed up the mountain under heavy protection. He had great prestige and his benevolent reputation had spread into the depths of people. As he climbed up the mountain, the enemy troops spontaneously parted way to reveal a passage in middle. "I did not think I would meet benefactor at such a time." Gu Guolong laughed bitterly as he went forward and greeted. Back then, Gu tribe's spirit spring had dried up and they were pushed aside by several large tribes. It was very dangerous for them to migrate and thus they requested Tai Bai Yunsheng to help them. Tai Bai Yunsheng helped them without taking any fees and became a benefactor to everyone in Gu tribe. Under Tai Bai Yunsheng's persuasion, although Gu Guolong admired Lu Wenwu, circumstances are more powerful than individuals, he had no choice but to lower his head. Tai Bai Yunsheng had only been on the mountain for a quarter of an hour before he descended. When he climbed up, there were 6 people with him. When he descended, there were over 100,000. Evidently, Tai Bai Yunsheng's persuasion was successful. Gu tribe army pledged allegiance to He Lu Lan, thus He tribe army's military strength increased sharply. Tai Bai Yunsheng changed the battle situation by himself. And with his deep prestige, he saved over 100,000 lives and also established great merits for He tribe. On the very first day Tai Bai Yunsheng came to He tribe army, he reached the top position in battle merit list. And exactly opposite to him was Fang Yuan. Wolf King Chongshan Yin's name was listed at the last on the battle merit list, in scarlet red color and was negative, forming a stark contrast with Tai Bai Yunsheng's battle merit. That very night, He Lu Lan sent command for a celebratory banquet and also a welcoming reception for Tai Bai Yunsheng. The moon was bright and stars were few, as bonfire raged high. It was a festive scene with cheerful sounds resounding throughout the place and beautiful young girls in northern plains clothings embroidered with gold, silver and precious jewels, danced around the bonfire. He Lu Lan repeatedly toasted towards Tai Bai Yun Shengyan. Praised. With old Sir assisting us, all defense lines are useless. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had 2 rank 5 GU that were recognized by all northern plains people. One was, mountain as before, and another was, river as before. Both were time path GU worms. The former could restore earth, hills, mountains, mounds and valleys to their original appearance, and the latter could restore rivers, lakes, streams, springs and waterfalls back to their original appearance. Gu Guo Long created the mountain on a land that was originally a flat grassland. Thus, under the effect of mountain as before Gu, it returned to its original form. Gu tribe's spirit spring had been restored to its original state by river as before Gu, being able to create primeval stones again. In the battles between great armies, defense lines needed to be created, and this usually relied on earth path GU worms to create long and tall defense walls. These defense walls would be restored to flat grassland under the effect of mountain as before GU. Thus He Lu Lan's words, "all defense lines are useless," had deep reasoning behind them. Chapter 525, Rapid Changes and Fierce Experts. Northern Plains Calendar, middle of June. It should have been summer, but the aura of 10-year blizzard had already thickened. The sky would often be gloomy and cold wind blew with increasing condensed frost aura. And the struggle for imperial court that covered northern plains was advancing forward like a wildfire. At Mirror Lake, Ma tribe army and Song tribe had started their battle. Ma tribe's dominance was huge and they broke through 2 of Song tribe's defense lines in a row. Song tribe alliance leader Song Qing Yin led the army to counterattack and ambushed Ma tribe, causing them to give up a defense line. But soon after, Ma tribe's enslavement master Ma Zun moved and mobilized his trump card Pegasus group, surrounding and killing Song Qing Yin in the air. Song tribe army became a headless dragon, and after an internal discord caused by Ma tribe secretly, they finally crumbled apart. Ma tribe annexed most of the tribes while some remnants managed to escape to all directions. In this battle, one of the few flying masters of northern plains, rank 5 initial stage water fairy Song Qing Yin died and became a stepping stone for enslavement path master Ma Zun's fame. The strength Ma Zun displayed shocked the people. Faintly, people were already calling him Northern Plains #1 enslavement path master. Nu-Er 2's battle with Zhang Baoya. Nu-Er 2 was originally not an enslavement path GU master and had switched to it midway. But the leopard group he led was unexpectedly able to overpower and defeat the veteran enslavement path master Zhang Baoya. Just because of this battle achievement, Nu-Er 2 rose to the ranks of enslavement path masters of northern plains, and together with Zhang Baoya, Yang Po Ying, Ma Zun and Chong Shan Yin, were called 5 Beast Kings. However, although Nu-Er 2 managed to become famous, the price he had to pay was very high. Zhang Baoya's counterattack had inflicted disastrous damage to Nu-Er 2's troops. Despite annexing the remnants of the enemy after the battle along with the war reparations, Nu-Er 2's army's momentum was hindered. Rat King Zhang Baoya managed to escape with his life and gathered the remnant army. His original rat group of over 600,000, now had less than 300,000 left. But even as a defeated general, many large forces still showed interest towards him and over 10 forces had already sent him an invitation letter. Yi Luisang was empowered by the Immortal GU and with his formidable rank 5 peak stage fire path strength, he suppressed all the heroes and swept through the last obstacle, succeeding in dominating Dujiao region. However, just as Yi Lui army was spreading towards all directions like an unstoppable wildfire, they were pincer attacked by alliance of 7 armies. Each of the 7 armies had at least over 100,000 troops. Although none were super tribes, they had famous GU master experts. The alliance of 7 armies created an aggressive momentum. Yi Lui army, who had just gotten a head start and were about to continue with great momentum, fell into a perilous situation. At the same time, He tribe army was also confronted by a great enemy and did not have any time to relax. Lu tribe, Lu Wenwu personally led his army and was pressing closer to He tribe every passing day. Previously, Ji Guolong had sought help from Lu Wenwu. Lu Wenwu was quite excited at reading the letter, knowing this was a rare opportunity. As long as Ji Guolong's side could hold on, Lu tribe army could pincer attack He tribe from behind and gain the upper hand, causing He tribe to land in a passive situation. But the result was that the situation changed way too fast. Lu tribe army was just halfway on their way when they heard the report of Gu tribe's defeat and submitting to He tribe. And the crucial character that made this possible was Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Lu Wenwu was shocked at this report. A legendary character like Tai Bai Yun Sheng had actually taken the initiative to come out and help He Lu Lan. Obtaining this person was like adding a huge army to He Lu Lan's forces. Lu Wenwu soon realized this was the behind-the-scenes move of He tribe's Gu Immortal. According to the rule ancestor giant Sunset, Gu Immortals could provide some help to mortals in the struggle for imperial court. Naturally, this type of help had its restrictions, at least the Gu Immortals absolutely could not move personally. Whether it was the immortal Gu Anyi Lui Sang or Tai Bai Yun Sheng who assisted He Lu Lan after receiving the letter, they were both Gu Immortals' pawn pieces. Lu Wenwu naturally also had the privilege to request help from the Gu Immortal supporting him. He Lu Lan obtained Tai Bai Yun Sheng's assistance, who in Lu Wenwu's opinion was much more terrifying than Wolf King Chong Shan Yin. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's reputation was extremely high, whether it was righteous path or demonic path, many had received his grace. If just a small portion of these people had the heart to repay gratitude, the force they could gather would be very terrifying. Besides, once He tribe expanded, those scattered demonic Gu masters who had been watching from the sidelines would see the hopes of entering the imperial court in He tribe, and would side with them of their own initiative. And Tai Bai Yun Sheng's existence would cause them to be even more inclined to choose He Lu Lan. With this, He tribe would continue to be stronger. And as time passed, they would throw all the other competitors behind. He Lu Lan defeated Dong Fang Yu Liang and obtained a super tribe's war reparations. This by itself is a great profit. By contrast, we might have defeated several allied armies, but they were all an alliance of large tribes, so the war reparations we received are lower than He tribe's. Now, He tribe has Tai Bai Yun Sheng, a living signboard with him. If we give him time to expand, it will be very difficult to deal with him later. Lu Wenwu contemplated for a while before resolutely sending a command. Lu tribe army continued along their original plan, pushing on towards He tribe. He Lu Lan laughed heartily at this news. Come, come. He then sent the command to set up defense lines around the area. After constructing the first defense line properly, the large army slowly moved towards Lu tribe army. At every 1,000 li of distance, they would stop and garrison for several days to construct another defense line. 12 days later, He tribe army moved on from their fourth defense line and traveled 500 li before coming face to face with Lu tribe army. The two army parted away for the experts' challenging stage. He tribe's expert Hao Ji Lu charged forward, not giving precedence to others. Lu Wenwu saw this and sent Pei Yan Fei. Hao Ji Lu was at rank 4 upper stage and Pei Yan Fei was also the same. The two exchanged 20 moves. The situation was still neck and neck. Hao Ji Lu's offense surged higher and higher, causing people's hearts to shake. While Pei Yan Fei used sharp and precise attacks, moving back and forth within the attacks, and sweeping everything before him. As the battle continued on, both of their primeval essence were running low. Gu masters were not good at prolonged battle, and once their primeval essence was exhausted, their battle strength would sharply fall. This cannot go on. The two had similar thoughts at the same time. Waterfall Gu. Hao Ji Lu took the lead and pushed forward his palms. A giant waterfall fell from the air and crashed towards Pei Yan Fei with a rumbling sound. Pei Yan Fei did not face it head-on, instead using his movement Gu to soar to the sky, evading the waterfall. Killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike. Pei Yan Fei staked it all, using his signature killer move. At that instant, he turned into a golden rainbow and made an arc through the air as fast as lightning, cutting open the waterfall before bursting through Hao Ji Lu. However, Hao Ji Lu turned into water after being burst. It was not his real body. Water image Gu. Hao Ji Lu had fought for a long time and already had the intel on Pei Yan Fei, and knew Pei Yan Fei did not have powerful detective Gu. Thus, when he sent the waterfall, he took the advantage of the giant current blocking Pei Yan Fei's line of sight to quietly use his water image Gu while his real body hid inside the waterfall. His actions were extremely secretive and most of the Gu masters from both sides had been deceived. Pei Yan Fei burst through the water image and immediately had warning signals going off in his heart. Without holding back, he transferred all his remaining primeval essence into his swallow wings Gu. The two pairs of swallow wings on his back rapidly flapped and took him away from the battlefield. Hao Ji Lu stood on the spot, his whole body soaked in water. Even though he won the battle, he was not happy. The enemy's killer move had astonishing power. This time he used water image GU to deceive him, but what about the next time? Big brother, let me go out. Pei Yanfei returned in defeat, causing Mo Shikuang to fume with anger and impatiently requested to be sent to battle. Lu Wenwu had a smile on his face, but he did not agree. Third brother, no need to fret. You came forward in the previous battle, it is my turn now. An extremely tall and thin GU master with robust and shiny bald head stood out and patted Mo Shikuang's shoulder. Second brother, Mo Shikuang helplessly shouted. This person's name was Ouyang Bai Sang, a demonic GU master. In their early years, by chance encounter, he met Lu Wenwu and Mo Shikuang in an inheritance site. The three combined their strength to tackle the obstacles and obtain the inheritance, and because they felt affinity with each other, they became sworn brothers. I am Ouyang Bai Sang, who wants to come spar with me? Ouyang Bai Sang slowly walked towards the front of the troops and shouted in a soft voice. Soon after, he looked at Hao Ji Lu. If Water Demon wants to fight with me, you might as well get some rest first to recover your primeval essence. Water Demon snickered but did not agree to the provocation. No need to hurry, there will be many chances later on. After saying that, he returned to the camp. With the struggle for imperial court advancing to this stage, the intel on experts of every forces was widely spread. Ouyang Bai Sang was Mo Shikuang's second brother. Just this status alone made him someone who could not be underestimated. His performance was extremely glorious during the several large battles before. He was a transformation path expert and the GU masters of this path possessed at least one killer move. With a cultivation of rank 4 peak stage, he was same as Mo Shikuang, possessing the battle strength comparable to a rank 5 GU master. During his first battle, he had killed the enemy side's rank 5 alliance leader. A dazzling battle achievement like crossing realms to fight was something many people would look up to their whole lives. Facing such an expert, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu might have small chance at victory even if he was at his peak stage. Let alone now, when his energy was already exhausted in the battle with Pei Yanfei. A GU master's state did not just depend on the amount of primeval essence in their aperture. Seeing Ouyang Bai Sang coming forward, He Lu Lan felt a slight headache. In contrast to Lu Wenwu, he currently found that he lacked fierce generals beside him. After taking in GU tribe army, He tribe army now had 3 rank 5 GU masters, He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yunsheng and the just recently subdued GU Guolong. He Lu Lan could not easily move because of his status as the alliance leader. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a healing GU master and was not good at fighting. GU Guolong was a rank 5 Earth Path GU master but the other was at rank 4 peak stage. It would not conform to the rule of battle if he was sent out, and they would only be sneered upon. He then looked at his rank 4 GU masters, Wolf King Chong Shan Yin, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Shadow Sword Expert Bian Xizan, Little Fox Commander Tang Miao Ming and Soul Blade Pan Ping. Chong Shan Yin and Tang Miao Ming were enslavement path GU masters, so they could be excluded. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had already went up, so He Lu Lan only had 2 choices left. His gaze moved between Pan Ping and Bian Xizan. Pan Ping knew he was not Ouyang Bai Sang's match by just relying on his trump card, so he looked uncomfortable. While Bian Xizan's face was covered with a black veil, revealing her cold and clear gaze. He Lu Lan turned around towards Bian Xizan. For this challenge, I will have to trouble Shadow Sword Expert to make a move. I can only ensure that I won't lose my life, but I can't guarantee a victory. Bian Xizan coldly replied. He Lu Lan gave a hollow laugh. Although he was alliance leader and Bian Xizan had taken the poison vow, He Lu Lan could not forcibly make Bian Xizan fight to the death. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.